I have finally emerged. Chen Ping inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air outside, and shouted with all his might. Behind him stood Hongchang Prison, where he had spent 3 long years, and today he was finally released. Ah, I wonder how my parents are faring? With a tattered canvas bag slung over his shoulder, Chen Ping hurriedly made his way home. For the entirety of those 3 years, his parents had never once visited him, and now he was filled with concern for their well-being. On his journey home, Chen Ping frequently examined a bronze ring adorning his finger. The ring was intricately engraved with a lifelike dragon, and at its head was the character for command. This ring had been a parting gift from his cellmate, Old Long Tu, upon his release. Old Long Tu was an eccentric man, often speaking in riddles, claiming to be the master of the heavenly dragon temple, knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography, and proficient in mystical arts and medicine, capable of resurrecting the dead. Most regarded Old Long Tu as a madman and shunned him, but Chen Ping would occasionally engage him in conversation, even sharing a portion of his meals with him. Each day, Old Long Tu would regale Chen Ping with bizarre tales of the heavenly dragon temple and locked Dragon Island stories Chen Ping had never heard before. Eventually, Old Long Tu persuaded him to join in meditation and practice, and out of sheer boredom, Chen Ping complied. Little did he know that 3 years later, he had genuinely acquired a remarkable set of skills and medical knowledge under Old Long Tu's tutelage. On the day of his release, Old Long Tu entrusted Chen Ping with the ring and instructed him to visit an unnamed island in the East Sea on July 15th, assuring him that upon presenting the ring, someone would be there to receive him, and that a great fortune awaited him. Having learned much from Old Long Tu, Chen Ping fully believed in his words and readily agreed, though there were still several months until July 15th. Before he knew it, Chen Ping had arrived at his doorstep, gazing at the somewhat dilapidated house with a complex expression. He was uncertain of how his parents had fared during his absence. His impulsive actions had surely imposed great strain upon them. Reflecting on 3 years prior, Chen Ping's eyes still shimmered with indignation. 3 years ago, he and his girlfriend, Gung Shanshan, had reached the point of discussing marriage. They had been university classmates for 2 years. However, one fateful night, as he was escorting Gung Shanshan home, they encountered the inebriated Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei was notorious in Hongcheng as a wealthy heir, infamous for his misdeeds. Upon seeing Gung Shanshan's beauty, he was overcome with ill intentions and began to harass her. As a prominent figure in the community, Xiao Lei did not even spare Chen Ping a glance. Witnessing his girlfriend being insulted, Chen Ping lost all composure. He picked up a brick and struck Xiao Lei forcefully on the head. The outcome was inevitable. With power and influence, Xiao Lei would not let this transgression go unpunished. He promptly reported Chen Ping to the authorities, resulting in Chen Ping's arrest. Charged with intentional injury, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Only today was Chen Ping finally released. After much hesitation, Chen Ping gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with a head of white hair and a stooped figure. She extended her hand, groping forward. "Who is it? Who's knocking?" Her eyes were tightly shut, clearly indicating her blindness. Upon seeing the elderly woman before him, Chen Ping was momentarily frozen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he trembled slightly. He could hardly believe that this frail, wrinkled figure was indeed his mother, Tang Hongying. In just 3 short years, how could his mother have transformed into this state? "Mom, it's me, I'm Chen Ping." Chen Ping stepped forward to support his mother, his voice filled with emotion. "Chen Ping, is it really you?" Tang Hongying's hands stroked Chen Ping's face, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Mom, it's me. Chen Ping's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What has happened to you? What on earth has occurred?" He was perplexed when he left. His mother had been in good health. How could she have changed so drastically in just 3 years? "Sai, it's a long story. Come inside, and I'll explain," Tang Hongying said, pulling Chen Ping into the room. As he surveyed the modest space, which was nearly bare, Chen Ping was taken aback. While they were never affluent, his father had a stable job, ensuring a modest standard of living. How could their home have deteriorated to this? "Mom, what has transpired here?" Chen Ping pressed his mother for answers, observing the dismal state of their home. "Sigh." Tang Hongying sighed heavily. "After you left." She recounted the events in detail. Following Chen Ping's imprisonment, the Xiao family had not intended to let them off easily, demanding a compensation of 1 million. Ultimately, Chen Ping's parents had no choice but to sell his wedding house and borrow a significant sum of money, yet they could only scrape together 300,000, which they were forced to pay in installments to the Xiao family. As a result of this ordeal, Chen Ping's father lost his job and was reduced to sweeping the streets for a living, while his mother was left in despair, her eyes rendered blind from endless weeping. This was why, during Chen Ping's 3 years in prison, his parents had not once come see him. Listening to his mother's account, Chen Ping slowly clenched his fists, a fierce resolve igniting within his gaze. He had not anticipated the Xiao family to be so ruthless, intent on annihilating his family. "Mom, did that Gung Shanshan not care at all for you?" Chen Ping asked, bewildered. Gung Shanshan was to be his bride, and he had gone to prison for her. Surely, she could not remain indifferent to the suffering of his parents? Alas, don't even mention it. The Gung family not only turned a blind eye, but even refused to return the betrothal gifts we had given them. They claimed it was not their fault that the marriage could not proceed, was because you were imprisoned, so they would not refund the gifts. Your father confronted them, and they even threw him out. As Tang Hongying shared her tale, her heart ached more deeply, and her tears flowed freely once more. Is it truly the case with the Gung family? Chen Ping furrowed his brow tightly, unable to believe that Gung Shanshan could actually behave in such a manner. When he was apprehended, Gung Shanshan had been crying out that she would wait for his release, and they would marry thereafter. How had it come to this? Chen Ping resolved to confront Gung Shanshan for clarity. Just then, a loud banging echoed through the door, nearly shaking it off its hinges. Upon hearing the knocking, Tang Hongying's complexion turned ashen, revealing her evident fear. "Mom, who is it?" Chen Ping inquired, noticing her expression with concern. "You need not worry. Just hurry back inside and do not come out." Tang Hongying pushed Chen Ping into the room before anxiously moving to open the door. As the door creaked open, a bald man accompanied by 4 or 5 heavily tattooed and menacing individuals strode in. "Have you prepared the money?" the bald man asked, casting a glance at Tang Hongying. "Brother Bald, it's all ready." Tang Hongying nodded repeatedly, reaching into a corner to retrieve a cloth bag. At that moment, several neighbors gathered around, keeping their distance while observing the bald man and his companions. "These thugs come demanding money every month. They're truly driving us to despair. Indeed, there's no law left." "Shoo, keep your voices down. These men are from the Xiao family, here for their regular collection," the neighbors whispered indignantly. Yet none dared to intervene. The bald man snatched the cloth bag from Tang Hongying, opening it with a frown. "What the hell is this?" He upended the bag, causing worn-out bills to scatter across the floor, hundreds, 50s, even 1 and 2 yuan notes, along with numerous coins. "Can this rubbish possibly amount to 10,000? He bellowed at Tang Hongying. "Brother Bald, it's precisely 10,000. We've counted it all. You can verify it if you wish," Tang Hongying replied, forcing a smile and bowing her head. "Nonsense." The bald man kicked Tang Hongying in the abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. "You want me to count it? I don't have the time. Exchange it all for 100 yuan notes." "Mom." Chen Ping burst out of the room, rushing to help Tang Hongying up. His gaze swept coldly over the bald man and his cohorts, his eyes glinting with a frosty light. The bald men stiffened, shivering under Chen Ping's piercing stare. "Chen Ping, who told you to come out? Quickly return inside and don't interfere," Tang Hongying urged, desperately pushing him back toward the room. "Since I've come out, let me handle this. You take a seat." Chen Ping helped Tang Hongying onto a chair, then turned to face the bald man with an icy demeanor. The bald man sized up Chen Ping, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "Isn't this the fellow who struck young Master Xiao with a brick and spent 3 years in prison? Look who's back. And what timing, considering today is the joyous occasion of your ex-girlfriend's wedding to young Master Xiao. Aren't you going to attend?" A cuckold, indeed. The bald man and his companions erupted into laughter. "What did you say?" Chen Ping furrowed his brow, disbelief evident in his eyes. "The woman for whom you served time in prison is marrying young Master Xiao today," he said. "The wedding is taking place at the luxurious rich hotel. Aren't you curious to see?" The bald man looked at Chen Ping with a mocking expression. Chen Ping's frown deepened, his hands clenched into fists. Behind him, Tang Hongying's face shifted through various shades of anger, her entire body trembling. After all, her son had been imprisoned because of that Gung Shanshan. And now this woman was marrying their adversary without a second thought. "Kneel and apologize to my mother, and I may spare your lives." Chen Ping's eyes glimmered with cold fury, a palpable aura of menace rising around him. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the laughter of the bald men abruptly ceased. After a moment, the bald man finally reacted, his face contorted with rage. "What did you say? You want me to kneel and apologize?" he shouted, launching a fist towards Chen Ping. Given Chen Ping's slender frame, such a blow should have sent him sprawling to the ground. But unexpectedly, as the bald man rushed forward, Chen Ping delivered a swift kick. The bald man doubled over, clutching his groin, drenched in sweat, howling in agony. "Chen Ping, you mustn't fight again," Tang Hongying urgently shouted at him, concerned. Chen Ping had just been released from prison for fighting. If he were to be incarcerated again for the same reason, it would be disastrous. "Kill him. Beat him to death," the bald man bellowed, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Chen Ping. Several of his henchmen charged at Chen Ping. He glanced back at his mother, then suddenly thrust his hands outward, a flash of white light illuminating the room. The men fell to their knees, their legs suddenly weak beneath them. The bald man was taken aback, disbelief washing over his face as a chill crept into his heart. The neighbors outside, witnessing the scene, stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Apologize to my mother." Chen Ping's icy voice rang out once more. After a moment's hesitation, the bald man, compelled by Chen Ping's frigid gaze, knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry," he and his men began to apologize. "Get out of here." Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively. He did not wish to take a life in front of his mother and the onlookers. If he wanted to eliminate these thugs, it would be a mere flick of his fingers. Supported by his men, the bald man stood up, casting a venomous glance back at Chen Ping as he limped away, clearly unsatisfied. Yet Chen Ping remained unperturbed by any potential retaliation. "Mom, are you all right?" They've all left. After the bald man departed, Chen Ping asked Tang Hongying with concern. "Oh, what were you thinking, provoking him right after being released?" Tang Hongying scolded Chen Ping. "Quickly pick up the money on the ground. It's all we've saved, piece by piece." Chen Ping knelt down, gathering the scattered bills. "Mom, from now on, let me earn the money. You and Dad should take it easy. I will find a way to help your eyes," he said, securing the money and handing the bag to Tang Hongying. "As long as you have that intention, that's enough." Tang Hongying spoke, her voice trembling with emotion as tears streamed down her face. "Now that you have returned, I can finally breathe easy. If it weren't for my concern for you, I would have perished long ago." Witnessing his mother in such distress, Chen Ping's eyes reddened with anguish. Thud. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he slammed his fist onto the only table in the room, shattering it into pieces. "I will make the Shao and Gung families pay dearly for what they have done." Chen Ping's fury ignited like a raging inferno. Sensing her son's wrath, Tang Hongying hastily implored, "Chen Ping, please do not cause any more trouble. Now that you are out, focus on finding a job. Everything will improve. Do not worry, mother. I know what I must do. I will step out for a while." Chen Ping reassured her before departing from their home, determined to confront Gung Shanshan and uncover the truth behind the matter. As he stepped outside, the relentless anger still coursed through his veins. However, just as he crossed the street, a red Porsche sped towards him, colliding with him at an alarming velocity and sending him flying. Thud! Chen Ping hit the ground hard, had he not trained with the old dragon head. This impact could have claimed his life. Who drives like that? Chen Ping seethed, already irate and now further incensed by the collision. "Are you blind?" Just as he prepared to rise, a sharp voice pierced the air. A young woman emerged from the Porsche, clad in a white dress and high heels, her beauty overshadowed by her furious glare directed at Chen Ping. With a frown, Chen Ping reconsidered his intention to stand. "Who is blind here? You clearly struck me, and yet you speak as if you've no sense. Though you are quite lovely, your words are as foul as refuse," he retorted defiantly. "How dare you insult me?" The girl glared at him, suddenly lifting her foot to kick him. Her high-heeled shoe resembled a dagger. If it struck him, it would surely leave a grievous wound. "Yuqing, stop." Just as her foot was poised to make contact, a middle-aged man emerged from the back seat of the car. He bore an air of authority, a man accustomed to power, though his complexion was pale and his breath came in labored gasps. "Father, why did you get out?" The girl rushed to his side, supporting him with concern. "We must hurry to the hospital. Every second counts," he urged her. Nodding in agreement, the girl returned to Chen Ping, pulling a wad of cash from her bag and tossing it at him. "Here's 10,000 yuan. Take the money and leave. We have urgent matters to attend to." Chen Ping, however, did not reach for the money. Instead, he stood up and glanced at the middle-aged man, stating solemnly, There is no need for a hospital. It is already too late. After Chen Ping spoke, he turned to leave, realizing that the middle-aged man was on the brink of death, unable to make it to the hospital. Stop. The girl blocked Chen Ping's path, glaring at him. What do you mean? Speak clearly, otherwise you shall not leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and took a few steps closer to Chen Ping. Your father is suffering from a latent illness. Injured in the left lung. Within 5 minutes, he will experience difficulty breathing and suffocate. Can you reach the hospital in 5 minutes? Chen Ping calmly inquired, following the girl's lead. You're talking nonsense. My father merely has a cold. The middle-aged man interrupted the girl, then approached Chen Ping again, his eyes filled with astonishment. Young man, how did you discern that my left lung was injured? I've told you, you wouldn't understand. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot waste time here, Chen Ping said as he attempted to turn away. Young man, cough cough. The middle-aged man called out to Chen Ping, then began to cough violently. Once he calmed down, he quickly grabbed Chen Ping's arm. Since you can see my ailment, you must also be able to treat it. I implore you to save me. I am willing to pay any price. Here is my business card. The middle-aged man produced a card and presented it to Chen Ping. Initially reluctant to accept, Chen Ping changed his mind upon seeing the name on the card. You are Su Wenzong, the president of the Su Group? Indeed. Su Wenzong nodded. Suddenly, Chen Ping made a move towards Su Wenzong, his fingers swiftly pressing on several acupuncture points, Tian Tu, Ren Hai, and Gui Zhong. Chen Ping's speed was such that neither Su Wenzong nor Su Yuqi had time to react. What are you trying to do? Su Yuqi hurriedly stepped in front of her father, but by then, Chen Ping had already withdrawn. However, after Chen Ping had pressed on the acupuncture points, Su Wenzong immediately felt his breathing ease, and his complexion became much healthier. I have merely stabilized your condition. Full recovery will take some time. This ailment, due to its long-standing nature, requires gradual treatment, Chen Ping stated calmly. Thank you, young man, for your timely intervention. I am immensely grateful, Su Wenzong exclaimed, excitedly grasping Chen Ping's hand in appreciation. Observing her father's improved complexion and health, Su Yuqi felt a deep sense of astonishment. I helped you because I know you frequently engage in charitable acts and have donated to numerous primary schools. Out of both moral obligation and gratitude, I felt compelled to assist, Chen Ping explained. His willingness to help Su Wenzong stemmed from the knowledge of his benevolence. Had they been strangers, Chen Ping might not have acted. Furthermore, Su Yuqi had just insulted him and nearly caused him harm. Chen Ping was not a saint willing to save anyone indiscriminately. Hearing this, Su Wenzong appeared slightly embarrassed. What I've done is but a small deed, far from enough. Young man, you saved my life. Name your price. It's noon now. How about I treat you to a meal at the Grand Hotel? No, thank you. I have some matters to attend to, Chen Ping politely declined, shaking his head, as he needed to meet Geng Shanshan for clarification. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's refusal, Su Wenzong was taken aback. As the wealthiest individual in Hongqing, he was accustomed to countless invitations for meals, yet only a select few could share a table with him. His initiative to invite Chen Ping was unexpected, and the latter's refusal was quite surprising. My dear brother, we must share a meal together to express my gratitude, Su Wenzong insisted, firmly grasping Chen Ping's arm. Chen Ping could discern that Su Wenzong's eagerness to dine was primarily driven by a desire to inquire about his ongoing medical treatment. Nevertheless, seeing Su Wenzong's sincerity, Chen Ping eventually acquiesced, saying, Very well. I shall first attend to some matters and later meet you at the rich hotel. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong released his grip, stating agreed. Once you arrive, just give me a call. Chen Ping nodded and left hurriedly, making his way towards the Geng residence. Where is Geng Shanshan? I must see her, Chen Ping declared before a somewhat antiquated villa, addressing the middle-aged woman before him. This woman was Geng Shanshan's mother, Jia Meili. In the past, Chen Ping would never have dared to speak to Jia Meili in such a manner, but after hearing his mother's grievances, his anger had reached a boiling point. Refraining from resorting to violence was already commendable. Jia Meili, adorned in a qipao, stood with an air of arrogance, arms crossed defiantly. You should leave at once. My daughter is getting married today, and your presence as a convict brings nothing but bad luck. Married? Chen Ping furrowed his brow, realizing the bald man's words were indeed true. Where is Geng Shanshan? Who is she marrying? She must come out and explain this to me. Chen Ping's expression hardened as he strode towards the villa. Hey, you madman. How dare you intrude on our property? Jia Meili exclaimed, desperately attempting to restrain him. However, Her strength paled in comparison to Chen Ping's, who effortlessly pulled her into the courtyard. Just as he was about to enter, a girl in a wedding dress emerged, her face clouded with discontent. Upon seeing her, Chen Ping halted abruptly. "Geng Shanshan, what is going on? You must clarify this situation," he demanded, his eyes blazing with fury. "Chen Ping, you should leave. Do not seek me out again. I have decided to marry Xiao Lei," Geng Shanshan replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching tightly. Although he had anticipated this moment, hearing Geng Shanshan utter the words struck his heart with a violent pang. It was Xiao Lei who had caused his imprisonment, and now his girlfriend was choosing to marry him? The irony was unbearable. Suddenly, Chen Ping let out a self-deprecating laugh, feeling a deep sense of worthlessness. "Is this truly your decision?" he asked Geng Shanshan, his anger dissipating and his hands gradually relaxing. "Yes," she affirmed, nodding. "I desire a life of luxury that you cannot provide. Besides, you are a convict. Even if you were released, I doubt you could sustain yourself, let alone support me. For the sake of our past relationship, take this few $100s. It might save you from sleeping on the streets." After Geng Shanshan finished speaking, she pulled out several 100 yuan banknotes from her bag and threw them at Chen Ping's face. At that moment, Chen Ping gazed at Geng Shanshan, utterly disheartened. The person before him was no longer his girlfriend. "You will regret this," Chen Ping declared before turning away, refusing to accept Geng Shanshan's money. "Bah, marrying a pauper like you would be the real regret." Jia Meili spat vehemently from behind. Just as Chen Ping reached the door, a wedding procession blocked his path. A young man in a suit, holding a bouquet of flowers, descended from the flower-adorned vehicle. This was none other than Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei paused momentarily upon spotting Chen Ping, but soon erupted in laughter. "I completely forgot you were released today. What a coincidence. Would you care to join me and Shanshan at our wedding?" Xiao Lei's eyes sparkled with mockery as he regarded Chen Ping. Chen Ping merely cast a cold glance at Xiao Lei, wishing to leave without engaging in conversation with such a person. "Don't go." Xiao Lei intercepted him again, saying, "Is it a lack of funds for the gift? No worries, you needn't bring money. You can feast on the leftover food. We are holding the ceremony at the luxurious rich hotel. If you don't attend, you may never have the chance to dine there again." Xiao Lei ridiculed Chen Ping, even going so far as to pat his face. Chen Ping forcefully swatted Xiao Lei's hand away. "Fool, what's there to boast about marrying someone secondhand? She's merely what I've discarded." Chen Ping smirked coldly. In truth, he had never even held Geng Shanshan's hand. He said this solely to irritate Xiao Lei and to make a point to Geng Shanshan. Xiao Lei was taken aback and quickly glanced at Geng Shanshan. She had told him that she had never even held Chen Ping's hand. What was happening now? Seeing Xiao Lei's gaze upon her, Geng Shanshan became flustered and shouted at Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? Who was the one left behind by you? With your character? I haven't even let you touch my hand." Jia Meili, too, panicked and berated Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, don't be sour grapes just because you can't have what you desire. With your disposition, my daughter would never let you lay a finger on her." Xiao Lei, do not believe his fabrications. He is simply trying to disgust you. "Auntie, rest assured, I won't be swayed," Xiao Lei replied, not easily fooled by Chen Ping's words. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Chen Ping dismissed Xiao Lei and bypassed him, making his way outside. "Wait," Xiao Lei called out, stopping Chen Ping. "You better keep your mouth shut about my wife, or I will make you regret it." Xiao Lei was concerned that Chen Ping might tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family. "Huh, my mouth is my own. I shall speak as I please. Who are you to control me?" Chen Ping coldly retorted, "You should be more cautious. One day, you might lose your life and be none the wiser." At the sight of Chen Ping's icy gaze, Xiao Lei momentarily faltered, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. However, in just a fleeting moment, Xiao Lei felt a surge of humiliation. With a fierce glare, he admonished, "If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and try me. Just don't come crawling back begging for mercy." His face was a portrait of fury. Had it not been for his wedding that day, he would have long since dealt with Chen Ping. Who would be begging whom? Let us wait and see. Chen Ping fixed his gaze on Xiao Lei. "Xiao Lei, the time has come. Let us not waste our breath on this pauper. Foolish." Jia Meili cast a scornful glance at Chen Ping. Holding a bouquet, Xiao Lei led the group towards the house. As Chen Ping observed Xiao Lei's retreating figure, he suddenly flicked his fingers, sending a silver flash that surged into Xiao Lei's body. Xiao Lei noticeably shuddered but dismissed it, continuing his stride towards the house. "I shall see if you will be the one begging." A cold smirk graced Chen Ping's lips as he turned away, heading towards the Fortune Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the Fortune Grand Hotel, Su Wenzong awaited Chen Ping's arrival personally. His presence sparked a flurry of whispers among those entering the hotel. Isn't that the affluent Su? Why is he standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone? I wonder who possesses the stature to warrant his attention. Word had it that the eldest son of the Shao family was getting married, and the ceremony was being held here. Could he be waiting for someone from the Shao family? It is plausible. After all, the Shao family is also a prominent clan, deserving of respect. As the crowd murmured and filed into the hotel, Su Wenzong continued to linger at the entrance, occasionally checking his watch, his demeanor growing increasingly impatient. Dad, I believe that fellow is just spouting nonsense. He claims you've injured your left lung and that it's a hidden ailment posing a life-threatening risk. Utterly absurd. You merely have a cold and a lung infection. Let us not wait any longer. Allow me to accompany you to the hospital. Su Yuqi implored her father. Having already waited for half an hour without sight of Chen Ping, Su Yuqi felt he was merely fabricating tales. Moreover, Su Wenzong had never mentioned any injury to his left lung, nor had such a condition ever arisen before. Yuqi, there are matters you do not comprehend. This injury of mine, even in a hospital, cannot be cured. It is a hidden ailment I have borne for over 20 years. I refrained from sharing this with you to spare you from worry. Su Wenzong sighed, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi was left momentarily stunned, anxiously grasping her father's hand. Dad, what on earth is happening? Please don't frighten me. I've already called Dr. Sun. He will be here shortly. Panic surged within her. Since her earliest memories, she had never seen her mother. It had always been Su Wenzong who raised her single-handedly. They were each other's sole support, and if anything were to happen to him, Su Yuqi could hardly fathom how she would navigate life alone. This is a long story, and when time permits, I will explain everything to you, Su Wenzong replied, glancing at his watch once more, then anxiously scanning the distance. When he finally spotted Chen Ping's figure approaching, a wave of excitement washed over Su Wenzong, and he hurried directly towards him. Dear brother, you have finally arrived. Please, come inside, Su Wenzong said, grasping Chen Ping's hand, his heart finally at ease. Since I made a promise to you, I assuredly would come, Chen Ping replied, aware of Su Wenzong's apprehension regarding his reliability. A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Wenzong's face as he managed to smile. Brother, please, do come in. Su Wenzong adopted an unusually humble demeanor, prompting those who entered the hotel to speculate about Chen Ping's identity. Observing the contrast between Chen Ping's upright posture and her father's subservient stance, Su Yuqi was overwhelmed with anger. What is the meaning of this? My father has been waiting for you at the door for over half an hour, and just look at his face. It is evidently growing more troubled by the moment. Are you truly capable of healing him? Initially, Su Yuqi held a degree of respect for Chen Ping, impressed when he managed to stabilize her father's condition. However, as time passed, and Su Wenzong's previously rosy complexion began to fade, her perception shifted, leading her to suspect that Chen Ping was nothing more than a charlatan, perhaps even a scam artist. Yuqi, stop causing trouble and promptly apologize to this young man, Su Wenzong interjected sternly, his expression darkening as he scolded his daughter. I will not apologize to him. Just look at him. He hasn't even fully matured. What kind of divine healer could he possibly be? He is nothing but a fraud. Su Yuqi retorted coldly, her gaze fixed on Chen Ping, convinced that her father's reluctance to seek proper medical care stemmed from this impostor. Seeing Su Yuqi's defiance, Su Wenzong's face flushed with anger, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wenzong attempted to speak, but was interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Dad! Su Yuqi rushed to his side, supporting him. In the midst of the commotion, Su Wenzong coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, leaving Su Yuqi visibly shaken. The sight of her father's blood prompted Chen Ping to furrow his brow. It appeared that Su Wenzong's condition was more dire than he had anticipated. He wondered how Su Wenzong had managed to endure such a severe ailment until now. Quickly, assist your father to a room, Chen Ping instructed the panicked Su Yuqi. However, Su Yuqi stood frozen, her trust in Chen Ping wavering. Noticing her hesitation, Chen Ping's expression hardened. Do you wish to witness your father's demise? He snapped. Startled by Chen Ping's outburst, Su Yuqi finally complied, helping Su Wenzong into a private room within the hotel. Once inside, Chen Ping took Su Wenzong's pulse, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Just as he was about to begin treatment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a bespectacled doctor clad in a white coat. Dr. Sun, please. Come quickly. My father has just coughed up blood. Su Yuqi exclaimed, seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline. What? Step aside, let me see. Dr. Sun responded in alarm, hastily opening his medical kit. Move aside, Su Yuqi urged, pushing Chen Ping aside. She then turned to Dr. Sun, saying, Dr. Sun, my father's condition relies on you. You must save him. At that moment, Su Wenzong was on the brink of unconsciousness, his breath growing faint. Miss Su, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to save him, Dr. Sun assured her. Dr. Sun began to take Su Wenzong's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper as the examination prolonged. Su Yuqi, observing Dr. Sun's demeanor, was filled with anxiety but dared not utter a word. Miss Su, your father has suffered damage to his spleen and lungs. And this insidious ailment, a chronic condition accumulated over time, requires a gradual approach to treatment. However, someone has rashly stimulated your father's immune system. While it may seem effective for the moment, it has exacerbated his condition, putting him in grave danger. Before my intervention, who treated your father? Dr. Sun said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi was instantly consumed with rage, directing her ire towards Chen Ping, who had treated her father earlier. Although her father's condition had improved significantly under Chen Ping's care, she was now appalled that it had led to his current plight. You fraud. If anything happens to my father, I will not spare you, Su Yuqi shouted at Chen Ping, her face flushed with anger. Had she not been occupied supporting Su Wenzong, she might have lunged at him. On what grounds do you accuse me of deceit? What have I swindled from your family? If it weren't for my assistance, your father would likely have been a mere corpse by now. This is utterly ridiculous, Chen Ping retorted disdainfully, finding Su Yuqi's accusations vexatious. How could a young woman hurl accusations of fraud with such venom, devoid of any semblance of femininity? Su Yuqi was incensed. Yet she knew that quarreling with Chen Ping was not the priority. Saving her father was paramount. Dr. Sun, please, I beg you, think of a solution quickly, Su Yuqi pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Dr. Sun opened his medical kit and retrieved a black pill, placing it into Su Wenzong's mouth. He then took out a set of silver needles, carefully inserting them into several acupoints on Su Wenzong's body. What you are doing is not saving him. It's harming him, Chen Ping remarked, observing Dr. Sun's technique with a measured tone. Dr. Sun furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Are you questioning my expertise? Do you possess any knowledge of acupuncture? He continued. Acupuncture is an art of traditional Chinese medicine, not something one masters in just 3 or 5 years. Without a decade or two of rigorous study, one would hardly scratch the surface. Mastery could take a lifetime, and even then, few dare to claim proficiency. Yet, Chen Ping, appearing to be scarcely 20, seemed unlikely to possess any true skill in acupuncture. What nonsense are you spouting? Your presence is unwarranted. Leave at once. Su Yuqi, fearing Chen Ping would disrupt Dr. Sun's treatment, snapped in frustration. Very well, since you insist I depart, I shall wait in the corridor. Within 5 minutes. You will surely be begging for my return, Chen Ping replied, stepping out of the room. Once Chen Ping had left, no one paid him any heed. Dr. Sun proceeded with the acupuncture on Su Wenzong with utmost care, soon becoming drenched in sweat. Finally, after the last needle was inserted, Su Wenzong gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Father, you're awake. Dr. Sun, he is awake. This is wonderful, Su Yuqi exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy and tears glistening in her eyes. She had just been engulfed by a profound fear, terrified that her father might never awaken again. Upon witnessing Su Wenzong stirring, Dr. Sun let out a long breath. Though he himself harbored no great confidence. Just as Su Yuqi and Dr. Sun began to relax, Su Wenzong, who had been awake, suddenly convulsed violently. His expression twisted in agony, gasping for breath, his face turning a deep purple. Dad! Su Yuqi cried out, her voice laced with panic as she turned to Dr. Sunday. What is happening? In that moment, Dr. Sun appeared flustered and at a loss for words. I don't know. How could this happen? How could this happen? Who are you asking? You are the doctor, Su Yuqi shouted, her urgency mounting. As Su Wenzong's convulsions grew weaker, he ultimately fell completely still, his breaths no longer detectable. This escalated Dr. Sun's panic. Should anything happen to Su Wenzong, his own prospects would be dire. Dad, please don't scare me. Don't scare me. Su Yuqi wept. Miss Su, we must take Mr. Su to the hospital. I am out of options, Dr. Sun exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. His decision to transfer Su Wenzong to the hospital stemmed from a desire to evade responsibility. If Su Wenzong were to die in the hospital, It would absolve him of any culpability. Do you think I am foolish? In his current state, can my father even make it to the hospital? Hurry and save him. If you cannot save my father, then you should not live either. Su Yuqi had completely lost her composure, her eyes ablaze with fury. The Su family was the wealthiest in Jiangxing. Dealing with a mere doctor would be a trivial matter. This revelation struck fear into Dr. Sun, yet he felt powerless. In his desperation, he suddenly recalled Chen Ping. Miss Su, that young man who just left might actually have a solution. I believe he possesses some skill. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi remembered Chen Ping. However, she recalled how Dr. Sun had previously looked down upon him. And now he was praising him only to shift the burden onto Chen Ping. If Chen Ping were to begin treatment, even if Su Wenzong were to perish, the blame would rest solely on him. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuqi placed her father on a chair and dashed out of the private room. At that moment, Chen Ping was seated in the corridor, fully aware that Su Yuqi would surely seek him out. Seeing that Chen Ping had not left, Su Yuqi rushed over, only to find herself at a loss for words, unsure even of how to address him. Please save my father, Su Yuqi pleaded. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she implored Chen Ping. Chen Ping slowly raised his gaze to meet hers. But Su Yuqi could not bring herself to look directly into his eyes. Just moments ago, she had berated him, and now she was seeking his help. Do you now believe that I can save your father, that I am not a fraud? Chen Ping inquired. Su Yuqi remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, she did not fully trust Chen Ping. She was merely grasping at straws, hoping against hope. Observing Su Yuqi's demeanor, Chen Ping chuckled lightly, choosing not to press her further. Instead, he rose and made his way toward the private room. Su Yuqi hurriedly followed him inside, where Dr. Sun was pacing anxiously, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Dr. Sun appeared as though he had found a beacon of hope, regardless of whether Chen Ping could cure Su Wenzong. The mere act of his involvement would absolve Dr. Sun of his own responsibilities. Young man, I must admit my earlier shortcomings. I implore you, please save President Su. Dr. Sun earnestly pleaded with Chen Ping. When weighed against the value of his own life, a few humble words seemed trivial. Chen Ping glanced at Su Wenzong and sighed. It appears I must give it my all. After uttering those words, he turned to Dr. Sun and inquired, do you have any silver needles? Yes. They are in the medical kit. Dr. Sun quickly retrieved a packet of silver needles and handed it to Chen Ping. Not enough. Chen Ping shook his head. Not enough? Dr. Sun was taken aback. This packet contains over 30 needles. How could that be insufficient? Typically, the application of a dozen needles in acupuncture was already remarkable. And even the renowned president of the Chinese Medicine Association, Zhou Jiming, could only manage around 20. Thus, having more than 30 needles should suffice. Not enough. I require many more silver needles. Chen Ping insisted. How many do you need? Dr. Sun asked cautiously. 8 specifically. As soon as Chen Ping's words fell, Dr. Sun was momentarily stunned, his entire being frozen in disbelief. After a brief pause, a flicker of terror emerged in Dr. Sun's eyes, yet he uttered no words. Promptly retrieving every silver needle from the medical kit, receiving the needles, Chen Ping laid Su Wenzong's body flat on the ground and began to deftly insert needle after needle into his form. Sweat started to bead on Chen Ping's forehead, and he appeared to be exerting tremendous effort, his clothes becoming drenched. Finally, as the last needle was embedded into Su Wenzong, Chen Ping exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained, and sank to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Su Yuqi remained restless, her eyes fixed on the scene. Though she yearned to inquire about the acupuncture process, she refrained, fearing it would disrupt Chen Ping's concentration. Meanwhile, Dr. Sun stood in utter astonishment, his mouth agape as though he could fit an egg inside. After a prolonged moment, Dr. Sun transitioned from shock to exhilaration, suddenly kneeling before Chen Ping with a thud. This unexpected act startled both Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. Divine healer, I beseech you to take me as your disciple, Dr. Sun proclaimed, bowing his head in reverence. Chen Ping opened his mouth to respond, but realized he possessed no strength left. Su Yuqi, bewildered, gazed at Dr. Sun and asked, Dr. Sun, what has come over you? My father has yet to awaken. She was perplexed. Her father had not regained consciousness, so how could Dr. Sun address Chen Ping as a divine healer? Miss Su, you are unaware that the divine healer has just employed the 9 transformations of Resurrection Needle, a technique capable of reviving even the deceased. President Su will undoubtedly be fine. Dr. Sun explained to Su Yuqi. Is it truly that remarkable? Su Yuqi gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief. If what Dr. Sun had said were true, then Chen Ping could indeed be hailed as a miraculous healer. I can't believe you are familiar with the 9 turns resurrection needle, Chen Ping exclaimed, somewhat astonished. This ancient acupuncture technique had long been lost to time, and he had only learned it from the old dragon head. He could not fathom how Dr. Sun had knowledge of it. Divine Doctor, I am Sun Song, the Vice President of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Hongqing. I once encountered this technique in an ancient text, but I never expected to witness a master wielding it today. Please, allow me to become your disciple, Sun Song implored. Bowing deeply before Chen Ping, Chen Ping found himself at a loss due to Sun Song's actions. At that moment, a few coughs interrupted the scene, and Su Wenzong awakened. Dad! Su Yuqi exclaimed, rushing forward to assist her father, but was halted by Chen Ping's firm grip. Miss Su, you must not move. I need to remove the silver needles from your father first. Chen Ping held Su Yuqi's delicate hand, feeling its warmth and softness, which sent a wave of emotion through him. Su Yuqi seemed to sense the warmth of his hand and blushed, saying, "Thank you for your help." Quickly releasing her hand to compose himself, Chen Ping stood before Su Wenzong, gracefully waving his hands. All 81 silver needles were drawn into his palms. It's done. Chen Ping returned the needles to Sun Song and turned to Su Yuqi. At that moment, Su Yuqi could no longer harbor any doubts about Chen Ping's abilities. After expressing her gratitude, she helped her father to his feet, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Dad, how are you feeling? She asked anxiously. I'm fine, quite well. Su Wenzong replied with a gentle smile. However, upon noticing Sun Song kneeling on the ground, he asked in confusion, what on earth is happening? Su Yuqi recounted how Chen Ping had saved him with the 9 turns resurrection needle. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong was utterly astonished. While he had sensed that Chen Ping possessed considerable medical skill, he had never anticipated such prowess, enough to warrant Sun Song, the vice president of the association, to bow in submission. Young brother, you have saved me for the second time. From now on, you are a great benefactor to the Su family. Whatever you ask of me, I, Su Wenzong, shall not hesitate to fulfill. Su Wenzong declared, visibly moved. Mr. Su, you are too courteous. It was merely a small effort on my part, and besides, your many good deeds have surely brought you this fortune. Chen Ping replied modestly. However, he soon shifted the tone of the conversation. Although I have temporarily preserved your life with the 9 turns resurrection needle, if your illness goes untreated, you may have no more than 3 months to live. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong fell to his knees before Chen Ping, pleading, I beseech you, sir, save my life. I am willing to offer all my wealth. Fearful, he no longer referred to Chen Ping as young brother, but instead addressed him as sir. Genuinely afraid that Chen Ping might choose not to assist him. For the sake of his life, he was ready to relinquish all his family's riches. As the wealthiest man in Hongqing, Su Wenzong's assets were considerable, and now he was willing to give them all to Chen Ping, a sight that would surely evoke envy in anyone who witnessed it. There is no need for such formalities. Mr. Su, since fate has brought us together, I shall undoubtedly assist you. However, I require some rare medicinal herbs, and it is essential for you to procure them. Chen Ping lacks the funds to purchase medicine for Su Wenzong, and the herbs he needs are invaluable, beyond the reach of the ordinary person. Sir, please state your requirements. Su Wenzong promptly nodded, then turned to Su Yuqi and said, Yuqi, quickly prepare paper and pen to take notes. Chen Ping felt uncomfortable with Su Wenzong suddenly addressing him as sir, so he replied, Mr. Su, I am called Chen Ping. You may simply address me by my name. That is out of the question. Mr. Chen is my savior. The Su family shall forever be in his debt. Seeing Su Wenzong's stubbornness, Chen Ping did not insist further and wrote a lengthy list of herbs for Su Yuqi. Mr. Su, the majority of this list consists of the herbs you require, but a small portion is intended for my mother. She is blind, and to restore her sight, certain herbs are necessary. Chen Ping conveyed truthfully to Su Wenzong. Chen Ping's mother, Tang Hongying, had lost her sight due to prolonged weeping, and healing her is not an insurmountable task for him. However, given his current capabilities, gathering the necessary medicinal ingredients poses a challenge, hence he sought the Su family's assistance. Nevertheless, there are 2 items of particular concern. Chen Ping feared the Su family might struggle to procure them. One is a brush imbued with a certain spirit, akin to those used by literary masters over time. Alternatively, brushes crafted from the hair of spiritually attuned animals would suffice. Such brushes are only one part of the equation. Moreover, he requires vermilion. Although vermilion is commonplace, The kind Chen Ping needs must be made from aged small-leaf red sandalwood or old mountain sandalwood, combined with the spiritual brush. With these, he would only need to apply the mixture a few times to Tang Honging's eyes, and she would likely regain her sight. While he included these two items on the list, Chen Ping did not harbor hopes that the Su family would find them, as they are rare and require a discerning eye to identify. Mr. Chen, please feel free to express any needs. I shall not refuse as long as it is within my power. Su Wenzong hastily affirmed. Mr. Chen, what purpose do the brush and vermilion serve? Su Yuqi interjected, puzzled. After all, brushes and vermilion do not seem to be typical medicinal items, and they are readily available on the streets. Yuqi, since Mr. Chen has included them, there must be a reason. Do not speak out of turn. Su Wenzong admonished her with a glare. It is of no consequence. Chen Ping smiled. These two items are indeed for medicinal purposes, yet they are not ordinary brush and vermilion. They must possess a certain spirit. Possess a spirit? Su Yuqi was bewildered. Su Wenzong was equally confused, as they lacked understanding of what it meant to be spiritually imbued. Seeing their confusion, Chen Ping clarified. All things in the world are born and perish, and everything possesses a spirit, even what is perceived as lifeless. For instance, the table and chairs here can possess spirit, but that requires exceptionally stringent conditions and opportunities. For instance, the chair upon which I sit, if I were to practice diligently upon it for years, decades, even centuries, this chair would gradually acquire a spirit of its own. Chen Ping, concerned that the two individuals might not comprehend, chose to explain in a particularly simplistic manner. Oh, I understand, exclaimed Su Yuqi in sudden astonishment. Mr. Chen, you mean akin to a tree in a celestial abode depicted on television, which, over time, can attain sentience and even transform into a human form. Yuqi, do not speak nonsense. Su Wenzong remarked, rendered speechless by Su Yuqi's interpretation. To him, the notion of deities was absurd in this day and age. Miss Su's explanation is indeed accurate. That is precisely the point, Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. In the past, Chen Ping had also been skeptical, yet after 3 years under the tutelage of the old dragon head, he had come to comprehend that this world harbored countless mysteries beyond his understanding. Just like the heart concentration technique imparted to him by the old dragon head, a method of cultivating immortality that, if mastered, could indeed render Chen Ping a celestial being. Su Wenzong chuckled awkwardly, surprised that Su Yuqi had interpreted it correctly. Had it been anyone else discussing spirits and deities, he would have scoffed, yet Chen Ping's words had instigated a flicker of doubt within him. As Chen Ping conversed with Su Wenzong, he did not cast a glance at Sun Song, who was kneeling on the ground. Although Sun Song was not inherently malevolent, he lacked the capacity for responsibility, and Chen Ping had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. Moreover, without the old dragon head's consent, Chen Ping would not casually take on an apprentice. After conversing for about 10 minutes, Chen Ping learned how Su Wenzong had sustained his injuries. It turned out that in his youth, he had been struck by a rival in business. There were no external wounds, and after examination, no issues were detected, so he had paid it little mind. However, it was not long before he began to feel increasingly weak, often experiencing difficulty in breathing, relying on potent tonics to sustain himself until the present. Yet, fearing concern from his family, he had concealed this, explaining why Su Yuqi was unaware of her father's hidden ailment. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping understood that the person who had injured Su Wenzong was undoubtedly a martial artist who had cultivated internal energy, seemingly intent on bringing Su Wenzong to his demise. Fortunately, Su Wenzong's wealth had allowed him to sustain himself with expensive tonics. Otherwise, had he not encountered Chen Ping, he might not have survived. I implore you, Mr. Chen, take me as your disciple. Sun Song pleaded once more from his kneeling position. At this moment, his legs had grown numb, accompanied by a painful sensation, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Chen Ping glanced at Sun Song and said, "You may rise. I do not take on disciples. However, if there are aspects you do not understand, I can offer you guidance." Recognizing Sun Song's sincerity after such a prolonged kneeling, Chen Ping agreed to provide some pointers. But he remained resolute in his decision not to accept him as a disciple. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Sun Song felt a surge of joy and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you." As Sun Song slowly attempted to stand, the numbness and pain in his legs made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his footing. Upon witnessing Sun Song's condition, Chen Ping gently tapped his hand on Sun Song's leg, and the sensations of pain and numbness vanished instantaneously, leaving Sun Song utterly astonished. Mr. Su, I have my parents at home. I must return. Once the medicinal herbs are fully prepared, please do not hesitate to call me. Chen Ping said as he stood up slowly. He felt a twinge of concern for his mother, who was alone at home. Mr. Chen, may I inquire where you currently reside? Su Wenzong asked. I live in the Xingfuli community. Why do you ask? Chen Ping responded, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I happen to have a property that has been lying unused, so I would like to offer it to you, Mr. Chen. That location is particularly suitable for recuperation, and I hope it proves beneficial to you, Su Wenzong said, pulling a set of keys from his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Su. Chen Ping initially intended to decline the offer. His intention in treating Su Wenzong was not to receive anything in return. However, considering his parents' living situation and his own need to earn money for a home, he reluctantly accepted. But upon receiving the keys, Chen Ping was taken aback. They belonged to the Panlong Bay Villa area, the most prestigious community in the entire Hong City, nestled on the only mountain in the city. It boasted picturesque scenery and superb air quality. Those who could reside there were either affluent or of high status, and it was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even in terms of property fees. Mr. Su, this property is far too valuable. You should reconsider, Chen Ping urged, attempting to return the keys. Mr. Chen, please do not refuse. Is my life not worth a house? Su Wenzong replied with a gentle smile. With that, Chen Ping felt he had no choice but to accept. Su Wenzong then handed him a bank card containing 10 million. Realizing he could not refuse, Chen Ping reluctantly tucked the card into his pocket. Just as Chen Ping prepared to take his leave, a commotion erupted downstairs, the noise significantly loud. Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing his expression, Su Wenzong promptly summoned the hotel manager. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? Su Wenzong inquired. Mr. Su, today is the wedding of young Master Xiao from the Xiao family, being held in the banquet hall on the second floor, which is why it is so loud. The manager quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzong relented, acknowledging that his hotel was indeed a business, and a wedding celebration would naturally entail some noise. Mr. Su, I take my leave, Chen Ping said with a slight bow as he exited the private room. As Chen Ping descended the stairs, he encountered Xiao Lei, who was carrying the bride, Geng Shanshan, into the hotel. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Xiao Lei paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Chen Ping, I didn't expect you to actually attend our wedding. Are you here to mooch off the food and drinks? Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Xiao Lei but remained silent, attempting to sidestep and leave. Don't go. Xiao Lei blocked Chen Ping's path, a mocking grin on his face. Come, take a good look at your ex-girlfriend. Isn't she stunning now? Don't you have anything to say to her? Xiao Lei was deliberately trying to embarrass Chen Ping. Liege, let's not pay attention to him. The time is drawing near. Geng Shanshan, nestled in Xiao Lei's arms, did not even glance at Chen Ping as she sweetly addressed Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei, ignore this waste. We cannot delay the timing. You two go ahead to the hall. I will take care of this nuisance. Jia Meili urged Xiao Lei, then turned to Chen Ping. How long do you intend to pursue this? Following us to the hotel. Do you truly believe my daughter would ever look at someone like you? Have you taken a moment to reflect on yourself? Leave at once, and do not cause a scene here. Jia Meili's words were sharp and biting, each one a dagger to the heart. Surrounding relatives whispered amongst themselves, casting derisive glances at Chen Ping, who, at that moment, resembled a mere clown, the subject of their ridicule. One day, you will all kneel at my feet, begging for mercy. Chen Ping suppressed his inner fury, forcefully pushing past the obstructive Xiao Lei and striding towards the exit. Stop him. Xiao Lei furrowed his brow. Whether you wish to attend or not, you will attend. I want you to witness your girlfriend marrying me. As soon as Xiao Lei spoke, several bald men swiftly blocked Chen Ping's path. They had been humiliated in Chen Ping's home previously and now sought their revenge. As Chen Ping regarded the menacing figures before him, he slowly turned back to Xiao Lei. Are you certain you want me to attend your wedding? Indeed. I want you to see it with your own eyes. I want you to understand that you are not worthy to compete against me. Xiao Lei replied with a cold smile. Very well, should I attend, your wedding will not come to fruition, Chen Ping declared, then turned and entered the banquet hall on the second floor, where over 100 tables awaited. Ha ha, I look forward to seeing how you intend to prevent my wedding. Xiao Lei laughed boisterously, utterly unconvinced by Chen Ping's threat. To ensure Chen Ping would not disrupt the festivities, Xiao Lei instructed the bald men. Make sure to keep a close watch on Chen Ping. If he dares to return, seize him immediately. Rest assured, young Master Xiao, I will handle this. The bald man nodded, his eyes glinting with malicious intent, eager for vengeance against Chen Ping. Inside the banquet hall, Chen Ping found a corner to sit. Those fortunate enough to attend the wedding of the Shao family were either wealthy or influential individuals, whereas someone as ordinary as Chen Ping had no rightful place there. Thus, his presence drew curious glances from many guests. A young man dressed plainly stood out in such an opulent setting. However, it did not take long for Chen Ping's identity to circulate among the attendees, and more eyes turned toward him, many filled with mockery, while others bore a hint of sympathy. Yet, Chen Ping remained indifferent to their stares, seated alone in his corner, munching on the dried fruits laid out on the table, his expression devoid of emotion. The bald man, along with a dozen others, stood closely behind Chen Ping, watching him intently. Should he make any sudden move, they would not hesitate to act. Is that not Chen Ping? When did he get out of prison? A voice laced with derision rang out, prompting Chen Ping to lift his gaze. He beheld a flamboyantly dressed woman, her visage heavily adorned with makeup, approaching him, accompanied by a young man. The woman's words immediately captured the attention of the surrounding guests, who initially assumed Chen Ping was merely the ex-boyfriend of the bride, come to bid farewell to his former lover. However, upon learning of Chen Ping's past incarceration, their curiosity in him intensified, as Chen Ping regarded the ostentatiously adorned woman. A flicker of disdain crossed his face. This woman, named Jiang Wenjing, was a former classmate who had once pursued him during their school days. At that time, Chen Ping's father held a stable job, which attracted many suitors. Yet, Chen Ping found no affection for Jiang Wenjing, preferring instead the company of Geng Shanshan, whom he deemed superior in both beauty and character to the vain Jiang. However, it seemed both women were cut from the same cloth, leading Chen Ping to realize he had misjudged their true natures. Chen Ping, why are you silent upon seeing an old classmate? Have you lost your voice? You were quite the prominent figure in school, even serving as the student council president. Imagine how the principal and teachers would react if they learned that their esteemed student has become a convict after graduation, the young man beside Jiang Wenjing interjected. This young man, named Fu Wei, had once been Chen Ping's roommate and a close confidant. However, Fu Wei harbored feelings for Geng Shanshan as well, and upon witnessing her relationship with Chen Ping, he nurtured a grudge against him, attempting to undermine their bond, albeit unsuccessfully. Their friendship had severed post-graduation, and they had not been in contact since. Now, the simultaneous appearance of Jiang Wenjing and Fu Wei suggested they had been invited by Geng Shanshan, as neither possessed the merit to attend otherwise. Chen Ping merely cast a brief glance at the pair before bowing his head, silently sipping his tea, disinterested in their antics. Observing his lowered gaze, Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing swelled with pride, believing Chen Ping to be intimidated by them. Chen Ping, having just emerged from prison, have you yet to secure employment? Would you like me to recommend you for a job cleaning toilets? Though it may be dirty and arduous, at least it would afford you a meal. With your father's job lost, you can hardly rely on him now, Fu Wei remarked, a smug smile gracing his face as he relished the opportunity to belittle Chen Ping. Do not speak such nonsense, Fu Wei. How could the illustrious student council president stoop to cleaning toilets? Surely, he deserves a more respectable occupation, perhaps sweeping the streets? Jiang Wenjing chimed in with a giggle. Their mockery incited laughter from the bald man and the assembled guests. At that moment, Chen Ping slowly raised his head and declared, if you too wish to avoid dire consequences, I suggest you leave this place at once. Chen Ping's expression was indifferent, his tone unperturbed, devoid of any hint of anger. Yet, to Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing, his words sent a shiver down their spines, particularly Jiang Wenjing, who felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being chilled, even daring not to meet Chen Ping's gaze. The scathing remarks she had prepared vanished from her lips in an instant. After a prolonged silence, Fu Wei, seemingly deeply insulted, glared at Chen Ping with a contorted face and bellowed, you, a convict, what gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Your girlfriend has married someone else, and you dare not utter a word, yet you boast to us? You know the Shao family is affluent and powerful, and you choose to vent your frustrations on us. We are not to be trifled with. Jiang Wenjing, regaining her composure, pointed accusingly at Chen Ping, reprimanding him. Do not provoke me. Chen Ping responded, lowering his head once more. Damn it, I dare you to do something. This is the wedding banquet of young Master Shao. Fu Wei cursed angrily, advancing to seize Chen Ping by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Their hostility towards Chen Ping stemmed entirely from their desire to curry favor with Shao Lei, Pleasing him would pave their way to success in the future. As Fu Wei lifted Chen Ping, poised to strike, Chen Ping retaliated with a swift slap. The resounding crack echoed throughout the banquet hall, sending Fu Wei flying, crashing heavily onto a table. The table shattered, plates and teacups clattering to the ground, splintered into pieces. All guests turned their attention towards the commotion, and even the wedding stage where Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan stood became overlooked. Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan instinctively glanced towards the source of the disturbance. "You are courting death." The bald man, witnessing Chen Ping's defiance, erupted with excitement, shouting, "Everyone, go after him. Make sure this kid pays." The bald man found justification for his vendetta. Knowing Chen Ping possessed some skills, he refrained from engaging directly, instead inciting his cadre of over 10 henchmen to swarm Chen Ping. "You dare to disrupt young Master Zhao's wedding? You are seeking death." The group of thugs, armed with clubs, advanced menacingly towards Chen Ping. The guests observed the unfolding scene with shaking heads, fully aware that Chen Ping's fate was sealed. "Kill him! Kill him!" Fu Wei, clutching his face after being struck, stood up and roared with a twisted expression. On the wedding stage, Xiao Lei smirked, revealing a cruel smile. Everyone was reveling in Chen Ping's humiliation. None showed him pity, nor did anyone come to his aid. Facing the onslaught of a dozen attackers, Chen Ping wore a sardonic smile and suddenly stepped forward. With that step, it was as if an earthquake had struck. The entire hall trembled. The henchmen immediately screamed in agony, being flung backward, crashing into nearby tables and chairs, leaving chaos in their wake. At that moment, the guests stood frozen in disbelief. The bald man, surveying his fallen subordinates, felt an icy dread creep up from his feet. At this moment, on one side of the wedding stage, a well-dressed middle-aged man furrowed his brow in concern. This man was Xiao Yan, the head of the Xiao family and the father of the groom, Xiao Lei. Naturally, he had to be present at his son's wedding. He had witnessed Chen Ping effortlessly repel a dozen assailants and recognized the extraordinary prowess exhibited by Chen Ping, for he himself was a martial artist. Meanwhile, on the wedding stage, Xiao Lei's expression darkened with frustration. "Damn it, they are all utterly useless," he roared as he dashed down. His wife, Geng Shanshan, hurriedly followed him. "Layer, do not act rashly." At that moment, Xiao Yan, who had been sitting quietly on the side, rushed forward, fearing for his son's safety. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed as a group of hotel security personnel armed with rubber batons stormed in. The rich hotel had been operating for 5 or 6 years without ever encountering anyone bold enough to cause a ruckus there. It was important to note that this hotel belonged to the Su family, the wealthiest in Hong City. Moreover, this event was the wedding of the Xiao family's young master, whose influence rivaled that of the Su family. At such a critical juncture, who would dare to create trouble? That would be akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. On the third floor, Su Wenzong frowned as he listened to the commotion below. The hotel manager, sweating profusely, hurried to him. "What is happening down there?" Su Wenzong inquired, visibly displeased. "Mr. Su, there are disturbances at the Xiao family's wedding. Someone has been assaulted and property has been damaged," the manager explained hurriedly. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Su Wenzong's face darkened with anger. "What are you all doing? You're utterly useless. Dispatch security immediately and ensure our hotel's reputation remains intact." "They've already been sent," the manager replied. "Then why are you still standing there? Go handle it. Or do you wish to provoke their ire?" Su Wenzong bellowed, causing the manager to scurry away in fear. "Dad, your health is not good. Please do not let this upset you. I will go take a look." Su Yuqi comforted her father and stepped out of the private room. Many matters of the Su family had fallen upon her shoulders, especially since Su Wenzong was unwell, leaving her as his sole daughter to bear the burden. In the wedding hall on the second floor, a group of security personnel surrounded Chen Ping. The hotel manager rushed in, bowing and scraping in front of Xiao Yan. "Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that someone would dare to create chaos at the Xiao family's wedding. I will have them removed immediately. Why are you all still standing there?" Xiao Yan interjected. "To disrupt my son's wedding and disturb my guests cannot be overlooked. If we let them leave unscathed, what will that say about the Xiao family's honor? We must ensure they pay for this affront." The hotel manager was put in a difficult position, knowing that such a demand could lead to future grievances. Sensing the manager's hesitation, Xiao Yan scoffed. "This matter will be handled by the Xiao family. You may leave." "Understood. We shall take our leave at once." The hotel manager nodded eagerly, relieved to have nothing to worry about. "Father, I do not desire his hands or feet. I demand his life. If he dares to disrupt my wedding, he shall pay with his life, Xiao Lei declared, casting a furious glare at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, today you must die. I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me. I warned you that should I attend the wedding, it would not proceed. Yet you did not believe me. Do you now? Chen Ping gazed at Xiao Lei, unperturbed, and replied with a smile, I do not believe you. With a furious punch, Xiao Lei swung at Chen Ping. The sound of a cracking bone echoed as Xiao Lei's arm twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Xiao Lei's lips, the agony overwhelming him. Everyone present was taken aback. Chen Ping had dared to strike Xiao Lei, seemingly courting death. Later, Xiao Yan rushed forward to support his son. Examining the injury and realizing that Xiao Lei's arm was indeed broken, and recovery would take several months. You bastard, how dare you hurt my son? I will see you dead. Initially, Xiao Yan had only intended to teach Chen Ping a lesson, mindful of the impending wedding, but now, his singular thought was to eliminate Chen Ping to preserve his dignity before the many merchants of Hong City. Xiao Yan pulled out his phone, summoning all the bodyguards from his home, each one a skilled fighter he had hired at great expense. They were far superior to the bald thugs who merely followed Xiao Lei around, flattering the wealthy heir. Observing Xiao Yan making the call, Chen Ping remained unperturbed, calmly returning to his tea, an action that thoroughly infuriated Xiao Yan, as it displayed blatant disrespect towards the Xiao family. Father, kill him for me. I want him dead. Xiao Lei, his face twisted in rage, shouted with his broken arm. Rest assured, Lei, I will throw this wretch into the river to feed the fish. Xiao Yan vowed, his heart aching for his son. Aware of Chen Ping's strength, he refrained from immediate action, waiting for his bodyguards to arrive. At that moment, the door to the banquet hall on the second floor swung open, and Su Yuqi hurriedly entered, eager to discover the source of the disturbance. Uncle Xiao, what is happening? She inquired upon entering. This scoundrel dares to cause chaos at my son's wedding and even lays hands on him. I intend to make an example of him right here in your hotel, Xiao Yan said, pointing at Chen Ping, who sat calmly sipping tea. Upon seeing him, Su Yuqi was taken aback, unable to fathom that the troublemaker was none other than Chen Ping, who had not left. Mr. Chen? She asked, her expression filled with confusion. How could it be you? Miss Su, are you surprised? Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Niece Yuqi, do you know this person? Xiao Yan inquired, his brow furrowing. Uncle Xiao, there seems to be a misunderstanding. This Mr. Chen was invited to treat my father's illness. It must be a mistake. Su Yuqi explained. Treat an illness? Xiao Yan's frown deepened. Who are you to speak such nonsense? This fellow is utterly incapable of healing anyone. He was just released from his cell today. What does he know about medicine? I have known him for many years and have never seen him treat a single patient. Surely, you are not deceived by him. Geng Shanshan shouted at Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi's expression instantly turned icy, but upon seeing Geng Shanshan in her wedding gown, she recognized her as the bride of the Xiao family and swallowed her retort. Whether Mr. Chen can heal or not is for me to discern. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean he cannot. Enough already. With his limited skills, I know everything there is to know. We were classmates for 4 years in college, and we dated for several years. Whenever I fell ill, I had to go to the hospital. Once, during a downpour, he even carried me to the hospital. If he could treat illnesses, why would I need to go to the hospital? Geng Shanshan scoffed, her disdain for Chen Ping apparent. In her eyes, he was utterly worthless. Hearing Geng Shanshan's words, Su Yuqi glanced at Chen Ping and appeared to comprehend why he had caused a scene at the wedding. Yuqi, do not concern yourself with this matter. I will summon an expert from abroad for your father's illness. This boy must die today, Xiao Yan declared in an authoritative tone. Having a higher standing than Su Yuqi, he felt no need for politeness. No, you cannot harm Mr. Chen. Su Yuqi interjected, placing herself protectively in front of Chen Ping. She could not bear to see him come to harm, as her father's life depended on his assistance. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Are you forcing my hand, Yuqi? His eyes glinted with menace. As his words fell, dozens of imposing Xiao family bodyguards rushed in. Seeing his guards arrive, Xiao Yan's gaze towards Chen Ping grew even colder. Uncle Xiao, no matter what, I cannot allow you to harm Mr. Chen, Su Yuqi asserted. And at that moment, several hotel security personnel rushed in to shield her. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became tense, with many guests retreating, fearing they might be caught in the fray. Little girl, if it weren't for your father's reputation, I could crush you in an instant. Now step aside immediately. Do you think your puny security can stop me? Xiao Yan's anger was palpable, and he showed no courtesy towards Su Yuqi. As his words echoed, The Xiao family's bodyguards exuded an overwhelming presence that rendered the hotel security pale with fear. Su Yuqi's expression soured, yet she resolutely stood her ground before Chen Ping, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Old Xiao, at your age, is it not a bit excessive to intimidate a child? At that moment, the door to the banquet hall swung open once more, and Su Wenzong entered, a hint of displeasure on his face. Upon seeing Su Wenzong, Xiaoyan smirked coldly. Old Su, you arrived just in time. Take your daughter away. I must eliminate this boy today. Su Wenzong ignored Xiaoyan and turned to Chen Ping, saying, Mr. Chen, I apologize for the distress you've experienced. His obsequious demeanor left everyone astounded. Not to worry. The Xiao family is hardly capable of bringing me down. Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. His words further enraged Xiaoyan. Boy, if I do not kill you today, how can the Xiao family maintain its standing in Hongqing? Upon finishing his words, Xiaoyan turned to his dozens of bodyguards and declared, whoever can eliminate this brat will be rewarded with a bounty of 1 million. The mere mention of such a lucrative reward ignited a fervor among the bodyguards, their eyes gleaming with determination as they eagerly prepared for action. Let us see who dares to make a move, roared Su Wenzong, his voice brimming with authority. Do not forget, this is my territory, this is my hotel. As his words resonated, an additional cohort of security personnel hurriedly arrived, and the elderly steward of the Su family, drenched in sweat, followed closely behind. Sir, I have relayed your instructions. All security from the Su family and its establishments are en route to this location, and our bodyguards will arrive shortly. The steward reported dutifully to Su Wenzong. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Wenzong dismissed the steward with a gesture. Listening intently to the steward's report, Xiaoyan's brow furrowed in concern. Su Wenzong, are you truly willing to engage in a fatal confrontation for the sake of such a minor character? Xiaoyan, if you insist on pursuing Mr. Chen's demise, what difference would a confrontation with your family make? Do you believe I fear you? Su Wenzong retorted, unyielding. The Xiao and Su families were of comparable strength. Should a battle ensue, both would inevitably suffer significant losses. At that moment, the guests sought refuge at a distance, calculating their own interests. If a confrontation were to erupt between the Su and Xiao families, it was undoubtedly the other clans that would reap the benefits. Xiaoyan's face flushed with anger, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Su Wenzong, you are forcing my hand. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. Lord Tiger owes our Xiao family a favor. At the utterance of Lord Tiger, Su Wenzong's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The guests around him trembled at the mention of the name, a chill running down their spines. Lord Tiger, known as Lin Tianhu, was the master of the Brotherhood, reigning as the underground emperor of Hong City. A well-known adage in Hong City states, better to offend the king of hell than to provoke the Brotherhood. This saying alone illustrates the Brotherhood's formidable power in the city. As Su Wenzong's fear became palpable, Xiaoyan erupted into laughter. Su Wenzong, if you withdraw your people now, I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Do not compel me to contact Lord Tiger. The muscles at the corners of Su Wenzong's eyes twitched as uncertainty gripped him. The reputation of Lin Tianhu was far too formidable for the Su family to confront. Mr. Su, allow me to handle my own matters. You should take your leave. Chen Ping interjected, perceiving Su Wenzong's hesitation. With gritted teeth, Su Wenzong replied, Mr. Chen, you saved my life. If you say that, aren't you striking me in the face? If a conflict arises, I shall ensure Yuqi takes you away safely. Regardless of whether it is Lin Tianhu or Xiaoyan, they would not dare to harm me. Father. Su Yuqi clutched her father's sleeve tightly. Yuqi, after you help Mr. Chen escape, proceed to the secret chamber of the Su family. You know the way. Remain there until the storm has passed. Su Wenzong instructed earnestly. Su Wenzong, have you reached a decision? Shall I trouble Lord Tiger? Xiaoyan pressed, sensing Su Wenzong's reluctance to declare himself. Xiaoyan, Mr. Chen, I have made my decision, Su Wenzong declared with unwavering determination. Very well, you have guts, Xiaoyan retorted, gritting his teeth as he promptly dialed Lin Tianhu's number. In truth, Xiaoyan was reluctant to invoke this favor, for it was a matter of life and death for the Xiao family. Years ago, Xiaoyan's father had once allowed Lin Tianhu to take shelter for a night during a storm, and in his youthful days, Lin Tianhu had vowed to repay the Xiao family at any time. Originally, the Xiao family had hoped to reserve this favor for a time of dire need. Yet given the current circumstances, Xiaoyan could not bear the thought of letting Chen Ping live. He felt compelled to act, lest the Xiao family suffer ridicule. Thus, he resolved to summon Lin Tianhu. Shortly after the call was made, a thunderous commotion erupted, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Many onlookers peered through the windows, their expressions turning to shock. A multitude of individuals clad in black suits, wielding machetes, surrounded the entire rich hotel, numbering in the hundreds, each exuding an aura of menace. Witnessing this scene, Su Wenzong felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed Chen Ping was doomed today. With a creaking sound, the banquet hall doors swung open, and insurged over 20 towering figures, each standing at nearly 6 feet tall, their physiques robust and their expressions stern. They formed 2 rows, standing tall and proud, aligned perfectly. "Welcome, Lord Tiger," they proclaimed in unison, their voices echoing so powerfully that the chandeliers trembled. "What a grand display! Truly befitting of Lord Tiger," murmured the crowd. Those soon fell silent, a sense of trepidation settling in. All eyes turned toward the entrance, and soon a man in his late 40s, impeccably attired in a fitted suit and polished leather shoes, entered. His shoes gleamed so brightly they reflected the very shadows around him. This man was none other than Lin Tianhu, the emperor of the underground world in Hongchong and the master of the Brotherhood. "Lord Tiger," Xiaoyan hurriedly approached, a respectful expression gracing his face. "I am quite busy. Who do you intend to kill?" Lin Tianhu inquired bluntly. Xiaoyan pointed at Chen Ping, declaring, "It is him." Lin Tianhu's gaze swept over Chen Ping, who donned ordinary attire and appeared somewhat frail, lacking any remarkable traits. He wondered why Xiaoyan sought his demise. As Lin Tianhu advanced toward Chen Ping, Su Wenzong and Su Ichi positioned themselves protectively in front of him, trembling at the approaching figure. "Step aside," Lin Tianhu commanded, his brow furrowing at the sight of the Su father and daughter blocking his path. With just those 2 words, an overwhelming force emanated from Lin Tianhu, causing Su Wenzong and Su Ichi to struggle for breath under the pressure. Seeing this, Chen Ping placed his hands on the shoulders of the Su duo, saying, "Mr. Su. Miss Su, please step back. I will handle my own affairs." With that, he gently pushed them aside, stepping forward to face Lin Tianhu directly. "Lord Tiger, do not kill him instantly. Make it a slow and torturous end," Xiao Lei shouted eagerly upon Lin Tianhu's arrival. "Are you instructing me on how to execute my duties?" Lin Tianhu furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Xiao Lei. That single look nearly caused Xiao Lei to lose control of himself, prompting him to retreat repeatedly while stammering, "I dare not. I dare not. How dare you speak to Lord Hu in such a manner?" Xiaoyan stepped forward and gave Xiao Lei a sharp slap, then plastered a smile on his face, saying, "Lord Hu, my son is ignorant. I hope you will not take offense. Xiaoyan, let me make it clear. I, Lin Tianhu, owe your Xiao family a favor, but I am not your subordinate. I hope you comprehend that." Lin Tianhu replied coldly, "Understood, understood. Lord Hu is a distinguished guest of our Xiao family. How could he be a servant?" Xiaoyan, drenched in cold sweat from fear, shot a fierce glare at his son. Xiao Lei, already nursing a painful arm, had just been slapped by Xiao Yan and now kept his head down, not daring to utter a word. Noticing Xiao Yan's attitude was somewhat acceptable, Lin Tianhu shifted his gaze back to Chen Ping. "Lord Hu, Mr. Chen acted in haste. The bride was Mr. Chen's girlfriend, who was taken away by Xiao Lei. Hence Mr. Chen harbors some resentment." Su Wenzong hurriedly stepped forward, his face a mask of servility as he explained to Lin Tianhu. "Oh," Lin Tianhu nodded, finally grasping the situation. This seemingly ordinary individual dared to disrupt the Xiao family's wedding because his girlfriend had been snatched away. However, Lin Tianhu soon realized something. Abruptly pausing to address Su Wenzong, "What did you call him?" Su Wenzong, the wealthiest man in Hongcheng, could not possibly refer to a mere 20-something youth as Mr. Without reason. "Mr. Chen," Su Wenzong replied, looking bewildered. However, he quickly understood Lin Tianhu's implication and elaborated, "Mr. Chen saved my life, so I must protect him at all costs today." At this moment, Lin Tianhu comprehended the entirety of the matter. Although it seemed trivial, the rivalry between the Su and Xiao families made it significant, which was why the Xiao family had sought him out. Such a trivial affair. And look at how your families have escalated it. You are both prominent figures in Hongcheng. Be mindful of your influence. Since that young man caused a disturbance at the wedding and struck a member of the Xiao family, he cannot be easily dismissed. However, his crime does not warrant death. Instead, let him publicly sever an arm and apologize, acknowledging his mistake before leaving. Lin Tianhu admonished both Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan, neither of whom dared to refute him. To attain his status as the underground emperor of Hongcheng, Lin Tianhu relied not solely on brute strength, but also on intellect. This minor issue could have easily resulted in Chen Ping's disappearance, but that would offend the Su family, although he was unafraid of them. The cost-benefit analysis made such a course unworthy. The Xiao family merely sought to save face. Allowing Chen Ping to publicly apologize while sacrificing an arm would provide the Xiao family with dignity and allow Xiao Lei to vent his frustration. In this way, the Xiao family would regain face, the Su family would not be offended, and Lin Tianhu would achieve a harmonious resolution. Do you both agree with my suggestion? Lin Tianhu inquired again, noticing that Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan remained silent. He did not address Chen Ping, for in his eyes, Chen Ping was merely a pawn to be moved as he saw fit. All according to Lord Hu's will. Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan dared not contradict him. Is this not sufficient? Why make such a grand spectacle, as if the matter were of grave importance? Lin Tianhu chuckled softly, then turned his gaze toward Chen Ping, saying, "Young man, you have caused a ruckus at someone else's wedding, assaulted their son, and now you sever an arm to apologize, after which we shall let you go. Otherwise, I fear you may find it impossible to leave here today." Chen Ping glanced at the smug Xiao Lei, who seemed eager for him to self-mutilate and then offer an apology. "They are unworthy," Chen Ping calmly uttered 4 words. Suddenly, the entire assembly fell silent. For in Hong City, no one had ever dared to defy the will of the Tiger Lord. Yet today, this seemingly ordinary Chen Ping exhibited an utter lack of regard. Lin Tianhu's expression darkened, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Beside him, Xiao Lei was nearly in fits of laughter, internally urging, "Finish him off. Finish him off. Mr. Chen, you must apologize to the Tiger Lord." Su Yuqi urgently tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. "Young man, do you dare to oppose the Tiger Lord? You seek death." One of Lin Tianhu's subordinates roared, launching a fist toward Chen Ping. "Tiger Lord, I apologize on behalf of Mr. Chen." Su Wenzong, witnessing the imminent attack, was thrown into a panic. However, he dared not let his own subordinates retaliate. Even if he risked his life, his mere dozens of security personnel stood no chance against the hundreds of Lin Tianhu's men. The outcome would be the same, only dragging the Su family down with them. Lin Tianhu remained silent, ignoring Su Wenzong entirely and refraining from intervening with his subordinates' actions. It was crucial to note that Lin Tianhu's men towered over Chen Ping, their muscles bulging with strength. A single blow would likely leave Chen Ping either dead or severely incapacitated. Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan watched Chen Ping with mocking smiles, eagerly anticipating his impending misfortune. Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing also awaited the spectacle, particularly Fu Wei, who had just been slapped away by Chen Ping and was still nursing the pain. He longed to see Chen Ping utterly humiliated. However, as Lin Tianhu's subordinate's fist approached Chen Ping, he simply reached out, grasping the massive fist as if it were a mere child's toy. No matter how fiercely Lin Tianhu's man struggled, he found himself unable to budge an inch. At that moment, the crowd was rendered speechless, and even Lin Tianhu cast a lingering glance at Chen Ping, astonished. Yet upon closer inspection, Lin Tianhu's scalp felt as if it might burst. He noticed the ancient bronze ring adorning Chen Ping's hand, inscribed with a symbol of authority, the Tianlong Order. Those who bear the Tianlong Order are the leaders of the Tianlong Hall. Lin Tianhu was momentarily stunned, then bellowed, "Get back! Who permitted you to strike?" With that, he kicked his subordinate away with a single powerful motion. "Mr. Chen, my subordinate was ignorant. I sincerely apologize." Lin Tianhu quickly followed suit, bowing to Chen Ping. He could hardly fathom that in the unassuming Hong City, the esteemed leader of the Tianlong Hall had graced them with his presence. The Tianlong Hall is known as the most enigmatic organization in the world. A mere stomp from its members could send tremors throughout the globe. The Gathering Hall of Lin Tianhu is affiliated with the Heavenly Dragon Hall, which comprises a total of 13 branches throughout the vast lands of the Great Xia. The Gathering Hall is merely one of these branches, and in the absence of the Hall Master's summons, each branch operates independently and must conceal their identities. Therefore, in this particular setting, Lin Tianhu could only refer to Chen Ping as Mr. Chen. Witnessing Lin Tianhu's abrupt change in demeanor towards Chen Ping left everyone bewildered, as they struggled to comprehend the sudden shift. Even Chen Ping himself felt a hint of confusion. "You don't need to apologize?" Chen Ping inquired, tentatively observing Lin Tianhu. How could I dare? I would never presume to ask Mr. Chen for an apology. If you have any requests, please feel free to articulate them. Lin Tianhu hastily shook his head, terrified at the very thought of demanding an apology from the master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. I have stated before that if I attend this wedding, it shall not proceed, Chen Ping remarked with a calm demeanor. Lin Tianhu nodded in acknowledgement before turning to announce loudly, today's wedding is cancelled, everyone disperse. Master Hu. Xiao Yin was taken aback, directing a concerned gaze towards Lin Tianhu. Should the wedding be cancelled, the Xiao family would become a laughingstock throughout Hong City. Clear the venue. Lin Tianhu paid no heed to Xiao Yan's protest, and immediately, hundreds of subordinates surged in. The guests, frightened, fled in every direction. Those who had intended to witness Chen Ping's embarrassment, such as Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing, were also hastily ejected. At that moment, Xiao Yan's expression was one of utter dismay, while Xiao Lei glared at Chen Ping with a countenance twisted in hatred, wishing he could devour him. The Xiao family had suffered a significant loss of face today. How could they ever show their faces again? Chen Ping, you wretched toad. Even if Shan Shan's wedding does not take place today, do not delude yourself into thinking you will find a wife. With your character, that will forever remain a distant dream. Jia Meili shouted furiously at Chen Ping. Their family had finally managed to climb the social ladder by allying with the Xiao family. And now, due to Chen Ping's interference, the wedding had been thwarted, driving Jia Meili to the brink of fury. Do you think you can stop me from marrying Xiao Lei? Dream on. I have severed all ties with you, so cease your entanglements. Geng Shanshan glared at Chen Ping, her eyes devoid of any sentiment other than hatred. Entangle you. Chen Ping chuckled coldly. If I recall correctly, it was you who insisted I attend. I clearly stated that should I come to the wedding, it would not take place. You. Geng Shanshan gritted her teeth, staring daggers at him. Shanshan, ignore him. This toad is deliberately trying to provoke you. Just look at his sycophantic demeanor. He is nothing but a convict waiting to die alone. Jia Meili tugged at Geng Shanshan, spewing venomous curses towards Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, if you do not mind, may I have the honor of being your girlfriend? Just as Jia Meili was cursing Chen Ping to a life of solitude, Su Yuqi stepped forward earnestly to address Chen Ping. In that instant, Chen Ping stood frozen, utterly taken aback by Su Yuqi's public declaration. It was astonishing that she, the young lady of the Su family and future matriarch, would make such a bold statement. Upon hearing Su Yuqi's words, Geng Shanshan and Jia Meili's faces turned an ashen hue, for it was a blatant affront to their pride, especially Jia Meili, who had just disparaged Chen Ping, calling him a toad destined to remain alone, only to be countered by the declaration of affection from the esteemed young lady of the Su family. Geng Shanshan clenched her fists tightly, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had insisted that Chen Ping should not pursue her, yet here he was, suddenly receiving a confession from the daughter of the Su family. In comparison to the illustrious Su lady, what was she, Geng Shanshan? Miss Su, may I ponder your proposal for a couple of days? I am not yet prepared. Chen Ping replied with a grateful smile directed at Su Yuqi. He understood that her words were a means to extricate him from his predicament, a way to humiliate Geng Shanshan and her mother. The fact that a young lady would sacrifice her reputation to assist him filled Chen Ping with immense gratitude. Mr. Chen, I shall strive to earn your acceptance, Su Yuqi responded with a gentle smile. As the members of the Xiao family and the Geng family departed, Xiao Yin cast a glance at Chen Ping that was laden with animosity, indicating that he would not relent easily. Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi were then escorted out by Lin Tianhu's men, leaving the grand banquet hall with only Chen Ping and the members of the Gathering of Heroes. Come what may, I am ready, Chen Ping thought, aware that Lin Tianhu's sudden move to clear the hall signified further intentions. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he uttered those words, Lin Tianhu suddenly knelt before him, followed by hundreds from the Gathering of Heroes, all bowing in unison. This unexpected display left Chen Ping speechless, bewildered by Lin Tianhu's actions. Subordinate Lin Tianhu of the Gathering of Heroes pays respects to the Hall Master. They all chanted in chorus, startling Chen Ping, who was unaware of his own status as a Hall Master. Surely you have mistaken me for someone else? I am not a Hall Master, he quickly protested, shaking his head vigorously. The bearer of the Heavenly Dragon token is recognized as the Hall Master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, and there can be no error, Lin Tianhu asserted. With that singular proclamation, the memory struck Chen Ping like a thunderbolt. During his time in prison, the old dragon head had often proclaimed himself the Hall Master of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, and had bestowed upon him this very ring. It appeared that this ring was the reason Lin Tianhu had identified him as the Home Master. Are you implying that my possession of this ring is the reason? Chen Ping inquired, removing the ring and holding it toward Lin Tianhu. Indeed, this is the Heavenly Dragon token. According to the ancestral decree of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, the wearer is the Home Master. Lin Tianhu replied, gazing reverently at the ring in Chen Ping's hand. Please, rise, Chen Ping said, feeling uneasy with Lin Tianhu and the others still kneeling, and gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Home Master. Lin Tianhu and the rest of the gathering of heroes promptly stood up. I must clarify that I am not a Home Master. This ring was given to me by another, and you have mistaken your man. Chen Ping explained earnestly. We recognize only the Heavenly Dragon token, not the individual. Since it is in your possession, you are our Home Master. Lin Tianhu replied with utmost respect. Chen Ping was at a loss for words. Realizing that the old dragon head had intentionally passed the position of the Home Master to him. Are you also members of the Heavenly Dragon Hall? Chen Ping inquired. Indeed. The Heavenly Dragon Hall comprises 13 branches. Our Brotherhood Hall is merely one of them. However, I am not well acquainted with the brothers from the other branches, and we seldom interact unless summoned by the Home Master. We must not expose ourselves lightly, Lin Tianhu elucidated. After hearing this, Chen Ping was astounded. A single Brotherhood Hall could shake the very foundations of Hong City. If there were 13 such branches, the power of the Heavenly Dragon Hall was indeed formidable. Hall Master, aside from the 13 branches in Daxia, we also have sub-branches across the globe. However, due to my low rank, I lack access to specific information, Lin Tianhu concluded. Chen Ping was even more astonished. The existence of sub-branches worldwide was utterly remarkable. He found it hard to comprehend how the disheveled old dragon head could be such an influential figure. At that moment, Chen Ping found himself somewhat looking forward to the 15th day of July, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Dragon Hall then. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Ping waved his hand, saying, You may all return. If there is anything else, I shall summon you. Understood. Lin Tianhu responded with a slight bow. As Lin Tianhu departed with his companions, Chen Ping remained still, his mind racing, struggling to accept the sudden weight of his new identity. Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of the rich hotel, Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi had not left. Instead, they found themselves in the managerial office on the top floor, a property of the Su family, granting them the freedom to roam as they pleased. Yuqi, were you serious in your conversation with Mr. Chen just now? Su Wenzong asked, regarding Su Yuqi with a curious gaze. What conversation? Su Yuqi feigned ignorance, acting as if she were unaware. Do not pretend. A father knows his daughter well. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Su Wenzong replied with a gentle smile. Father, I merely intervened to assist Mr. Chen. We have only just met. How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? Su Yuqi shot her father a glance, though her cheeks betrayed a hint of blush. Mr. Chen is indeed a decent person. He is quite handsome and possesses remarkable medical skills, though I am uncertain about his other qualities. Su Wenzong held a favorable impression of Chen Ping. However, merely possessing medical expertise would not suffice for one to become a son-in-law of the Su family. After all, Su Wenzong had only one daughter, and the vast family business would eventually be entrusted to Su Yuqi, necessitating a partner capable of assisting her in managing the company. Father, please do not overthink it. Su Yuqi turned her head away, choosing to ignore Su Wenzong. In truth, Su Yuqi had developed quite an affection for Chen Ping, especially after he had pushed her aside to step forward when facing Lin Tianhu, which had instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security. President Su. Lin Tianhu and his men have departed, and Mr. Chen has left as well, the hotel manager announced as he entered the office. Understood, Su Yuqi replied. Su Wenzong nodded and then addressed Su Yuqi. Yuqi, you must hasten in acquiring the medicinal herbs that Mr. Chen requires. Furthermore, arrange for someone to discreetly protect him. I suspect the Xiao family will not let this matter rest easily. Understood. Su Yuqi affirmed with a nod as she went about her preparations. Chen Ping departed from the affluent hotel and headed straight home, realizing it was already noon and his mother was likely awaiting his return. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by a table laden with an array of dishes, his parents eagerly anticipating his arrival. Is that you, Chen Ping? Tang Hongying inquired hastily upon hearing the door open. Yes, it's me, Chen Ping replied, quickly stepping forward to support Tang Hongying. You silly boy. You just got home and have already been out for half the day. Your father has prepared the meal, just waiting for you to eat. Tang Hongying chided him, though her face was alight with a smile. Mom, I had some matters to attend to, Chen Ping explained, then turned to see his father, Chen Baohua, emerging from the kitchen. The once robust man now bore a crown of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, clearly showing the toll of time. You're back, Chen Baohua said, his eyes revealing a flicker of excitement. Yet he strove to maintain his composure, merely asking Chen Ping in a subdued tone, "How was your day?" Chen Ping nodded, his eyes misting over. His father, once a proud civil servant in a tailored suit, now appeared aged beyond his years in just 3 short years, lacking the vigor he once exuded. Come, eat before it cools, Chen Baohua said, placing a bowl of rice before Chen Ping. It was well known that Chen Baohua was strict in his parenting and rarely served Chen Ping, let alone entered the kitchen. However, circumstances had changed, demonstrating how environment can indeed shape one's reality. As the family dined in silence, Chen Baohua remained quiet, and Chen Ping felt a persistent sense of trepidation around his father. While Tang Hongying busily chatted away, Chen Ping, you're back. It's important to find a good job and perhaps a girlfriend. Although we are currently struggling, you and your father can work hard together and things will improve. Your father can save a bit from street sweeping, and I will have your aunt introduce you to someone. We wouldn't mind a second marriage. Once you are married and have children, everything will be better. And don't pursue that Gung Shanshan anymore. She is now the young mistress of the Shao family, and we cannot afford to provoke them. Remember this, do not act foolishly again. If you get into trouble once more, I truly fear for my life. Tang Hongying continued her stream of admonitions, and Chen Ping could only nod in agreement. After the meal, Chen Ping took the initiative to clear the dishes while Chen Baohua changed into his sanitation worker's uniform to prepare for work. Father, you needn't sweep the streets anymore. Now that I am back, let me handle things at home, Chen Ping declared, pulling out a set of keys. A friend has lent me a vacant house. Let us tidy it up and move. This place is far too dilapidated and the environment is unsuitable. I want to take you both to live in Panlong Bay. But I cannot speak the truth outright. I can only say it's a friend's offer. As for the 10 million yuan bank card, Chen Ping dared not reveal its existence to his parents, for he could not possibly explain the origins of such wealth. Would he tell them that after 3 years in prison, he had cultivated celestial arts and ascended to the position of the Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Hall? Surely, they would consider him deranged and confine him to a lunatic asylum. Where is your friend's house? Tang Hongying inquired with curiosity. In Panlong Bay, Chen Ping replied, striving to maintain his composure. What? Both Tang Hongying and Chen Baohua exclaimed in unison. It is well known that Panlong Bay is the most expensive residential area in Hong City, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Even if Chen Baohua retained his job and worked for 100 years, he could scarcely afford a home there. What kind of friend do you have who owns a house in Panlong Bay and is willing to lend it to you? Chen Baohua questioned Chen Ping with a stern expression. Just a friend of mine, Chen Ping replied vaguely. Humph. Chen Baohua scoffed. Do you think your mother and I are fools? You expect us to believe such nonsense? How could you possibly have such a friend, let alone someone willing to lend you a house in Panlong Bay? You might not have learned anything useful in prison, but you certainly mastered the art of boasting. Focus on finding a stable job and stop daydreaming. With that, Chen Baohua donned his work uniform and prepared to leave, skeptical that Chen Ping could secure a residence in Panlong Bay. Dad, how can you say I'm boasting when you haven't even seen it yet? Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge me just once? Today, I will take you both to move in, Chen Ping shouted. Throughout his life, Chen Baohua had never praised him, even when Chen Ping excelled in his studies and became the president of the student council at university. He still did not receive his father's approval, perhaps a reflection of Chen Baohua's parenting style. All right. Tang Hongying hurriedly interjected, old man. You really ought to be more encouraging. The child has just returned. Can't you say something nice? After reproaching Chen Baohua, she turned to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, I believe what you say. Take me to Panlong Bay. I have never been there. Mom, I'll go hail a taxi right away and tidy up the house. Chen Ping responded, heading towards the door. As he passed Chen Baohua, he whispered, Dad, I'm not lying. You'll see when you come with me. After Chen Ping left, Chen Baohua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately removed his work uniform. At Panlong Bay Villa District, security guards stood tall and proud. Serving as a guard here was a matter of great prestige, as one could not enter without connections. A taxi came to a smooth halt at the entrance, prompting a guard to rush forward and intercept it. What brings you here? The guard asked, puzzled. Having worked as a guard for 3 years, he had never encountered anyone arriving by taxi to Panlong Bay. Those who resided here were typically wealthy merchants, with multiple cars and several drivers at their disposal. "We are the owners here." Chen Ping alighted from the passenger seat and courteously addressed the security guard. "Are you a resident?" The guard scrutinized Chen Ping, then glanced at his parents seated in the taxi. With a sudden derisive laugh, he retorted, "I've encountered many like you. If you wish to tour Panlong Bay, you can stroll about outside. Entry is prohibited." The guard's implication was unmistakable. He doubted Chen Ping's status as a resident. Judging by Chen Ping's attire and the appearance of his parents, they hardly resembled individuals who could afford a home in Panlong Bay. Given the area's picturesque scenery, numerous people feigned homeownership to gain access for a leisurely visit, and this guard had evidently categorized Chen Ping as one of those imposters. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ping asserted, "I truly am a resident here. I possess the key to my residence." As he spoke, he produced the key, a gift from Su Wenzong, adorned with the exquisite golden emblem of Panlong Bay, unmistakably authentic. Upon receiving the key and examining it, the guard's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Chen Ping anew. "Where did you acquire this key?" "It belongs to the villa atop Panlong Bay, the most expensive one, purchased by Master Su." "How could it possibly be in your possession?" Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not realized that the villa bestowed upon him by Su Wenzong was the priciest in Panlong Bay. What an extravagant gift. "This is a present from Mr. Su," Chen Ping replied earnestly. "Nonsense. I suspect you either stole it or found it. It could not possibly have been gifted to you." The guard barked, raising his voice. He gestured, and 4 or 5 other security personnel converged upon them. "Keep an eye on them. I will make a call." With that, the initial guard hurriedly departed, clutching the car key. Seeing this, Chen Baohua quickly urged Tang Hongying to exit the taxi, while the startled taxi driver hastily unloaded their belongings and sped away. "Chen Ping, what is going on? What happened?" Tang Hongying, unable to comprehend the situation, inquired with concern. "Mom, it's nothing. We'll be inside shortly. It's just a routine check." "The security here at Panlong Bay is quite strict," Chen Ping reassured her. "Of course. This is the finest villa district in Hong City. I can even smell the fragrance of flowers here," Tang Hongying exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Chen Baohua, however, glared at Chen Ping with evident anger. They had been halted and surrounded by security, clearly indicating that something was amiss. He utterly doubted that Chen Ping had a friend who would lend him a villa in Panlong Bay. At that moment, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of them. "Oh, isn't that Chen Ping? What brings you and your family here, laden with so many belongings? Surely you aren't moving to Panlong Bay?" The door swung open, and Fu Wei emerged from the passenger seat, wearing a mocking expression as he regarded Chen Ping. Following him, Geng Shanshan and Zhang Wenjing also exited the vehicle. The trio exchanged sardonic glances with Chen Ping's family, having come to Panlong Bay for a leisurely visit. Primarily motivated by Geng Shanshan's desire to flaunt the wedding home that Xiao Lei had purchased in the area. At that moment, the scene unfolded perfectly. 3 individuals had gathered to observe the commotion. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at them, but chose to ignore their presence. "What is happening?" Jiang Shanshan inquired of a security guard. The guard, intimidated by Jiang Shanshan's glamorous attire and her driving a Mercedes, spoke softly, "Miss. These individuals claim to be owners of villas in Panlong Bay and even produced keys to the properties. Our captain suspects they either found or stole those keys. Hence the verification." Upon hearing the guard's words, Jiang Shanshan and her companions erupted into laughter, gasping for breath. "Ha ha ha. Chen Ping, you truly are a character. To claim ownership of a villa merely because you possess a key. Are you foolish, or do you consider others to be fools?" Fu Wei laughed mockingly, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Do you have any idea how much these villas cost? Can you afford one? With your father sweeping the streets, it would take him a century to buy a villa here." Jiang Wenjing added, unable to suppress her laughter. "Quickly, get rid of these people, especially this one. He is a convict, just released today. If he gets inside, it will tarnish the reputation of our community." Jiang Shanshan pointed at Chen Ping. The security guards, upon hearing this, grew anxious and drew their batons. If Chen Ping truly was a recently released convict, the homeowners would undoubtedly be displeased, and the guards would face dire consequences. "Chen Ping, why don't you take your blind mother and your street-sweeping father and scram? Do you really need the guards to take action before you leave?" Fu Wei sneered, his face a mask of contempt as he regarded Chen Ping. "What did you say?" Chen Ping's fists clenched tightly upon hearing Fu Wei insult his parents. "Oh, are you going to hit me?" Fu Wei, unafraid, chuckled as he approached Chen Ping. I know you learned a thing or two in prison, but do you have any idea where you are? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Believe me, I can send you back there." With an arrogant demeanor, Fu Wei shoved Chen Ping roughly. "Chen Ping, let us go, please," Tang Hongying pleaded, grasping his arm. She feared that he might provoke further trouble, knowing he had just been released and already had a criminal record. If he were to be sent back for fighting, she could not bear the thought of living with that burden. At that moment, Chun Bao's face turned pale with rage as he glared at Chen Ping, saying, "Hurry up and gather your things. We must leave. You're embarrassing us." Chen Bao began to pack up, preparing to carry their belongings home, utterly ashamed. "Ha ha. Hurry up and leave. If I see you again, I will certainly repay you for this slap." Fu Wei spat venomously at Chen Ping. "Enough. Let us get in the car. Engaging with such people is beneath us." Jiang Shanshan shouted to Fu Wei. The three then entered their vehicle and drove directly into the Panlong Bay Villa area. "Mom, just wait a moment. This villa truly belongs to a friend of mine," Chen Ping urged Tang Hongying, trying to calm her. "Wait for what? To be humiliated and thrown out?" Chen Bao bellowed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping opened his mouth, intending to retort and engage in a heated argument with his father. However, gazing at his father's head of white hair, the words lingered on his lips before he swallowed them back. At that moment, the security captain, clutching a set of keys, hurriedly returned. Upon seeing Chen Ping, he immediately donned a sycophantic expression, exclaiming, "Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize for our mistake. It is truly regrettable. We shall escort you right away." After speaking, the captain bellowed at the security personnel wielding batons, "Put down those batons, fetch the car, and take Mr. Chun and his family inside." The guards, flustered, nodded and hurriedly fetched a vehicle, loading their belongings before driving Chen Ping's family into Panlong Bay. Inside the car, Chen Bao's expression shifted repeatedly. He desired to converse with Chen Ping, yet was at a loss for words. "Chen Ping, I never anticipated this to be true. What kind of friends do you have to borrow such a villa?" Tang Hongying, seated in the car, inhaled the fragrant blossoms of the Panlong Bay estate, overwhelmed with exhilaration. "Mom, if the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to this friend of mine." Understanding Tang Hongying's curiosity, Chen Ping planned to find an occasion for Su Yuqi to meet his parents at a villa nestled halfway up the hill of Panlong Bay. Geng Shanshan's car came to a halt, and all three alighted. "Shanshan, you are truly fortunate. This villa is magnificent, and the scenery is breathtaking. If I possessed a house like this, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life." Jiang Wenjing gazed at the villa before her, her eyes brimming with envy. What of it? The villas in Panlong Bay only increase in value as one ascends. The most expensive is that villa at the summit. I wonder which magnate purchased it. Geng Shanshan remarked, her gaze drifting toward the mountaintop. At that moment, a car drove past them, its window rolled down, revealing Chen Ping's face, which bore a sardonic smile as he regarded Geng Shanshan and her companions. "Chen Ping, isn't that him in the car?" Fu Wei was the first to spot Chen Ping, exclaiming loudly. Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing soon followed suit, noticing the cold smirk on Chen Ping's face, which ignited Geng Shanshan's fury. "How did that guy get in here? Are these security guards utterly useless?" she shouted in anger. "Could it be that he is indeed the owner? Did you not see that he was escorted by security?" Jiang Wenjing pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. "They are still driving uphill. Could it be that their villa is situated above?" Fu Wei observed, gazing as the vehicle ascended higher. "Impossible. Chen Ping could never afford a property here. I am fully aware of his family's situation," Geng Shanshan vehemently denied, convinced that Chen Ping could not possess the means to buy a house in such an affluent area. What if it was a gift from the Su family? "I recall Mr. Su mentioning that Chen Ping saved his life," Jiang Wenjing thoughtfully analyzed. "It is plausible." Fu Wei nodded in agreement. "This fellow seems to have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck to have saved Mr. Su. Otherwise, today at the luxury hotel, Chen Ping would have undoubtedly met his end." Geng Shanshan clenched her teeth and then opened the car door, declaring, "Let us follow them and see." Geng Shanshan was determined to ascertain whether Chen Ping truly owned a residence in Panlong Bay. Her Mercedes trailed behind, observing as Chen Ping's vehicle ascended towards the mountain summit. Could it be that Chen Ping's abode was the most extravagant house perched at the pinnacle? Jiang Wenjing, gazing at the advancing vehicle, expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? That house at the summit must be worth at least 100 million. Even if the Chen family were to sell everything, they could never afford it. And even if it were a gift from the Su family, It's inconceivable they would be so generous as to bestow a house of that value. Fu Wei harbored his doubts. Yet, before long, the vehicle indeed reached the mountaintop, while Geng Shanshan's Mercedes was halted. "Excuse me, miss, you cannot proceed any further as the area above is private property," a security guard stated, blocking Geng Shanshan's path. Chen Ping had already noticed Geng Shanshan trailing behind. Upon seeing them stopped, a cold smirk crept across his face. Upon reaching the summit, they were enveloped in ethereal mist, the scene resembling a celestial paradise. Chen Baohua and Chen Ping were utterly astonished by the breathtaking view, while Tang Hongying, though unable to see, reveled in the fresh air, her face brimming with delight. Several security personnel helped transfer Chen Ping's belongings into the house, and after the head of security apologized once more, he departed. "Mom, from now on, you and Dad will reside here. The air is exceptionally clean, perfect for your health," Chen Ping said, taking Tang Hongying's hand as they entered the villa. Chen Baohua stepped inside, utterly astounded by the opulence he had never encountered in his lifetime. At that moment, he opened his mouth, intending to apologize to Chen Ping for his earlier misunderstanding, yet despite his efforts, the words remained unspoken. After a brief tour of the house, Chen Ping remarked, "Dad, Mom, let me show you around outside so you can familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, lest you get lost later." All right, just explain everything to your mother. Although she cannot see, she can certainly feel." Tang Hongying laughed, her face adorned with wrinkles. "Mom, don't worry, I will ensure your eyesight is restored," Chen Ping assured as he led his parents out of the villa to admire the splendid scenery atop the mountain. As he introduced the surroundings to Tang Hongying, he savored the refreshing essence of nature, infused with spiritual energy. It is essential to note that Chen Ping's cultivation required such energy, which here was markedly denser than below, greatly aiding his practice. "What a truly splendid place for cultivation," Chen Ping mused. "What did you say?" Tang Hongying inquired. "Oh, nothing. I merely remarked that this is indeed a wonderful place for retirement," Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile. As they retraced their steps, they noticed that Geng Shanshan and her companions had not yet departed. Upon seeing Chen Ping, all three turned their attention towards him. Chen Ping regarded Geng Shanshan and the others with a disdainful smirk, separated by a gate that symbolized the stark contrast between their statuses. He looked down upon the trio, his gaze filled with contempt. Geng Shanshan gazed at Chen Ping, her teeth grinding in frustration, unable to comprehend how he had become the master of the villa atop the mountain. "Chen Ping, you truly have a remarkable friend, willing to lend you such an exquisite villa. We must invite this friend for a meal when time permits," Tang Hongying remarked, entirely oblivious to Geng Shanshan's presence. "Sure." Chen Ping nodded in agreement. "Damn, so it's borrowed. I thought it belonged to him." Geng Shanshan's heart lightened considerably upon hearing this revelation. "I inquired among friends, and this villa belongs to the Su family. It seems Chen Ping is merely flaunting borrowed grandeur," Fu Wei stated as he glanced at his phone. "This fellow saved Su Wenzong's life. It appears he intends to feast off the Su family for a lifetime, even borrowing a villa for show." Jiang Wenjing scoffed. The three of them regarded Chen Ping with disdain, their previous feelings of inferiority vanishing. "Even if the villa is borrowed, it still surpasses your circumstances. If you have the capability, come join me," Chen Ping retorted, gesturing defiantly at the trio. "Chen Ping, do not get too complacent. I do not believe the Su family will protect you indefinitely." Geng Shanshan spat vehemently before turning away. They detested looking up at Chen Ping in such a manner. "Chen Ping, you should sever any ties with Geng Shanshan. Women like her are treacherous serpents. Anyone who gets too close will surely be bitten," Tang Hongying advised after hearing Geng Shanshan's voice. "All right, I understand. Let us continue exploring," Chen Ping said as he guided Tang Hongying onward, while Chen Baohua followed behind with his hands clasped behind his back. After a tiring excursion, they returned to the villa to rest, just as a red Porsche pulled up at the entrance. Upon seeing the vehicle, Chen Ping was taken aback to find Su Yuqi had arrived. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" he inquired, surprised. "Stop calling me Miss Su. I have a name. Just call me Yuqi," Su Yuqi replied. "I heard from the security that there were suspicions of you stealing the keys, and they detained you. I came over to clear up any misunderstandings." Feeling grateful that Su Yuqi had come for this reason, Chen Ping reassured her, "It's nothing. The misunderstanding has been resolved. However, I do require your assistance with something." "What is it? Speak freely." Su Yuqi nodded. "I need to tell my parents that this house is borrowed. Since you're here, could you help me by saying that the villa is lent by you?" There are many matters I prefer my parents not to know, Chen Ping whispered. That is quite manageable. Su Yuqi smiled slightly and began to walk towards the villa. Just as she took a couple of steps, she suddenly turned back to Chen Ping, asking, "So, does this count as meeting the parents?" Chen Ping was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned into silence. "I was just joking. Look how you reacted." Su Yuqi laughed and entered the villa. Chen Ping followed with a wry smile, his heart fluttering at the thought of her earlier words regarding meeting the parents. He is merely an ordinary individual, while Su Yuqi embodies the distinguished daughter of the Su family. The disparity in their social standings is striking, which instills a sense of trepidation in Chen Ping. "Father, mother, this is the friend I mentioned who lent me the house, Su Yuqi." Upon entering the villa, Chen Ping introduced her to Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying. Upon realizing that the house belonged to her, Tang Hongying and Chen Baohua, who had been seated on the sofa, hastily rose to their feet. "Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I came in such haste that I did not bring any gifts for you," Su Yuqi said graciously. "Miss Su, you are too kind. The fact that you have lent such a splendid house to our Chen Ping leaves us utterly speechless. Without your generosity, we might never have the opportunity to reside in such a magnificent place." Tang Hongying expressed with humble gratitude, nudging Chen Baohua beside her. "Old man, quickly pour tea for Miss Su." "Oh," Chen Baohua nodded vigorously. He had been momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Ping had such a beautiful friend. Judging by Su Yuqi's attire and demeanor, it was evident she hailed from a prominent family, likely an affluent household. Otherwise, she would not afford a villa in Longyong Bay. Had he known that Su Yuqi was the daughter of Hongqing's wealthiest man, Su Wenzong, he would have been utterly astounded. "Uncle, there's no need to fuss. I can manage it myself." Su Yuqi promptly stepped forward to pour herself a cup of tea, then served Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying a cup of red date tea each. This was Su Yuqi's home, and she was well aware of where everything was kept. "Uncle, aunt, this is red date tea. It has a subtle sweetness and is quite effective for lowering blood pressure and cholesterol, making it suitable for you seniors." Su Yuqi placed the tea in front of Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying. "Miss Su, you are overly gracious. Though I may be unable to see, I can discern from your voice that you are an exceptionally beautiful and kind-hearted person. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry you must have accumulated a lifetime of blessings," Tang Hongying remarked, laden with implication. Regardless of Su Yuqi's identity, the mere fact that she would lend such a valuable villa to Chen Ping indicated that she held no disdain for him and perhaps even harbored fond feelings. Otherwise, who would lend such a luxurious residence to an ordinary friend? Thus, Tang Hongying contemplated how to extract more insight from Su Yuqi regarding her sentiments. "Aunt, I am not as wonderful as you say. In fact, I can be quite temperamental. Chen Ping has often complained about my temperament and has even raised his voice at me." Su Yuqi, perceptive to Tang Hongying's insinuations, smiled faintly and spoke half-jokingly. "Is that so?" Tang Hongying paused in surprise, then gestured for Su Yuqi to sit beside her. "Actually, my Chen Ping is generally quite honest, though he can be stubborn at times, just like his father. If he dares to raise his voice at you again, please inform me, and I shall give him a sound reprimand." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi erupted into laughter. "Stubborn like a mule?" She chuckled, glancing at Chen Ping, whose face turned crimson with embarrassment. "Mother, please refrain from making baseless remarks. She is busy and has no time to chat." Chen Ping intended to let Su Yuqi depart. Otherwise, one could only speculate what further remarks Tang Hongying might utter. "Nevertheless, I enjoy engaging in conversation with aunt." To everyone's surprise, Su Yuqi actually took a seat beside Tang Hongying. This caused Tang Hongying to beam with delight as she clasped Su Yuqi's hand, and the two engaged in conversation for over 2 hours, only parting when night fell. "Chen Ping, Miss Su is truly remarkable. One can tell from her discourse that she hails from a distinguished family, yet she carries herself with such humility. You must make an effort," Tang Hongying remarked after Su Yuqi's departure. "Mom, we are merely friends," Chen Ping replied with a sense of helplessness. "Chen Ping, I find Miss Su quite admirable as well. Heed your mother's advice and strive diligently. Your father has an impeccable judgment when it comes to people." Chen Baohua interjected. It is worth noting that Chen Baohua rarely shared such sentiments with Chen Ping, indicating that he genuinely regarded Su Yuqi favorably and encouraged Chen Ping in this instance. "Enough of this. Let me be," Chen Ping exclaimed, feeling exasperated as he retreated to his bedroom. Upon entering his room, Chen Ping did not immediately lie down to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged, gently closing his eyes. With a focused intent, he activated his cultivation technique, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge toward him like a tidal wave. For the past 3 years, Chen Ping had diligently practiced without a single day of rest, adhering to the old dragon leader's demands. Now that he had been released from prison, although the old leader no longer had authority over him, Chen Ping remained resolute in his commitment to continue his practice. Soon, the spiritual energy from the mountaintop, in sync with Chen Ping's breathing, gradually infused his body, forming a small vortex of energy around him, which he then absorbed. Currently, Chen Ping was only at the Qi training stage, so the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb was limited. Even if he inhaled a substantial quantity, his body could not expend it all at once. He needed to progress gradually to enhance his strength. Time flew by, and as the sun began to rise over the horizon, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The spiritual energy here was far more abundant and pure than that within the confines of the prison, and he felt no trace of fatigue after his cultivation session. Chen Ping, breakfast is ready. Tang Hongying's voice called from outside, prompting him to stretch his limbs before stepping out. Breakfast, prepared by Chun Baohua, was lavish. And following Su Yuqi's visit the previous day, Chun Baohua's demeanor toward Chen Ping had noticeably softened, with a smile adorning his face, shedding his previous sternness. After breakfast, Tang Hongying suggested that Chun Baohua accompany her on a stroll, while Chen Ping decided to descend the mountain to explore an antique market. Hoping to find a brush imbued with spiritual essence and vermilion, he yearned to heal his mother's ailment and restore her sight. Meanwhile, at the villa on the hillside, Geng Shanshan, Fu Wei, and Jiang Wenjing had chosen to stay overnight. Geng Shanshan, seething with anger as she recalled the disruption of her wedding by Chen Ping, found it intolerable that he was now residing right above her. Fu Wei, when will the friends you mentioned arrive? Geng Shanshan inquired of Fu Wei. Soon. My friends are all skilled fighters. One of them can easily handle Chen Ping, and they are all men of honor. Fu Wei, aware that Geng Shanshan was feeling frustrated, had called upon a few friends to deal with Chen Ping and also to avenge his own grievances. That's good to hear. I refuse to believe that Chen Ping will stay hidden forever, nor can the Su family protect him for a lifetime. Geng Shanshan clenched her teeth, saying, that scoundrel disrupted Brother Lei's wedding by breaking his arm. He truly deserves to suffer. After expressing her fury, Geng Shanshan turned to Fu Wei and declared, I must visit Brother Lei in the hospital. The matter with Chen Ping is in your hands. Once you succeed, you shall receive a generous reward. No problem. Await my good news. Fu Wei nodded with enthusiasm. As Chen Ping descended the mountain, he was abruptly confronted by 4 or 5 individuals. Chen Ping, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. You've finally come down. Fu Wei sneered at Chen Ping. Behind Fu Wei, several men brandished clubs, exuding a menacing aura. What do you want from me? Chen Ping coldly regarded Fu Wei, replying, if it's a fight, your group is hardly a match for me. I took down a dozen of the Xiao family's men yesterday. Do you think a few of you can challenge me? Ha ha ha, Chen Ping. You seem unaware of the caliber of those I've brought today, to speak so arrogantly. When you find yourself on your knees begging for mercy, you will understand. Fu Wei laughed heartily, dismissing Chen Ping entirely. He had witnessed how easily Chen Ping had dispatched the unruly crew of bald men the previous day. They were mere thugs with no real strength. However, today was different. The individuals he had gathered were seasoned fighters, adept at taking on multiple opponents. More than enough to handle Chen Ping. Seems that slap didn't teach you a lesson. I should have broken your limbs back then to spare you from leaping before me. Chen Ping shot a glance at Fu Wei. Damn it. You dare to mention yesterday's incident? If I don't make you kneel and beg for mercy today, I shall not bear the name Fu. Fu Wei declared. Turning to his companions, brothers, make this brat kneel and plead for mercy. A reward of 100,000 awaits you. Whether you earn it depends on your performance. At the mention of the hefty reward, the eyes of the men sparkled with eagerness. Rest assured, if you want him to cry, he won't be allowed to smile. If you say kneel, he won't be permitted to stand. With a weakling like him, I could make him wail with just one kick. The group regarded Chen Ping with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. That 100,000 is from Geng Shanshan, isn't it? Chen Ping asked Fu Wei. Indeed. I'm not afraid to tell you. Do you still dare to cause her trouble? After you assaulted the young master of the Xiao family, they will not let you off easily. I'm merely giving you a taste of what is to come. Fu Wei nodded without hesitation. Well then, it seems I truly should not have held back. Chen Ping, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged his shoulders, and then suddenly delivered a fierce kick towards Fu Wei. With a resounding thud, Fu Wei's body was propelled backward. The expressions of the few individuals who had previously worn disdainful looks instantly froze, unable to believe the scene before them. One must realize that to kick someone away like that requires considerable strength. It appears that Chen Ping truly possesses remarkable abilities. Coughing violently, Fu Wei fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then he roared with a ferocious intensity, "Kill him! Kill him!" 4 or 5 men exchanged glances, recalling the hefty reward of 100,000 yuan for their efforts, and they gritted their teeth, charging forward. These individuals, indeed, had undergone training and displayed a remarkable synergy in their coordination. With a cold laugh, Chen Ping met their advance head-on. In less than half a minute, these fighters, whom Fu Wei had summoned, lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, their faces contorted in pain. At this moment, Fu Wei was rendered speechless, swallowing hard. His expression one of utter disbelief. He could hardly fathom what experiences had transformed Chen Ping into such a formidable opponent during his 3 years in prison. It was noteworthy that the men he had recruited were all from martial arts schools and had some renown on the streets, yet they were effortlessly subdued by Chen Ping. "Are you still going to kill me?" Chen Ping taunted, slowly approaching the incapacitated Fu Wei. What do you intend to do?" Fu Wei stammered in terror, retreating continuously. This was all Gung Shanshan's idea. However, before he could finish, Chen Ping stomped down hard on Fu Wei's arm. Fu Wei let out a piercing scream, and an excruciating pain surged through his entire arm. His arm was broken. "Do not ever use Gung Shanshan against me again. I shall not easily let her or that Xiao Lei go," Chen Ping declared, turning on his heel and ignoring Fu Wei's anguished cries. Hongqing Antique Street. This is regarded as the largest antique market in Jiangbei, where numerous enthusiasts come to hunt for treasures. The streets are lined with stalls displaying an array of gold, silver, jade artifacts, copper coins, calligraphy, paintings, and an eclectic assortment of items. Here, one can find almost anything. But discerning the authenticity of the goods relies solely on one's own expertise. Even seasoned experts can be caught off guard in this place, where the skill in counterfeiting is incredibly advanced. Everything is a mix of genuine and fake. Whether one can unearth a treasure depends on their skill and a touch of luck. Chen Ping had never visited such a place before, and as he gazed upon the dazzling array of items, curiosity began to stir within him. Observing Chen Ping's demeanor, many stall owners displayed expressions of delight, recognizing him as a naive newcomer, an easy target for deception. "Little brother, what are you looking for? I have everything here, and I guarantee it's all genuine," exclaimed a greasy, overweight stall owner, grabbing Chen Ping's arm with an enthusiastic smile. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "Let me tell you, all of these items were excavated from the ground and boast a history of over 1,000 years. If you manage to purchase one, the price will surely double." Chen Ping cast a glance at the vendor's modest stall, which spanned merely 2 meters and displayed a scattered assortment of a dozen items, all appearing quite antiquated. Some bronze artifacts were even riddled with verdigris. Noticing Chen Ping's gaze lingering on his wares, the rotund vendor became increasingly enthusiastic. "Young man, feel free to choose whatever you like. I urgently need to part with these items due to a family illness, otherwise, I wouldn't be selling them." However, Chen Ping paid no heed to the vendor's chatter. Instead, he crouched down and picked up a rusted iron piece, examining it intently. Among the lifeless items before him, this unassuming piece radiated a faint aura of vitality. "Ah, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a guard's waist token from the Qing dynasty. Though it has succumbed to rust after being submerged underground, nonetheless, it is a relic of the imperial palace. If you fancy it, I can let it go for 10,000. The vendor, seeing Chen Ping inspecting the iron piece, promptly launched into an enthusiastic pitch. What a foolish man, thinking he could profit from such a rusty trinket. This naive young man, clearly unaware, was ripe for deception, and it seemed he would soon fall victim to the vendor's schemes. The surrounding merchants whispered among themselves, casting envious glances at the rotund vendor. Yet, there was indeed something remarkable about this item. Chen Ping nodded, feeling the aura within the iron piece intensifying. The vendor, sensing the sale, smirked subtly before adopting a serious demeanor. "Of course, these are all fine items. I would never deceive you. If it weren't for my family's illness, I wouldn't part with it for 10,000. This is my treasured possession." As he spoke, the vendor's eyes turned red, and tears began to well up. Observing the vendor's poor performance, Chen Ping could not suppress a cold chuckle within himself. 10,000 it is. I'll transfer the money. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, ready to make the payment. The vendor, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and handed over the QR code. You are indeed a straightforward person. But I must clarify, this item is non-refundable. Don't come back to me for returns. Rest assured, once purchased, I shall not seek a refund. If it turns out poorly, I shall accept my misfortune. Chen Ping replied with a smile as he transferred the 10,000 to the vendor. The sound of the transaction being completed brought a grin to the vendor's face. By now, several onlookers had witnessed Chen Ping's extravagant purchase of the rusted iron piece, and they began to murmur amongst themselves, pointing and laughing. A young man like him, attempting to hunt for treasures in an antique market, was clearly destined to be taken advantage of. Unperturbed by the gossip or the vendor's triumphant laughter, Chen Ping held the rusted iron piece, applying a slight pressure. The rust began to flake off. With a soft crack, the iron piece split open in his grip, and the gap widened further. How remarkable! This young man possesses considerable strength. Did he spend 10,000 merely to test his grip? Observing his attire, one would hardly associate him with affluence. Having just acquired the item, he managed to damage it. Such extravagance! The onlookers were astounded. Even the rotund vendor gazed intently at Chen Ping, eager to discern his intentions. Before long, the iron lump shattered, and a brilliant light emanated from within. A jade stone, no larger than a thumb, yet resplendently translucent and vividly green, emerged from its confines. Chen Ping retrieved the jade, discarding the rusted shell. The ethereal energy had emanated from this very stone. Imperial green. It was indeed imperial green. He struck gold. Truly, he had struck gold. Did this young man possess foreknowledge of the treasure within? The crowd was left in disbelief, while the plump vendor's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. Chen Ping examined the jade, then tucked it into his pocket, contemplating crafting a jade pendant for his mother, one that would ward off the chill and dispel malevolence, nourishing her health. Just as Chen Ping was about to leave with the jade in his pocket, the corpulent vendor abruptly blocked his path. Young man, let us negotiate. Sell me that stone. The vendor implored with a beaming smile. Not for sale, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head as he attempted to bypass the vendor. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's refusal and determination to depart, the vendor's demeanor shifted, his jovial expression replaced by one of menace. Young man, have you made a mistake? That jade belongs to me. How can you simply walk away with it? Yours? Chen Ping was taken aback. I just purchased it. How can it be yours? There are so many witnesses. I sold you only that iron lump on the ground. I certainly did not sell you the jade. You may take the iron, but the jade remains, the vendor proclaimed, and in an instant, 5 or 6 burly men surged out from the back of the stall, each wearing a threatening countenance. This young man was clearly too naive. Knowing there was something valuable inside, he should have waited until he got home to unveil it. To do so here was merely inviting trouble. Alas, his fortune seemed to slip away. That imperial green was worth at least 1 million, perhaps even more. The surrounding crowd expressed their sympathy for Chen Ping, yet none stepped forward to advocate on his behalf. As he surveyed the imposing figures before him, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. You are nothing but a black market operation, brazenly resorting to theft. Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the jade, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, you shall not escape. The vendor had completely shed his facade, revealing his true nature. Rumors had long circulated about the antique street being rife with corruption and deceit. It appeared those rumors held truth. Today, Chen Ping would see what transpired when he refused to relinquish the jade. With a cold smile, Chen Ping displayed no fear. His words had offended the entire antique street, provoking numerous vendors to shout in outrage, urging the portly vendor to take action and teach Chen Ping a lesson. You are courting death. With that, the vendor swung a punch towards Chen Ping. The gust of wind whistled, clearly demonstrating that the vendor had some training. Otherwise, such speed and force would be unattainable. One could hardly blame him. Without some skill, who would dare to run a shop and deceive others in this domain? Chen Ping let out a cold snort and swiftly struck, his hand landing a resounding slap on the plump vendor's greasy face, causing the man to spin around several times before finally coming to a halt. One side of his face swelled up, and with his already rotund features, he now resembled a pig's head. Get him! Finish him off! Bellowed the enraged vendor. Several burly men charged towards Chen Ping, roaring in fury. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Chen Ping dispatched them all with deft kicks, sending them sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The previously boisterous vendors now closed their mouths, with some even sneaking away, realizing they had encountered someone formidable today. After a moment of shock, the vendor's face contorted with rage. You dare to cause trouble in the antique street? Do you know who rules here? This is the territory of the Brotherhood, protected by Lord Tiger. You might as well be waiting for your demise. He knew that merely uttering the name of the Brotherhood would instill fear, even in the most formidable of figures. The Brotherhood? Chen Ping replied with a chilling smile. What if I were to say that I fear them not? What could you possibly do? Who wouldn't fear the Brotherhood? As soon as Chen Ping's words fell, a sharp voice cut through the air, and the crowd quickly parted to make way for a man with a scar running down the left side of his face. Flanked by a dozen men, each exuding a menacing aura, fear was palpable among the vendors and onlookers upon seeing these newcomers. The plump vendor, seeing the man, quickly crawled over. Brother Scar, this kid is causing a ruckus and has stolen the jade I was to present to Lord Tiger. It's imperial green, his favorite. The vendor's skill in shifting allegiances was truly remarkable. Imperial green? Brother Scar's eyes lit up. Kid, show me the jade. Are you one of Lin Tianhu's people? Chen Ping turned to Brother Scar and inquired. Is that name one you can utter without consequence? How dare you invoke Lord Tiger's name? The plump vendor sprang up, pointing at Chen Ping. This is Brother Scar, the foremost enforcer of Lord Tiger. He oversees the order in the antique street. Ignoring the vendor, Chen Ping turned to Brother Scar, revealing his ring. Do you recognize this ring? Brother Scar scrutinized it closely, sneering, a mere copper trinket. What is so special about it? Hand over the jade now, and I might overlook your disrespect towards Lord Tiger. Chen Ping produced the jade, its emerald hue shimmering alluringly, causing Brother Scar's eyes to glimmer with desire. Quickly hand it over. Brother Scar beckoned eagerly. Chen Ping toyed with the jade, speaking nonchalantly. Since you don't recognize my ring, let Lin Tianhu come. If he wishes for this jade, I shall gladly offer it to him. What did you say? Brother Scar seethed with anger. Do you think you can just meet Lord Tiger whenever you wish? Who do you think you are? Unaware of the peril they face. It seems one must compel me to take action. If you remain silent, I shall make the call myself. Chen Ping retrieved his phone. Do you have Lord Hu's number? The scar-faced man frowned. It is essential to recognize that Lin Tianhu is no ordinary individual, not just anyone possesses his contact information. Now, with Chen Ping revealing he has Lin Tianhu's number, it is evident he is no common person. 139322, Chen Ping stated, directly providing Lin Tianhu's number, and gazed at the scar-faced man, inquiring, shall you call, or shall I? The scar-faced man hesitated momentarily, then slowly took out his phone and dialed Lin Tianhu's number. He was uncertain of Chen Ping's identity, but dared not allow him to make the call himself. Soon, the call connected, and Lin Tianhu's somewhat languid voice resonated on the other end, clearly indicating he had not yet risen at this hour. Lord Hu, there is someone causing a disturbance in the antique street, claiming to know you, and asked me to call you. The scar-faced man spoke cautiously. Who is it? What is their name? Lin Tianhu inquired. I do not know their name, but they wear a copper ring adorned with a dragon and appear to have a token as well, asking if I recognize them. The scar-faced man replied. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhu sprang from his bed in alarm. Scar-faced, I tell you, ensure you treat this person with utmost respect. If you dare to displease them, I will annihilate your entire family. Remember this. Lin Tianhu concluded and abruptly hung up, hastily dressing before heading towards the antique street. The scar-faced man, listening to the busy tone on the line, felt his complexion pale. Having followed Lin Tianhu for over a decade, he had never witnessed such panic from him. After ending the call, the scar-faced man turned to Chen Ping, trembling like a leaf. Brother Scar, this fellow is merely spouting nonsense. How could Lord Hu possibly know such a brash youth? He is trying to deceive you. Quickly, reclaim the jade. The plump stall owner remained oblivious to the scar-faced man's agitation, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ping. Smack. No sooner had the words left his lips than the scar-faced man delivered a fierce slap to the plump stall owner. You insolent fool, what nonsense are you uttering? Clearly, you are the one engaging in coercive sales. Do not think I am unaware. I see you do not wish to remain here. Stunned by the slap, the plump stall owner was left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, some astute individuals began to perceive the situation, realizing that Chen Ping must possess formidable backing. Sir, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Please, take a moment to rest. Our Lord who will arrive shortly, the scar-faced man said, his demeanor now obsequious towards Chen Ping. He did not recognize Chen Ping, unaware that he was the leader of their Tianlong Hall. In fact, many members of the Brotherhood were oblivious to their affiliation with Tianlong Hall. Such information was closely guarded, known only to a select few within the inner circle. Upon hearing that Lin Tianhu was on his way, Chen Ping decided to wait. Blindly searching would prove futile in locating the spirit brush and vermilion. Since Lin Tianhu had jurisdiction over the antique street, he would undoubtedly be well acquainted with its treasures. Thus, Chen Ping resolved to consult with Lin Tianhu. Why are you not hastening to fetch a chair for the sir? The scar-faced man kicked the plump stall owner with force. Oh. The plump vendor was taken aback and hurriedly fetched a chair from within, urging Chen Ping to take a seat. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the sound of screeching brakes broke the air as Lin Tianhu flung open the car door and dashed over. Upon seeing Lin Tianhu arrive, the crowd averted their gazes, each person hesitant to meet his eyes. Lin Tianhu approached Chen Ping, panting, and said, Mr. Chen, should you visit the antique street, please notify me in advance so that I may accompany you. I am quite familiar with this area. I am merely browsing, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Lin Tianhu turned to the scarred-faced man and inquired, what on earth happened? The scarred man, uncertain himself, recounted the events as he understood them. Lin Tianhu, not one to be easily fooled, quickly deduced the situation. Damn it! Using my name to swindle and deceive here is utterly intolerable. He cursed vehemently. Smash the stall, break this scoundrel's limbs, and toss him out. He shall never set foot in the antique street again. Upon hearing this, the plump vendor was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in terror. Master Hu, please spare me, he pleaded, but his supplications fell on deaf ears. Soon, his cries of despair echoed as he was carried away. The crowd, pale and shaken, particularly those vendors who had just shouted at Chen Ping, were in such fear that some even soiled themselves. Scarred face, send these people away, what is there to see? Lin Tianhu commanded. Get lost, all of you. If anyone dares to engage in strong-arm tactics again, this shall be your fate. The scarred man bellowed, sending everyone fleeing in fright. Mr. Chen, might I inquire what kind of items you favor? There is little of value here, merely trinkets. The truly exquisite pieces lie deeper within, Lin Tianhu remarked to Chen Ping. I seek a spirit brush and cinnabar. I wonder if you possess them here, Chen Ping inquired of Lin Tianhu. Lin Tianhu paused, perplexed by the mention of a spirit brush, and thought that cinnabar was plentiful everywhere. However, he refrained from asking further and respectfully replied, Mr. Chen, allow me to escort you to a few antique shops. You may discover what you seek. I am not well versed in this trade myself. Very well, lead the way. Chen Ping nodded. Lin Tianhu took the lead, and the owners of the antique shops displayed their prized possessions, yet none caught Chen Ping's discerning eye. Lin Tianhu found himself in a quandary. Mr. Chen, the antique street is rather limited, and nearly all the fine items are here. It is astonishing that we have yet to find what you desire. Shall I send my associates to search elsewhere? That won't be necessary. Such items are serendipitous finds. Even if you were to encounter them, it would be futile without expertise. Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no number of searches would yield results. Indeed, Lin Tianhu nodded in agreement. You may resume your duties. I should take my leave. With nothing further to keep him, Chen Ping prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Tianhu seemed to recall something, calling out to Chen Ping, Mr. Chen, please wait. Is there something else? Chen Ping inquired. Mr. Chen, it has just occurred to me that there is a place where you may find the items you seek. After Lin Tianhu finished speaking, he instructed someone to bring the car and invited Chen Ping to get in. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Tianhu began to introduce the destination, an estate owned by Gu Wentian, a retired high-ranking official from the provincial government. After his retirement, Gu Wentian built this residence in a picturesque area of Hangzhou, where he now enjoys his twilight years. However, Gu Wentian harbors a particular passion for collecting antiques. His estate is filled with relics, many of which were sourced from abroad, making the antique street pale in comparison to Gu Wentian's collection. Chen Ping was astonished to discover that such a prominent figure was residing in the seemingly ordinary Hangzhou. Had it not been for the 3 years he spent learning from the old dragon head, the otherwise ordinary Chen Ping would never have encountered such illustrious individuals. Shortly, the car came to a halt at an estate rich in historical charm. A servant hurried over, whispered a few words to Lin Tianhu, and then returned to the residence. Before long, an elderly man with a white beard and a cane emerged. Upon seeing Lin Tianhu, he laughed heartily and said, "It is indeed a rare honor for you to grace us with your presence, Master Hu. Old Gu, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Hu or Lin Tianhu. I dare not claim the title of master in your presence," Lin Tianhu replied, stepping forward with a face full of courtesy. Although Gu Wentian had retired, his influence remained substantial, and Lin Tianhu knew better than to offend him. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Wentian turned his gaze to Chen Ping, scrutinizing him before asking, "Master Hu, this young man seems somewhat unfamiliar." "Oh, this is Mr. Chen. I brought him here to pay a visit to you, hoping you will not take offense," Lin Tianhu explained hastily. Hearing Lin Tianhu address the barely 20-year-old Chen Ping as Mr. sparked a fleeting surprise in Gu Wentian's eyes, quickly masked by composure. "Please, both of you, come inside." Gu Wentian gestured with a slight nod towards Chen Ping, acknowledging him. He assumed that a young man of such standing, referred to as Mr. by Lin Tianhu, must hail from a wealthy and influential family, deserving of such respect, not merely due to personal merit. As Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping entered Gu Wentian's estate, Chen Ping was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of spiritual energy. Towering trees, thick enough to be embraced, cast shadows over large areas of sunlight within the courtyard. As they ventured further, the landscape unfolded with rockeries, flowing water, and elegant pavilions, each exuding a profound antiquity. "These ancient trees must be quite old," Chen Ping remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity about the impressive specimens. "Indeed, Mr. Chen, these trees have stood for hundreds of years. It is precisely because of these trees that old Gu chose to establish his estate here," Lin Tianhu clarified. Chen Ping nodded slightly, beginning to comprehend why a high-ranking official like Gu Wentian would select this modest Hongcheng as his retirement sanctuary. The area indeed radiated abundant spiritual energy, making it a fitting place for one to spend their later years. Prolonged residence here, nourished by such ethereal vitality, would surely rejuvenate the body and spirit. After traversing a corridor, Gu Wentian led Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping into a grand hall, adorned with an array of antique furniture, each piece boasting a history of over a century. In the center of the hall stood a magnificent dragon chair, intricately carved with 9 majestic dragons. Upon the chair rested a golden yellow cushion, suggesting it was often occupied. Chen Ping regarded the dragon chair with a slight frown, his expression taking on a peculiar demeanor. "Please, take a seat." Gu Wentian gestured casually before himself, settling into the dragon chair. Once Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping were seated, Gu Wentian instructed a servant to pour tea. "Master Hu, it is rare for you to visit without purpose. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask." Gu Wentian was well aware that Lin Tianhu's visit must have a significant motive. Lin Tianhu glanced at Chen Ping, who spoke up. "We are aware of your passion for collecting, so we wish to inquire if you possess any spiritual brushes, the ancient writing instruments once wielded by great literary figures, as well as cinnabar made from animal blood." "Spiritual brushes?" Gu Wentian furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Of course, we would not seek your treasures without compensation. Should you have such items, I, Lin Tianhu, will not contest the price you deem fit." Lin Tianhu hurriedly reassured Gu Wentian to alleviate any concerns. "Master Hu, you need not say such things," Gu Wentian replied with a faint smile. "If I possessed them, I would not mind gifting them to you. Money holds little significance for me." Indeed, you view wealth with disdain." Lin Tianhu nodded vigorously. "Brushes are inherently consumable items, so preserving one that has been used is nearly impossible. As for the cinnabar made from animal blood, I have never even heard of it." Gu Wentian shook his head. "However, you might find such items in a Taoist temple. After all, these priests require brushes for talisman drawing and exorcism, and their brushes may indeed possess some spiritual essence." Upon hearing Gu Wentian's words, Chen Ping felt a surge of joy. He had almost forgotten about this avenue. The brushes used by priests for exorcism undoubtedly carried spiritual qualities, and the cinnabar they used could be sought directly at the temple, eliminating the need to scour the antique street. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Chen Ping rose and bowed respectfully to Gu Wentian. "Ha, there is no need for such courtesy. I merely mentioned it in passing." Gu Wentian laughed heartily. "May I inquire about the origin of the dragon chair you sit upon?" Chen Ping asked. "What? Have you discerned its extraordinary nature?" Gu Wentian's face displayed a hint of pride. This dragon chair was acquired at great expense from abroad. It is a genuine artifact from the Ming dynasty. Once graced by the presence of the true Dragon Emperor, Gu Wentian gently caressed the chair beneath him, revealing his affection for it. The dragon chair was a symbol of status, exuding an air of authority. Although Gu Wentian possessed numerous collections, this chair was his most cherished possession, as he sat upon it almost daily to relish the regal aura of yesteryears. Elder, I would advise you to dispose of the dragon chair. Perhaps it would grant you a longer life. Chen Ping cautioned Gu Wentian. What do you mean? Gu Wentian furrowed his brow. At such a young age, are you casting a curse upon me? Ancient One Tian was enraged. Had it not been for Lin Tianhu's influence, Chen Ping would not have even qualified to enter his courtyard. Now, Chen Ping audaciously spoke out, which inevitably provoked One Tian's ire. Calm your anger, esteemed elder, Mr. Chen surely has his reasons for such claims. Lin Tianhu hastily interjected, turning to Chen Ping. If you have discerned anything amiss, I implore you to elucidate, for the elder is not a stranger to us. Lin Tianhu was well aware of Chen Ping's capabilities. After all, how else could he have ascended to the position of the Dragon Temple's leader? You insolent wretch, if you cannot provide an explanation today, no one shall be able to save you. One Tian scoffed, rising from the dragon throne. Chen Ping remained unperturbed, offering a serene smile. Indeed, this dragon throne is a genuine artifact of the Son of Heaven, a relic from the Ming dynasty. Alas, it is steeped in malevolence. If my intuition serves me right, a former emperor met his demise upon this very seat, hence the overwhelming aura of resentment. The reason you feel no discomfort while seated here, esteemed elder, is due to the abundant spiritual energy of this land, which temporarily suppresses the throne's malice. However, the 9 dragons atop the throne are now fully engulfed in resentment. Should you continue to linger here, your days are surely numbered. Have you not noticed that the dragon heads have begun to darken? Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, One Tian instinctively shuddered and glanced at his throne, only to discover that indeed, the heads of the 9 dragons appeared markedly darker than elsewhere. You dare to deceive me. The discoloration of the dragon heads is merely a result of age and oxidation. Such talk of malevolence is utter nonsense. One Tian retorted, slamming his palm onto the table in frustration. Disbelieve me if you wish, Chen Ping replied with a dismissive smile. I initially considered sparing your life out of gratitude for your warning, yet you remain ungrateful. Perhaps this is your fate. Do not be deceived by your current well-being. Each night, you are plagued by nightmares, entangled by serpents, awakening in a state of suffocation. You have endured this torment for at least a month. With that, Chen Ping turned to leave. Mr. Chen, Lin Tianhu exclaimed, his face a mask of embarrassment as he hurried after him. Meanwhile, One Tian stood frozen, overwhelmed by shock. He was acutely aware that he had never spoken of his dreams to anyone, yet Chen Ping knew, and knew with such precision. Wait, One Tian hastily pursued Chen Ping, calling out to him. What is it? Did I strike a chord? Chen Ping inquired. One Tian, visibly embarrassed, finally nodded. You are correct, young Mr. Chen. I have indeed been tormented by recurring nightmares, plagued by the same serpent dream, which has troubled me for quite some time. In that dream, the serpent symbolizes the 9 dragons upon this throne. Now, with the dragons engulfed in resentment, should they fully turn black, not even a celestial immortal could rescue you. Chen Ping stated calmly. What must I do now? One Tian, now filled with trust in Chen Ping, asked earnestly. Burn the throne. It must not be consumed by ordinary flames. Rather, ignite it with joss paper, ensuring it is completely incinerated, Chen Ping instructed. Gu Wentian gazed at the dragon throne, his eyes filled with regret. It is worth noting that considerable effort was exerted to procure this throne from abroad, and now it faced destruction. Reluctantly, he turned to Chen Ping and inquired, Mr. Chen, aside from burning the throne, is there any alternative? Indeed, Chen Ping nodded affirmatively. I can absorb the malevolent energy from the throne and eliminate these vengeful dragons. Upon hearing this, Gu Wentian's face lit up with joy. Then I beseech you, Mr. Chen, to take action. Why would I assist you? To you, I am merely a charlatan, Chen Ping retorted with a cold sneer. Gu Wentian, taken aback, felt a wave of shame wash over him. Mr. Chen, I acted thoughtlessly and inadvertently offended you. I sincerely hope you can overlook this transgression and grant me my life. His demeanor was earnest, displaying genuine supplication towards Chen Ping. Lin Tianhu, witnessing the scene, also addressed Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, it was an unintentional slight from the elder. We hope you will extend your assistance, as there will be instances in the future where we may require the elder's wisdom. Lin Tianhu's implication was clear. With the development of the Brotherhood in Hongcheng, there would be occasions where Guan Tian's expertise would be invaluable. Should you ever need my assistance, I am at your service, Guan Tian hastily affirmed. Seeing their sincerity, Chen Ping finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall help you vanquish these vengeful dragons. As he approached the dragon throne, Chen Ping placed a hand upon one of the dragon heads. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The carved dragon began to emit a faint golden glow, followed by a series of mournful dragon roars. Both Lin Tianhu and Guan Tian were taken aback as, beneath the golden light, 9 dragons stirred, rising into the air, each emanating dark energy and glaring furiously at Chen Ping as if he had thwarted their ambitions. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in darkness, causing Lin Tianhu and Guan Tian to struggle for breath. The ancient trees in the courtyard seemed to resonate with the disturbance, swaying without wind and rustling their leaves tumultuously. Lin Tianhu and Guan Tian stood in dumbfounded awe before the formidable dragons, particularly Guan Tian, who was drenched in sweat. Horrified to discover such malevolent entities within the very throne he sat upon daily, the wrathful apparitions dared to wreak havoc. Chen Ping remained unfazed, flicking his fingers to unleash golden light that swiftly penetrated the bodies of the dragons. In response, the anguished roars intensified, and the dragons dissipated into swirling black mist, converging ominously towards Chen Ping. With a decisive inhale, Chen Ping absorbed the dark energy into his being, restoring tranquility to the hall. The heart concentration technique from the old dragon sect truly is a remarkable treasure, capable of refining malevolent energy. Chen Ping felt a surge of elation, realizing that this technique could not only refine spiritual energy, but also transmute resentment and anger into his own strength. As he assimilated the vengeful energy, he sensed a substantial enhancement in his own power. After a considerable time, Gu Wentian finally emerged from his shock and hurriedly approached Chen Ping, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. I shall never forget this kindness. There's no need for such formalities. We merely sought what we needed from each other. Chen Ping replied, dismissively waving his hand. The resentment that had been absorbed and refined was far more beneficial than 10 or 15 days of cultivation for him. Gu Wentian was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully grasp Chen Ping's meaning. However, he dared not inquire further, as the existence of someone like Chen Ping, akin to a celestial being, encompassed many mysteries beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Mr. Chen, what about this dragon throne? Gu Wentian cautiously inquired, glancing at the once majestic seat. Now, it has merely become an ordinary chair, serving only to satisfy your psyche. It holds no further utility. However, the ancient trees in the courtyard require your meticulous care. They are the true foundation of your longevity and vitality. Chen Ping remarked, directing his gaze toward the few ancient trees outside. Regrettably, these ancient trees could not be transplanted. Otherwise, Chen Ping would have been inclined to relocate a few to the summit of Longyuan Bay, as the spiritual energy they emitted would greatly aid his cultivation. Rest assured, I shall ensure that those ancient trees are well tended. Furthermore, I will procure the spiritual brush and vermilion you require. As I am quite familiar with Taoist lung from the Thunderous Temple, Gu Wentian declared. Thank you, old Gu. Chen Ping nodded appreciatively. It is getting late. I must return home now. Upon glancing at the time, he noted that noon was fast approaching and he needed to head home for a meal. Mr. Chen, if you do not mind, please stay for a simple meal. I shall instruct my servants to prepare it. Gu Wentian asked cautiously. At this moment, Gu Wentian held Chen Ping in the highest regard, eager to find opportunities to curry favor with him. Seeing Gu Wentian's earnest demeanor, Chen Ping nodded. Then I shall not impose. Not at all, not at all. Gu Wentian exclaimed joyfully, immediately commanding his staff to begin preparations for the meal. At Hanqing Hospital, Xiao Lei's arm had been properly bandaged, with Geng Shanshan attending to him. This Chen Ping, once I recover, I will ensure he pays for this. Xiao Lei bellowed, venting his simmering fury. Having broken his arm and disrupted his wedding, he had become the laughingstock of Hongcheng. This humiliation was intolerable. Brother Lei, please do not be angry. I have asked Fu Wei to deal with Chen Ping. This time, he has enlisted skilled fighters. They will surely leave Chen Ping severely injured. Geng Shanshan said, peeling an orange. If it weren't for the Su family intervening, Chen Ping would have been dead by now. Xiao Lei gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with cold fury as he seized the orange Geng Shanshan had peeled and tossed it into his mouth. At that moment, Geng Shanshan's phone rang. After answering, her expression quickly shifted, and she soon hung up. Who was it? Xiao Lei inquired. It was Fu Wei. He said they have all been beaten by Chen Ping. And Fu Wei's arm has also been broken. Geng Shanshan frowned. What on earth did Chen Ping learn during his 3 years in prison? How has he become so formidable? Useless. It is your classmates who are worthless. What kind of fighters could they possibly find? Rubbish. It seems I must personally intervene. Xiao Lei's rage intensified as he glared at Geng Shanshan, pulling her close and tearing her clothing apart. Ah, Brother Lei, Geng Shanshan gasped. For this was within the confines of a hospital ward. However, Xiao Lei was indifferent to such concerns. He felt an urgent need to vent his pent-up fury. Yet, as he prepared to unleash his frustration, he realized, to his dismay, that he was utterly incapable. Panic seized him as he pondered the cause of his predicament. Could it be that a broken arm could affect him in other ways? Lei, are you perhaps too tense? Geng Shanshan inquired cautiously. Tense? You're insufferable. Just lie still. Xiao Lei abruptly shoved Geng Shanshan aside and resumed his frantic efforts. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he found himself utterly impotent. At that moment, Xiao Yin entered, and upon witnessing his son's compromising situation with Geng Shanshan, his face flushed crimson, prompting him to clear his throat several times. Xiao Lei jumped in surprise, while Geng Shanshan hastily donned her clothing, unnerved by the intrusion. This is outrageous. Can you act so recklessly with a broken arm? Xiao Yin scolded his son. Xiao Lei lowered his head, but his eyes burned with fury as he retorted, Dad, I want Chen Ping dead. I will ensure he meets his end. In his mind, he attributed his current impotence to Chen Ping, who he believed had shattered his arm. In truth, it was Chen Ping who had rendered him incapable of performing as a man during an incident at the Geng family residence. Do not concern yourself with that matter. Focus on your recovery. I shall investigate Chen Ping. It is peculiar that Lin Tianhu has not taken action against him. I must ascertain whether this young man possesses some hidden influence. Although Xiao Yin was indeed furious, he remained composed enough to recognize that Lin Tianhu's inaction towards Chen Ping was surely justified. Dad, that brat, silence. Before Xiao Lei could finish, Xiao Yin cast a fierce glare that silenced him instantly. Uncle Xiao, I know Chen Ping all too well. He lacks any significant background. We have been together since university. His father was merely a civil servant who has since been dismissed and now sweeps the streets. Do not let him intimidate you, Geng Shanshan asserted as she finished adjusting her attire. You know nothing. Xiao Yin shot her a cold glance. Such narrow-mindedness. Were it not for you, Lei would not be in this predicament. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. After delivering his rebuke, Xiao Yin departed. He was fundamentally opposed to the union between Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, recognizing the vast disparity between their families. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how Geng Shanshan had bewitched Xiao Lei to the extent that he felt compelled to marry her. Geng Shanshan's face alternated between crimson and pale at Xiao Yin's harsh words, yet she dared not retort. Such was the price of aspiring to enter high society. That insufferable Chen Ping, I shall not spare him, she vowed through gritted teeth after Xiao Yin had left. Unable to confront Xiao Yin or Xiao Lei, her ire was redirected towards Chen Ping. Meanwhile, at the Gu family estate, Gu Wentian, Lin Tianhu, and Chen Ping enjoyed a convivial meal, their spirits high. The servants, observing the youthful Chen Ping engaged in lively conversation with two prominent figures of Hongcheng, could hardly contain their admiration and envy. Mr. Chen, today is merely a casual meal. Tomorrow, I shall host a grand banquet at the rich hotel, inviting both political and business figures from Hongqing to attend. I intend to formally introduce you, Mr. Chen, Gu Wentian declared with a bold demeanor. His intentions were unmistakable. This banquet would pave the way for Chen, ensuring that no one in Hongcheng would dare to provoke him thereafter. Chen wished to decline, preferring to remain unassuming and focus solely on his cultivation, patiently awaiting the arrival of July 15th. However, before he could voice his reluctance, Lin Tianhu interjected, expressing gratitude on behalf of Chen. I must thank Elder Gu for this introduction. It will undoubtedly facilitate Mr. Chen's endeavors in Hongqing. With Lin Tianhu speaking on his behalf, Chen chose not to contest the arrangement, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Elder Gu, you are too kind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen and Lin Tianhu departed. My lord, I just accepted the invitation on your behalf. I hope you will not be displeased. Although our Heavenly Dragon Hall's gathering hall is expanding rapidly, we find ourselves struggling beyond Hongqing, with many forces eyeing this territory covetously. Thus, we must continuously fortify our network, Lin Tianhu whispered as they drove. Chen paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Aren't you the local sovereign in Hongqing? Who would dare oppose you? Chen could not comprehend why Lin Tianhu, a figure of such prominence, would face challenges in Hongqing. Lin Tianhu, slightly embarrassed, replied, My lord, that is merely the flattery of ordinary folk. Beyond our gathering hall, there are other factions such as the Red Dragon Gang and the Star Moon Sect, with countless smaller forces. Our gathering hall is a sworn enemy of the Red Dragon Gang, engaging in annual conflicts that result in mutual losses. However, their leader, Feng Sihai, has acquired formidable skills, and I fear I may no longer be his match. Observing Lin Tianhu, Chen discerned that his years had not been particularly kind. The glamour perceived from the outside was but a facade. Individuals like them lived with constant peril. If anyone troubles you, feel free to reach out to me directly, Chen stated calmly. Since the gathering hall was under his command, he could not remain indifferent. Lin Tianhu beamed with joy. With your assurance, my lord, I fear nothing. Your presence commands respect, even from deities, let alone someone as inconsequential as Feng Sihai. Lin Tianhu was deeply impressed after witnessing Chen vanquish the 9 vengeful dragons. His admiration profound. Chen chuckled, surprised by Lin Tianhu's skill and flattery. Upon returning home, he found his parents absent, likely out for a stroll. In such a tranquil environment, it was beneficial to wander outdoors. With no interruptions, Chen dedicated himself to his cultivation. He needed to seize every moment, uncertain of the challenges that awaited him on July 15th. Although the old dragon head had promised a great opportunity that day, who could predict whether this fortune would come entwined with peril? Sitting cross-legged, Chen Ping silently recited the heart concentration technique, causing his dantian to begin a slow rotation. The surrounding spiritual energy was gradually absorbed by him, flowing into his body. Having not eaten dinner, Chen Ping devoted an entire night to his cultivation. Upon finally opening his eyes, he exhaled a cloud of turbid energy from his mouth. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the Wraith Dragon's force. Gently clenching his fists, he felt the profound strength within him. He had indeed made a breakthrough. Chen Ping had ascended to the 5th level of Qi training. It was noteworthy that during his 3 years in prison, with the guidance of the old dragon head, he had only managed to reach the 4th level. Yet, after absorbing the power of 9 Wraith Dragons yesterday, he had unexpectedly advanced to the 5th level, which filled him with elation. Chen Ping seemed to have discovered a method for rapid cultivation. By absorbing more of the lingering resentment and hatred, the speed of his training would multiply. Unfortunately, such elements were rare and hard to come by. Where could one find so many items imbued with animosity? With a gentle sigh, Chen Ping rose from his bed, quickly tidying his attire. It must be Miss Su, he mused. Though I cannot see you, I can certainly hear your footsteps. At that moment, the voice of Tang Hongying echoed from the living room. Auntie, you truly are remarkable. Su Yuqi smiled. You need not refer to me as Miss. Just call me Yuqi. Indeed, I have been too formal. I shall call you Yuqi from now on. Tang Hongying beamed, nodding eagerly. You have come to see Chen Ping, haven't you? He is still in his bedroom. Chen Ping, hurry up. Yuqi is here to see you. Tang Hongying shouted toward Chen Ping's room. Auntie, there's no need to shout. I'll go get him. Su Yuqi replied, striding directly toward Chen Ping's bedroom. Tang Hongying, listening to the sound of Su Yuqi approaching, felt a thrill of excitement. This boy had claimed she was merely a friend. Would a friend venture into the bedroom? She truly wished to see what her future daughter-in-law looked like. My dear, let me tell you, Miss Su's beauty is unmatched in all of Hong City. Chen Baowu whispered to Tang Hongying. Is that so? Tang Hongying was taken aback. She knew Chen Baowu's standards were exceedingly high. He had vehemently opposed Chen Ping's previous relationship with Geng Shanshan. Now, his praise for Su Yuqi indicated her beauty was indeed exceptional. My son is quite talented. Having just emerged, he has already found such a girlfriend while keeping it from us. Tang Hongying's face beamed with pride. Of course. Just look at who our son takes after. With me leading the way, he cannot go wrong. Chen Baowu was equally pleased with Chen Ping, his previously grim demeanor now replaced by a perpetual smile. All right, enough flattery. Let us go for a stroll and allow the 2 kids their time together, Tang Hongying declared, pulling Chen Baowu out of the villa. Meanwhile, Su Yuqi pushed open the door to Chen Ping's bedroom. Upon seeing him standing at the foot of the bed, fully dressed, she paused in surprise. But you're already up. What? Did you want me to rise so you could see me undress? Chen Ping jested. Bah, who would want to see you undress? Su Yuqi shot Chen Ping a sidelong glance, yet inwardly, she felt a flutter of excitement. Chen Ping's ability to jest with her indicated a significant improvement in their relationship. I have something to discuss with you. Come with me. Without giving him a chance to protest, Su Yuqi firmly grasped Chen Ping's hand and led him away. Chen Ping wanted to inquire about their destination, but Su Yuqi swiftly ushered him into her car. Glancing at the time, he realized he had ample time before attending the banquet hosted by Gu Wentian. So he allowed her to lead him. They arrived at Tianyuan Mall, a renowned shopping center in Hangzhou, home to a plethora of major brands. Surprised that Su Yuqi had brought him here, Chen Ping hesitantly asked, "Are you expecting me to accompany you on a shopping spree?" He knew that accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion could be quite daunting. He had previously experienced this with Geng Shanshan, which had left him with a psychological scar from a day-long shopping ordeal. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to join me?" Su Yuqi inquired. Her gaze fixed on Chen Ping. "Not at all." Chen Ping shook his head. In truth, he felt a sense of pride in accompanying Su Yuqi. Her status and beauty were exceptional. How many would envy him for being with such a remarkable girl? However, he had commitments that afternoon and had already promised Gu Wentian, so he couldn't simply abandon him. "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. I fear it may delay us," Chen Ping stated candidly. "I don't care about your affairs. Your primary task now is to accompany me shopping." With that, Su Yuqi pulled Chen Ping into the mall. As they perused the vast array of merchandise, Su Yuqi led Chen Ping specifically to the men's clothing section, trying on various outfits on him. "Are you planning to buy me clothes?" Chen Ping asked, somewhat taken aback. "If not for you, then for whom?" "My wardrobe is overflowing," Su Yuqi replied, busily selecting items. Eventually, she handed him a suit, insisting, "Go try this on." Chen Ping hesitated, clutching the suit, while Su Yuqi urged him, "What is taking so long? Do you want me to go in and help you?" "No need." He quickly shook his head and hurried into the fitting room. Seeing him flustered brought a smile to Su Yuqi's face, and her eyes sparkled with warmth. When Chen Ping emerged in the suit, Su Yuqi's eyes widened in delight as she appraised him from head to toe. "I didn't expect you to have such potential. You look significantly more handsome in that outfit." Noticing Su Yuqi's infatuated expression, Chen Ping couldn't help but glance at himself in the mirror and indeed found himself looking quite dashing. Since his incarceration and subsequent training under the old dragon head, his material desires had diminished. Now that he was out, although he had money, he still wore his old clothes and had never considered buying new ones. He believed that time spent shopping would be better utilized for training. "What do you plan to do next? Attend a wedding?" Chen Ping asked Su Yuqi. "Don't worry about that. This is far more important than a wedding," Su Yuqi declared, leading him to purchase shoes and a watch, transforming Chen Ping into a strikingly affluent and handsome young man. Having arrived, one must settle in. Chen Ping could only helplessly follow Su Yuqi as she led him around. And soon, he found himself laden with numerous items. From ties and belts to even a lighter, Su Yuqi had extravagantly spent tens of thousands to acquire them for him. Considering his outfit, it was evident that it must have cost at least several $100,000. Was this not a tad excessive? Dressed in such finery, Chen Ping felt almost hesitant to walk. He struggled to comprehend the mindset of wealthy individuals like Su Yuqi, spending over $100,000 on attire and thousands on a mere lighter. What significance did such extravagance hold? "It's merely that you used to dress so poorly. I cannot allow you to continue in such a manner, lest I become the subject of ridicule," Su Yuqi remarked nonchalantly. However, upon finishing her statement, she immediately felt she had misspoken, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Chen Ping, having overheard her, smiled faintly and replied, "If my attire was indeed shabby, why would anyone mock you?" At this, Su Yuqi's face reddened further, and she shot him a glare, retorting, "I have publicly declared my intention to be your girlfriend. Naturally, others will take it seriously. If you dress poorly, it reflects poorly on me." With that, she hastily excused herself, claiming she needed to use the restroom, and departed. Chen Ping chuckled softly, remaining in place to await her return. Meanwhile, several passers-by, particularly women, couldn't help but glance back at Chen Ping, some even approaching him to request his contact information, all of which he declined. On the opposite side of the mall, Geng Shanshan and Zhang Wenjing were also indulging in some retail therapy. After being chastised the previous day, Geng Shanshan sought to lift her spirits through shopping. Shanshan, look quickly. There's a handsome guy standing across from us. Even from behind, he is utterly captivating. Jiang Wenjing exclaimed excitedly. Geng Shanshan, upon hearing her friend, promptly looked up and indeed spotted a tall young man in a suit standing straight, exuding an air of nobility even from his silhouette. Please don't tell me he is just another pretty face, Geng Shanshan murmured. Impossible. I can sense it. He must be incredibly handsome. Shanshan, you already have young Master Xiao, so leave this handsome fellow to me, Jiang Wenjing declared eagerly, striding towards him without hesitation. Geng Shanshan, intrigued, quickly followed suit. Excuse me, are you waiting for someone? Jiang Wenjing approached the young man and tapped him on the shoulder. However, upon turning, both she and Geng Shanshan were left utterly speechless. Chen Ping, what are you doing here? Jiang Wenjing exclaimed in astonishment. Geng Shanshan, equally shocked, realized that despite having known Chen Ping for several years, she had never seen him in such light. It seemed true that one is indeed judged by their attire. Why shouldn't I be here? Chen Ping replied coolly upon recognizing Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing. What brings you to this mall? The items here are quite expensive, Jiang Wenjing asked, her expression one of confusion. The items in this shopping mall are exceedingly expensive, making it inaccessible for the average person. In Jiang Wenjing's eyes, Chen Ping's family background barely qualifies as ordinary, so how could he possibly be here? Moreover, his attire suggests a considerable value. Is this mall owned by your family? You can come and go as you please, Chen Ping retorted sharply, leaving Jiang Wenjing momentarily speechless. With your character, you are akin to a toad dressed in a dragon's robe. No matter what, you cannot transform into a dragon. I wonder where you acquired such cheap goods to flaunt here, spat Geng Shanshan at Chen Ping. Whether he can become a dragon is not for you, a mere hen, to determine. Before Chen Ping could respond, Su Yuqi approached, her expression laced with coldness. Wipe off the filth you spat, she commanded, pointing at the saliva Geng Shanshan had smeared on Chen Ping's clothing. Upon seeing Su Yuqi, Geng Shanshan's gaze faltered. In comparison to Su Yuqi, who was the daughter of the wealthiest man in Hongcheng, she felt insignificant. However, with so many people around, being called a hen and ordered to clean Chen Ping's clothes was something Geng Shanshan could not accept. Don't speak so harshly. Just because you are the eldest daughter of the Su family doesn't mean you can bully others. Geng Shanshan attempted to maintain her bravado. I said wipe it off. Did you not hear me? If I were to slap you, do you think Xiao Lei would dare confront me? Su Yuqi's commanding presence clearly subdued Geng Shanshan, causing her to tremble slightly. Geng Shanshan knew that should Su Yuqi strike her, it would be in vain, as Xiao Lei would not confront the Su family for her sake. Chen Ping observed Geng Shanshan's predicament, a smirk playing on his lips, choosing to remain silent and simply watch. I will wipe it. Seeing this, Jiang Wenjing hurriedly produced a tissue, eager to substitute for Geng Shanshan and clean Chen Ping's clothes. Who do you think you are? Is my boyfriend someone you can touch? Su Yuqi pushed Jiang Wenjing aside. Jiang Wenjing's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she dared not utter a word. Geng Shanshan was already intimidated by Su Yuqi, and she felt even less inclined to provoke her. You are all bullying us, taking advantage of your wealth and power to oppress ordinary people. Everyone, come and witness how the Su family's young lady bullies others. Geng Shanshan refused to wipe Chen Ping's clothes, as she could not bring herself to do so after always being pampered by him. Now, being asked to bow down to Chen Ping was beyond her. At that moment, Geng Shanshan feigned vulnerability, hoping to elicit sympathy and assistance from those around her. Just as Geng Shanshan sought help from the crowd, Su Yuqi stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, catching Geng Shanshan off guard. Enough of this nonsense. I command you to wipe it off, Su Yuqi asserted with an undeniable tone. Geng Shanshan covered her face, casting her gaze towards the onlookers. Yet no one dared to speak in her defense. Some timid individuals had already hurriedly departed, unwilling to remain in the tumult. Helplessly, Geng Shanshan gazed at Su Yuqing's icy demeanor. She could only produce a tissue and slowly approached Chen Ping, preparing to wipe the spittle from his clothes. Chen Ping looked down at Geng Shanshan, his face adorned with a cold smirk. Just as she was about to clean him, he recoiled. Geng Shanshan was taken aback. Lifting her gaze to Chen Ping, I fear your hands might soil my attire, he remarked, before wiping it off himself. You. Geng Shanshan's chest heaved in anger. Yet she was at a loss for a retort. Let us depart, Chen Ping declared, taking Su Yuqing's hand and striding out of the mall. Geng Shanshan watched their retreating figures, trembling with rage, her teeth clenched as she muttered, Chen Ping, "You scoundrel, I will not let you off so easily." However, Chen Ping had already exited the mall, oblivious to her words. "You were rather bold today, which does not quite align with your status as the young lady of the Su family. If this were to circulate, it could tarnish your reputation," Chen Ping commented as they left the shopping center. "I care not for her reputation. The sight of Geng Shanshan infuriates me," Su Yuqing replied through gritted teeth, her face still flushed with anger. Then, she turned to Chen Ping. "Were you frightened by me?" "Not at all," Chen Ping replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. "There is a certain charm in your fierceness. If you enjoy it, then I shall unleash my fury upon you daily," Su Yuqing jested, her eyes twinkling. "No, no, no," Chen Ping quickly interjected, diverting the conversation. "Pray tell, where have you brought me dressed in this manner?" "Today, the esteemed Gu family is hosting a grand banquet at our family's luxury hotel. Notable figures from Hongcheng will be in attendance, and the criteria for participation are rather stringent, forbidding family members from accompanying guests. However, since it is our own hotel, I can take you in without an invitation, allowing you to mingle with these prominent individuals from Hongcheng," Su Yuqing explained candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief. The lavish banquet hosted by Gu Wentian was indeed for him, yet Su Yuqing intended to sneak him in. "What are you laughing at? I speak the truth. This grand event is purportedly to introduce a friend to the influential figures of Hongcheng, and there is much speculation surrounding the identity of this friend." Su Yuqing continued. "Do you have any idea how many wish to attend this gathering, yet lack the qualifications and opportunities? If the banquet were not at the Fortune Hotel, I would have no chance to bring you in. You must make a good impression." "Understood. I shall certainly do my best," Chen Ping replied with a smile, choosing not to reveal the truth to Su Yuqing, wishing to surprise her instead. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Ping had begun to sense a shift in his feelings towards Su Yuqing. Although neither had voiced their sentiments, there was an unspoken understanding between them. At Hongqing Hospital, Xiaoyan rushed in, tossing a suit at Xiao Lei. "Change into this and come with me." "Dad, I am currently recuperating from an injury. Where are we going?" Xiao Lei inquired, bewildered. "I am taking you to a banquet," Xiaoyan replied. "I cannot attend. My arm is broken, and I am in recovery. What banquet could I possibly go to?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei immediately lost interest. He had attended numerous banquets, which were merely occasions for indulgence, flattery, and the discomfort of formal attire. He was certainly not inclined to attend. "You fool, do you even know who is hosting this banquet? It is the esteemed Gu family, and all the prominent figures in Hong City will be in attendance. This is your chance to make a good impression, as the Xiao family business will eventually be entrusted to you. Do not disgrace us," Xiao Yan admonished, delivering a sharp blow to Xiao Lei's head. Upon realizing it was a banquet organized by the Gu family, Xiao Lei dared not protest further and hastily attempted to change his clothes. However, with one arm incapacitated, he found it quite impossible to dress himself. "Where is your girlfriend? Isn't she here to assist you? Where has she gone? Have her come help you change. Be ready by 11 at the rich hotel, and do not dare be late, as I have other matters to attend to." With that, Xiaoyan departed. Xiao Lei glanced at the time, not daring to delay, and called Geng Shanshan back. By 10:30 in the morning, the front of the rich hotel was already teeming with luxury cars, as influential figures from both the political and business realms had arrived early. They exchanged pleasantries while clutching their invitations, gradually making their way into the hotel. However, the accompanying family members could only wait outside. The reason Gu Wentian had invited only the heads of families or departments to this banquet was to limit the number of attendees. He feared that too many people would lead to chaos, which was something Chen Ping found quite bothersome. Xiao Lei, with one arm in a sling, arrived with Geng Shanshan supporting him. Seeing so many prominent figures, Geng Shanshan's heart raced with excitement. "Stand here and do not cause any trouble. Those who have come are not ordinary people," Xiaoyan instructed Xiao Lei sternly. "Dad, am I not going in?" Xiao Lei asked, bewildered, having been summoned only to be denied entry. "Of course not. This banquet has invited the heads of various families and leaders. What qualifications do you have to enter?" Xiaoyan shot back with a glare. Xiao Lei was rather displeased. "If I can't go in, why did you call me here? I might as well be left to roast in the sun." Hearing this, Xiaoyan felt an urge to give him a good kick. Did Xiao Lei think everyone waiting outside was foolish? This was a rare opportunity to network, which would undoubtedly benefit his company's future. Yet Xiao Lei seemed only interested in frivolity and revelry. "Remember this. If I come out and do not see you, I will cut off your allowance for 6 months," Xiao Yan threatened, genuinely worried that Xiao Lei might sulk and return home. The mention of a 6-month allowance cut sent a shiver down Xiao Lei's spine. He nodded vigorously. I want to leave. I'll stay right here. With that, Xiaoyan confidently entered the hotel, while Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan were left to bask in the sun at the entrance. At that moment, Chen Ping and Su Yuqi also arrived. Wait here for me. I'll make some arrangements, then we can sneak in through the back door, Su Yuqi said to Chen Ping after stepping out of the car. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Su Yuqi had made the necessary arrangements, while Chen Ping stood idly by, feeling somewhat bored. The individuals present were all from the upper echelons of society, none of whom Chen Ping recognized, leaving him to absently fiddle with his phone. The sharp-eyed Geng Shanshan immediately spotted Chen Ping, and upon noticing his solitude as he played with his device, a cold smile crept across her face. Liege, isn't that Chen Ping? What makes him think he belongs at this gathering? She whispered to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei glanced over, and, indeed, it was Chen Ping. A flicker of cold disdain crossed his eyes as he strode towards him. Geng Shanshan, sensing the moment, hurriedly followed. Her gaze filled with resentment as she recalled the recent encounter at the mall. Chen Ping, do you even realize you don't belong here? Do you know who attends such events? Xiao Lei looked at Chen Ping with an air of arrogance. Just because you're dressed in new clothes. Do you think that elevates your status? Chen Ping shot a cold glance at Xiao Lei but chose to ignore him. Where's that beautiful Miss Su of yours? Why didn't she bring you inside? Can't she even gain entry herself? Geng Shanshan spat at Chen Ping, emboldened by Xiao Lei's presence, convinced that he wouldn't dare retaliate. Chen Ping's expression turned slightly frosty. Remember, soon I will make you lick it off like a dog. Ha ha. Geng Shanshan laughed derisively, spitting once more. Who do you think you are? Expecting me to lick it off? Aren't you just an ex-convict? What makes you so special? Everyone look. An ex-convict trying to dress up and attend a banquet. He should take a good look in the mirror. Her loud proclamation drew the attention of many onlookers. Chen Ping remained composed, quietly observing Geng Shanshan's theatrical display. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar, a young man, about the same age as Xiao Lei, inquired. It's essential to note that those attending were the prominent figures of Hong City or their families, who generally recognized one another. Yet, Chen Ping appeared entirely out of place, provoking curiosity among the crowd. Ah, he is my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, a devoted sycophant for 3 years, who never even held her hand. Eventually, I had him imprisoned for 3 years, and he just got out a few days ago, Xiao Lei explained with a mocking grin. As Xiao Lei spoke, the surrounding crowd cast disdainful glances at Chen Ping. Individuals of their esteemed status found it beneath them to associate with someone of his criminal background. They kept their distance, whispering and ridiculing him, while Chen Ping maintained an indifferent demeanor, as if he were oblivious to it all. Chen Ping, it seems your time in prison has truly thickened your skin. With your current situation, do you still have the audacity to linger here? Geng Shanshan remarked coldly, noticing his apparent indifference. At that moment, Su Yuqi, having completed her arrangements, approached. Upon seeing Geng Shanshan and Xiao Lei, her brow furrowed instantly. What are you two doing here? Why, we're here to attend the banquet, of course. Geng Shanshan replied haughtily, feeling emboldened by Xiao Lei's support. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi erupted into laughter. Why aren't you entering the banquet? Is it because you lack an invitation and are thus barred from entry? Geng Shanshan opened her mouth but remained silent, for they indeed had no invitation and could not enter. Observing Geng Shanshan's crestfallen expression, Su Yuqi's lips curled into a slight smile as she took Chen Ping's hand and declared, Come, let us go inside. Geng Shanshan, taken aback by Su Yuqi and Chen Ping's intention to enter, asked, Do you have an invitation? I shan't reveal that to you. Su Yuqi replied with a smug grin. Geng Shanshan felt exasperated, yet when she noticed Su Yuqi and Chen Ping making their way towards the back door, realization struck her. Liege. They intend to sneak in through the back. They don't have an invitation either. Xiao Lei also caught on and hurriedly stepped forward to block Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. You two cannot sneak in through the back door without an invitation. I shall report you. Xiao Lei, are you a fool? This luxury hotel belongs to my family. I can enter from wherever I please. If I choose to leap through the window, what business is it of yours? Su Yuqi scrutinized Xiao Lei with a look of disdain. Xiao Lei was instantly rendered speechless. You lot keep a close watch on them. If they attempt to enter through the back door, throw them out. Su Yuqi instructed several security personnel. Understood, miss. The security guards promptly focused their attention on Geng Shanshan and Xiao Lei. Su Yuqi led Chen Ping through the back door into the hotel. while Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan stood fuming, stomping their feet in frustration. Once inside the hotel, Chen Ping sent a message to Lin Tianhu, requesting that he ensure Xiao Yan be removed, as he did not wish to dine alongside the Xiao family. Nor did he want them to learn too much about his identity. He was curious to see how long Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan could persist. Inside the hotel, everyone gathered around Gu Wentian, all wearing expressions of respect. Some were aware of Gu Wentian's passion for collecting antiques. Thus, they scoured the area for gifts to present to him. Beside Gu Wentian stood a burly man with a stern countenance, who remained ever vigilant. This man was Tang Long, Gu Wentian's personal bodyguard, a retired member of the Dragon Squadron. He had protected Gu Wentian during his tenure and now continued to safeguard him even in retirement. Gu Wentian always brought Tang Long along to public events to ensure his safety. Ladies and gentlemen, I host you today not to receive gifts or discuss matters, but simply to introduce a new friend. Please, do not feel too constrained. Gu Wentian waved his hand to quiet the crowd before speaking loudly. Many attendees had already heard of this new friend, but hearing it from Gu Wentian's lips once more startled them. They speculated about the formidable background of this individual. For otherwise, Gu Wentian would not have made such a grand announcement. Why has Mr. Chen not yet arrived? Gu Wentian inquired, glancing at the time and addressing Lin Tianhu beside him. He should be here shortly. Lin Tianhu replied, uncertain why Chen Ping had not yet arrived, as they had spoken so amicably the day before. As Lin Tianhu's voice faded, his phone chimed with a message. Noticing it was from Chen Ping, he briefly showed the message to Gu Wentian. After reading it, Gu Wentian nodded slightly, realizing the reason for Mr. Chen's absence. No wonder Mr. Chen has yet to appear. I should have considered this more thoroughly. He then glanced at Xiao Yan, who was also eagerly awaiting the arrival of the young man that Gu Wentian held in such high regard. Clearly, someone of such significance could elevate the Xiao family to surpass the Su family. While Xiao Yan was lost in thought, Gu Wentian turned to him and addressed Boss Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan hurried forward. What instructions do you have, Elder Gu? You are not suited to attend today's banquet. It would be best for you to return. Gu Wentian stated plainly, issuing a dismissal before the assembled crowd. Stunned, Xiao Yan stared at Gu Wentian in disbelief. Elder Gu, before he could finish. Gu Wentian waved his hand decisively. See him out. Although surprised, Xiao Yan realized he could not linger any longer and reluctantly turned to leave. This abrupt dismissal sparked whispers among the crowd, speculating whether the Xiao family had offended the elder. Meanwhile, Su Yuqi had stealthily entered with Chen Ping, the two of them hiding in a corner. We should keep a low profile for now. Once the banquet commences, we can make our entrance. Making it less likely for anyone to notice us, Su Yuqi suggested as she peeked out. Why hide? Since we are here, we should boldly step out. Chen Ping replied, striding forward. Su Yuqi gasped and rushed to grab his arm, but she failed to stop him. He's here. Lin Tianhu exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Chen Ping. Gu Wentian's expression brightened as he quickly approached Chen Ping. At that moment, Su Wenzong, amidst the crowd, noticed Chen Ping's appearance and Gu Wentian's approach, sending a chill of apprehension through him. He had orchestrated Su Yuqi's covert introduction of Chen Ping, and if Gu Wentian discovered this, it would spell disaster. Hastily, Su Wenzong moved forward, desperately signaling Chen Ping to leave, then intercepting Gu Wentian. Elder, this individual is a staff member from our hotel. He must have taken a wrong turn. At that moment, Su Yuqi caught up with Chen Ping, pulling him away while chastising. How careless. Can't you pay attention and not wander in here? Wait. Gu Wentian called out to Su Yuqi, halting her and compelling her to release Chen Ping. Elder, I apologize for my oversight in allowing a servant to intrude. I assure you, I will provide an explanation later, Su Wenzong stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Fearful of inciting Gu Wentian's ire, Gu Wentian paused, bewildered. You claim Mr. Chen is one of your staff? Yes, Su Wenzong nodded, but then hesitated. Mr. Chen? Confusion washed over him as he pondered how Gu Wentian knew Chen Ping's surname and addressed him with such respect. Indeed, this banquet primarily aims to invite Mr. Chen. The rest of you are merely in attendance to accompany him, Gu Wentian affirmed. This time, Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi were both somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Old Gu, I hope I haven't arrived too late, Chen Ping remarked, taking a couple of steps forward with a faint smile. Mr. Chen, your timing is impeccable, Gu Wentian replied, inquiring about the young lady behind Chen Ping. Old Gu, this is Miss Su. She is a friend of Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong, seasoned in the business world, promptly grasped the situation. Upon hearing this, Gu Wentian burst into hearty laughter. A hero paired with a beauty, a match made in heaven. His words elicited a chorus of admiration for Chen Ping and Su Yuqi from the others present, causing Su Yuqi to blush deeply, unable to lift her gaze. "Mr. Chen, please take a seat. We have been waiting for you." Lin Tianhu stepped forward, gesturing for Chen Ping to sit. Chen Ping, unpretentious, made his way directly to the main table, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Although they were unaware of Chen Ping's true identity, it was evident that he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in Hongqing in the future. Who would dare offend such a person? Especially when Gu Wentian and Lin Tianhu treated him with such respect, and he was the son-in-law of the wealthy Su family. Exchanging a glance, Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi followed suit. After Chen Ping took his seat, Gu Wentian settled beside him, leaving the other side unoccupied, as no one dared to sit there. "Miss Su, this spot is reserved for you. You two should sit together," Gu Wentian said with a broad smile, beckoning to Su Yuqi. With her cheeks flushed, Su Yuqi bashfully took her place next to Chen Ping. To her left sat Su Wenzong, a position originally intended for Lin Tianhu, but given the circumstances. With Su Wenzong as Chen Ping's father-in-law, Lin Tianhu dared not occupy the seat above him. As everyone took their seats, Gu Wentian raised a glass, addressing Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, I would like to toast you with this first drink." Gu Wentian understood well that after this initial toast, he need not concern himself with the proceedings. The assembled guests were astute enough to know their roles. "Old Gu, you are too courteous," Chen Ping replied, raising his glass and drinking it down casually. Just as he set the glass down, Gu Wentian suddenly froze, noticing an unsightly spit mark on Chen Ping's pristine suit. "Mr. Chen, what is this on your attire?" Gu Wentian inquired, pointing at the unsightly blemish. "That was inflicted by an uncouth individual while I was outside," Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. "Who possesses the audacity to spit on Mr. Chen?" Gu Wentian's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd. It was important to note that those outside were family members brought by the guests present, leading Gu Wentian to scrutinize everyone. At that moment, anxiety rippled through the assembly, as they silently hoped it was not a family member who had committed such an affront. It was that young Master Xiao Lei from the Xiao family. His girlfriend spat at him. That woman was once Mr. Chen's girlfriend, but now she has latched onto the Xiao family, feeling superior, and thus she disrespected Mr. Chen. Su Yuqi interjected. "The Xiao family possesses an audacious boldness. I shall summon Xiao Yan at once to inquire." Gu Wentian furrowed his brows and slammed the table forcefully. He understood the reason behind Chen Ping's message urging Xiao Yan's departure. There were unresolved grievances with the Xiao family. The others present quickly grasped the situation. Realizing that misfortune was imminent for the Xiao family, it appeared that their business dealings would need to be severed promptly. "Calm your anger, old Gu. Such trifles are within my capacity to handle," Chen Ping replied with a serene smile, seemingly unfazed. At that moment, Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan appeared to him as mere insects. Outside the hotel, the scorching sun left Xiao Lei feeling agitated. "Lei Gu, have some water." Geng Shanshan offered him a bottle. Xiao Lei took a large gulp, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered softly, "We can't go in. What are we waiting for? This is absurd." Despite his complaints, Xiao Lei dared not leave, fearing his father might cut off his allowance for half a year. As Xiao Lei was drinking, he noticed his father emerging from the hotel. A surge of joy filled him as he exclaimed, "My dad is out. Surely that means we can go in." He hurriedly approached with Geng Shanshan. "Dad, why are you out? Does this mean we can enter?" Xiao Lei asked eagerly. "Go in. I was just thrown out," Xiao Yan retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Xiao Lei was taken aback and inquired, "Dad, what happened? Why were you expelled?" "How would I know?" Xiao Yan shot a fierce glare at Xiao Lei. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Come back with me." What had begun as an excited venture ended in a dejected retreat, as neither Xiao Lei nor Geng Shanshan even crossed the threshold. The banquet had commenced, and after 2 hours, it was nearing its conclusion. Everyone was flushed with drink and engaged in jovial conversation. "Chen Ping, when did you get to know old Gu? He is treating you with such courtesy. You are the guest of honor at this banquet, yet you failed to inform me." Finally, Su Yuqi seized the opportunity to pull Chen Ping aside, clearly displeased. "You hurriedly whisked me away without mentioning the banquet. I later learned about it and wanted to surprise you." Chen Ping chuckled in response. "Your surprise was rather overwhelming. I nearly had a heart attack. You are incorrigible. In the future, do not keep things from me." Su Yuqi playfully punched Chen Ping in the chest. a light-hearted gesture filled with flirtation. However, Chen Ping grasped Su Yuqi's hand, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. As he slowly leaned closer, Su Yuqi contemplated escaping but remained still, her heart in turmoil. Just as Chen Ping was about to close the distance, Su Yuqi shut her eyes, bracing for the impending moment. "You have something on your face." Just as Su Yuqi awaited that fateful instant, Chen Ping unexpectedly interjected with a teasing remark. She opened her eyes to find him grinning mischievously at her. The villain, in a fit of anger, struck Chen Ping with a punch, her cheeks flushed. And then she ran away. At that moment, Su Wenzong observed his daughter sprinting away, her face aglow, and he could not help but smile as he approached Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, do you have any plans for your future? Have you ever considered starting your own company?" Su Wenzong inquired. Chen Ping promptly shook his head, declaring, "Not at all. At present, he was solely focused on cultivation and enhancing his strength. The thought of venturing into business truly did not appeal to him, nor was it his forte." Upon witnessing Chen Ping's immediate and firm refusal, Su Wenzong paused momentarily, but soon offered a slight smile, saying, "That is perfectly fine. Although Ruoqi is a girl, she is quite adept at managing a business. She will manage just fine." With that, Su Wenzong took his leave. Chen Ping watched Su Wenzong's retreating figure, a wry smile creeping onto his face, understanding the older man's perspective. After all, Su Wenzong had only one daughter, and the vast family enterprise would ultimately be entrusted to her. Should he and Su Ruoqi genuinely forge a future together, it was essential that someone be there to support such a grand endeavor. However, Chen Ping had little passion for commerce. Before long, the guests had indulged in their feast and were preparing to depart, exchanging farewells. Suddenly, the door to the banquet hall was thrust open, and dozens of individuals stormed in. Armed and imposing, the leader, with a fierce countenance, exuded a palpable aura of strength, unmistakably a formidable opponent. The unexpected intrusion startled everyone present, and Gu Wentian's expression turned icy. His bodyguard, Tang Long, swiftly drew a short blade from his waist, positioning himself protectively in front of Gu Wentian. "Where are the security guards?" Su Wenzong called out loudly, but no security personnel appeared. "Mr. Su, there is no need to shout. None of your guards will be coming in," one of the intruders replied coldly. "Feng Sihai, why have you barged in uninvited? You must be aware that this is a banquet hosted by Gu Lao," Su Wenzong demanded, his voice raised. It turned out that these individuals belonged to the Red Dragon Gang, with Feng Sihai as their leader. He approached Gu Wentian and bowed respectfully, stating, "Gu Lao, I mean no disturbance. I am merely here to seek Lin Tianhu." At that moment, Lin Tianhu clenched his fists tightly, aware from the moment Feng Sihai entered that he was the target. The Brotherhood and the Red Dragon Gang were sworn enemies, locked in a bitter rivalry, but for now, neither could overpower the other. Typically, when Lin Tianhu attended gatherings, he would bring many of his brothers along, but this time, having been invited by Gu Wentian, he had grown complacent and failed to bring his subordinates. Additionally, he felt reassured with Chen Ping present. Feng Sihai had evidently received word of the situation and hastily gathered his men, intent on eliminating Lin Tianhu. Once he was gone, the Brotherhood would be leaderless, making it ripe for the Red Dragon Gang to consume. "Whom you seek is of no concern to me, but do you think you can simply invade my banquet?" Gu Wentian questioned, his expression cold. "Gu Lao, I have already stated, I am here merely to settle accounts with Lin Tianhu. My intrusion was unavoidable," Feng Sihai responded, his tone respectful. "Preposterous." Suddenly, Gu Wentian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to oppose me? Old one, I harbor no desire to be your adversary. However, I cannot overlook Lin Tianhu. Such an opportunity is rare, and more importantly, during such a significant banquet, only Lin Tianhu was invited, while I, Feng Sihai, was overlooked. This is a clear indication of your disdain for my Red Dragon Gang, is it not?" Feng Sihai replied, maintaining his composure, though it was evident that he harbored resentment towards Gu Wentian for not extending him an invitation. The reason Gu Wentian had neglected to invite Feng Sihai was due to the deep-seated enmity between him and Lin Tianhu, making his presence rather inconvenient. "Feng Sihai, do you truly believe?" Gu Wentian, witnessing Feng Sihai's lack of respect, felt his face flush with anger. However, before he could finish his thought, Lin Tianhu stepped forward, declaring, "A true man takes responsibility for his actions. Since you have come for me, let us settle this matter." With that, Lin Tianhu assumed a fighting stance, prepared to counter any assault from Feng Sihai. "Very well, Then I shall eliminate you today and claim your brotherhood for myself, declared Feng Sihai, striding forcefully towards Lin Tianhu. Impudent, Gu Wentian bellowed, slamming his hand down on the table in rage. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and those present were visibly intimidated by Gu Wentian's fury. Noticing Gu Wentian's anger, Tang Long swiftly leaped to stand protectively in front of Lin Tianhu. Feng Sihai, you dare disregard the Old One's authority? You are courting death. Tang Long's fighting spirit surged, his bones cracking ominously. Feng Sihai halted his advance, furrowing his brow as he addressed Tang Long. Tang Long, if it comes to a life-or-death struggle today, you may not necessarily prevail against me, especially with dozens of my subordinates at my back. Humph. Whether or not I can prevail will be determined through combat. Tang Long retorted with a cold snort, readying himself for battle. Old One, I had no intention of becoming your enemy. However, your repeated provocations leave me no choice. The Red Dragon Gang is not to be trifled with. If it comes to it, we shall fight to the death, and none shall leave this place alive. Feng Sihai's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve, indicating he was fully prepared for a desperate struggle. Gu Wentian's face flushed crimson, his body trembling slightly with anger. No one in Hongqing had ever dared to disrespect him. Yet today Feng Sihai had stripped him of his dignity. Nevertheless, observing the numerous fierce subordinates behind Feng Sihai, Gu Wentian found himself in a precarious position. Feng Sihai had come prepared, and if matters escalated, things could become quite troublesome. Old One, allow me to settle this matter with Feng Sihai today. You need not intervene. Lin Tianhu, sensing Gu Wentian's dilemma, boldly charged towards Feng Sihai. Lin Tianhu unleashed a punch, propelled by a fierce rush of air, moving with astonishing speed and intensity. He understood that engaging Feng Sihai required him to hold nothing back. Seeing Lin Tianhu's bold advance, Feng Sihai's expression twisted into a cold smirk, as he chose not to evade, facing Lin Tianhu's punch head-on. With a resounding impact, Lin Tianhu's fist struck Feng Sihai's chest, the sheer force sending Lin Tianhu staggering back 3 steps. Yet Feng Sihai stood firm, seemingly unscathed. Lin Tianhu's face paled, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon Feng Sihai, who had evidently grown significantly stronger. Ha ha ha, Lin Tianhu, your punch feels like a mere tickle. Do not stop, continue your assault. Feng Sihai laughed heartily, showing no regard for Lin Tianhu whatsoever. As a formidable figure himself, Lin Tianhu could not endure the public humiliation and provocation from Feng Sihai. With a roar of fury, he charged once more at Feng Sihai, this time seizing a sturdy wooden stool with his hand. With a resounding crash, the stool shattered upon impact with Feng Sihai, yet he stood unfazed and unmoving. Lin Tianhu, my mastery of hard qigong has reached perfection. You cannot harm me. Now it is my turn, Feng Sihai declared, launching a kick towards Lin Tianhu. Caught off guard, Lin Tianhu was sent flying by the force of the kick, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground, agony contorting his features into a grimace. Observing Lin Tianhu's state, Chen Ping frowned and prepared to rise, but was halted by Su Yuqi. Do not act recklessly. This individual appears formidable, and you may not be his match. Su Yuqi feared that Chen Ping might suffer injury at the hands of Feng Sihai. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ping's bond with Lin Tianhu would compel him to intervene, regardless of Feng Sihai's prowess. Before Chen Ping could take action, Gu Wentian spoke up. Tang Long, teach him a lesson. Tang Long nodded, clenched his fists, and charged at Feng Sihai. Faced with Tang Long's assault, Feng Sihai found himself in a more precarious position and dared not remain passive. It was well known that Tang Long's punch, in terms of both power and speed, surpassed Lin Tianhu's, having reached its zenith. With a deft sidestep, Feng Sihai evaded Tang Long's blow. After dodging, he turned to Gu Wentian and said, Old Gu, I have expressed my desire not to be your enemy. Are you truly forcing my hand? Gu Wentian's expression darkened, remaining silent. Tang Long, feeling humiliated by Feng Sihai's ease of evasion, seethed with anger and retorted, Spare me your nonsense. Prepare to receive my strike. With a swift backward swing of his fist, he aimed a powerful blow at Feng Sihai, one that could potentially be devastating if it landed. Feng Sihai's eyes narrowed, his face alight with fury. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. He then executed a grappling maneuver, seizing Tang Long's wrist before delivering a left hook toward him. Startled, Tang Long tilted his head slightly to evade, then retaliated with a kick, attempting to force Feng Sihai back. However, Feng Sihai did not flinch. allowing Tang Long's kick to connect with his chest, the immense recoil sending Tang Long hurtling backward, struggling to regain his balance. Tang Long was incensed by the astonished expressions of those around him. "Feng Sihai, today we shall determine who lives and who dies," he declared, charging at Feng Sihai once more. "Stop!" Just as Tang Long advanced, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. "You are not his equal. Further conflict is futile." "Allow me to handle this," Chen Ping interjected, halting Tang Long's advance. Tang Long felt a surge of humiliation and exclaimed sharply, "Step aside. With your physique, I could easily defeat you with a single blow." At that moment, Tang Long had completely lost his rationality, daring to speak disrespectfully to Chen Ping while forgetting the latter's esteemed status, an individual revered even by Gu Wentian. However, Tang Long had yet to witness Chen Ping's capabilities. Thus, he held little respect for him, only adhering to Gu Wentian's authority. The path of martial arts is a gradual journey. Chen Ping, merely in his early 20s, could not possibly be formidable, even if he had trained since infancy. "Silence, you insolent fool. How dare you show disrespect towards Mr. Chen?" Gu Wentian reprimanded Tang Long upon hearing his insolent words. It is worth noting that Gu Wentian seldom chastised Tang Long and never regarded him as a mere subordinate. However, seeing Tang Long's insolence towards Chen Ping, Gu Wentian could not allow such behavior to continue. Tang Long fell silent, but his eyes revealed a distinct lack of respect for Chen Ping. He feared Gu Wentian, not Chen Ping. At that moment, Su Yuqi approached and grasped Chen Ping's arm, advising, "Do not act recklessly. Cannot you see that even Lin Tianhu and Tang Long are no match for him? You are merely a medical practitioner. Refrain from getting involved unnecessarily." Su Yuqi believed that Chen Ping's expertise lay solely in medicine and nothing else. "This is a perfect opportunity for me to showcase my worth. Otherwise, how could a poor boy like me ever be deemed worthy of a noble lady like you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed the first time Chen Ping had made such a declaration publicly. This was tantamount to a confession of his feelings. "I do not care about your abilities. I simply will not let you take risks," Su Yuqi insisted, holding onto Chen Ping's arm to prevent him from intervening. "You should withdraw. This is not the time for bravado." Tang Long, noticing Chen Ping's intention to display his prowess, scoffed derisively. After declaring his intent, Tang Long leapt once more and charged at Feng Sihai. "Alas, I've already told you that you're no match for him, yet you insist on inviting defeat. Truly stubborn." Chen Ping shook his head in resignation. "Enough, let us return," Su Yuqi urged, leading Chen Ping back to their seats. Tang Long, in his reckless pursuit, had barely advanced when Feng Sihai delivered a powerful kick to his chest, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Gu Wentian and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. The sting of embarrassment blazed on Tang Long's face. He could clearly sense that Feng Sihai had not exerted his full strength. Yet, as Gu Wentian's personal bodyguard, in front of so many witnesses, Tang Long felt he had no choice but to endure the humiliation. He would rather be defeated than admit defeat. For a martial artist, preserving one's honor is often deemed more vital than life itself. Should he concede today, Tang Long's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he would likely find no place in the community thereafter. Gu Wentian would probably never employ him again. "Feng Sihai, unleash your full strength. I may perish today, but I shall never yield," Tang Long declared, his face turning crimson and his body beginning to swell with intensity. Storm fist with a thunderous roar. Tang Long's inflated body suddenly deflated, returning to its original state. Yet, like a cannonball, he propelled himself forward. Feng Sihai furrowed his brow, realizing that Tang Long would not relent unless he revealed his ultimate technique. As Feng Sihai slightly crouched, cracks appeared on the marble floor beneath him, and his clothes began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. "I will fight you to the end." Tang Long's eyes began to take on a crimson hue as he unleashed a fierce punch upon Feng Sihai. Boom! The sound reverberated like thunder, causing everyone to cover their ears. Feng Sihai remained unperturbed, his form unwavering and clearly uninjured. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback, but soon unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Feng Sihai. Boom, boom, boom. "Enough," Feng Sihai declared, launching a decisive punch of his own. Boom. Their fists collided, and Tang Long was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, and Gu Wentian's mouth hung agape in shock. Lin Tianhu trembled slightly, He had not anticipated Feng Sihai's strength to be so formidable. A sense of trepidation filled him as he furtively glanced at Chen Ping, realizing that only he might be able to subdue Feng Sihai now. Struggling on the ground, Tang Long attempted to rise, but failed twice. "Who did you learn that formidable hard qigong from?" he asked in astonishment. "Yi Fengchun, do you know him?" Feng Sihai stood tall as he spoke. Upon hearing that name, Tang Long's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a sense of dread, while Lin Tianhu trembled like a leaf in the wind. Clearly, both recognized this individual, and he was indeed formidable. However, the others remained unresponsive, unfamiliar with the name. "Who is Master Yi to you?" Tang Long inquired. "He is my master. I learned this hard qigong from him." Feng Sihai's words cast a shadow over Tang Long's face, who sighed and shook his head slightly. "No wonder I am no match for you. It turns out you have already become Master Ye's disciple." "I concede," to everyone's astonishment. Tang Long, who had intended to fight fiercely, surrendered upon hearing the name Yi Fengchun. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and turned to Lin Tianhu. "Who is this Yi Fengchun?" "Mr. Chun, Yi Fengchun is a master of ancient martial arts, possessing profound inner strength. No one knows his true capabilities, but it is said that he can now injure others merely by plucking leaves." Lin Tianhu spoke with lingering fear in his tone. "Plucking leaves to harm others?" Chen Ping smiled slightly. "Is that so?" As he spoke, he picked up a toothpick, flicked it with his finger, and it shot toward Feng Sihai. Feng Sihai had no time to react, and the toothpick struck his arm, with only a small portion protruding from his flesh. Who ambushed me?" Feng Sihai bellowed angrily as he forcefully pulled out the toothpick. However, deep within Feng Sihai's eyes lingered a trace of trepidation, despite his formidable internal strength, which rendered him nearly impervious to blades and weapons. He had not anticipated that a mere toothpick could pierce his arm. This revelation astonished him, for he had not expected such hidden prowess among these individuals. The crowd exchanged glances, each person bewildered as to who had struck. Only Lin Tianhu gazed at Chen Ping with admiration in his eyes. "It was I." Chen Ping stepped forward. "You?" Feng Sihai regarded Chen Ping, his brow slightly furrowing. Chen Ping, barely in his 20s, seemed too youthful to possess such strength. "Chen Ping, do not be reckless," Su Yuqi exclaimed, hastily attempting to pull him back. "Miss Su, rest assured, Mr. Chen will be fine. There is no need for alarm." Lin Tianhu interjected, blocking her path. "You fool. Such bravado may cost you your life. Are you willing to stand for Lin Tianhu?" Feng Sihai inquired coldly. "Enough of this chatter. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly. I have pressing matters to attend to." Chen Ping replied, his expression impassive. At that moment, a faint mist began to envelop Chen Ping, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. This was the surrounding spiritual energy coalescing, forming a robust shield around him. Aside from Su Yuqi's desperate cries for Chen Ping to retreat, no one else urged him to withdraw. They were all eager to witness whether Chen Ping truly possessed the abilities that warranted such respect from Gu Wentian. Seeking death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Feng Sihai's eyes as he lunged towards Chen Ping with blinding speed, akin to a lightning bolt. In an instant, he stood before Chen Ping, his fist, as large as a sandbag, swung menacingly towards him. Calmly, Chen Ping regarded Feng Sihai, seemingly oblivious to the impending strike. "Ah!" Su Yuqi cried out in alarm. "No?" Yet, Feng Sihai showed no signs of hesitation, his fist crashing forcefully into Chen Ping's chest. Boom. The impact bore the weight of several hundred pounds. Even a horse would likely succumb to such a blow. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Chen Ping's slight frame remained utterly unmoved, while Feng Sihai's arm grotesquely contorted. The tremendous recoil shattered Feng Sihai's arm, exposing the stark, white bone through the skin. "Ah!" Feng Sihai howled in agony, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he beheld his severed limb. "You too can harness internal strength?" he stammered, his face twisted in shock. "A mere smattering, just the surface," Chen Ping retorted with a cold smirk. Nonetheless, no one believed his words. How could the internal strength that Feng Sihai could not penetrate be mere surface knowledge? Su Yuqi's mouth fell agape as she witnessed Chen Ping unscathed. Her eyes sparkled with delight. In that moment, Chen Ping appeared more formidable than ever, and her affection for him deepened. "From whom did you learn this? How do you possess the unique internal strength of my master, Yi Fengchun?" Feng Sihai questioned, perplexed about Chen Ping's source of training. "I find myself devoid of any sect or affiliation, and what is often referred to as hard qigong is merely a deceptive trick." With a calm smile, Chen Ping unleashed a punch upon Feng Sihai's chest. Feng Sihai coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This was no mere hard qigong. Chen Ping practiced the art of cultivation. Not even a bullet could penetrate the shield surrounding him. Feng Sihai gazed at Chen Ping in terror, his astonishment beyond words. Under the force of Chen Ping's punch, he realized that his hard qigong was utterly ineffective. "Brother, might I know your name?" "I, Feng Sihai, would like to seek your guidance another day." Aware that he was no match for Chen Ping, Feng Sihai decided that further conflict was futile and chose to withdraw. "Feng Sihai, do you intend to leave? Let me tell you, as long as Mr. Chen is present today, this place shall be your grave." Lin Tianhu observed Feng Sihai with a smug expression. Feng Sihai's complexion changed, and he regarded Chen Ping with trepidation. If Chen Ping truly intended to kill him, he feared he wouldn't escape today. "I am Chen Ping. You may seek vengeance whenever you wish. Should you be unsatisfied, feel free to bring your master." Chen Ping understood Feng Sihai's intent and replied with a cold smile. "Mr. Chen, we cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain," Lin Tianhu interjected, alarmed that Chen Ping might actually let Feng Sihai go. "I know what I am doing. You may step back." Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing Chen Ping's irritation, Lin Tianhu quickly fell silent and retreated. "Very well, I shall remember this. The mountains will endure, the waters will flow, and we shall meet again." Feng Sihai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gestured to his subordinates to leave. With that, Feng Sihai departed, leaving the grand hall filled only with the remaining guests of the banquet. Mr. Chen indeed possesses remarkable skills. Today has been an eye-opener. Many praised Chen Ping, acknowledging his exceptional talent at such a young age, heralding a future of immeasurable potential. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Gu Wentian was also taken aback by Chen Ping's ability to vanquish demons, recognizing his formidable martial prowess, which only heightened his regard for Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, I beseech you to forgive my ignorance. I hope you will not hold it against me." Tang Long approached Chen Ping, his face flushed with embarrassment as he apologized. "No offense taken," Chen Ping replied with a slight smile, dismissing it from his mind. At that moment, Su Wenzong regarded Chen Ping with a heart full of joy, fully supporting the burgeoning relationship between Su Yuqi and Chen Ping. "You possess martial arts skills and did not mention it beforehand, causing me needless worry." Su Yuqi feigned anger as she approached Chen Ping, playfully pinching his arm. "Ouch!" Chen Ping grimaced, feigning great pain. "What? I barely applied any pressure. How could it hurt?" Su Yuqi was taken aback. "I was injured by Feng Sihai earlier and have been enduring it. How could you pinch me?" Chen Ping pretended to be in agony, casting a reproachful glance at Su Yuqi. "Where are you hurt? Let me see." I don't know." Su Yuqi, in a panic, frantically examined Chen Ping's body, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Everyone around could see that Chen Ping was merely putting on an act. Even Su Wenzong discerned the pretense, though he chose to remain silent, observing the two with quiet amusement. Only Su Yuqi, overwhelmed with concern, remained oblivious to Chen Ping's charade. "Well, as soon as you touch me, my injuries will vanish." Chen Ping, noticing Su Yuqi on the verge of tears, decided to cease his antics. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi quickly realized she had been deceived. "Oh, you Chen Ping, I could just strangle you," she exclaimed, raising her fist toward him, while Chen Ping swiftly evaded her grasp. Watching the playful exchange, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Gu Wentian clapped Su Wenzong on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Su, your family's future is boundless." Su Wenzong, fully aware of Gu Wentian's implication, humbly replied, "We will continue to rely on your guidance." Gu Wentian laughed heartily in response. At the summit villa of Panlong Bay, Tang Hongying and Chun Baohua took a leisurely stroll before settling down in the living room. They could hardly believe their fortune in residing in such a luxurious abode, however temporarily. "It seems the heavens have smiled upon us." Just after Chen Ping's release, he encounters a wonderful girl like Yuqi. "I wonder how they met," Tang Hongying remarked, her face radiant with contentment. "I'm not quite sure, but judging by Miss Su's demeanor, she appears to be a genuinely kind-hearted young woman." Chen Baohua, a former civil servant with a keen eye for character, observed. "But why would someone so affluent take an interest in Chen Ping?" Tang Hongying harbored a lingering concern deep within. After all, their family and the Su family were worlds apart. Just as Chen Baohua was about to respond, a man clad in an impeccably tailored suit entered abruptly, causing him to momentarily pause. "Allow me to enlighten you," the man interjected. "Yuqi is merely indulging Chen Ping for amusement." Do you truly believe that the illustrious Miss Su would be interested in someone like him? Spare yourselves the daydreams. Consider for a moment what your son possesses. He is nothing more than an ordinary university graduate with a prison record. If your daughter were to fancy someone of that ilk, would you approve? It merely so happens that your son saved Yuchi's father's life by accident. Hence, her exuberance is simply an expression of gratitude. Do you genuinely think they will marry? I am Yuchi's true boyfriend, and we have known each other for years, suitable matches as childhood friends. I advise you to come to terms with reality. You know your son's character better than anyone. With that, the man cast a cold, mocking smile at Chen Baogua and Tang Hongying, his eyes brimming with disdain. The couple, upon absorbing his words, felt a rush of embarrassment and indignation. Yet they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, the man's assertions rang true. They were an ordinary family. And Chen Ping was indeed nothing more than an unremarkable individual with a past that few would accept for their daughter. Upon witnessing the reactions of Tang Hongying and Chen Baoziu, the man felt an immense satisfaction. He casually extracted a wad of cash from his bag and tossed it before the two, declaring, "Take this money and hastily vacate this place. Should you linger until I am compelled to expel you, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he turned and departed, climbing into a sleek sports car outside the courtyard and driving away, leaving Tang Hongying and Chen Baoziu in a daze. It was as if they had been abruptly thrust from a celestial realm back into the mundane world, returning to the harshness of reality. After a considerable pause, Chen Baoziu let out a heavy sigh, rising to gather their belongings. Individuals of their standing were unworthy of residing in such a place. Meanwhile, Tang Hongying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, emotions swirling within her. Chen Baoziu, having hastily collected his things, approached and gently patted Tang Hongying's shoulder. "Let us depart. When Chen Ping returns, speak to him earnestly. He must recognize the truth. He and Miss Su are ultimately incompatible." With that, Chen Baoziu and Tang Hongying left, returning to their previous residence. "Hongying, I heard you moved into a grand villa with Chen Ping. Why have you returned?" A middle-aged woman inquired curiously upon their arrival back at the old house. "Aunt Wang, it's simply a matter of discomfort in that place. So we decided to come back," Tang Hongying replied with an awkward smile, recognizing her longtime neighbor, Wang Changfeng. Wang Changfeng had her own struggles. She had raised her daughter alone since her husband passed away when their child was just a teenager. "Returning here is good. At least we old neighbors can chat. Chen Ping just got out of prison. How could he possibly have such fortune as to stay in a grand villa? Be wary not to let him be taken advantage of. If he returns to that life, it could ruin him forever," she remarked without mincing words. Though her phrasing was blunt, her intentions were kind, embodying the saying of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Tang Hongying nodded, understanding the sentiment. Meanwhile, within the opulent hotel, the banquet had concluded, and the guests had long since departed. Gu Wentian retained Chen Ping, stating, "Mr. Chen, regarding your request for the spirit pen and vermilion, it appears that Daoist Xu Xiao has gone out seeking medical assistance and will require some time before he returns. That is of no consequence. I appreciate your efforts, Gu Lao." Chen Ping responded with a faint smile. His mother's vision had been impaired for quite some time. He was not overly concerned about waiting a few more days, as such matters could not be rushed. "Mr. Chen, you need not be so formal. Whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Gu Wentian replied generously. After exchanging pleasantries, as Chen Ping prepared to leave, he was suddenly intercepted by Tang Long, who knelt before him. "Mr. Chen, your martial prowess is remarkable. I hope you will accept me as your disciple." Tang Long had just begun to grasp Chen Ping's formidable abilities and sought to learn from him. Chen Ping grasped Tang Long's shoulders and gently lifted him back to his feet. "I possess only a modicum of skill. I am hardly qualified to be a master. You hold me in too high regard." Chen Ping practiced esoteric techniques, which were vastly different from the martial arts of Tang Long and his peers, making it impossible for him to impart any teachings. Was he to instruct him in mental disciplines? "Mr. Chen, you," Tang Long began, but Chen Ping interjected, "That is enough. Tang Long, since Mr. Chen has expressed himself thus, you should not press the matter further." Gu Wentian intervened to stop Tang Long. Although Gu Wentian himself was not a martial artist, he possessed an understanding of the situation at hand. After all, one does not easily impart their skills to others. Faced with this, Tang Long had no choice but to step aside, falling silent. "Brother Tang, if you have any matters to discuss, we can certainly converse. But I am hardly qualified to be your mentor," Chen Ping remarked with a hint of apology in his smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Tang Long replied, his face brimming with delight. Upon leaving the hotel and returning to the Panlong Bay villa, Chen Ping discovered that his parents were unexpectedly absent. This left him puzzled, as they had just relocated to this unfamiliar place. Taking out his phone, he called his parents, and upon learning that Chun Baohua and Tang Hongying had returned to their former residence, he hurried back. Dad, Mom, why have you come back? Is it that you find living in Panlong Bay uncomfortable? The air is fresh, and the environment is far superior to this place, Chen Ping inquired, bewildered. Chen Baohua glanced at Chen Ping but chose not to respond, walking directly into the bedroom. Tang Hongying, however, sighed and said, Chen Ping, you have just emerged from prison. Do not always yearn for overnight wealth. Yuchi is a good girl, but you cannot leverage having saved her father's life as a means to an end. You are not of the same ilk and cannot be together. In the future, focus on finding a stable job and abandon any fanciful notions. Mom, has someone said something to you? Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. It is of no concern to you. I have told you, do not maintain contact with Su Yuchi. Furthermore, return the house in Panlong Bay to its rightful owners. Your father and I will not reside there. I do not expect you to become exceedingly wealthy. I only wish for you to secure a good job and marry, so that you may carry on the family lineage. Tang Hongying's tone was somewhat stern, indicating her anger. Seeing his mother upset, Chen Ping refrained from arguing and simply nodded. Mom, I will heed your words. Over the years, his mother had endured immense suffering and shed countless tears for his sake, and he did not wish to provoke her further. Noticing Chen Ping's acquiescence, Tang Hongying's demeanor softened considerably. I have asked your father to reach out to Uncle Zhang. He will see if he can assist you in finding a job. Moreover, your Aunt Wang's Henin has graduated and reportedly secured a good position, earning a decent salary. Since you two have known each other since childhood, if neither of you minds, I will speak with your Aunt Wang about it. Though Tang Hongying was visually impaired, she remained acutely aware of both trivial and significant matters. What is there to discuss? If both children agree, I have no objections. After all, I have watched Chen Ping grow up, and his incarceration was not entirely his fault. At that moment, Wang Changfeng entered with a large bowl, exclaiming, This is my homemade sauce. Please give it a taste. Seeing Wang Changfeng enter, Chen Ping quickly extended his hand to receive the bowl. Since arriving in Hongchang as a teenager, he had been neighbors with Wang Changfeng, fostering a close bond between their families. Ah, Aunt Wang, you are excessively polite. That child Hanhua has grown up before my eyes. She is both sensible and beautiful. If our families could truly become in-laws, it would be splendid, said Tang Hongying as she rose and beckoned Wang Changfeng to sit beside her. Hongying, if my Hanhua truly comes to your household, I would feel at ease. After all, she is my only daughter, and I hope to rely on her in my old age, so I do not wish for her to marry far away. This evening, I shall call Hanhua and ask her to return home so that our families can dine together, Wang Changfeng replied, her satisfaction with Chen Ping evident. Indeed. I have heard that Hanhua has secured a good job and earns quite well, Tang Hongying said with a pleased nod. She earns well, but she hardly returns home. It is difficult even to catch a glimpse of her, Wang Changfeng lamented as she picked up her phone to call her daughter. Soon, the call connected, and Hanhua's languid voice drifted through the line. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? I am still asleep. My dear child, it is already afternoon. Why are you still in bed? Don't you have work? Wang Changfeng responded, taken aback. Oh, I have to work late tonight, so I am catching up on sleep this afternoon. Is there something you need? Hanhua quickly inquired. Your brother Chen Ping has been released from prison, and I thought to invite you home for dinner with our families, Wang Changfeng explained. Mom, I don't have time. Let us postpone it for a few days. I am too busy right now, Hanhua replied before abruptly hanging up. Wang Changfeng, hearing the dial tone, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Aunt Wang, since Hanhua is too busy, let us reschedule. It's not like we are short on time, Tang Hongying hastily suggested, fearing Wang Changfeng's displeasure. Oh, children these days really don't listen at all, Wang Changfeng sighed. Wang Changfeng stayed at Chen Ping's house until evening. Chen Ping, feeling somewhat idle, decided to take a stroll. Just then, Lin Tianhu called, wishing to treat Chen Ping to a meal. Now that Chen Ping was Lin Tianhu's superior, he was eager to curry favor. Initially, Chen Ping considered declining, but then he reflected that if he returned home for dinner, Wang Changfeng would likely still be there, and his parents would inevitably nag him at the dinner table. Thus, he agreed to meet Lin Tianhu. Lin Tianhu offered to pick Chen Ping up, but Chen Ping declined. opting instead to take a taxi to the restaurant Lin Tianhu mentioned. During Chen Ping's years in prison, Hongcheng had developed rapidly. A small city now boasted countless bars. As night fell, the streets shimmered with dazzling neon lights, filled with handsome men and beautiful women. As Chen Ping's taxi passed a lively bar, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, dressed vibrantly, walking inside with a group of girls. Hanhua? Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. Just this afternoon. She had claimed she was working late. How could she suddenly appear at a bar? Was Hanhua perhaps working there all along? Determined to uncover the truth, Chen Ping instructed the taxi to stop, paid the fare, and followed Hanhua into the bar. The bar was alive with vibrant lights and a cacophony of laughter, the dazzling illumination inducing a sense of dizziness. Chen Ping observed as Wang Henins followed a group of girls into the bar, only to be swiftly escorted to the back by two waitstaff. As he attempted to follow, he was halted by a firm hand. "Sir, I apologize, but this is our backstage area. Guests are not permitted to enter." Peering inside, he noticed that Wang Henins had already vanished from sight, prompting him to find a secluded corner to sit and ponder what had brought her to this place. Before long, Wang Henins emerged alongside the other girls. Clad only in provocative lingerie, their fair skin exposed to the revelry around them. They hastily made their way to the center stage, where intense beams of light illuminated them, inciting an eruption of cheers and whistles from the crowd. Wang Henins and her companions swayed their bodies, though it was evident that her movements were somewhat awkward, lacking the fluidity of the other dancers. Nevertheless, she exerted herself to dance, forcing a smile upon her face. The onlookers quickly noticed Wang Henins' inexperience, their gazes fixated upon her. With some even tossing money in her direction, Chen Ping furrowed his brow, his disbelief palpable as he watched Wang Henins on stage. He could hardly fathom that the shy and well-behaved girl he once knew had taken to the stage as a dancer. As she bent down to collect the bills that fluttered onto the stage, stuffing them into her décolletage, a group of men below leered at her with ravenous eyes, akin to wolves stalking their prey. Chen Ping, witnessing this, rose and approached the edge of the stage, producing a thick wad of cash, which he tossed onto the platform, several thousand yuan in total. Wang Henins, noticing the substantial sum, brightened momentarily. "Thank you, big brother." However, when her eyes met Chen Ping's, a visible tremor coursed through her, and her expression shifted to one of discomfort. Quickly averting her gaze, she feigned ignorance of his presence and hurriedly resumed collecting the money. Though her smile had vanished entirely, Chen Ping's actions drew the attention of many, but upon noticing his ordinary attire, they smirked derisively. "Buddy, with that outfit, you probably can't afford even 200 yuan. Those girls up there are beyond your reach. It's best you leave before you squander your entire month's earnings here." A middle-aged man clapped Chen Ping on the shoulder, interjecting. Unfazed, Chen Ping continued to gaze intently at Wang Henins, grappling with the notion that a mere 3 years could result in such a transformation. Wang Henins turned away from him, facing another direction, continuing to dance vigorously as the other girls joined her. "Hey handsome, let us get acquainted." A dancer crouched down, extending her fair arm towards Chen Ping's face, attempting to touch him. Chen Ping, a rather naive individual, is precisely the type that these dancers find most appealing. Despite his lack of wealth, once ensnared, he dutifully relinquishes his monthly earnings. Chen Ping slightly tilted his head, evading the dancer's touch, yet his gaze remained fixated on Wang Henins. "Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself," a man nearby exclaimed with a lecherous grin, suddenly seizing the dancer's hand and yanking her downwards. The dancer, caught off guard, was abruptly pulled from the stage. Instantly, the surrounding men pounced upon her like famished predators, groping her indiscriminately. At that moment, everyone sought a chance to take advantage, to indulge in some impropriety. "Get the hell away from me. Do you wish to die?" A woman clad in professional attire and heavily made up shouted, flanked by 4 burly men. The previously frenzied men scattered in disarray, retreating in haste. Yanjia, the dancer, who had just been yanked from the stage, stood up, a look of grievance on her face as she called out to the woman. Her body bore the marks of unwelcome hands, and her undergarments had been distorted from the rough handling. "Get lost." Yanjia scowled, her brow furrowing as she directed her ire at the dancer. Terrified, the dancer hurriedly ran towards the backstage. Yanjia scanned the area and, upon noticing Chen Ping standing at the edge of the stage, remained silent but then turned to Wang Henins, commanding, "Henins, come down." Upon hearing her name, Wang Henin's quickly descended from the stage. Yin Jia, is there something amiss? She inquired. The big boss has arrived. He wants you to keep him company, Yin Jia stated matter-of-factly. Wang Henin's visibly stiffened, her face reflecting reluctance. Yet she dared not protest and followed Yin Jia away. As she passed Chen Ping, she deliberately lowered her head, avoiding his gaze entirely. Henins, Chen Ping called out, taking hold of her arm. Do you know him? Yin Jia furrowed her brow slightly, directing her question at Wang Henins. No, I don't know him, she quickly replied. Then turned to Chen Ping. Who are you? Let go of me. I still have work to do. Wang Henins broke free from Chen Ping's grasp and followed Yin Jia backstage. Yin Jia shot Chen Ping a glare, but said nothing further, simply departing. Henins, the big boss holds you in high regard. You mustn't create any disturbances at this moment, especially not in seeking a boyfriend. If you manage to secure his favor, all your previous debts will pale in comparison. I would gladly follow in your wake, Yin Jia advised as they walked. Wang Henin's expression darkened, yet she mustered a forced smile. Yin Jia, how could the big boss possibly take an interest in me? He is far more attentive to you. Wang Henins had no desire to become entangled with the bar's owner, a balding, corpulent man whose very appearance was repulsive to her. Although she found herself cornered into working as a dancer, she was resolute in not descending to the depths of becoming someone's mistress. I have grown old. Henceforth, the world belongs to you young ones, Yin Jia remarked, casting a glance at Wang Hanhui, filled with a mix of envy and jealousy. In their line of work, age is a commodity. Once one grows older, any advantage dissipates, and merely avoiding dismissal is a considerable fortune. Soon, the two women entered a spacious and opulent office. Upon entering, they found a balding middle-aged man seated on a sofa, a bottle of red wine placed before him. Upon seeing the man, Yin Jia slightly bowed and said, Boss, Hanhui has arrived. Has she not received any clients yet? The middle-aged man inquired. No, the boss instructed me, and how could I dare to disobey? Yin Jia quickly shook her head. Leave, the man gestured with a wave of his hand. Yin Jia exited, casting a knowing glance at Wang Hanhui before closing the door behind her. Wang Hanhui trembled slightly, left to confront the formidable boss alone, her heart racing with fear. Old boss, she timidly called out. The middle-aged man looked up at Wang Hanhui, a glint of desire gleaming in his eyes, and smiled broadly. Do not be tense. I shall not devour you. Come, sit down, he beckoned, patting the sofa beside him. Despite her trepidation, Wang Hanhui dared not refuse and cautiously made her way to sit beside him. As she sat there, her fair skin and the youthful fragrance she exuded intensified the man's interest. He poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Wang Hanhui. Come, join me for a drink. Boss, I do not drink. Wang Hanhui hesitated to accept. Once is unfamiliar, but twice will make it familiar. After today, you shall know, the middle-aged man smirked. Realizing she had little choice, Wang Hanhui accepted the glass, closed her eyes, and gulped the wine down in one swift motion. Seeing her down the drink, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. I heard from Yin that you owe quite a bit in high-interest loans. Wang Hanhui nodded. 1 million. 1 million? That is indeed a significant sum, he remarked, pulling out a check and writing 1 million on it, sliding it across the table to Wang Hanhui. If you spend the night well with me, this million shall be yours. The man regarded Wang Hanhui with unwavering confidence. He had engaged in such transactions before. Under the lure of money, very few young women could resist. As Wang Hanhui gazed at the check, her breath quickened. 1 million. If she possessed that sum, she would no longer live under the threat of those loan sharks, nor would she have to toil as a dancer in the bar, perpetually anxious about encountering someone she knew. Her heart was in turmoil as she slowly reached for the check, only to withdraw her hand, fully aware that accepting it would irrevocably alter the course of her life. Though she currently danced, she still retained her integrity. Once the money was repaid, she could seek a partner and marry without guilt. However, if she became someone else's mistress, even if she later found a man worthy of her trust, the guilt would haunt her for a lifetime. At that moment, she suddenly recalled Chen Ping, remembering how he had protected her fiercely during their teenage years. Back then, Wang Hanhong often proclaimed her desire to marry him. However, as time passed, their interactions dwindled, especially after Chen Ping began dating Geng Shanshan, and they reached the stage of discussing marriage. Consequently, Wang Hanhong stopped keeping in touch with him. Little did she know that fate had other plans. Chen Ping's marriage never materialized, and he found himself imprisoned. While still in college, Wang Hanhong had contemplated visiting him in jail, but her studies had prevented her from doing so. Today, seeing her current state through Chen Ping's eyes filled her with immense anguish. She feared he might disclose her situation to her mother, which would undoubtedly infuriate her. With her father having passed away early, her mother had raised her with great hardship. Should she learn that her daughter was working as a dancer in a bar, it would surely devastate her. If it were discovered that she had become someone else's mistress, she could very well disown her. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wang Hanhong resolutely shook her head, addressing the middle-aged man. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no such intentions." The man was taken aback, not expecting her to refuse. He had employed this tactic numerous times before, and not once had anyone declined. Many girls had even leaped with joy at the proposition. In today's society, where wealth reigns supreme, did she find his offer insufficient? "I can offer you more," he continued, "and even buy you a home as our love nest. You can have whatever you desire, and I won't intrude upon your personal life. You need only accompany me 4 or 5 times a month. My current condition doesn't allow me to invest too much energy in women anyway. This pays far more than your work as a dancer, and you won't have to endure the lewd advances of those vile men." The middle-aged man persisted in his seduction. Yet, Wang Hanhong had made up her mind. She could never become someone else's mistress. She refused to trade her life for fleeting comfort. The sight of the balding man before her repulsed her. Had he not been her employer, she might have unleashed a torrent of invective. "Boss, I truly cannot do this. Please find someone else," she reiterated, shaking her head once more. Seeing her continued rejection, the middle-aged man's demeanor shifted abruptly. His eyes narrowed as he hissed, "Do you think you have a choice here? A woman I desire is never out of reach." Alarmed, Wang Hanhong hastily rose to flee, but as she stood, dizziness overwhelmed her, and the world spun around her. "Ha ha ha, you can't escape. You've consumed my drink. Do you still think you can leave?" He laughed heartily. Wang Hanhong's face turned pale. She wanted to scream, but her mouth would not obey. The man before her grew increasingly indistinct. Ultimately, with a thud, she collapsed onto the sofa, unable to move, and gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the bar's main hall, Sister Yin, cigarette in mouth, looked enviously at the young and beautiful dancers on stage. Once upon a time, she too had been young and radiant, basking in the limelight and being cherished by a wealthy patron. However, she now finds herself acting as a procurer for her superior, oblivious to what the future may hold for her in the coming years. Sister Yin, Wang Hanhong has caught the eye of the big boss. She is destined for greatness. A young server whispered beside her. "Of course, you all must tread carefully around Wang Hanhong from now on. Do not provoke her, or you shall face dire consequences." Sister Yin exhaled a plume of smoke. "No way, but that figure, that skin, simply exquisite. If I were to silence. Are you looking for trouble? With your demeanor, you dare to covet the boss's woman?" Before the server could complete his sentence, Sister Yan's face darkened with anger. "I am doomed. I am doomed. I spoke foolishly," the server exclaimed, promptly slapping himself twice. "Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, I shall deduct a month's wages from you," Sister Yin declared sternly. "Thank you, Sister Yin, thank you." The server hurriedly expressed his gratitude, reaching out to give Sister Yin a light pinch on the rear. "Look at you, so morose." Sister Yin chuckled, pulling the server along with her. Although Sister Yin had aged, and the boss no longer favored her, none of the young and vigorous servers in the bar could escape her grasp. Their whispers, though hushed, reached Chen Ping's ears clearly, and upon hearing that Wang Hanhong was summoned by the boss for such purposes, his expression turned icy. Chen Ping rose and made his way toward the backstage. As he approached the entrance, 2 servers blocked his path. Before either could utter a word, Chen Ping swiftly incapacitated them. Entering the backstage, he was unaware of Wang Hanhong's whereabouts. The labyrinth of rooms left him at a loss, causing him great distress. As he passed a restroom, he suddenly heard soft gasps. Without hesitation, he charged in and kicked open a stall door. Inside, he found Sister Yin engaged in a struggle with the server, appearing to have just begun. The server, startled by the intrusion, was silenced by a swift blow from Chen Ping, who then seized Sister Yin by her collar. "Where have you taken Hanhong? How dare you?" Sister Yin retorted upon recognizing Chen Ping. Yet, before she could continue, Chen Ping tightened his grip around her throat, causing her to gasp for breath, her face turning crimson with fear. "In the office," Sister Yin quickly replied. "Lead the way." Chen Ping released her, and sensing the murderous intent in his gaze, Sister Yin dared not play tricks and obediently guided him. Upon reaching the office, Chen Ping kicked the door open with a resounding crash, startling the middle-aged man inside. As Chen Ping stormed in, he found Wang Hanhong lying motionless on the sofa, while the balding man was caressing her body, seeking death. Chen Ping's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful kick, sending the middle-aged man flying. Chen Ping removed his coat and draped it over Wang Hanhua, who lay unconscious, evidently under the influence of a potent drug. As Chen Ping channeled his spiritual energy into her body, Wang Hanhua slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Ping, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Chen Ping." However, just as quickly, she succumbed to slumber once more, the effects of the drug clearly too overwhelming. The middle-aged man, having been kicked by Chen Ping, lay sprawled on the ground, his face a ghastly shade of purple. "Boss." Yan Jie hurried forward to assist the fallen man. The middle-aged man glared at Chen Ping, his voice dripping with menace. "You dare strike me? You must be tired of living. Who do you think you are?" As he bellowed. For burly henchmen clad in black suits rushed into the room. "Boss, this guy could be Wang Hanhua's boyfriend," Yan Jie informed the middle-aged man. Given Chen Ping's demeanor towards Wang Hanhua and his current furious expression, it was clear he was no mere acquaintance. "I don't care who he is. Kill him. How dare he strike me? I'll ruin you," the middle-aged man shouted, emboldened by the arrival of his men. The henchman charged at Chen Ping, but he merely set Wang Hanhua down, not even glancing at the approaching threat. With a swift motion of his hand, the henchmen were sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall, incapacitated. Witnessing Chen Ping's formidable prowess, both the middle-aged man and Yan Jie were struck dumb, fear etched upon their faces. Chen Ping's gaze was icy as he regarded the middle-aged man. "Scum like you deserve death. What do you intend to do?" The middle-aged man trembled, his voice quaking under the weight of Chen Ping's murderous glare. "Let me remind you, this bar is under the protection of Master Hu. Do you know who he is?" Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Chen Ping's phone rang. It was Lin Tianhu, who had been trying to invite Chen Ping to dinner but had grown concerned over his absence. "Mr. Chen, where are you?" Lin Tianhu inquired softly. "I'm at Fenghua Bar," Chen Ping replied. "Fenghua Bar?" Lin Tianhu paused, perplexed. "What brings you there, Mr. Chen?" "To kill." The two simple words were laden with an ominous intent that sent a shiver down Lin Tianhu's spine. "Mr. Chen, Fenghua Bar is under the control of Bald Li, who has been collecting protection fees for our alliance. I'll head over immediately with my men. There's no need for you to get involved." Lin Tianhu understood that Chen Ping's mention of murder indicated that Fenghua Bar had provoked him. "All right," was Chen Ping's succinct reply before he ended the call and settled into the sofa, awaiting further developments. Within the office, an oppressive silence fell. As Yan Jie and the bar owner exchanged anxious glances at Chen Ping's calm demeanor, their hearts filled with foreboding. "Boss, do you think that man was just speaking with Master Hu?" Yan Jie ventured quietly to her superior. The bar owner remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. The voice that had just emerged from the phone indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of Lin Tianhu. However, how could such a young man, still in his youth and clad in ordinary attire, possibly know Lin Tianhu or speak to him with such audacity? Observing the owner's silence, Sister Yin attempted to offer reassurance. There's no way the Tiger Lord would be acquainted with someone like him. He must be putting on an act. No one in Hong City would dare speak to the Tiger Lord in that manner. Hearing this, the bar owner nodded slightly, conceding to Sister Yan's perspective. "Young man, cease your pretense. With your demeanor, how could the Tiger Lord possibly know you? Impersonating him is a grave offense," the bar owner shouted at Chen Ping. Chen Ping merely cast a brief glance at the bar owner, smirking coldly, ignoring him completely. "Boss, why not call the Tiger Lord? This troublemaker is causing a scene. He can come and handle it, and we'll ascertain whether that was genuinely the Tiger Lord on the phone," Sister Yin suggested to the bar owner. Nodding in agreement, the bar owner pulled out his phone, ready to call Lin Tianhu, but before he could, his phone rang. It was Lin Tianhu calling. Quickly answering, he exclaimed, "Tiger Lord. Baldly, how the hell did you provoke Mr. Chen? You better be ready. I'm on my way. Close your Fenghua Bar immediately. If you dare to run, let us see if I, Lin Tianhu, can find you." The moment the bar owner picked up the phone and greeted the Tiger Lord, Lin Tianhu's furious voice sent him into a state of shock. Despite his disbelief, the evidence was undeniable. The person on the other end of the call was indeed Lin Tianhu, who addressed Chen Ping with utmost respect. The bar owner's phone slipped from his hand, shattering upon impact with the ground, as he stared blankly at Chen Ping before suddenly kneeling. Sister Yin, filled with fear, followed suit and knelt beside him. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The bar owner pleaded, bowing fervently. Chen Ping paid him no mind. His attention focused on channeling spiritual energy into Wang Hanhua to awaken her. It was unclear what kind of drug the bar owner had administered to her, as its effects were remarkably potent. Even with Chen Ping's spiritual energy, it took considerable effort before Wang Hanhua slowly opened her eyes once again. Brother Chen, Wang Hanhua called out, her voice tinged with embarrassment, for being a dancer at a bar was hardly a commendable profession. Hanhua, are you feeling better now? Let us go? Chen Ping gently assisted Wang Hanhua up from the sofa. Wang Hanhua nodded, but upon noticing the bar owner and sister Yin kneeling on the ground, she froze in surprise. She couldn't comprehend why they were in such a position. Was it because of Chen Ping? Wang Hanhai gazed at Chen Ping in confusion. After all, in her eyes, Chen Ping was merely an ordinary man, and one who had even served time in prison. Let us go, Chen Ping said without offering an explanation, taking Wang Hanhai by the arm as they made their way outside. In the bar's lobby, Lin Tianhu had already arrived with his men, ushering all the patrons out. The bar staff were cornered, crouching on the floor in fear. Upon seeing so many armed individuals, Wang Hanhai's face turned pale, her hand gripping Chen Ping's arm tightly as she trembled. Do not be afraid, Chen Ping whispered soothingly to her. As Lin Tianhu noticed Chen Ping's emergence and was about to approach him, Chen Ping halted him with a mere glance. He wished to keep Wang Hanhai oblivious to his acquaintance with Lin Tianhu, for Lin Tianhu was certainly not regarded as a good man in the eyes of ordinary folk. The thought of her parents discovering her association with him would surely infuriate them. Lin Tianhu instantly grasped the meaning behind Chen Ping's gaze. With a wave of his hand, the guards stationed at the bar's entrance parted to clear the way. Thus, Chen Ping led Wang Hanhai out under the scrutiny of dozens of onlookers. As soon as they exited the bar, anguished screams and the sounds of destruction echoed from within. They hailed a taxi, and Chen Ping took Wang Hanhai home. On the journey back, Wang Hanhai stole glances at Chen Ping, several times opening her mouth as if to explain, yet each time the words eluded her. How did you end up working in such a place? Chen Ping initiated the conversation. Wang Hanhai lowered her head, her hands fidgeting, biting her lip until, after a moment, she finally spoke. Brother Chen Ping, could you please not tell my mother? If she finds out, it would break her heart. Chen Ping nodded in understanding. Wang Hanhai composed herself and continued, I currently owe 1 million in high-interest loans. If I do not work in that kind of place, I have no means to repay it. If I fail to pay, they will come after my mother. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. How could you possibly owe such a vast sum? Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Hanhai came from a modest background and had always been frugal, never frivolously spending money. How could she suddenly find herself in such debt? At Chen Ping's inquiry, Wang Hanhai wept even more earnestly, her sobs punctuating her words. In college, I met a boyfriend, 2 years my senior, who was my senior. After he graduated, he needed money for his startup and borrowed high-interest loans in my name. But after securing the funds, I could no longer reach him. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping immediately understood she had been deceived by that so-called boyfriend. Meanwhile, the taxi driver let out a sigh. Ah, these young girls are so naive, so easily trusting. 1 million is no small amount. Just a few days ago, I heard about a young girl who committed suicide by jumping into a river due to high-interest loans. Hanhai, do not cry. I will help you find a solution to this million. Chen Ping gently patted Wang Hanhai's shoulder. Wang Hanhui lifted her head, gazing appreciatively at Chen Ping. Brother Chen Ping, I understand you've just been released from prison, and without a job, how could you possibly have that much money? Just don't tell my mother. I will find a way. Rest assured, I won't do anything foolish. If I were to leave, my mother wouldn't survive it. Chen Ping offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, he was determined to assist Wang Hanhui with her predicament regarding the 1 million high-interest loan. Presently, he possessed a card given to him by Su Wenzong, containing 10 million yuan. Even if he were to spend a considerable amount, Chen Ping could always seek assistance from Lin Tianhu, as the entirety of the alliance now belonged to him. Upon their return to the community, the taxi driver declined to accept payment from Chen Ping and his companion, instead smiling warmly at Wang Hanhui. Young lady, try to remain optimistic. Even the gravest of troubles can be overcome. With that, the driver accelerated away, leaving Chen Ping reflecting on the goodness that still permeated the world. Arriving home with Wang Hanhui, Chen Ping was surprised to find Wang Changfeng conversing with his parents. He had intended for Wang Hanhui to stabilize her emotions before returning home. But now their arrival together had been noticed. Upon seeing Chen Ping and Wang Hanhui enter, both Wang Changfeng and Chen Baoguo were momentarily taken aback. Only Tang Hongying remained expressionless, softly inquiring, "Chen Ping, is that you? Why are you home so late?" Chen Baoguo, tugging at Tang Hongying's arm, remarked with a smile. Chen Ping came home with Hanhui. They arrived together. At this, Tang Hongying's demeanor brightened instantly. "Chen Ping, you could have simply told us you were with Hanhui. Why the stealth? Were you trying to surprise us?" Chen Ping was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain the situation. Only Wang Changfeng noticed that Wang Hanhui's countenance was off, indicating she had been crying, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. "Hanhui, weren't you supposed to be working late? And why do you appear to have been crying? You smell of alcohol." Wang Changfeng's barrage of questions left Wang Hanhui flustered, unsure of how to respond. "Aunt Wang, Hanhui did not work late. She went out for drinks with her colleagues. I found her and brought her back." Chen Ping quickly fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, Wang Changfeng rose immediately to check on Wang Hanhui, her eyes filled with concern. "What kind of colleagues are these? Knowing you can't handle your liquor, they still forced it upon you. It's utterly unacceptable." Seeing her mother-esque concern, Wang Hanhui could no longer contain her emotions and embraced Wang Changfeng, bursting into tears once more. "Dear Hanhui, if your job brings you unhappiness, let us simply walk away from it. What kind of colleagues are they?" Wang Changfeng believed Wang Hanhui was being bullied at work, feeling a deep sense of injustice on her behalf. After all, Wang Hanhui was still new to her job, often a target for mistreatment in many companies. "That's right, Hanhui, stop crying. If it comes to that, we can quit. Tomorrow, Uncle Chen can help you find a job. After all, we are university graduates, so we need not fear employment." Tang Hongying quickly joined in to console Wang Hanhui. "Tomorrow, I will inquire together. It should pose no issue. After all, this person is my old comrade," Chen Baoguo remarked. The more they urged Wang Hanhong, the more heartbroken she became. Yet only Chen Ping understood the reason behind her tears. Wang Changfeng, feeling helpless, could only escort Wang Hanhong back home. "Chen Ping, you should retire early tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you to visit your uncle's son, so he can assist you in securing a job, while also inquiring on behalf of Hanhong. This child has endured too much," Tang Hongying sighed. "You mustn't bully Hanhong in the future. Treat her kindly," she added. The uncle's son she referred to as Sun Fuhai, a comrade of Chen Baoguo. After retiring from the army, Chen Baoguo ventured into a political career as a civil servant, while Sun Fuhai utilized his severance pay to enter the business world, where he now thrives and enjoys a comfortable life. "Mom, enough. Go to sleep," Tang Hongying interrupted, not allowing Chen Ping to finish. Chen Ping felt somewhat helpless. He had always regarded Wang Hanhong as a sister, devoid of any romantic feelings. And now he was unsure how to address this with his parents. Shaking his head in resignation, he retreated to his room to sleep, knowing that a trip to Panlong Bay was out of the question, as he feared his parents would be displeased. The following morning, Tang Hongying called out, "Chen Ping, hurry and get up. Dress nicely, don't look disheveled. Your uncle's son has taken a day off just for us." "Understood," Chen Ping replied, opening his eyes. After a modest breakfast, the three of them hurriedly set out, hailing a taxi to Sun Fuhai's residence. Sun Fuhai resided in the renowned Phoenix Manor community in Hongcheng, where the average property price exceeds 10,000 per square meter, with a single unit often costing over $1 million. Such sums are not within reach for the common folk of a small town like Hongcheng. "Chen Ping, once we arrive, be charming and courteous. After all, we are asking for a favor. Given your circumstances, finding a job is quite challenging. No company is inclined to hire someone with a criminal record. Please be mindful," Tang Hongying incessantly advised, anxious that Chen Ping might falter. "All right, let us refrain from excessive chatter. So what if I've served time? Does that automatically tarnish my character? My bond with Fuhai spans many years. This matter is surely manageable," Chen Baoguo interjected from the front passenger seat, concerned that Tang Hongying's nagging might irritate Chen Ping, particularly regarding the subject of imprisonment, as Chen Ping's time behind bars was already unjust. "If your friendship is so strong, why hasn't he visited you in these years? Are you unaware of the hardships we have faced during Chen Ping's imprisonment?" Tang Hongying expressed her displeasure. Their family's situation had deteriorated significantly, yet Sun Fuhai had never made an appearance. "Let us not blame Fuhai. It's my fault for not informing him. I never disclosed our circumstances, nor did he know our address. How could he come to see us? Our bond is one of life and death," during grenade practice. Had I not tackled him, he would no longer exist, Chen Baowu asserted, a proud man who once served as a squad leader. Feeling embarrassed to seek assistance from a comrade. Were it not for Chen Ping's job search, he wouldn't have sought out Sun Fuhai at all. Mother, you are well aware of my father's temperament. Once we arrive, I will be cautious. When I secure a job and earn money, our family's circumstances will improve. Chen Ping remarked to Tang Hongying. Presently, Chen Ping possessed a sum of 10 million, yet he could not disclose this fortune to his parents. After all, such wealth was difficult to explain. If he were to speak the truth, his parents would hardly believe him, given the extraordinary experiences he had endured during his 3 years in prison. At that moment, in a 2-story villa at Phoenix Manor, Sun Fuhai, a man in his 50s, was adjusting his rather outdated military uniform before a mirror. On the sofa reclined a young woman in her 20s, possessing decent looks and a tall figure, clad in a checkered pajama set while engrossed in her phone. Father, what on earth are you doing? That tattered military uniform is from years gone by. Why would you wear it now? The girl remarked, casting a glance at Sun Fuhai. This girl was Sun Fuhai's only daughter, Sun Xiaoming. Your father is merely preparing to meet an old comrade in arms, which is why he has donned this attire. However, his waistline has expanded so much that the uniform no longer fits. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fruit. Dressed in a black suit paired with a white blouse, complemented by flesh-colored stockings and high heels, she exuded the appearance of a professional office worker. With a light touch of makeup, she appeared remarkably youthful. This woman was Sun Fuhai's wife, Li Fengxiao, who served as a sales manager in her own company. Old son, who exactly is this old comrade you are meeting? I've heard that several of your former comrades have become quite successful. Perhaps you should reconnect with them. They might be able to assist us through this difficult period. Otherwise, if we endure much longer, bankruptcy will be imminent. Li Fengxiao expressed her concerns to Sun Fuhai as she set the fruit down. Mind your own business. This time, it's our old squad leader visiting. It has been years since we last met. Please be courteous, Sun Fuhai replied with a hint of impatience. Your squad leader? He might have become quite prosperous by now. I recall you mentioning that he once saved your life and subsequently entered politics after retiring. Li Fengxiao continued to inquire. Yes, but we have not been in touch for several years. I have no idea how he is faring now, Sun Fuhai acknowledged with a nod. Perhaps he has risen to a high position by now. When he arrives, you all should catch up, Li Fengxiao said excitedly, then glanced at Sun Xiaoming on the sofa. Hurry and change your clothes. We will have guests soon, and you cannot present yourself this way. Furthermore, your father's old squad leader has a son. When they come, who knows what may happen? Oh, mother, please stop. I already have a boyfriend, as you well know, and this is just so annoying. Sun Xiaoming stood up from the sofa, visibly irritated, and headed towards her bedroom. You stubborn girl, I am only looking out for your best interests. That Chui Ziyuan is merely a sales manager, while the guests we are expecting are from a prominent background. They are not the same. Li Fengxiao shouted after her. Sun Xiaoming did not respond, but instead entered her bedroom and forcefully closed the door behind her. This child is so disobedient, Li Fengxiao muttered, then turned to Sun Fuhai, saying, Old son, I will wash some more fruit. Remember to call and book a nice hotel for lunch. We should treat our guests well. All right. Sun Fuhai nodded in agreement. Soon, Chen Ping's family arrived and rang the doorbell, prompting Sun Fuhai to hastily open the door. Upon meeting, both Chen Baowu and Sun Fuhai were momentarily taken aback before embracing each other warmly. Old squad leader, I've missed you dearly. You've changed so much over the years. Your hair has turned quite gray, Sun Fuhai remarked with a chuckle. Haha, you've also gained some weight. With your current physique, how dare you wear a military uniform? Chen Baowu laughed heartily, playfully punching Sun Fuhai on the shoulder. Sun Fuhai's gaze then shifted to Tang Hongying and Chen Ping, noticing that although Tang Hongying's eyes were open, they lacked luster, as if she could not see. He was momentarily taken aback. Chen Baowu, observing this, quickly introduced, This is my wife, Tang Hongying. She lost her sight due to illness a few years ago. Sun Fuhai promptly greeted Tang Hongying, Sister-in-law, please come in and have a seat. Tang Hongying smiled warmly and nodded. Yes, I often hear old Chen speak of your past together. She added, if it weren't for the old squad leader back then, I might not have been here today. Sun Fuhai quickly assisted Tang Hongying into the house. Uncle Sun, let me help. Chen Ping stepped forward to support Tang Hongying. This is my son, Chen Ping, Chen Bao were introduced. Indeed, a fine young man, just like your father in his youth. Sun Fuhai remarked with a smile. Casting a glance at Chen Ping, Chen Ping returned the smile, feeling a genuine warmth from Sun Fuhai's demeanor, which seemed sincere and unpretentious. However, no one noticed the subtle change in expression on Chun Baohua and Tang Hongying's faces after Sun Fuhai's comment, though it was fleeting. Old Sun, is the old squad leader here? Li Fengxia emerged from the kitchen carrying a large platter of fruit, hurrying to greet them. Old squad leader, this is my wife. Li Fengxia, Sun Fuhai introduced. Hello, sister-in-law, Chun Baohua replied with a slight smile. Li Fengxia was momentarily taken aback, noticing Chun Baohua's ordinary attire and graying hair, devoid of the imposing presence one might expect of a high-ranking official. She glanced at Tang Hongying and Chen Ping, both simply dressed, appearing as ordinary folks. Have those in high office become so unpretentious now? She pondered silently. What are you dazed about? The old squad leader is speaking to you. Sun Fuhai noticed Li Fengxia's moment of hesitation and gently nudged her. Oh, big brother, hello? Sister-in-law, please sit down. I've prepared some fruit for you. Li Fengxia quickly responded with a welcoming smile. The Chun family settled onto the sofa, while Sun Fuhai hurriedly poured tea and water, calling towards the bedroom, Xiao Meng. Your Uncle Chun and his family have arrived. Come out quickly. Fuhai, there's no need to be so courteous. We feel quite embarrassed for imposing on you unexpectedly. Chen Baohua said, feeling a bit awkward at Sun Fuhai's warm reception. Old squad leader, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's been many years since we last met, so treat this place as your own home. I've booked a hotel for lunch. Let us enjoy a good meal together, Sun Fuhai replied as he poured tea for Chen Baohua. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming emerged, dressed in athletic wear and sporting a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Sun Xiaoming cast a glance and fixed her gaze upon Chen Ping, realizing that he was dressed in garish, cheap attire, presenting a rather rustic appearance, akin to a bumpkin from the countryside. He bore no semblance of a privileged offspring of officials. Xiaoming, why haven't you greeted Uncle Chun? Sun Fuhai prompted. Hello, Uncle Chun. Sun Xiaoming replied absently, her demeanor indifferent, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. You child, what's the matter with you? Sun Fuhai, noticing her attitude, was about to reprimand her when he was halted by Chen Baohua. Now, Chen Baohua interjected, quickly averting the situation, while smiling warmly at Sun Xiaoming and nodding. The two families settled into casual conversation, yet it was evident that Sun Xiaoming felt somewhat uncomfortable. Brother Chun, I heard from my husband that after your demobilization, you entered politics. It has been many years. You must have risen to a bureau-level position by now. Li Fengxiao inquired of Chen Baohua. At her question, Chen Baohua's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly chuckled. No, I have retired. Retired at such a young age? That seems rather premature. Li Fengxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Enough with the trivialities. Why are you prying like this? Sun Fuhai shot a glare at Li Fengxiao. Merely a casual inquiry out of curiosity. Why are you so impatient? Li Fengxiao retorted with a dismissive glance at Sun Fuhai, then turned back to Chen Baohua. Brother Chun, at what level did you retire? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, especially since he was seeking a favor, Chen Baohua awkwardly admitted, I was dismissed. He recounted his experiences over the past few years without reservation, no longer concerned about losing face, as his pride had become worthless to him. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Li Fengxiao's face, quickly replaced by an eye roll. Sun Fuhai, however, wore a look of astonishment. Old squad leader, you've endured such hardship over the years. Why didn't you inform me? It's all in the past. Now that Chen Ping is out, I wish to ask for your assistance in finding him a job, even if it's a bit tough, Chen Baohua said earnestly. Who would hire an ex-convict nowadays? Before Sun Fuhai could respond, Li Fengxia scoffed. Her demeanor had shifted dramatically from her initial friendliness. Sun Fuhai frowned slightly, his expression turning serious. Seeing the tension, Chen Baohua quickly added, if it's too much trouble, then forget it. I can have him look for work on a construction site. Old squad leader, to be frank, my company is facing some difficulties. And if we don't get through this, we might go bankrupt. Hiring Chen Ping would only hinder him, Sun Fuhai sighed. Upon hearing this, Chen Baohua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fuhai, I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you. You needn't concern yourself with Chen Ping's employment matters. What issues is your company facing? Li Fengxiao interjected with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Chen Baohua's face flushed with discomfort. Silence. Sun Fuhai shot a fierce glare at Li Fengxiao, then turned to Chen Baohua with a hint of regret. Old class leader, pay no heed to these women. My company has some business dealings with Fuyo Decoration, but they have withheld our payment, and now our cash flow has been disrupted. I fear we won't last much longer. However, regarding Chen Ping's job, I've asked Xiaoming to inquire at their company. It is a group company with good benefits. Let Chen Ping start from the bottom and work her way up. Dad, I'm merely a salesperson. I possess no special skills. Please don't complicate matters for me. Sun Xiaoming immediately protested as soon as Sun Fuhai finished speaking. Lacking skill? Isn't Chui Ziyuan the sales manager? Surely he can hire one employee? Sun Fuhai challenged. Enough. It's settled. If Chui Ziyuan cannot manage even this, I doubt you two are suited for each other, he threatened Sun Xiaoming before she could respond. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoming fell silent, pouting in frustration. Old Sun, Xiaoming has already put in a lot of effort to get into that company. Are you trying to create unnecessary trouble for her? Besides, it's a large group company. Can a labor reformer even gain entry? Li Fengxia cast a disapproving glance at Chen Ping and expressed her dissatisfaction to Sun Fuhai. Listening to Li Fengxia repeatedly refer to her as a labor reformer made Chen Ping uncomfortable, but given Sun Fuhai's commendable character, she refrained from losing her temper. Dad, I must make it clear that I will only facilitate her entry. Whether she secures an interview depends on her own abilities. Sun Xiaoming rolled her eyes and retreated to her bedroom. Old class leader, this girl has her ways. Please don't take offense, Sun Fuhai awkwardly explained to Chen Baohua. Chen Baohua gave a wry smile. At this point, what could he possibly find offensive? Fuhai, I appreciate your assistance, but I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Understanding that lingering would only exacerbate tensions, Chen Baohua felt it best not to stir discord within their family. Old class leader, I've booked a hotel. Let us have a meal together, Sun Fuhai urged. Not today, perhaps another time. Chen Baohua waved his hand dismissively. Chen Ping assisted Tang Hongying to her feet as well. Sun Fuhai recognized that his wife and daughter's demeanor was indeed uncomfortable, yet he felt powerless to change it. Offering a sheepish smile, when I have the time, I will share a drink with the old class leader. Sun Fuhai escorted Chen Baohua and his family to the door, while Li Fengxia remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. Uncle Sun, what is the name of the company that owes you money? Once outside, Chen Ping inquired of Sun Fuhai. It's called Fuyo Decoration. Does my nephew have any acquaintances there? Sun Fuhai asked, puzzled. Chen Ping shook his head, saying no. But I will give it a try and help Uncle Sun collect the debt. His nephew, your intentions are appreciated by Uncle Sunday. It is not easy for you to have come out of there. We must not engage in illegal activities again. Focus on honoring your parents. And do not concern yourself with my affairs. Sun Fuhai assumed that Chen Ping intended to resort to violence for debt collection, considering he had just been released from prison and might be acquainted with some unsavory characters. Chen Ping smiled, reassuring, Uncle Sun, rest assured, I shall not act foolishly again. Sun Fuhai, patting Chen Ping's shoulder with a smile, replied, your good intentions bring me joy. Upon leaving Sun Fuhai's home, Chen Baohua sighed softly. Chen Ping, your Uncle Sun is a good man. If you find work tomorrow, strive diligently. Do not allow others to look down upon you again. It was evident that Chen Baohua was quite upset with Sun Fuhai's wife and daughter, yet there was little he could do, as he lacked the capability and still relied on others. I understand, Chen Ping nodded. What about Han Hang? Given today's circumstances, I dare not make any requests. Tang Hongying said somewhat dejectedly. Originally, they had agreed to help Wang Hanhang find a job, but now she hadn't even mentioned it. Chen Baohua, upon hearing this, lit a cigarette and fell silent, unsure how to convey this to Wang Chongfeng. Mom, Dad, please do not worry. I will find a way for Han Hong's job. If I can get into the company, I will bring her along. Chen Ping comforted his parents. It was the only course of action available to them. Chen Baohua nodded in agreement. They hailed a taxi and headed home, while Chen Ping sat in the car, sending a message to Lin Tianhu, recounting the situation with Sun Fuhai and instructing him to retrieve the money from Fuyao Decoration. After conveying his message, Chen Ping put away his phone and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the community, where Wang Hanhang was pacing anxiously, seemingly in distress. Hanhang, what brings you here? Chen Ping inquired, puzzled to see her at the entrance. Chen Ping, Wang Hanhang began to speak. But upon noticing Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying exiting the car, she fell silent. Chen Baohua, seeing Wang Hanhang at the door, assumed she was waiting for them and, feeling a bit embarrassed about the job situation, said to Chen Ping, why don't you talk to Hanhang? Your mother and I will head home first. He was at a loss for how to explain things to Wang Hanhang. especially since he had made promises yesterday, yet accomplished nothing today. Once Chen Baohua and Tang Hongying departed, Chen Ping turned to Wang Hanhang and asked, "Hanhang, has something happened?" Chen Ping, I am scared. The loan sharks are coming for me, and I fear my mother will find out," Wang Hanhang said urgently, tears brimming in her eyes. "Do not be afraid. I am here. If they come, I will handle it," Chen Ping gently reassured her, patting her softly. "Chen Ping, please do not get into a fight. I do not want you to be caught again because of me," Wang Hanhang said, feeling helpless and relying on Chen Ping. Yet she wished to spare him from any trouble. "Rest assured, I will not resort to violence," Chen Ping smiled gently. As Chen Ping engaged in conversation with Wang Hanhui, a rugged off-road vehicle abruptly halted before them. From the vehicle emerged 4 burly men, one of whom adorned a large gold chain, sported a buzz cut, and bore a menacing expression. Upon sighting these individuals, Wang Hanhui was instantly frightened and sought refuge behind Chen Ping. "Young lady, how prepared are you with the money? If you do not repay today, I shall have to remove your belongings," the man with the gold chain inquired menacingly. I have no money. Could you perhaps grant me a few more days?" Wang Hanhui timidly responded. "That's not an option, not even a single day. If your household lacks valuables, you will accompany me. You seem rather appealing. You could be worth quite a sum," the man with the gold chain declared, lunging towards Wang Hanhui, disregarding Chen Ping's presence entirely. However, just as his hand reached out, Chen Ping seized it with a firm grip. "I will settle her debt. Do not resort to violence," Chen Ping stated calmly. "You will." The man scrutinized Chen Ping from head to toe, noting his ordinary attire that suggested he possessed not more than 200. He let out a scoff. "Do you even know how much she owes us?" 1 million, Chen Ping replied resolutely. "Humph, 1 million is insufficient," the man retorted with a derisive snort. "How can it be insufficient? Just last week, you told me that repaying 1 million would suffice," Wang Hanhui exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "Last week was last week. Do you expect my money to be interest-free? Now it is 130,000, not a penny less." The man with the gold chain smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. Wang Hanhui was left in shock. Within a week, the debt had escalated by 30,000. Even if she were a money-printing machine, repaying such exorbitant interest seemed impossible. "Very well, 130,000. I shall provide it," Chen Ping stated nonchalantly. Surprised by Chen Ping's prompt agreement, the man momentarily faltered, while Wang Hanhui's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Ping. "Brother Chen, where would you acquire such a sum?" Wang Hanhui questioned, fully aware that Chen Ping, having only recently been released from prison and without employment, could not possibly possess over 1 million. The man with the gold chain, hearing Wang Hanhui's remark, glared at Chen Ping threateningly. "Kid, are you certain you have the money? If you dare deceive me, you must be aware of the consequences." With that, he brandished a dagger, lightly scraping it along his jawline. Wang Hanhui's face paled further at the sight of the weapon, and she cowered behind Chen Ping. "I have stated I will provide it. I shall indeed do so. You may accompany me to the bank to withdraw the funds," Chen Ping asserted with unwavering calmness, devoid of any panic. Noticing Chen Ping's composure, the man with the gold chain could not help but feel a flicker of respect. "All right, you seem to be a man of your word. I will trust you and accompany you to the bank," he conceded, stepping aside to clear the way. With a nod, one of his lackeys opened the vehicle door. "Let us proceed. Get in," the man with the gold chain gestured. "Henin, you should go home and not mention this to your mother or my parents. I will return shortly," Chen Ping softly instructed Wang Hanhang as he turned away. "Chen Ping go." Wang Hanhang grasped his arm, her eyes brimming with concern. "Rest assured, I shall be fine," Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile before striding towards the vehicle. As she watched the car depart, tears streamed down Wang Hanhang's cheeks. She was uncertain of the fate that awaited Chen Ping after he was taken away. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of a bank. "Remember, don't try any tricks. We will wait for you outside," threatened a man adorned with a gold chain. Chen Ping ignored him and walked directly into the bank. Inside the bustling lobby, numerous patrons were attending to their transactions, and he had to queue patiently. "Sir, if you wish to withdraw funds, you can use the ATM, which would save you from waiting," a courteous bank employee suggested. "I am withdrawing quite a substantial amount. The ATM 1T suffice," Chen Ping replied politely with a smile. "May I ask how much you intend to withdraw?" the staff inquired. "Over 1 million, Chen Ping stated, causing many in line ahead of him to turn and stare. After all, such a sum was not insignificant. "Chen Ping, A stylishly dressed woman in the queue called out to him, her flamboyant appearance accentuated by oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face. "Who are you?" Chen Ping furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the woman. "It's me, Li Dongmei," she revealed, removing her sunglasses. Recognition dawned on Chen Ping. "Oh, it's you. I hardly recognized you." Li Dongmei, a former classmate from high school and his desk mate, had transformed from a rather unkempt girl into a fashionable woman. She appraised Chen Ping with a hint of mockery in her gaze and remarked, "I heard you served time. When did you get out?" To bring up his imprisonment in such a public setting was clearly intended to embarrass him. During their school days, Li Dongmei had even penned love letters to him, as his father was a public figure and their family was well off, attracting the attention of many girls. However, Chen Ping had never paid her much mind back then, as she had not stood out in any remarkable way. Not long ago, he replied nonchalantly, a faint smile on his lips. "Just out, and already withdrawing over $1 million? You truly are wealthy," she scoffed. Chen Ping merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he shifted the topic. "When did you arrive in Hong City? I heard you stopped schooling after middle school." "Yes, I left school after middle school. But I am far more successful than you, a university graduate," Li Dongmei asserted, pointing to a corpulent middle-aged man seated on a nearby chair. "That is my boyfriend. He is the owner of a company with assets in the millions. I'm here to open an account, and from now on, all the money will be under my control." Li Dongmei wore a smug expression. Although the middle-aged man appeared older than her father, she felt no sense of impropriety. As long as he was wealthy. Chen Ping glanced at the corpulent man and merely smiled. "Congratulations on finding a wealthy boyfriend." Though his smile was subtle, Li Dongmei felt a wave of revulsion, perceiving Chen Ping as mocking her. "Sir, withdrawing over 500,000 requires prior appointment. Did you make a reservation?" The bank staff's tone turned somewhat stern upon learning that Chen Ping was a recently released convict. "I have an urgent need for the funds, so I did not make an appointment. Is there any way to make an exception?" Chen Ping inquired of the bank employee. "Chen Ping, what do you need over $1 million for? You hardly appear to have 100,000. Are you just here to show off?" Li Dongmei sneered. Ignoring her, Chen Ping produced his card and handed it to the bank staff. "I have 10 million in this account and wish to withdraw 130,000. Can you make an exception? 10 million? Are you joking? You, a recently released convict, could not possibly have that much money," Li Dongmei scoffed, her disdain evident. The bank employee, growing impatient, remarked coldly, "Even if you had 20 million, this is the bank's policy." However, before the staff could finish, they caught sight of the card in Chen Ping's hand, and their demeanor shifted abruptly, eyes widening in surprise. The card was issued by Su Wenzong, the wealthiest man in Hongchong, and bore distinct markings that identified it as belonging to the Su family. Clearly, Chen Ping possessing such a card indicated he was no ordinary individual. "Sir, please have a seat for a moment. I will consult with the manager," the employee said. Their tone completely transformed. "All right," Chen Ping nodded, settling down to wait while the staff hurried off to speak with the manager. This left Li Dongmei bewildered, unable to comprehend why the bank employee had suddenly become so courteous to Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, do you really have 10 million? She asked, her curiosity piqued by the staff's change of attitude. "What does it matter to you?" Chen Ping replied coldly. "Let me remind you, forging financial documents is illegal. How could a convict like you possibly have 10 million? Don't think I don't know. Your family still lives in that old neighborhood, and your father is sweeping the streets. How could you have that much money?" Li Dongmei could not bring herself to believe that Chen Ping could truly possess such wealth. If he had that kind of money, why would he still reside in such a dilapidated area? Moreover, having just been released from prison, it was impossible for him to accumulate 10 million in such a short time frame. She was convinced that Chen Ping was merely trying to impress her by boasting. As the other patrons in the bank overheard Li Dongmei's remarks, their curiosity turned towards Chen Ping. In this day and age, withdrawals are typically made using cards, and whether one possesses funds can be easily verified. Surely no one is foolish enough to forge a bank card. Shortly thereafter, a bank employee returned accompanied by a middle-aged man who wore glasses and appeared somewhat hurried. "Good day, sir. I am the manager of this bank. How may I assist you?" The middle-aged man inquired politely as he approached Chen Ping. "I wish to withdraw 1,300,000, but I have no appointment. Is that possible?" Chen Ping replied, extending his card towards the bank manager. Upon seeing the bank card, the manager's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, sir, an appointment is not necessary. However, we currently do not have that amount of cash on hand. I will arrange for someone to bring the cash from another location. In the meantime, please feel free to wait in my office." Chen Ping nodded, rising to head towards the office. Li Dongmei, witnessing this, was left dumbfounded. She stepped forward to confront the bank manager. What is the meaning of this? How can he withdraw money without an appointment? He is merely a convict. You haven't even checked if he has funds before approving this. If that's the case, I would like to withdraw 1 million as well. Li Dongmei shouted indignantly, then turned to her boyfriend. Darling, we should also withdraw 1 million. Her boyfriend approached, glanced at Chen Ping, and produced his own bank card to present to the manager. I have 10 million in my account. I wish to withdraw 1 million now. The bank manager, without even looking at the card, replied coolly, withdrawals require an appointment. This statement infuriated Li Dongmei, who could hardly contain her rage. What kind of bank is this? I wish to file a complaint. Why does he get to withdraw without an appointment while we are required to? We have 10 million as well. Can you not hear me? She yelled at the bank manager. This gentleman is a VIP of our bank and thus does not require an appointment. You, on the other hand, are merely regular clients. And there is no basis for comparison, the bank manager replied nonchalantly. Li Dongmei felt as if she might explode with anger, her eyes widening in disbelief. He is your VIP? Are you mistaken? He is just a convict, recently released. This gentleman's card is a bespoke card from the Su family. We recognize the card, not the individual. Do you believe you can compare yourselves to the Su family? The bank manager regarded her with a glint of disdain. His words left Li Dongmei momentarily speechless, and gasps rippled through the surrounding crowd. It is well known that the Su family is the wealthiest in Hong City, explaining the immediate shift in the staff's demeanor upon seeing Chen Ping's card. With a card from the Su family, it is not merely a matter of visiting the bank to withdraw funds. A single phone call would suffice for the bank to dispatch personnel to deliver the money directly. Clients of such stature are the ones that all major banks vie to serve. Upon hearing that Chen Ping possessed a customized card from the Su family, Li Dongmei's boyfriend's expression instantly turned ashen. If Chen Ping were indeed affiliated with the Su family, a mere word could lead to the immediate ruin of his small enterprise. No, it was implausible. How could he possibly have a card from the Su family? It must have been stolen or found. There was no way he could be connected to the Su family. Li Dongmei remained unconvinced, asserting that Chen Ping was merely an ordinary individual, freshly released from prison, and thus could not possibly have ties to the Su family. As Li Dongmei continued to vociferate, the bank manager's demeanor grew cold. Security, remove them at once. Soon, 2 security personnel approached, escorting Li Dongmei out, along with her boyfriend. What on earth was happening? Li Dongmei's boyfriend inquired with a hint of anxiety. What connection does your classmate have with the Su family? I haven't heard of any relationship with the Su family. If he were connected, he wouldn't have ended up in prison. He just got out a few days ago. How could he be involved with the Su family? I suspect that bank card is certainly something he picked up. This bank manager is an utter fool. Li Dongmei retorted with indignation. Enough, whether he found it or not. Let us leave. Her boyfriend, not wanting to linger, recognized that if Chen Ping were truly associated with the Su family, it would spell disaster for him. As Li Dongmei and her rotund boyfriend exited the bank, a few acquaintances waiting outside for Chen Ping approached them. Boss Chiu, what a coincidence. We didn't expect to see you here, laughed a man adorned with a gold chain. Oh, it's you, Gongzi. What brings you here? Li Dongmei's boyfriend asked. A fellow owes us money, and we're here waiting for him to withdraw it, Gongzi replied nonchalantly. Well, you wait then. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we can share a drink another time, her boyfriend said, attempting to pull Li Dongmei away. After all, these were not the most reputable individuals, and he preferred to avoid excessive entanglement with them. However, Li Dongmei remained rooted. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, is the person who owes you money named Chen Ping? Chen Ping? Gongzi paused for a moment before quickly recalling, yes, I believe that's him. He owes us 1,300,000. Upon hearing this, Li Dongmei was nearly jubilant enough to leap into the air. So, that's why Chen Ping needed to withdraw 1,300,000 today. He being cornered for his debt. She scoffed, then turned to Gongzi, inquiring, how did he come to owe you this money? Gongzi did not respond directly to Li Dongmei, but glanced at Boss Chiu beside him. Boss Chiu smirked, this is my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Gongzi chuckled. Since she is Boss Chiu's girlfriend, I want to keep you in the dark. A woman borrowed high-interest loans from us, and this guy stepped in to help repay the debt. He isn't the one indebted to us. So, it was indeed a loan shark situation. Then they could certainly demand more interest. Chen Ping has 10 million in his account. Li Dongmei whispered to Gongzi. 10 million? Gongzi was taken aback. Then a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Does he truly have 10 million? Look at that kid. He hardly resembles a wealthy individual. Li Dongmei hastily clarified. What purpose would he have to deceive you? Just moments ago in the bank, he himself stated that he would withdraw 1,300,000. If he truly manages to do so, won't that confirm his financial standing? That makes sense. Gongzi nodded in agreement. Enough already. I have matters to attend to. Let's hurry. Boss Zhou urged, pulling Li Dongmei with determination. What are you afraid of? Let's linger a while longer. When Chen Ping emerges, we shall depart. I am quite curious to see if he genuinely possesses 10 million. Li Dongmei forcefully extricated herself, eager to witness Chen Ping's potential embarrassment. With no other recourse, Boss Zhou stood by, awaiting the outcome. After a brief wait, Chen Ping emerged, carrying a large bag filled to the brim with cash. Upon seeing him, Gongzi and his entourage rushed forward to greet him. Li Dongmei, intrigued, followed suit, intent on verifying whether Chen Ping had indeed withdrawn the funds. Noticing that Li Dongmei had not left, Chen Ping paused momentarily but chose to disregard her presence. Where's the money? Gongzi inquired directly. Chen Ping tossed the bag to the ground, causing the crisp bills to spill forth. The sight of such wealth ignited envy in Gongzi's followers. And Li Dongmei herself was taken aback. 1,300,000, not a cent less, is all right here, Chen Ping stated nonchalantly. Gongzi's underlings hastily attempted to collect the money, but Gongzi stopped them with a firm hand. Kid, 1,300,000 is likely insufficient. Though eager for the money, Gongzi's knowledge of Chen Ping's 10 million prompted him to seek a greater sum. What do you mean? Chen Ping's brow furrowed in concern. Nothing much. I mistakenly calculated the interest. Now, with principal and interest combined, you owe 2 million, Gongzi smirked. Chen Ping's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening with menace. Chen Ping, don't you have 10 million? What's 2 million to you? Just go back in and withdraw more, Li Dongmei taunted, relishing in Chen Ping's discomfort. Ignoring her, Chen Ping turned to Gongzi, stating 1,300,000. If you refuse it, I shall deposit it again. He bent down to retrieve the money. Those funds are no longer yours. You cannot touch them, Gongzi asserted, stepping on the bag of money. At that moment, two of Gongzi's underlings reached out to seize Chen Ping's shoulders, intending to subdue him. Yet, they were astonished to find that no matter how forcefully they tried, they could not budge him an inch. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Ping's eyes as he grasped the wrists of the two assailants, applying a slight pressure. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the two men cried out in agony. Those who dare to touch me seek their own demise. Seeing this, Gongzi's expression soured, and he aimed a kick at Chen Ping. Kill him. Beat him to death. Li Dongmei shouted gleefully, her excitement palpable. However, as Gongzi lifted his foot, Chen Ping retaliated with a swift kick, striking first and sending Gongzi flying through the air. Immediately, Chen Ping twisted his hands, causing the arms of the two thugs to snap like pretzels, eliciting agonizing cries from their lips. Witnessing this, the remaining thug turned to flee. For such ruffians held no loyalty whatsoever. Chen Ping advanced slowly towards Gongzi, whose pallid face betrayed his torment, as if his very insides were being shredded by blades. As Chen Ping approached, Gongzi desperately attempted to rise, yet the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of standing. Chen Ping's kick had been devastatingly powerful. What do you intend to do? I have the backing of the Red Dragon Gang, and our leader is Feng Sihai. Gongzi stammered, terrified by Chen Ping's grim demeanor. Feng Sihai? Chen Ping scoffed coldly. Had you not proclaimed your affiliation with the Red Dragon Gang, I might have spared you. Alas, you have squandered your chance. With that, Chen Ping brought his foot down, shattering Gongzi's legs beyond the possibility of surgical repair. The intense pain forced Gongzi to scream, rolling helplessly on the ground. Observing Chen Ping's ruthless demeanor, Li Dongmei trembled in fear, her eyes wide with horror. Meanwhile, Boss Chiu was drenched in cold sweat, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Chen Ping collected the money scattered on the ground, casting a chilling glance at Li Dongmei. That single gaze sent her collapsing to the floor in terror. With a derisive smirk at her state, Chen Ping entered the bank to deposit the money he had retrieved. Upon returning home, he discovered Wang Hanhua still present with Wang Chongfeng. As Wang Hanhua saw him, she rushed over in excitement. Just as she was about to inquire about Chen Ping's whereabouts, she recalled her mother's presence and refrained from speaking. Chen Ping, where have you been? Hanhua has been waiting for you for ages. Why don't you two go out for a stroll and have a nice chat? Chided upon hearing Chen Ping's return. Mom, I was handling some matters, Chen Ping explained. Auntie, I went out for a walk with brother Chen Ping. Wang Hanhua interjected, pulling Chen Ping toward the door, eager to learn how he had resolved his issues. Very well, go ahead. I'll chat with you both for a bit, and then we can have lunch together at my place, replied happily. As Chen Ping departed with Wang Hanhua, expressed her satisfaction, saying, I think these two children are quite well matched. Wang Chongfeng chuckled in agreement. Brother Chen Ping, did those men give you trouble? Did they hurt you? Wang Hanhua inquired anxiously once they were outside. No, you needn't worry about the loan sharks anymore. It's all settled. Focus on your work, and tomorrow I'll take you for an interview. If all goes well, you can find a boyfriend in the future. But be sure to choose wisely, Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile. Wang Hanhua nodded, her gaze toward Chen Ping infused with affection. Though he remained oblivious to her feelings, viewing her solely as a sister, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. As Chen Ping strolled downstairs with Wang Hanhong, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Su Yuqi. Chen Ping, where have you gone? Why are you no longer at the Panlong Bay Villa? I asked the security guard. And he said you all had left. Su Yuqi had gone to Panlong Bay to find Chen Ping, only to discover he was absent. I've returned to my parents' place. I'm not quite accustomed to it there. Although it's a bit shabby, the neighbors are familiar faces. Chen Ping fabricated an excuse, as he himself was bewildered by his parents' decision to leave the villa. Oh, Su Yuqi responded, her voice tinged with disappointment. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Ping ended the call. Is she your girlfriend? Wang Hanhong inquired quietly after Chen Ping hung up. Taken aback, Chen Ping hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He himself was uncertain whether Su Yuqi could be deemed his girlfriend, considering their relationship had yet to be formally defined. Observing Chen Ping's momentary silence, Wang Hanhong smiled and said, if you don't wish to speak about it, that's perfectly fine. Chen Ping merely smiled in return, choosing silence, and after a brief while, the two of them returned home for lunch. Meanwhile, at Hongqing People's Hospital, Xiaolei lay on his hospital bed. Feeling a sense of ennui, he yearned to return home, yet his father, Xiao Yin, insisted he stay in the hospital until he had fully recuperated. After all, given the wealth of the Xiao family, it would be no trouble at all for Xiaolei to remain in the hospital for an entire year. As Xiaolei languished in boredom, the door to his ward swung open, and Geng Shanshan entered, carrying a lunchbox. "Lei Ge, I have some good news," she exclaimed with enthusiasm upon entering. "What good news?" Xiaolei asked, intrigued. Chen Ping was expelled from Panlong Bay Villa. He might have had a falling out with Su Yuqi, Geng Shanshan divulged excitedly. Why? Xiaolei's spirits lifted at the news. If Chen Ping lost the protection of the Su family, he would be rendered powerless, and it would be a mere trifle for Xiaolei to crush him. Well, I suspect Su Yuqi has grown disenchanted with Chen Ping. She was likely just toying with him. After all, they come from completely different worlds. This morning, the security at Panlong Bay reported that Chen Ping's parents left with their belongings and returned to their original neighborhood. Geng Shanshan elaborated. Haha, splendid. Xiaolei laughed heartily. Once I recover, watch how I deal with Chen Ping. I will make his life a living hell. The following morning, Sun Fuhai called, informing Chen Ping that Sun Xiaoming was on her way to pick him up to go to her company. Upon hearing this, Chen Baohua hurriedly urged Chen Ping to rise. Chen Ping, you must perform well today. This is a major company. If you manage to secure a position there, you could eventually aspire to become a department manager, ensuring a stable future. Chen Baohua advised earnestly. Understood, Dad. Chen Ping nodded, casually donning a piece of clothing. What are you wearing for an interview? You can't go dressed like that. Chen Baohua frowned slightly. Wear a suit. You need to look sharp. But, Dad, I don't have a suit. Chen Ping had never developed the habit of wearing a suit, thus he had never purchased one. At this moment, Tang Hongying approached Chen Ping, exclaiming, "What nonsense! How could you not have one? Have you forgotten the suit I bought for you 3 years ago, intended for your wedding?" Tang Hongying quickly clamped her mouth shut, aware that today was Chen Ping's interview, and she did not wish to revisit the past. In no time, Chen Ping donned the suit purchased 3 years prior. Although it had been some time, it remained pristine, as he had never worn it. "My son looks dashing in a suit. Go for it," Chen Baohua encouraged, giving Chen Ping a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Come here, let your mother feel how you look in that suit." Tang Hongying, unable to see, extended her hands to touch and appreciate the sight of her son in formal attire. Meanwhile, downstairs in their neighborhood, a red BMW 3 Series idled at the entrance of the complex. In front of the car, Sun Xiaoming cast a disdainful glance at the somewhat dilapidated surroundings. What a shabby place, it reeks. How can anyone live here? Sun Xiaoming wrinkled her nose, expressing her discontent. I really don't understand what Dad was thinking. Sending me to pick him up? She muttered, occasionally glancing at her watch. Dressed in professional attire, her fair legs exposed, she drew the attention of many passers-by. Yet she regarded those emerging from the neighborhood with utter contempt. After waiting a while, and noticing Chen Ping still hadn't come down, Sun Xiaoming dialed Chen Baogua's number, which she had obtained through Sun Fuai. Once the call connected, she brusquely stated, "What time is it? How long do you expect me to wait? You have no sense of time at all. Don't forget, it's your family that is relying on me. Yet I'm the one left waiting?" With that, she abruptly hung up, not allowing Chen Baogua a chance to respond. On the other end, Chen Baogua was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward. Being chastised by a young girl at his age was quite unpleasant. But he reminded himself that Chen Ping needed her assistance in securing a job, so he swallowed his displeasure. "Dad, who was on the line?" Chen Ping inquired. It was Xiao Ming, she's waiting downstairs. "Hurry up and go down. Remember to say some nice things to her." Chen Baogua urged Chen Ping to make his way downstairs. Upon descending, Chen Ping noticed Sun Xiaoming waiting at the entrance. He approached her, slightly apologetic. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Upon seeing Chen Ping, Sun Xiaoming's expression darkened. "If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't bother coming to pick you up. Look at what you're wearing. What era is that suit from? It's so outdated." Chen Ping frowned slightly but restrained his anger, replying, "This suit was bought 3 years ago, and it's still brand new since I've never worn it. What good is new if it's still so hideous? Who wears such old-fashioned suits nowadays?" Sun Xiaoming scoffed. "Should I go change into something else?" Chen Ping asked. "Forget it, it's too late for that. Just get in the car," Sun Xiaoming said coldly, opening the door and sitting inside. As Chen Ping attempted to take the passenger seat, he was halted by Sun Xiaoming's admonition. "Go sit in the back. The front seat is not for you." Chen Ping furrowed his brow and then took a seat in the back. Without waiting for him to settle, Sun Xiaoming pressed the accelerator and sped away. Fortunately, Chen Ping had martial arts skills. Otherwise, he would have toppled over. "Remember, once we reach the company, do not mention that you know me. As for whether you can secure an interview, that is entirely up to your own capabilities. Do not expect me to assist you in getting an introduction for the interview. I have already extended enough goodwill." On the journey, Sun Xiaoming chattered endlessly, primarily emphasizing that Chen Ping must not disclose their acquaintance, as she feared he might embarrass her. Chen Ping merely responded with a brief okay. Soon, they arrived at Sun Xiaoming's company, a conglomerate with more than 10 floors of office space. Sinew Daily Chemicals Company, Limited? Chen Ping looked up at the imposing company sign, slightly furrowing his brow. Is this a business belonging to the Su family? If memory serves correctly, Sinew Daily Chemicals is indeed a part of the Su family's enterprise. He recalled that Su Yuqi had mentioned this company. It was established by Su Wenzong as a birthday gift for Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi is the chairwoman and legal representative of this company, though she does not partake in its management and rarely visits. Indeed, this is the enterprise of the Su family, the wealthiest in Hongcheng. To work here is an immense honor, as the benefits and treatment far exceed those of other companies, Sun Xiaoming proudly declared. Chen Ping smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further as he followed Sun Xiaoming into the building. As they approached the entrance, they spotted a tall, handsome young man in a suit standing there, none other than Sun Xiaoming's boyfriend, Cui Ziyuan. "Xiaoming, why did you arrive so late today?" Cui Ziyuan greeted Sun Xiaoming with a broad smile. "Don't mention it. My father made me pick up a comrade's son, so I was delayed," Sun Xiaoming pouted. Looking somewhat displeased, Cui Ziyuan glanced at Chen Ping behind Sun Xiaoming, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, before taking Sun Xiaoming's hand and walking forward. Chen Ping could only follow behind, while Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming whispered to each other. "If you don't want him to work here, I can simply eliminate him during the interview. After all, it's my interview today," Cui Ziyuan said softly. "Don't make it too obvious, or he might tell my father. And I'll get scolded. This guy just got out of prison. You can use that as a reason to reject him," Sun Xiaoming whispered back. They were concerned about Chen Ping overhearing, unaware that every word of their conversation had been caught by his keen ears, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. Chen Ping chuckled coldly in the back. He was indifferent about securing an interview, as this was merely a formality for him. Upon reaching the sales department floor, Sun Xiaoming pointed to Cui Ziyuan and instructed Chen Ping, "You can follow him. Remember what I told you. Do not mention our connection to anyone here." Chen Ping nodded, and then followed Cui Ziyuan into the interview office. Outside, a considerable number of candidates were already waiting, all eager to secure a position in the prestigious group company known for its generous benefits. Among them were students from renowned universities. Please wait outside. Someone will call for you shortly, Cui Ziyuan remarked before entering the office, leaving Chen Ping to find a chair and rest. Hey, you're here for the interview too? A bespectacled young man seated beside Chen Ping inquired. Yes, Chen Ping replied with a nod. Which school did you graduate from? I've heard that many candidates this time are from prestigious universities. Look at that girl in the dress. I've heard she is from Qingbei University. And that guy with the backpack graduated from Haida, the young man said, a tone of envy evident in his voice. I graduated from Beijing Business College. Chen Ping said with a slight smile. Beijing? Really? The young man exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then continued, with that degree, you have the audacity to interview for this company? I must commend your courage. Your university is hardly on par with my Lanxiang Technical School. The young man regarded Chen Ping with a hint of pride, pleased to have found someone whose qualifications were inferior to his own. Chen Ping merely smiled and refrained from further comment. At that moment, a young woman dressed in work attire approached and addressed the candidates. Please hand me your resumes. I will call you in for interviews in order. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly submitted their meticulously prepared resumes, except for Chen Ping, who remained seated, unmoving. Sir, where's your resume? The young woman asked, noticing Chen Ping's inactivity. I didn't prepare a resume, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. The young woman's expression flickered with surprise at Chen Ping's lack of preparation, yet she still inquired, Sir, what is your name, so I can call you later? My name is Chen Ping, he responded. She nodded and turned to enter the office. The other candidates looked at Chen Ping as if he were a fool, in such a setting, wearing outdated attire and lacking a resume. How could he possibly succeed in the interview? Only the young man who had just spoken with Chen Ping regarded him with curiosity and then whispered, Dude, do you have connections? Did you take the back door? Chen Ping was taken aback, unsure why the young man would pose such a question. You must have some sort of inside connection. Otherwise, why would you come unprepared? And the person who brought you here clearly seems like a high-ranking executive in this company. No wonder you appear so composed. The young man's expression bore a hint of flattery as he pulled out a pack of gum from his pocket and offered Chen Ping a piece. Chen Ping accepted it without hesitation and popped it into his mouth. Bro, if you really have connections, could you put in a good word for me later? If I get hired, I'll treat you to a meal at a fancy restaurant, the young man said, his face lighting up with hope as he looked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping smiled slightly. All right, if I succeed, I'll certainly say a few good words for you. Thank you, thank you. I'm truly grateful. The young man beamed, continuously expressing his appreciation to Chen Ping. Soon, the interviews commenced, with each candidate entering nervously and emerging dejectedly. Even those hailing from prestigious universities faced failure. Witnessing the downfall of such esteemed applicants intensified the anxiety of the young man beside Chen Ping, who clenched his fists, palms damp with perspiration. Next, Chen Ping was announced. As Chen Ping rose, the young man beside him grasped his arm tightly. Buddy, I implore you to speak a few kind words on my behalf. I'm counting on you, he said, his face a mask of anxiety. Chen Ping nodded and stepped into the office. Upon entering, he observed 3 individuals seated behind a table, with the woman who had just collected resumes standing nearby. Cui Ziyuan occupied the central position, evidently the chief interviewer for the day, while the 2 others flanked him, seemingly mere ornaments. The outcome of the interview hinged solely on Cui Ziyuan's verdict. Cui Ziyuan regarded Chen Ping with a calm demeanor and said, Please introduce yourself. Just as Chen Ping was about to speak, one of the interviewers interjected. Since you lack a resume, you must recount your experiences since graduating from university. Chen Ping nodded and succinctly shared his post-graduation journey, candidly mentioning his imprisonment without hesitation. For there was nothing to conceal. Remarkably, upon disclosing his past, none of the interviewers showed signs of surprise, indicating that Cui Ziyuan had likely briefed them beforehand. After listening, Cui Ziyuan closed his eyes slightly, arms crossed over his chest, reclining in his seat without uttering a word. Observing this, the woman beside him hurriedly approached to gently massage his shoulders. Are you aware of the nature of our company? Do you know who our employer is? A convict recently released from prison dares to interview here? One of the interviewers scoffed derisively. Why shouldn't I dare? Is there a written rule prohibiting ex-convicts from interviewing with your company? Besides, what of it? Does having served time make one inherently wicked? Chen Ping replied with an unruffled smile. Although we lack an explicit policy, your status as a former convict could tarnish our company's image. I am certain that other firms would also reject someone like you, recently released from prison. It would be wise for you to recognize your own limitations. Were I in your position, I would find it shameful to even sit here, the interviewer continued, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ping, deliberately attempting to humiliate him. His voice raised for all to hear. This drew the attention of the candidates outside, who were all visibly astonished. The young man who had spoken to Chen Ping earlier was particularly taken aback. Damn, he's a convict. I wasted a piece of gum on him. What bad luck. He muttered, rushing off to wash his hands in the restroom. Inside the office, Chen Ping remained unfazed, offering a composed smile. If I were you, devoid of any semblance of masculine capability, I would feel too embarrassed to be seated here. You are plagued by dark circles under your eyes. Perhaps you spent last night staring at your wife, feeling utterly inadequate, and couldn't he find rest? Chen Ping's words momentarily stunned the interviewer, whose eyes reflected a hint of terror as they fixated on him. He could not fathom how Chen Ping had uncovered his most closely guarded secret, his inability to fulfill his role as a man. To the outside world, he presented the facade of a harmonious family life, yet he alone bore the burden of profound anguish each night. Now, having struck a nerve, Chen Ping's revelation ignited a furious rage within the interviewer, his forehead pulsating with veins. You speak nonsense. You are the one lacking manhood. I have a wife and children. My family is blissful. The interviewer bellowed, deliberately emphasizing his children to counter Chen Ping's assertions, attempting to disprove his claims. With a subtle smile, Chen Ping replied, even if you do have children, they are not your own. Either they were adopted or born from your wife's infidelity, for your affliction has plagued you since childhood, an unfortunate consequence of an accident that rendered you incapable. As soon as Chen Ping uttered these words, the interviewer slammed his hand on the table, rising furiously to confront Chen Ping. Did you investigate me? The interviewer was indeed a victim of a childhood incident involving a donkey, which had robbed him of his masculinity. After marrying, he merely adopted a child. Apart from those from his hometown, no one in Hongsheng was privy to this information, as he had gone to great lengths to distance himself from his origins. He never anticipated that Chen Ping would lay bare his secret. You are not worthy of my investigation, Chen Ping scoffed coldly. However, the interviewer's reaction inadvertently validated Chen Ping's claims, prompting the surrounding colleagues to regard the interviewer with bewilderment. Realizing he had misspoken, the interviewer became enraged and attempted to charge at Chen Ping. As the tension escalated, Cui Ziyuan intervened with a commanding shout, enough. Everyone, sit back down. The interviewer shot a venomous glare at Chen Ping before reluctantly returning to his seat. Cui Ziyuan had merely intended for his subordinates to humiliate Chen Ping and dismiss him. The unexpected turn of events left him somewhat irked. You are unsuitable for employment at our company. Your presence is unwarranted. Depart and do not return. Another interviewer, sensing Cui Ziyuan's irritation, chastised Chen Ping. In such a reputable company, how can we have employees like you? A thorough reorganization is in order. With a disdainful laugh, Chen Ping stood to leave, having no desire to remain in that place. Just as he was about to exit, a tall, imposing young man clad in a sharp suit entered, exuding an air of authority. Upon entering, the young man cast a brief glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping returned the gaze and prepared to continue his departure. But the young man abruptly obstructed his path. Are you Chen Ping? The inquiry, tinged with curiosity, caught Chen Ping off guard, as he did not recognize this individual. However, if Chen Ping's parents were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this individual, for it was this very person who had previously driven them away from the Panlong Bay villa. Upon seeing the young man, General Manager Xing quickly approached with obsequiousness, explaining, this person is named Chen Ping, who came for an interview. We have declined his application as he does not meet our company's criteria. After uttering a single remark, the young man scrutinized Chen Ping once more and turned to leave. General Manager, he is a recently released convict, Cui Ziyuan called out to the young man. The young man slowly turned around, his eyes glinting with coldness as he directed a menacing gaze at Cui Ziyuan. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? This startled Cui Ziyuan, who quickly shook his head in denial. I wouldn't dare. The young man then walked away, leaving Cui Ziyuan and the two interviewers in a state of shock, staring incredulously at Chen Ping, unable to comprehend how he was acquainted with the company as general manager. Chen Ping, how do you know General Manager Xing? Cui Ziyuan inquired. his face filled with confusion. Is he the general manager of this company? I do not know him, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. Although Chen Ping was unfamiliar with this young man, the young man had indeed seen Chen Ping before, particularly in a tender moment with Su Yuqi. The young man's name was Xing Jun, a graduate of Stanford University, who, after joining the Su group, had quickly risen through the ranks. He had developed feelings for Su Yuqi and had been pursuing her, though she had not reciprocated. Following Su Wenzong's transfer of the company to Su Yuqi, who was uninvolved in its affairs, Xing Jun was appointed as the general manager of Sinew Daily Chemicals, entrusted with full operational management. Xing Jun had proven his capabilities by efficiently managing the company, which soon became the most profitable subsidiary of the Su Group. His diligence was driven by a desire to win Su Yuqi's affection. However, upon learning of her association with a convict like Chen Ping, he experienced a profound shift in his resolve. He was determined to wrest Su Yuqi away from Chen Ping. Now that Chen Ping had come for an interview at the company, he recognized this as an opportunity. If Chen Ping remained, he could devise countless strategies to make him resign and even sow discord between him and Su Yuqi. Cui Ziyuan furrowed his brow in confusion but felt compelled to comply with the general manager's directive. He turned to Chen Ping and said, "Please proceed with your onboarding procedures, and I will have someone assist you in familiarizing yourself with the company." At that moment, Cui Ziyuan hesitated to confront Chen Ping. Uncertain of the nature of his relationship with Xing Jun, Chen Ping, too, felt perplexed, contemplating why General Manager Xing had chosen to retain him, suspecting that Su Yuqi might have informed him of Chen Ping's interview. With a furrowed brow, he followed the office assistant to complete his onboarding formalities. "Oh, so you are a convict. I am truly unfortunate to have conversed with you for so long. With someone like you, you shall never secure a position." As soon as Chen Ping stepped out, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from a bespectacled young man. Chen Ping glanced at the youth, initially finding him to be quite decent, only to discover he was yet another individual with a disdainful view of others. "Mr. Chen, please follow me. We require your identification for the onboarding process. Do you have it with you?" inquired a young woman who had exited alongside Chen Ping. "Ah, yes, I have it," Chen Ping replied, handing her his ID with a grateful smile. He recognized that her question was deliberately posed for the sake of the young man. Indeed, upon witnessing Chen Ping's successful interview, the youth's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Chen Ping chose to disregard him, offering a cold smirk before following the young woman away. While Chen Ping completed his onboarding, in the sales department manager's office, Sun Xiaoming confronted Cui Ziyuan, her face etched with anger. What on earth happened? Was it not stated that he should not be hired? Now that he has been, he will undoubtedly become a nuisance. My father will certainly insist that I take him to work every day. Can you blame me? Who knew the lad had connections with General Xing? He was directly hired by him. What could I do? Cui Ziyuan replied, equally displeased. Did you not inform General Xing that he is a convict? Sun Xiaoming pressed on. I certainly did. The look in General Xing's eyes nearly terrified me. Had I dared to say more, I might have lost my managerial position, Cui Ziyuan recalled, feeling a chill at the memory of Xing Jun's gaze. Does this fellow truly know General Xing? Sun Xiaoming furrowed her brows. Let us observe for now. If he truly has ties with General Xing, we cannot afford to oppose him, and you must learn to appease him. Cui Ziyuan cautioned Sun Xiaoming. Do as you wish. Sun Xiaoming retorted with a dismissive glance before exiting. At that moment, the sales department, comprised of a dozen individuals, had already learned that the general manager had personally intervened to hire a convict. Such news spread rapidly within the company, especially when it involved juicy gossip. This individual named Chen Ping must have connections with General Xing, otherwise, he would not have been hired. The thought of working alongside a former inmate sent shivers down their spines. When he arrives, we should tread carefully. If he truly has ties to General Xing, one misstep could spell disaster for us. The staff members huddled together, discussing the implications. What are you all doing? Is there no work to be done? Sun Xiaoming emerged from her office, her expression cold as she barked at the gathered crowd. Though merely an ordinary salesperson herself, Sun Xiaoming wielded her influence. As Cui Ziyuan was the department manager, and none dared to cross her. With her sharp command, the group dispersed, save for one short-haired girl who approached Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, have you heard that our sales department has hired a convict? It is rumored that General Xing's directive was the catalyst for this, which likely ties back to him. Wang Lanlan whispered to Sun Xiaoming. Nonsense. If he were truly connected to General Xing, that would mean everyone is affiliated with him. It's merely a stroke of luck. Sun Xiaoming was skeptical that Chen Ping had any real connection to the general manager. Wang Lanlan paused, taken aback. Do you know someone named Chen Ping? Realizing her slip of tongue, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly shook her head. I don't know any convict. I just think it's improbable that this guy, just out of prison, would have any acquaintance with General Xing. Please, refrain from spreading rumors. I will have Manager Cui inquire with General Xing later. Approximately an hour later, Chen Ping completed his onboarding process and received an employee badge before heading to the sales department. Upon his arrival, everyone regarded him with the fascination reserved for a giant panda, leaving Chen Ping feeling rather bewildered. Chen Ping, congratulations on joining our sales department. You must cherish this opportunity, Cui Ziyuan said to him in a calm tone. Until it was confirmed whether Chen Ping had any ties to Xing Jun, Cui Ziyuan refrained from targeting him further. Chen Ping nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Tong Jian, come here for a moment. Cui Ziyuan called out to a bespectacled young man with a youthful complexion. The young man quickly approached, timidly addressing Cui Ziyuan. Manager, did you call for me? You will be mentoring Chen Ping from now on. The two of you will work as a pair, so be sure to provide him ample guidance, Cui Ziyuan instructed. The young man glanced at Chen Ping, his face betraying a sense of discomfort. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Cui Ziyuan's eyes narrowed. The young man hastily shook his head. No, I'm willing. Seeing the young man acquiesce, Cui Ziyuan smiled slightly and said to Chen Ping, you will sit next to him. After finishing his instructions, Cui Ziyuan returned to his office. While other sales department colleagues watched Chen Ping with a bemused expression, and Sun Xiaoming chuckled quietly before returning to her seat. Hello, big brother, my name is Zhang Tongjian. I hope you can look after me, he said nervously, extending his hand towards Chen Ping as they returned to their workstation. Chen Ping could sense that Zhang Tongjian was somewhat intimidated by him, which surprised him. I am Chen Ping. It seems that it is you who should be looking after me, Chen Ping replied with a smile as he shook Zhang Tongjian's hand. No, I'm also new here. And we should work hard together, Zhang Tongjian hastily replied. Chen Ping quickly discerned that Zhang Tongjian was not an experienced employee. You seem quite afraid of me, Chen Ping remarked, puzzled. No, not at all. Zhang Tongjian shook his head, though his eyes avoided direct contact with Chen Ping. Do you know something? Chen Ping was aware that Zhang Tongjian must have some knowledge regarding him, which explained his apprehension. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Tongjian finally nodded. Big brother, why were you imprisoned? You don't seem like a bad person. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping burst into laughter, realizing that Zhang Tongjian was aware of his past incarceration, which made him a bit fearful. Understanding why Zhang Tongjian was scared, Chen Ping decided to be open and shared his story with him. Before long, the two became more familiar with one another, and Zhang Tongjian's fear of Chen Ping dissipated. Brother Chen, you are truly aggrieved. However, now that you are out, let us work diligently. Yet, Zhang Tongjian began to falter in his speech. What do you mean? Chen Ping inquired. Brother Chen, it's just that you've been assigned to my group, and I fear neither of us will last long, Zhang Tongjian sighed. What is the matter? Chen Ping asked. Astonished, Zhang Tongjian opened a folder on his computer and said, Brother Chen, these are the accounts we need to recover for our group. The previous salesperson left behind these accounts upon resignation, and now it is our responsibility to collect them. If we fail to recover them this month, we may both be out of a job. Chen Ping gazed at the densely packed accounts on the screen, furrowing his brow. So many people owe my wife money. What did you say? Zhang Tongjian was taken aback. Oh, I meant to say, how come there are so many debts? Chen Ping quickly corrected himself. Indeed, it is challenging to do business these days. I've analyzed it. These debtors are all troublesome clients, and I doubt we will manage to collect from them. Zhang Tongjian sighed heavily. At that moment, Chen Ping finally understood why many had secretly laughed when he was grouped with Zhang Tongjian. Rest assured, we will recover every last cent, Chen Ping encouraged, patting Zhang Tongjian on the shoulder. It must be noted that the company belongs to Su Yuqi. Debts owed to the company are debts owed to her, and debts owed to her are debts owed to Chen Ping. He would not allow anyone to owe him money. Yes, let us strive together, Zhang Tongjian nodded, encouraged by Chen Ping. Chen Ping began to familiarize himself with all the outstanding debts within the company, determined to reclaim each and every one. Soon, a day had passed, and Chen Ping stretched, grumbling, there are simply too many debts. What is the general manager doing? Brother Chen, do be careful not to speak carelessly. If someone overhears you and reports it, it could spell trouble, Zhang Tongjian warned, alarmed by Chen Ping's complaint about the general manager. Is it really that serious? He is merely a general manager, hired by the company. Does he truly consider this place his home and himself a king? Chen Ping was taken aback by the employee's evident fear of General Xing. It should be noted that Xing Jun is merely a professional manager, hired by the Su family, and has not yet attained an untouchable status within the company. However, since Su Yuqi seldom visits the company and never involves herself in its affairs, Xing Jun's power has grown increasingly substantial. Chen Ping. The company mandates that new employees treat everyone to a meal. Where do you plan to arrange it? Sun Xiaoming asked Chen Ping after work. At that moment, everyone in the office was watching Chen Ping, eager for a substantial meal, as every new employee is expected to treat their colleagues. Is there really such a rule? Is it a board decision? Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Brother Chen, there is indeed such a rule. When I joined, I treated everyone to a meal, which cost me nearly 10,000 yuan. If you don't treat, you might face consequences later on. Zhang Tongjian softly reminded Chen Ping. Since you have joined our sales department, you must adhere to its rules, which I established during my tenure as manager. Cui Ziyuan approached Chen Ping and stated, You established these rules? Chen Ping replied with a cold smile, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. If you wish to dine, you shall pay for your own meal. You are not beggars, are you? Is it necessary for you to solicit a meal from me? After uttering these words, Chen Ping disregarded Cui Ziyuan's furious countenance and turned to leave. This Chen Ping is utterly outrageous. What does he think he is? Does he believe that his association with General Xing grants him the right to treat others with such disdain, dismissing Manager Cui entirely? Wang Lanlan interjected, immediately defending Cui Ziyuan. Exactly. Even if he has connections, he should not speak to Manager Cui in such a manner. To compare us to beggars is absurd. Who cares about his meal? The sales team expressed their indignation collectively, vowing to show Chen Ping the consequences of his arrogance the following day. Meanwhile, Zhang Tongjian retreated to a corner, too intimidated to voice his thoughts, feeling deeply troubled by Chen Ping's actions, which would undoubtedly provoke retaliation. He holds no significant connections. I have already inquired with General Xing. The only reason he has retained Chen Ping is to see him humiliated. Cui Ziyuan remarked with a glint of coldness in his eyes. He had subtly questioned Xing Jun, who had instructed him to ensure Chen Ping faced embarrassment within the company. Although Cui Ziyuan was unaware of the reasons behind Xing Jun's directive, he dared not disobey the general manager's orders. Since Chen Ping had refused to treat, the sales personnel decided to depart. Just as Cui Ziyuan was about to bid farewell to Sun Xiaoming, her phone suddenly rang. It was her mother, Li Fengxia, calling. Upon seeing her mother's name, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly answered, Xiaoming, I have tremendous news. The debts owed by Fuyao Decoration have all been repaid. Our family business has been revived. Li Fengxia's voice was filled with excitement and joy. Really? Sun Xiaoming responded, equally exhilarated. But why did Fuyao Decoration suddenly return the money? They have repeatedly failed to do so in the past. Your father found out that it was due to Lord Hu's intervention. Terrified, Fuyao Decoration promptly settled the debt. Li Fengxia explained. Lord Hu? Sun Xiaoming was taken aback. But our family has no connections to him. We don't even know him. Why would he assist us? I'm puzzled as well. I recall you mentioned that Ziyuan utilized his connections to help us. Perhaps he knows Lord Hu or is friends with someone who does. Hence, I called to inquire. If it was indeed Ziyuan's assistance, you should invite him to dinner tonight. Li Fengxia suggested. I will ask him. I'll hang up now. Sun Xiaoming said before ending the call. What is up? You seem quite elated, Cui Ziyuan remarked, noticing the excitement on Sun Xiaoming's face. Ziyuan, did you ask Lord Hu to help our family collect the debts? Fuyao Decoration has returned all the money to us. Our family business is saved. My father said it was Lord Hu who personally intervened. Sun Xiaoming gazed at Cui Ziyuan with eager anticipation. She hoped fervently that this matter was indeed orchestrated by him. If so, her parents would no longer oppose their relationship. Moreover, Cui Ziyuan's standing in their eyes would undoubtedly be elevated, particularly for having acquainted himself with someone as formidable as Lin Tianhu, which was an immense honor. Tiger Yi? Cui Ziyuan paused momentarily, but after a quick thought, he swiftly responded, I merely mentioned it in passing to Tiger Yi. I hadn't anticipated his efficiency. Since he has provided the funds, I can now rest assured. Ziyuan, I can't believe you truly know Tiger Yi. You're amazing, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, leaping into Cui Ziyuan's embrace and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. My mother said we should have dinner together tonight. Now, I am curious to see if my father will still look down upon you with a buoyant spirit. Sun Xiaoming linked her arm with Chui Ziyuan's as they strolled towards the parking lot. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Ping was greeted by an eager inquiry from Tang Hongying. Chen Ping, how did the interview go? What position did they offer you? Mom, I succeeded in the interview and secured a position as a salesperson. The pay is quite satisfactory, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Oh my, this is truly wonderful. To think you are starting as a salesperson, this is all thanks to Xiaoming. We must find time to express our gratitude. Now that you have a formal job, I can finally breathe easy, Tang Hongying said, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Observing his mother's joyful demeanor, Chen Ping chose not to say anything further. Chen Ping, freshen up and change your clothes. We'll be going out for dinner shortly. Your uncle's son called and invited us, Chun Baohua announced as he entered the room. Phone in hand. Baohua, why is Fu Hai treating us to dinner? It seems we should be the ones inviting him since he helped Chen Ping find a job. Tang Hongying queried, puzzled. It appears that Fu Hai's company has cleared all its debts and is back on its feet, Chen Baohua explained. That is truly wonderful news. Good people will surely be rewarded, Tang Hongying declared, sharing in Sun Fu Hai's joy. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping smiled faintly and retreated to his room to change. He had intended to call Lin Tianhu to inquire further, but it seemed this fellow was quite efficient in his dealings. It appeared that the debts owed to Sinew Daily Chemicals would also require Lin Tianhu's intervention to collect, as that was indeed his rightful money. At the rich hotel, Sun Fu Hai, in high spirits, had reserved a table. Knowing well that he hadn't dined there in quite some time due to its exorbitant prices and his company's financial struggles. This rich hotel is quite opulent. It's my first time dining here, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her off the ground as she marveled at the luxurious surroundings. This establishment is also part of the Su family's enterprise. In a way, we all share the same boss. Dining here. I can present my work ID for a discount, Chui Ziyuan said with a hint of pride. Indeed, dining here also contributes to our employer's revenue. Sun Xiaoming chimed in as she linked her arm with Chui Ziyuan and they ventured inside. Upon entering a private dining room, they found Sun Fu Hai already present, accompanied by Li Fengxia. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Upon encountering Sun Fu Hai and Li Fengxia, Chui Ziyuan courteously offered his salutations. Li Fengxia, rising hastily, urged Ziyuan, come over and take a seat. We are all family here, so there is no need for formality. Meanwhile, Sun Fu Hai smiled faintly and said, Ziyuan, come sit beside me. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. I owe you a great deal regarding matters of my company. Sun Fu Hai's attitude towards Chui Ziyuan had undergone a remarkable transformation, causing Chui Ziyuan to feel an immediate swell of pride. Uncle, why are you being so polite about such a trivial matter? It's merely a word of assurance, and after all, we are family. As Chui Ziyuan spoke, he settled next to Sun Fu Hai. Although he was not the one responsible for the matter at hand, he decided to go along with the perception that it was indeed his doing, as it also presented an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Ziyuan, I truly had no idea that you were acquainted with Master Hu. You should have seen the owner of Fuyao Decoration Company when he came to deliver the funds. He behaved like a grandson, almost kneeling before me. It was utterly delightful. The mere recollection of that scene stirred immense excitement within Sun Fu Hai. After years of being subservient to others, he had never experienced being treated like a revered elder, an impression he would likely cherish for a lifetime. Uncle, if there are any matters concerning the company in the future, feel free to inform me. Despite my position as a mere department manager, there is nothing in Hongcheng that I cannot handle. Chui Ziyuan boasted shamelessly, unperturbed by the possibility of being exposed, as none present were acquainted with Lin Tianhu, nor had they ever laid eyes on him. Who could possibly unveil his pretense? Very well, from now on, you shall be relied upon for matters concerning the company. I have only my daughter, Xiaoming, and in the future, everything will belong to you both. Sun Fu Hai had genuinely come to recognize Chui Ziyuan's worth. Rest assured, uncle, I will take good care of Xiaoming. Chui Ziyuan nodded vigorously, his heart brimming with excitement. Enough. I am starving. You two continue your conversation while I wither away from hunger. Let us hasten to the dining table. Sun Xiaoming interrupted their discourse, pouting in protest. Let us wait a moment. I have notified Uncle Chun and his family, and they should be arriving shortly, Sun Fu Hai interjected, blocking Xiaoming's path. Why invite them for a family gathering? It's quite bothersome. Upon hearing that Chen Ping's family was coming, Sun Xiaoming's expression soured instantly. You, my dear child, must not forget that Uncle Chen once saved your father's life, Sun Fuhai rebuked her with a glare before continuing. How did Chen Ping fare in his interview today? Uncle. Chen Ping succeeded in his interview. As the department manager, I can certainly handle such minor affairs. Cui Zhiyuan claimed the credit for Chen Ping's success as his own. Zhiyuan, I truly appreciate your assistance. Sun Fuhai expressed gratitude with a glance towards Cui Zhiyuan. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Chen Ping's family entered. I apologize for our tardiness, Chen Baohua remarked upon noticing that Sun Fuhai and the others had already arrived. Old classmate, no worries, we just arrived as well. Please, have a seat. Sun Fuhai quickly ushered Chen Baohua and his family to sit down. When Chen Ping noticed that Cui Zhiyuan was also present, he felt somewhat surprised, yet chose not to comment. Cui Zhiyuan gazed at Chen Ping with an amused expression, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chen Ping, we meet again. You were supposed to treat us, yet you fled. Do you not realize how difficult this makes things for me and Xiaoming? After Cui Zhiyuan finished speaking, Chen Baohua immediately turned his attention to Chen Ping, his eyes filled with inquiry. Tang Hongying then interjected, Chen Ping, what is going on? Sun Fuhai also looked towards Cui Zhiyuan, his face a mask of curiosity. This Chen Ping has successfully passed the interview. According to our sales department's regulations, new employees are required to treat their colleagues to a meal. However, he claimed to be short on funds and ran away, leaving both me and Zhiyuan in a most embarrassing situation, exclaimed Sun Xiaoming, her expression one of indignation. Is that true, Chen Ping? Chen Baohua asked, his face suddenly stern. Dad, silence. Chen Baohua interrupted, his voice rising. Our family may be poor, but we are not destitute to the point of being unable to afford a meal. If someone has assisted you, you must adhere to their customs. Do you not understand the principle of reciprocity? How do you expect to navigate your career at the company? Chen Baohua's furious outburst left Chen Ping speechless. Old class leader. Chen Ping was merely trying to save money. It's not a significant matter. If he doesn't treat, then he doesn't treat. Today's meal can be considered a celebration of Chen Ping's successful interview. Sun Fuhai hurriedly attempted to mediate, hoping to prevent a quarrel between Chen Baohua and Chen Ping. Uncle, in truth, Xiaoming and I are not overly concerned about that meal. The primary intention was to foster camaraderie among colleagues, which would facilitate future collaboration. Cui Zhiyuan's words only served to emphasize Chen Ping's perceived stinginess. Indeed, this matter lies with Chen Ping. I shall ensure he makes amends tomorrow. As the company's regulations cannot be compromised, Chen Baohua said, his expression one of regret towards Cui Zhiyuan. How about this? There's no need to wait until tomorrow. After we finish our meal, I will contact a few colleagues, and we can all go sing together. Chen Ping will cover the expenses, and I will explain to my co-workers. Cui Zhiyuan suggested. That sounds good. Chen Baohua nodded repeatedly. Zhiyuan, be mindful of your family's financial situation. Do not overspend. Sun Fuhai cautioned Cui Zhiyuan. Uncle, rest assured, it won't cost more than 200 or 300. Cui Zhiyuan replied with a slight smile. Fuhai, this must be Xiaoming's partner? He is truly talented and meticulous in his work. Chen Baohua praised Cui Zhiyuan alongside Sun Fuhai. Indeed, all the debts owed by my company have been recovered, thanks to him. Zhiyuan knows Lin Tianhu from Hongcheng, and with just one word from him, the money was returned. Sun Fuhai beamed, clearly pleased with Cui Zhiyuan as a prospective son-in-law. Chen Ping, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He was unaware of when the credit for recovering debts from Sun Fuhai's company had been attributed to Cui Zhiyuan. Lin Tianhu. Chen Baohua was momentarily stunned. Isn't he the most notorious thug in Hongqing? It would be best to avoid such individuals. Despite his current bravado, misfortune will eventually befall him. Having once served as a civil servant, Chen Baohua held a low opinion of petty criminals. Uncle, your statement is quite misguided. To be acquainted with Lord Tiger in Hongcheng is a tremendous honor. How can you say such a thing? Given the demeanor of your son, it seems he may never have the opportunity to meet Lord Hu. I suggest you refrain from making such remarks in the future to avoid attracting misfortune. Cui Zhiyuan expressed his indignation towards Chen Baohua's words, responding coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Baohua fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Old class leader. The current society is not what it once was. We must adapt to the changing times, Sun Fuhai remarked casually. Chen Baohua remained silent, yet deep down, he held a disdain for individuals like Lin Tianhu. This disdain was precisely why Chen Ping was reluctant to disclose his association with Lin Tianhu to his parents. He feared that if they were to find out, they might disown him entirely. At the banquet, Cui Zhiyuan maintained a haughty demeanor as he drank, reveling in the flattery of others. Throughout, however, Chen Ping abstained from alcohol and did not offer a toast to Cui Zhiyuan, which irked him slightly. Chen Ping, how is it that a grown man like you cannot drink? Cui Zhiyuan asked with a hint of sarcasm. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. It's not that I cannot drink. To me, liquor is akin to tea, and I might as well drink tea to save some money. Cui Zhiyuan paused, then burst into laughter. So you mean you can hold your liquor, then? Have you never been drunk? Chen Ping replied calmly, not yet. Instantly, Cui Zhiyuan became intrigued. Very well, let us have a contest. I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent in drinking, and today seems like the perfect occasion for a spirited bout. As he spoke, he instructed the server to bring a case of liquor. Chen Ping, when did you become able to drink liquor? Stop boasting. There's no one else here to impress, Tang Hongying said, frowning slightly. Mother, do not worry. I know my limits, Chen Ping reassured her. Chen Baoguo also wished to intervene but was restrained by Sun Fu Hai, who said, Old class leader, it's commendable for the young to possess a bit of courage. Have you forgotten how we often competed in drinking back in the army? Let them have their fun. Seeing this, Chen Baoguo had no further objections and could only cast a helpless glance at Chen Ping. Zhiyuan, you have a considerable tolerance. Do take it easy on Chen Ping. Let us keep it lighthearted, Sun Fu Hai cautioned, aware of Zhiyuan's capacity for alcohol. He recalled a time when Zhiyuan consumed over a gin of liquor and still managed to take a taxi home. Uncle, do not worry. I will drink a couple of cups and let him have one. Cui Zhiyuan responded while opening a bottle and pouring liquor into a cup. This cup is too small. Bring 2 large bowls, Chen Ping instructed the server. Cui Zhiyuan was taken aback, watching Chen Ping with surprise. You can't possibly drink from a bowl, can you? Chen Ping asked with a calm smile. Of course, even if I had to drink straight from the bottle. I could manage just fine, Cui Zhiyuan scoffed, believing that Chen Ping was merely trying to intimidate him. The more Chen Ping behaved this way, the more it suggested to him that he could not hold his liquor. Soon, the large bowls arrived, each filled with enough liquor to equal an entire bottle. So, how shall we proceed? Cui Zhiyuan provocatively inquired. I prefer simplicity. Let us drink, Chen Ping said, and to everyone's astonishment, he downed an entire bowl of liquor in one go. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was taken aback, and Chen Baoguo furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with concern as he exclaimed, Chen Ping, are you drinking? Is there any difference between this and self-destruction? Do not be reckless. Dad, I'm fine. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile, then turned the bowl upside down and looked at Cui Zhiyuan, saying, It's your turn. Cui Zhiyuan frowned, genuinely surprised that Chen Ping dared to down the liquor in one go. Although he had a decent tolerance, he feared this reckless consumption might harm his health. If you can't drink, then don't. There's no need to compare. Chen Baoguo observed Cui Zhiyuan's discomfort and offered him an out. Not drinking would only prove you're cowardly. Chen Ping provocatively challenged Cui Zhiyuan. Cowardly? Cui Zhiyuan's anger flared at the remark. I have never been cowardly when it comes to drinking. With that, he closed his eyes and downed a bowl of liquor in one gulp. The moment he swallowed, his face flushed instantly. Chen Ping seized the bottle and poured 2 more bowls. That's enough, Chen Ping. Chen Baoguo shouted as he rose in dismay. Chen Ping remained silent, his gaze fixed on Cui Zhiyuan with a strong sense of provocation. Mind your own business. Let us continue drinking. Cui Zhiyuan felt a surge of frustration and shouted at Chen Baoguo. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his bowl and drank once more. The liquor, once it entered Chen Ping's stomach, was akin to water. His internal energy absorbed it effortlessly. When Chen Ping downed another bowl of liquor, everyone was left in shock. Sun Xiaoming tugged at Cui Zhiyuan, saying, If you can't drink, then let us not. He's unafraid of consequences. We shouldn't compete with him. Exactly. Zhiyuan, let us not drink anymore. Our lives are precious, and it's not worth risking them. Li Fengxia also stood up, urging Cui Zhiyuan. They were genuinely worried that if Cui Zhiyuan consumed another bowl, he might face dire consequences. Cui Zhiyuan, with slightly reddened eyes and a dizzy head, gazed at Chen Ping, who wore an expression of provocation. Gritting his teeth, he raised the bowl and drank again. After 2 bowls, Cui Zhiyuan's face transitioned from red to pale, taking on a ghastly appearance. Seeing him like this, Chen Ping settled back with satisfaction, knowing that if Cui Zhiyuan continued, he would surely be in serious trouble, and his parents would never allow him to drink any further. Why are you sitting down? If you have the guts, drink more. Cui Zhiyuan shouted as he noticed Chen Ping's retreat. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a wave of nausea surged forth, and he vomited, splattering Li Fengxiao in the process. Ah! Li Fengxiao exclaimed, horrified as she looked at the mess on her clothes, nearly retching herself. Sun Fuhai frowned deeply, his expression grim. Chen Baoguo shot Chen Ping a glare before hastily standing up, saying, Fuhai, you all need to take Zhi Yuan home quickly. We should leave too. These two children are truly reckless. Sun Fuhai nodded in agreement. The situation had escalated beyond the point of casual conversation. Just as Chen Baoguo intended to take Chen Ping away, Cui Zhiyuan directly blocked their path. Cui Zhiyuan, with his eyes clouded, lamented, we agreed to go singing. How can one simply abandon the plan? Are you afraid of spending money? Zhiyuan, you've had too much to drink. Let's postpone it for another day. Sun Fuhai urged him. No, we must go today. I've already arranged everything in the group. It would be quite embarrassing not to attend, Cui Zhiyuan insisted, adamant that Chen Ping should be the one to invite them to sing. At this moment, Sun Fuhai cast a troubled glance at Chen Baoguo. Father, you all head back. I will invite them to sing, Chen Ping declared to Chen Baoguo. Chen Baoguo felt unable to object and could only caution Chen Ping. Don't stay out too late. Make sure not to drink too much. As he spoke, he retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket, mostly in small denominations, totaling just over 300 yuan. Take this money. I know singing can be quite costly, he said, pressing the money into Chen Ping's hands. Chen Ping initially considered declining but understood his father's nature well enough that he could not refuse, so he accepted the money. At that moment, Sun Fuhai also pulled out his wallet, producing 1,000 yuan to hand to Chen Ping. Here, take a little more, just in case you need it. What if the money falls short? Father, you're usually not this generous with your money, Sun Xiaoming interjected, snatching the cash from Sun Fuhai's hand. Child, hurry and give the money to Chen Ping, Sun Fuhai instructed her. It's the same if I hold on to it. If he runs out of money, I can always cover the difference later, Sun Xiaoming declared, putting the money into her pocket. Uncle Sun, I have enough money, if it turns out to be insufficient. Xiaoming can always help me out, Chen Ping smiled at Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai sighed, resigned to the situation. As the group exited the private room, Sun Fuhai prepared to settle the bill, while Cui Zhiyuan staggered behind him, exclaiming, I have a work ID. It grants an 80% discount. He placed his ID on the front desk, but the cashier barely glanced at it. Sir, your bill has already been waived by our hotel. You do not need to pay, the cashier politely informed Sun Fuhai. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why they would waive his bill. Cui Zhiyuan, overhearing this, burst into laughter. Huh, I didn't expect my work ID to be this effective. Pulling it out led to a complimentary meal. The Su family truly knows how to treat guests. Sun Fuhai nodded in agreement, believing that Cui Zhiyuan's work ID had played a role, considering that Cui Zhiyuan worked for the Su family as well. However, the cashier merely shot a disdainful glance at Cui Zhiyuan, saying nothing. The waiver was actually in recognition of Chen Ping. The staff at the luxurious hotel were all aware of Chen Ping's connection with Su Yuqi. When they saw Chen Ping come in to dine, of course, they would waive the bill. Who would dare charge the future son-in-law of the Su family? As the group exited the hotel, Sun Fuhai and Chen Baoguo exchanged farewells. Enough of the chatter. You all stink. It's all Chen Ping's fault. Does he have to drink so much? He got Zhi Yuan completely intoxicated. Li Fengxiao grumbled, shooting an annoyed glare at Chen Ping. Chen Ping remained silent, while Chen Baoguo, with a face full of apologies, followed Li Fengxiao to express his regrets before departing with Tang Hongying. Sun Fuhai also accompanied Li Fengxiao home, leaving only Chen Ping, Cui Zhiyuan, and Sun Xiaoming behind. Chen Ping, you reek of alcohol. Take a taxi home and don't dirty my car, Sun Xiaoming remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ping. She was still upset with him for getting Cui Zhiyuan into such a state. Chen Ping, let us head to the royal dynasty. But don't bail on us halfway, Cui Zhiyuan slurred, swaying as Sun Xiaoming pulled him into the car, which soon sped away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, a chill crept into Chen Ping's eyes. Cui Zhiyuan had been persistently provoking him, and Chen Ping was determined to teach him a lesson. As for Sun Xiaoming, if it weren't for Sun Fuhai, he would not have tolerated her at all. He hailed a taxi, intending to rush to the royal dynasty, when his phone rang. It was Wang Hanhui calling, and Chen Ping quickly answered. Brother Chen Ping, where did you all go? My mom made some dumplings and brought them over. But no one was home. Wang Hanhui inquired. We went out to eat, Chen Ping explained. Oh, are you done now? I find it too stuffy at home and want to go out for a stroll. Wang Hanhui's intentions were clear. She wanted Chen Ping to accompany her. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ping replied, I'm about to head out now. I successfully passed my interview today and will be singing with my colleagues. Oh, never mind then. Wang Hanhui's tone hinted at disappointment. Where are you? Why don't we go together? Chen Ping suddenly suggested, thinking it would be a good opportunity for Wang Hanhui to get acquainted with his colleagues. Is that appropriate? Wang Hanhui hesitated, feeling a bit shy about the invitation. What is inappropriate about it? I intend to take you to the company tomorrow to meet everyone, so it's perfectly fine. I'll come pick you up. Chen Ping assured her, instructing the taxi to head to her neighborhood first before proceeding to the royal dynasty. Meanwhile, at the royal dynasty, Cui Ziyuan and the others had already arrived and reserved a large private room. What's taking Chen Ping so long? Is he planning to bail on us? With his pathetic appearance, I'm genuinely concerned he won't be able to pay, Wang Lanlan grumbled. The others echoed her sentiments, worried about who would cover the expenses if Chen Ping didn't show up. Zhang Tongjian, if Chen Ping doesn't come, you'll have to foot the bill for your group's expenses today. Cui Ziyuan lounged on the sofa, his eyes hazy as he addressed Zhang Tongjian, who sat in the corner. Zhang Tongjian nodded reluctantly, knowing he had no choice but to comply. As someone began to pull out money, the atmosphere grew lively with the group ordering fruit platters and beers. Zhang Tongjian silently prayed for Chen Ping's arrival, otherwise, he would face another financial drain. As his credit cards were nearly maxed out, Cui Ziyuan lay back on the sofa, having Sun Xiaoming massage his temples and sipping some water. His drunkenness noticeably diminished, though he still felt a bit dizzy. I must inform you that if Chen Ping does not arrive, it is of no consequence. However, should he appear shortly, I implore you to compel him to drink profusely. Whoever manages to intoxicate him shall receive double their bonus for the month, proclaimed Cui Ziyuan to the crowd. Upon hearing of the doubled bonus, excitement surged among all present. Rest assured, Manager Cui, I guarantee that Chen Ping will be carried out on a stretcher. If he dares to come, he shall find himself utterly inebriated, they boasted, each eager to partake in the endeavor. With so many determined to get Chen Ping drunk, it was certain he would succumb to the effects of alcohol. Even Zhang Tongjian, who was typically disinterested, felt a twinge of temptation upon hearing of the bonus, though he had no intention of actually participating in the drinking. While the revelers sang and drank, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Chen Ping accompanied by Wang Hanhong. The sight of Chen Ping's arrival momentarily stunned everyone, particularly with the enchanting presence of Wang Hanhong at his side, capturing the attention of many men in the room. Even Cui Ziyuan, who was somewhat tipsy and squinting, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing her. While Sun Xiaoming was also quite beautiful, Wang Hanhong exuded a youthful vitality. Though she had previously worked as a dancer in a bar, her demeanor remained remarkably modest. Chen Ping, I thought you were too frugal to join us, Cui Ziyuan remarked, casting a glance at Chen Ping before turning his attention to Wang Hanhong. And who might this young lady be? Hello everyone, I am Wang Hanhong, Chen Ping's neighbor. I hope I am not imposing. She introduced herself with a polite demeanor. No, not at all. Please, take a seat. Enjoy the fruit, we have plenty. A group of men eagerly vied for her attention, neglecting Chen Ping entirely. Cui Ziyuan cleared his throat slightly and stated, I am Cui Ziyuan, Chen Ping's manager. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhong nervously extended her hand. Hello, Manager Cui. Greetings. Cui Ziyuan responded, his gaze lingering on her with an unmistakable intensity, gripping her hand tightly. It was evident to all that Cui Ziyuan was captivated by Wang Hanhong, which incited irritation in Sun Xiaoming. Miss Wang, where are you currently employed? Cui Ziyuan continued, oblivious to Sun Xiaoming's furious glare. I am currently unemployed, Wang Hanhong replied, somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Cui Ziyuan's smile broadened, and he produced a business card from his pocket. This is my card. If Miss Wang is interested in our company, you are more than welcome to join us. Really? Wang Hanhong exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Of course. As a department manager, I certainly have that authority. Cui Ziyuan boasted proudly. Sun Xiaoming could no longer tolerate the situation and shouted, prompting Cui Ziyuan to hastily distance himself from Wang Hanhong. Please, do sit down. Wang Hanhong, seeming to perceive the tension, smiled gently and moved to Chen Ping's side, skillfully draping her arm over his. Chen Ping, would you introduce me to your colleagues? Chen Ping was taken aback by her familiarity. Her actions, so intimate before the assembled crowd, left him momentarily speechless. However, Wang Hanhui's actions were deliberate, aimed at disheartening the men present while simultaneously preventing Sun Xiaoming from feeling jealous. Indeed, upon witnessing the intimate gestures between Wang Hanhui and Chen Ping, many men were instantly dispirited, and even Cui Ziyuan cast a jealous glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping proceeded to introduce Wang Hanhui to everyone, and when he mentioned Sun Xiaoming, he said, "This is Sun Uncle's daughter, Sun Xiaoming. Her father and mine are comrades in arms." Wang Hanhui immediately grasped the situation. Chen Baoguo must have sought employment through Sun Xiaoming's father. Thus, she approached Sun Xiaoming with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Sister Ming, you are so beautiful. I have heard so much about you from brother Chen Ping and Uncle Chen, but I had yet to meet you." Wang Hanhui's warmth elicited a smile from Sun Xiaoming, who replied, "Sister Hanhui, you are quite lovely as well. This is Zhang Tongjian, from our group." Chen Ping pointed to the bespectacled Zhang Tongjian in the corner. "Hello," Wang Hanhui said with a slight smile, extending her hand. "Hello, hello." Zhang Tongjian's face flushed instantly as he timidly shook hands with Wang Hanhui. The sight of Zhang Tongjian's bashfulness prompted laughter from the crowd. Before long, everyone became familiar with one another, engaging in singing and drinking, while many began to toast Chen Ping in turn. Observing this, Wang Hanhui positioned herself in front of Chen Ping, declaring, "If you all keep toasting, brother Chen Ping will be drunk in no time. I will drink with you." Wang Hanhui raised a glass of beer and downed it in one go. Wang Hanhui stood up for Chen Ping, and the men, perceiving her as merely capable of handling a couple of bottles, were more than willing to oblige. However, they soon realized how gravely mistaken they were. Wang Hanhui continued to drink with them, displaying no signs of inebriation, her complexion remaining unchanged. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Even Chen Ping looked on in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly delicate girl could hold her liquor so well? Beneath her feet lay over 30 empty bottles. While Wang Hanhui remained unaffected, others displayed rosy cheeks, with some swaying unsteadily. "All right, let us sing instead of just drinking." Cui Ziyuan observed the situation and intervened, concerned that if drinking continued, Wang Hanhui would be fine, but the others would surely become intoxicated. "Sister Hanhui, you truly can drink," Sun Xiaoming remarked with admiration and surprise. Wang Hanhui smiled, "I don't possess many talents, but drinking is one of them." "Sister, you are amazing. If I had your capacity for alcohol, no one would dare challenge me next time." Wang Lanlan chimed in as she joined Wang Hanhui, expressing her admiration. "Sister Lanlan, this skill can be honed. I'll teach you another day. Our names alone signify our fateful connection," Wang Hanhui said with a smile. It must be said that Wang Hanhui excelled in socializing. In no time, the three women had become good friends, sharing everything. "Sister, you are beautiful and have a lovely temperament. How did you end up with that guy, Chen Ping?" Upon my first glance at Chen Ping, he resembled a boastful wolf. Much to my annoyance, Wang Lanlan, having indulged in a bit of drink, unabashedly remarked to Wang Hanhang. Chen Ping sat off to the side, neither singing nor drinking, occasionally exchanging a few words with Zhang Tongjian, which rendered him somewhat out of place. "Sister Lanlan, in truth, brother Chen Ping is quite a good person. We have been together since childhood. Perhaps you are still unfamiliar with him," Wang Hanhang calmly explained without any trace of anger. Upon hearing her words, Wang Lanlan refrained from further disparaging Chen Ping and seized the microphone, saying, "Come, let us sing a song." Not only was Wang Hanhang beautiful, but her singing was also exceptional, her voice strikingly akin to that of the original artist. This elicited jealousy from many men towards Chen Ping, especially from Cui Ziyuan, whose gaze towards Wang Hanhang grew increasingly fervent, though he restrained himself due to the presence of Sun Xiaoming. As Wang Hanhang's melodious voice filled the room, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Everyone was blissfully intoxicated, dancing and frolicking. Zhang Tongjian, having downed a few drinks himself, stood up with a flushed face, joining in the revelry. Only Chen Ping remained seated in the corner, observing quietly. Just as the merriment reached its peak, the door to the private room was abruptly swung open by a balding middle-aged man, who entered with a drink in hand, flanked by two bodyguards clad in suits. The sudden intrusion halted all activities, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered, and Wang Hanhang set her microphone down. The middle-aged man, with a slightly dazed expression and a flushed complexion, surveyed the room and smirked. "Ah, what a gathering of naive youngsters. Who was singing just now? Quite impressive. Come join me in my private room for a couple of songs." His words left everyone exchanging glances, none daring to respond. It was evident that this man was no ordinary individual, and they were merely laborers, not ones to provoke him. As silence enveloped the room, the middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Wang Hanhang, Wang Lanlan, and Sun Xiaoming, the only three holding microphones. These three young ladies are quite appealing. Bring them to my private room, he commanded, tossing a wad of 100 yuan bills towards the girls, prompting his bodyguards to advance. The three women, startled, instinctively recoiled, while Cui Zhiyuan stepped forward with a grim countenance to shield them. His status was the only one of significance in this situation. If he did not intervene, he would be ridiculed, especially since Sun Xiaoming was his girlfriend. How could he stand by and watch her be taken away? Sir, who might you be? We merely came to sing and unwind. These three are our friends, not companions for hire, Cui Zhiyuan asserted to the middle-aged man. What does it matter if they are companions for hire? I offer you money. Coming to such a place and only ordering beer, do you not feel embarrassed? Let the three young ladies sing for me, and I shall treat you to a few bottles of Lafite, said the middle-aged man, casually patting Cui Zhiyuan's cheek. The gesture, though seemingly innocuous, was laced with a deep-seated insult, reducing Cui Zhiyuan to the status of a mere child. Infuriated, Cui Zhiyuan forcefully pushed the man away, nearly causing him to stumble. Immediately regretting his impulsive action, Cui Zhiyuan became acutely aware of the man's potential influence. Provoking him could lead to unforeseen complications. How dare you push me? The middle-aged man seethed, commanding, get him. With that, two bodyguards charged towards Cui Zhiyuan, instilling a palpable fear within him. Witnessing the impending confrontation, the onlookers, disregarding their trepidation, rallied together, seizing bottles of wine to stand in solidarity with their manager. After all, Cui Zhiyuan was their leader, and this was the moment to demonstrate their loyalty. Outnumbering the three adversaries, they felt confident in their collective strength. The bodyguards paused, taken aback by the unexpected unity of the young crowd, momentarily hesitating to act. Cui Zhiyuan's heart surged with triumph as he observed their reluctance. Seizing the opportunity, he boldly stepped forward and delivered a kick to one of the guards, proclaiming, now leave, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. The bald-headed man's expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. However, recognizing the overwhelming numbers against him, he understood that an altercation might lead to his own detriment. With a grim demeanor, he warned, just wait, kid. If you have the guts, reveal your name. I will make you regret it. I am Cui Zhiyuan. I await your arrival right here. Do you think my friends are mere pushovers? At that moment, Cui Zhiyuan felt like a true leader of the underworld, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of authority. Good, 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 the middle-aged man uttered 3 times before turning to leave with his bodyguards. Once they departed, Cui Zhiyuan's heart swelled with elation. He had never experienced such a feeling of power before. It was intoxicating. Manager Cui is incredible. That kick earlier made them not dare to retaliate, exclaimed one of his colleagues, while others marveled at his newfound bravado. I bet Manager Cui has some history on the streets. The group lavished praise upon Cui Zhiyuan, elevating him to heroic status in their eyes. Although he felt a surge of pride, he feigned nonchalance, saying, it was everyone standing by me that made this possible. Since you all have shown such loyalty, I shall not be stingy today. I will treat you to a few bottles of Lafite. Hooray for Manager Cui. The mention of Lafite sent waves of excitement through the crowd, for such luxury was a rarity for their working-class lives. Zhiyuan, let us leave. If they truly call for reinforcements, it could spell trouble, cautioned Sun Xiaoming, glancing anxiously at Cui Zhiyuan. Yet, bolstered by the effects of alcohol and the support of his peers, Cui Zhiyuan felt invincible. Don't worry, Xiaoming. With me here, you have nothing to fear, he reassured her, thumping his chest confidently. Manager Cui, I heard this is the gathering hall, owned by Lin Tianhu. Given our earlier altercation, could this lead to trouble? A cautious employee inquired. Fear not. My acquaintance with Lin Tianhu is quite profound, Cui Zhiyuan proclaimed with an air of confidence. Upon hearing that it was Lin Tianhu's establishment, Sun Xiaoming felt an immediate sense of relief and remarked, since it is the Tiger Lord's place, it shall be a straightforward matter. Zhiyuan is well acquainted with him. With just a word from him, the Tiger Lord will assist us in reclaiming our company's external accounts. Her words garnered newfound respect for Cui Zhiyuan, as the connection to the underground emperor of Hongcheng was indeed impressive, a boast for a lifetime. Manager Cui was truly a hidden gem, having such associations. With ties to the Tiger Lord, who could we possibly fear? If they dare to confront us, we shall make them weep like children. We can indulge in our revelry. For with Manager Chui here, who would dare provoke us? Upon learning of Chui Ziyuan's acquaintance with Lin Tianhu, the group grew increasingly audacious. In the corner, Chen Ping wore a subtle smile, amused by the naivety of Chui Ziyuan, who seemed oblivious to the hardships that awaited him. What are you laughing at? Do you still have the audacity to smile? Just moments ago, that elder was ready to take us away, and you stood frozen in fear. Wang Hanhan is your girlfriend. You couldn't even protect her. What kind of man are you? Yet here you are, still smiling. Wang Lanlan chastised Chen Ping, clearly displeased. Indeed, are you even a man? Your girlfriend was about to be taken, and you acted as if it were inconsequential. Had it not been for Manager Chui's intervention, you would have donned a green hat today. The others joined in, criticizing Chen Ping and Zhang Tongjian, for they had remained seated and motionless. Chen Ping understood that his inaction was strategic, while Zhang Tongjian was genuinely paralyzed by fear. Enough of these two cowards. Someone go fetch a bottle of Lafite. Let us drink. Chui Ziyuan waved dismissively. Soon, someone ventured out to procure the wine, while the rest cast cold glances at Chen Ping and Zhang Tongjian, leaving them in solitude. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at the royal dynasty, a balding middle-aged man accompanied by 2 bodyguards was present. The office was lavishly adorned, featuring an imposing desk over 3 meters in length, behind which sat a man clad in a Zhongshan suit, a girl in a qipao. Her hemline rising to her waist revealing her fair skin, stood behind him, gently massaging his head. This man, Ho Chunlei, the manager of royal dynasty, was indeed one of Lin Tianhu's most trusted aides, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Boss Qian, what brings you here in such a huff? Ho Chunlei inquired, his eyes half closed. Manager Ho, your establishment is utterly chaotic. Just moments ago, a group of reckless youths assaulted my men. One of them is currently sporting a distinct footprint on his abdomen. Boss Qian gestured to one of his bodyguards, who bore a clear imprint on his midsection. Is that so? Ho Chunlei opened his eyes wide, straightening in his seat. Who were they? From the Qilong gang, perhaps? In Ho Chunlei's view, only the members of the Red Dragon gang would dare to cause trouble in their territory. They appeared to be nothing more than a group of young individuals. I had heard that a few girls in their private room sang quite well and had considered bringing them to my own room for a couple of songs. However, I was taken aback when these young men actually resorted to violence. Boss Qian's eyes glinted with a frosty intensity as he gritted his teeth and said, I am here because this is Master Hu's establishment. Hence, I came to inform Manager Ho. If Manager Ho chooses to ignore this, I will take matters into my own hands, and I trust Manager Ho will not hold it against me. Why is Boss Qian getting so worked up over a bunch of kids? I'll just send someone to accompany him, Ho Chunlei remarked, calling out towards the door. Binzi. At that moment, a fierce-looking man with tattoos adorning his arms entered the room. Brother Ho, Binzi greeted respectfully. Someone just caused a disturbance. Follow Boss Qian to have a look, and let us hope it doesn't de-escalate. Recently, Master Hu has instructed us to remain low-key. Ho Chunlei instructed Binzi. Understood. Brother Ho, Binzi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Manager Ho. Boss Qian expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. No need for formality. If you faced any grievances in my establishment, I shall certainly intervene. I trust you will support my business in the future, Ho Chunlei replied with a faint smile. Before long, Boss Qian, accompanied by Binzi, made his way to the private room where Chen Ping and his companions were gathered, followed by a retinue of over a dozen henchmen. Inside the room, Chui Ziyuan and his friends were indulging in fine Lafite, their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted boisterously. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Everyone froze, and upon recognizing the bald middle-aged man accompanied by his entourage, expressions of panic spread across their faces. After all, this time, the opposing side was backed by more than 10 intimidating figures. Boss Qian, who acted first? Binzi inquired. Boss Qian pointed at Chui Ziyuan and declared, it was him. This brat struck my man. Binzi scrutinized Chui Ziyuan, then surveyed the group, quickly discerning that they were merely ordinary individuals, not seasoned fighters. Did you strike Boss Qian's man? Binzi approached Chui Ziyuan and asked nonchalantly. Sensing the intimidating presence of Binzi, with his bulk and tattoos, Chui Ziyuan felt a twinge of fear. Yet, bolstered by the alcohol, he nodded defiantly. Yes, I did. They were bullying my girlfriend. Surprised by Chui Ziyuan's candid admission, Binzi appraised him with newfound respect and remarked, you have guts. willing to take responsibility. I want to make it difficult for you. Simply kneel and apologize to Boss Qian, and we can consider this matter settled. Upon hearing the demand to kneel, Cui Ziyuan shook his head vehemently. There's no way I'm kneeling to him. He provoked us first. Binzi's expression darkened immediately at Cui Ziyuan's refusal. No one dares to defy my orders, he asserted. With that, Binzi lunged forward, seizing Cui Ziyuan by the collar and lifting him off the ground. The others, witnessing this, felt a surge of concern for Cui Ziyuan. But as they laid eyes on the dozen or so menacing henchmen behind Boss Qian, they all shrank back in trepidation. As Ji Yuan, Sun Xiaoming, witnessed the other party resorting to violence, she immediately shouted and rushed forward. Release him. My father is Sun Fuhai. We are employees of the Su family Sinew Daily Chemical. Sun Xiaoming exerted all her strength to pry open Binzi's grip, yet no matter how hard she tried, Binzi remained utterly unyielding. At that moment, Cui Ziyuan's face flushed crimson. His breathing became labored, and his eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as the specter of death relentlessly tormented him. Seeing Cui Ziyuan in such a state, Sun Xiaoming felt a surge of anxiety and cried out, "This is the territory of Master Hu. You dare to act against him here? Master Hu will never let you go. He knows him personally." As her words fell, Binzi's expression indeed shifted slightly, his brow furrowing as he loosened his grip. Coughing violently, Cui Ziyuan gasped for air after being freed. "Ziyuan, are you all right?" Sun Xiaoming inquired with concern. Observing that Binzi had relaxed his hold upon hearing Master Hu's name, the others began to shout, "Our manager Cui is quite familiar with Master Hu. If you dare to touch him, Master Hu will not spare you. I tell you." A mere word from Manager Cui, and even Lin Tianhu will obediently comply. One of the salespeople exclaimed, "Just yesterday, Manager Cui made a phone call, and Lin Tianhu rushed to assist him in debt collection. You have provoked Manager Cui. Prepare for your demise." The sales team, aware of the opposing party's fear of Lin Tianhu, began to chant praises for Cui Ziyuan, elevating him to celestial heights. In the corner, Chen Ping couldn't help but smirk slightly. These ignorant fools were only pushing Cui Ziyuan closer to the brink of disaster with their flattery. Cui Ziyuan, hearing their ridiculous adulation, trembled with fear, wishing fervently to chastise them for their foolishness. Listening to the crowd, Binzi's expression grew increasingly grim, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. Although Ho Chunlei had admonished him against killing, how could he tolerate these individuals flaunting Master Hu's name while deceiving others? As Binzi's demeanor darkened, Cui Ziyuan's subordinates mistakenly interpreted his expression as fear, growing increasingly arrogant. "Are you scared? You better leave quickly. If we call Master Hu, none of you will escape." Sun Xiaoming added with a triumphant air. "Shut up. All of you, shut the hell up." Cui Ziyuan bellowed at Sun Xiaoming. Only he knew that he did not actually know Lin Tianhu. He had never even laid eyes on him. Taken aback by Cui Ziyuan's sudden outburst, Sun Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, unsure of what had come over him, but she dared not speak further. "Do you know Master Hu?" Binzi asked, taken aback, his tone dark as he faced Cui Ziyuan. Trapped and overwhelmed by the crowd, Cui Ziyuan realized he had no recourse. Admitting ignorance of Lin Tianhu at this moment would only render him the subject of ridicule. Gritting his teeth, Cui Ziyuan could only nod. "I have met Master Hu." His words were ambiguous. After all, having encountered Lin Tianhu did not necessarily mean he truly knew him. Originally, all you had to do was kneel and apologize. But to his astonishment, you dared to flaunt Master Hu's name in public, deceiving others. Given this, none of you shall leave here today. Binzi's words carried a chilling undertone, sending shivers through this group of naive individuals. "Ha ha ha, do you know who stands before you?" The laughter of Boss Qian rang out. "He is the foremost enforcer of Brother Ho, Master Hu's right-hand man. You dare boast of knowing Master Hu in his presence? It seems your time is up." Boss Qian knew well that these individuals were merely common folk, utterly incapable of knowing Lin Tianhu. They were simply posturing. Indeed, upon hearing Boss Qian's remarks, cold sweat instantly adorned Cui Ziyuan's forehead. He had not anticipated that his pretense would lead him into such perilous waters. However, the others in Cui Ziyuan's entourage held a different belief. They were convinced that he genuinely knew Lin Tianhu. Even Sun Xiaoming unwaveringly believed that Cui Ziyuan must have connections, for otherwise, why would Lin Tianhu be pursuing their family's debts? "Boss Qian, my brothers had a few drinks earlier. Now, allow me to apologize on their behalf." Cui Ziyuan faltered, beginning to follow Boss Qian's lead in offering apologies. Yet, Before he could finish, Binzi interrupted him. Daring to invoke Master Hu's name makes this far more than a simple apology. Whether you survive or not is up to fate. With that, Binzi gestured to his subordinates, ordering, "Take everyone away. Let Brother Ho decide their fate." In no time, a dozen menacing thugs surrounded Cui Ji Yuan and Sun Xiaoming, causing their faces to pale in terror. In the corner, Zhang Tongjian trembled, his pants dampening, as he clutched Chen Ping's sleeve tightly. Recently graduated and inexperienced, he had never witnessed such a scene and was on the verge of panic. Noticing Zhang Tongjian's distress, Chen Ping patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Relax, nothing will happen." Soon, Cui Ji Yuan and his group were escorted to Ho Chunlei's office. At that moment, Ho Chunlei was half-closed eyes, indulging in a massage from his secretary. Suddenly, he saw Binzi returning with a gaggle of young people, and his brow furrowed in irritation. "Binzi, why have you brought a bunch of kids here?" "Brother Ho, these are the people under Boss Qian," Binzi explained. "Did I not instruct you to handle them? Why bring them to my office?" Ho Chunlei's expression darkened. "Brother Ho, this fellow claims to know Master Hu and is quite familiar with him. So I brought him for your judgment," Binzi hurriedly clarified. "What?" Ho Chunlei straightened in surprise, casting a cold gaze at Cui Ji Yuan. "You know Master Hu?" Aye. Cui Ji Yuan stammered, "My friend knows him." "What's your friend's name?" "For many years, I have followed Master Hu, and I am acquainted with all the friends he knows." Ho Chunlei continued to inquire. At this moment, Cui Ji Yuan was caught off guard. He did not know any of Lin Tianhu's friends. With his status, how could he possibly have connections with Lin Tianhu? Suddenly, Ho Chunlei slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly. "You dare to impersonate Master Hu?" Instantly, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Cui Ji Yuan felt a chill rush to his head, and he sobered up. He never imagined that his vanity would lead him to falsely claim acquaintance with Lin Tianhu, unwittingly inviting trouble upon himself. Observing Cui Ji Yuan's reaction, Boss Qian let out a cold laugh and stepped forward to slap Cui Ji Yuan fiercely, saying, "Aren't you quite arrogant? You dare to strike my people and impersonate Master Hu? I see you are courting death." Boss Qian's slap brought Cui Ji Yuan harshly back to reality, and he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Boss Qian, I was wrong. I won't dare again, I swear." Cui Ji Yuan's desperate pleas brought his subordinates and Sun Xiaoming back to their senses. They realized Cui Ji Yuan had no real connection to Lin Tianhu and had merely been boasting. At this moment, everyone began to tremble. If Cui Ji Yuan didn't know Lin Tianhu, what support did they have? Too late. Boss Qian sneered. "Acknowledging your fault now won't help. Just wait for your demise." Upon hearing this, Cui Ji Yuan could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to his knees. "Brother Hua, I will never impersonate Master Hu again. I beg you, please spare me." Cui Ji Yuan was now in tears, overwhelmed with regret. Seeing Cui Ji Yuan in such a state, the others looked ashen. Sun Xiaoming gazed at Cui Ji Yuan in astonishment, pondering her thoughts. Observing the kneeling Cui Ji Yuan and the panicked young individuals, Ho Chunlei turned to Boss Qian. "Boss Qian, this matter arose because of you. How would you like to handle it?" This was Ho Chunlei giving Boss Qian a face, as he was a significant client. "These foolish youngsters are of no consequence. Let them all leave." Boss Qian waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Cui Ji Yuan repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Just as everyone sighed in relief, Boss Qian's eyes gleamed as he glanced at Wang Hanhang and Sun Xiaoming. "The men may leave, but the three women must stay to keep me company." Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhang and Sun Xiaoming's expressions changed drastically, and Cui Ji Yuan's face became troubled. After all, Sun Xiaoming was his girlfriend. He could ignore Wang Hanhang and Wang Lanlan, but he could not abandon Sun Xiaoming, especially since Sun Fuhai had just recognized her. "Boss Qian, this is my girlfriend. May I take her with me while leaving the other two to accompany you? My girlfriend and I have lived together for over a year. I trust Boss Qian does not desire her." Cui Ji Yuan pointed at Sun Xiaoming, forcing a smile. In truth, he had never been intimate with Sun Xiaoming. He merely sought to secure her safety. Sun Xiaoming glanced at Cui Ji Yuan, but said nothing, as extricating themselves from this predicament was of utmost importance. Indeed, upon hearing Cui Ji Yuan's words, Boss Qian's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. And then he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Get lost. Leave those two women behind." Seeing this, Cui Ji Yuan fervently expressed his gratitude to Boss Qian, and then turned to leave. "Manager Cui, please don't abandon me. Please don't leave me," Wang Lanlan exclaimed in a panic, urgently tugging at Cui Ji Yuan's arm. Wang Hanheng also appeared alarmed, helplessly gazing at Chen Ping. At that moment, she could only seek his assistance, for she was unfamiliar with these individuals and knew that none would risk antagonizing them on her behalf. Lan Lan, just stay and have a couple of drinks with Boss Qian. Nothing will happen. I'll come back for you shortly, Cui Ziyuan reassured, pushing Wang Lanlan away. Despair washed over her, while tears brimmed in Wang Hanhong's eyes as she gently clutched the hem of Chen Ping's shirt, torn between wanting him to leave and not wanting to be left behind herself, creating a tumult of conflicting emotions within her. Do not worry, I shall not leave, Chen Ping said with a slight smile directed at Wang Hanheng. Brother Chen, are we leaving or not? Zhang Tongjian was the first to burst from the room, only to turn back and call out to Chen Ping. Sun Xiaoming also glanced back, noticing that Chen Ping remained motionless, prompting her to cry out, Chen Ping, Boss Qian. Recognizing Chen Ping's reluctance to depart, approached with a cold expression. What is this? Are you reluctant to leave your little girlfriend behind? As he spoke, he brazenly reached out his hand toward Wang Hanhong's face. At that moment, fear rendered Wang Hanheng pale. She stood frozen, unable to evade. However, just as Boss Qian's hand was about to make contact, Chen Ping swiftly seized his wrist, declaring, I had no intention of leaving. With a subtle exertion of strength, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and Boss Qian's wrist was instantly fractured by Chen Ping's grip. The excruciating pain sent Boss Qian into a fit of anguished screams, his cries chilling to the bone. Damn it, my hand is broken. Let go, or I will kill you, and your girlfriend will meet the same fate. Boss Qian bellowed, his face contorted in fury. With a swift kick, Chen Ping struck Boss Qian in the groin, sending him sprawling to the ground, his body curling in agony, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple. That one blow had rendered him incapable of manhood. Witnessing this, Ho Chunlei's anger surged. How dare someone strike his guest in his presence, tarnishing his dignity? You dare to act in my presence? You truly have guts. Ho Chunlei's expression darkened ominously as he waved his hand, ordering, close the door. No one is permitted to leave. Those who were about to depart, including Cui Ziyuan, were abruptly ushered back and confined once again in the office. At this juncture, resentment simmered among the gathered individuals, all glaring at Chen Ping. Had it not been for his reckless bravado, they would have already made their escape. Chen Ping, what the hell are you doing? Now we can't leave, Cui Ziyuan shouted in fury. Given the state in which Chen Ping had left Boss Qian, it was evident that this affair could not simply be brushed aside. With the situation escalated due to Chen Ping's bravado for the sake of a woman, they were all now entangled in the mess. Chen Ping, do you wish to perish? Don't involve us in your folly. Indeed, what are you trying to prove? If you possess the strength, take it to the streets. Now, you've brought calamity upon yourself. Everyone turned their accusatory gazes toward Chen Ping. Even Wang Lanlan, the one who remained, was no exception. While she might have accompanied him for a drink or perhaps shared a bed later, the current situation, with someone so grievously harmed, could hardly be brushed off with mere sleep. Only Wang Hanheng looked at Chen Ping with concern, her eyes brimming with tears. Chen Ping, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, she murmured. She realized that had it not been for her, Chen Ping would not have resorted to violence. Now, he might face imprisonment, or worse, the threat of losing his life. Nothing will happen, don't worry, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Seeing Chen Ping remain unfazed only fueled the anger of the others, their accusations and insults growing more venomous. Meanwhile, Ho Chunlei's expression darkened ominously. Binzi, incapacitate this fool. Binzi nodded and charged toward Chen Ping, his fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed at Chen Ping's head. A blow like that would surely result in catastrophic consequences. The crowd shrank back in fear, dreading the splatter of blood, except for Wang Hanheng, whose gaze remained resolute. Gritting her teeth, she stepped in front of Chen Ping, determined to protect him. She could not stand idly by while he faced death at her expense. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards her, prompting Wang Hanheng to shut her eyes, clutching Chen Ping tightly to shield him. Hanheng, Sun Xiaoming called out, unable to contain her concern. Though she had only just met Wang Hanheng, she found her to be a remarkable person, well-mannered and likable. It would be a tragedy for her to perish for Chen Ping's sake, hence her involuntary shout. As Binzi's fist neared Wang Hanheng, she felt the chill of death encroaching. However, after a fierce wind, silence enveloped the scene. Slowly opening her eyes, she discovered Binzi's fist halted mere centimeters from her face, held firmly in place by Chen Ping's hand, rendering him unable to advance. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, while Binzi's expression shifted to one of shock. He sensed an unyielding power emanating from Chen Ping, rendering his efforts futile. Had you not been Lin Tianhu's subordinates, you would all be corpses by now, Chen Ping remarked, gently pushing Binzi back, who stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing Binzi's humiliation, Ho Chunlei erupted in fury. Damn it, you worthless fool. You can't even handle a mere child? He kicked Binzi harshly. Binzi hurriedly got to his feet, his head bowed in embarrassment. Though he had fallen, he was unscathed. For Chen Ping had shown him mercy, as these individuals were, after all, his own subordinates. Let us go. Today's events will be settled. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Chen Ping addressed Ho Chunlei. Regret? Ho Chunlei scoffed. I have never known what it means to regret. As soon as he finished speaking, the door burst open, and dozens of men armed with machetes stormed in, encircling Chen Ping and his companions. Moments ago, they had been surrounded by merely a handful of unarmed individuals who, despite their fierce demeanor, were manageable. However, now confronted by dozens wielding glinting blades, the chilling aura emanating from the weapons rendered them paralyzed with fear. Several individuals fainted on the spot, while others wet themselves. Even Cui Ziyuan was not spared, his trousers soaked through. You believe I cannot turn you into mincemeat today? Ho Chunlei snarled menacingly. I seem to recall that Lin Tianhu forbids you from resorting to violence, insisting you conduct legitimate business. Yet here you are, creating such a ruckus without consulting him first. Chen Ping inquired with an air of calm. Ho Chunlei hesitated for a moment after casting a glance at Chen Ping, then instructed his subordinates, keep a close watch on them. No one is to be let go. I will call Lord Hu. With that, Ho Chunlei took out his phone and stepped outside. As soon as they realized Ho Chunlei was reaching out to Lin Tianhu, fear gripped Cui Ziyuan and the others even more. They were acutely aware of Lin Tianhu's notorious reputation in Hong City, a figure known for his ruthlessness and propensity for violence. Should Lin Tianhu be alerted, none of them would likely survive, and they would face excruciating torment before their demise. Chen Ping, you fool. Now we are all doomed. Not one of us will escape. And you are calling for Lord Hu. We are finished. Cui Ziyuan glared at Chen Ping, his voice laced with panic. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, his eyes glinting with cold fury directed at Cui Ziyuan, who felt as though he had plunged into a freezing abyss, promptly silencing himself. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, Daddy. Sun Xiaoming cried, trembling in fear, her words coming out as a frantic murmur. In an instant, many began to weep, the room echoing with their anguished cries. Meanwhile, Ho Chunlei was on the phone with Lin Tianhu, seeking guidance on how to handle these troublesome youths. Ordinarily, he would have taken matters into his own hands, eliminating Chen Ping and his companions without a second thought. After all, they were merely a few insignificant youngsters, and their disappearance would hardly raise eyebrows. However, the situation had changed. Lin Tianhu had explicitly ordered against any further violence, compelling Ho Chunlei to consult him. At that moment, Lin Tianhu was asleep. Upon receiving Ho Chunlei's call, he yawned and said, Ho, is something the matter? Why are you calling so late? Lord Hu, a few unruly youngsters are causing trouble and have even injured Binzi. They are exceedingly brazen. I would like to inquire if I can dispose of them. Ho Chunlei asked cautiously. Unruly youngsters? Lin Tianhu furrowed his brow. Who are they? Are they from the Red Dragon Gang? In the realm of Hongqing. Lin Tianhu's reputation looms so large that none dare to disturb his territory, save for the members of the Red Dragon Gang. After all, not long ago, Feng Sihai had just been injured by Chen Ping. Now, the Red Dragon Gang seeking trouble with their brotherhood is a distinct possibility. It's merely a group of reckless youths claiming to work for the Su family's company. One of them seems to be named Chen Ping, the very individual who injured Binzi, remarked Ho Chunlei. Upon hearing the name Chen Ping, Lin Tianhu abruptly leapt from his bed. Monkey, I'm heading over right now. You better not lay a finger on him. Just sit tight and wait for me, Lin Tianhu commanded before abruptly hanging up and rushing outside. Ho Chunlei, perplexed by Lin Tianhu's urgency, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Nonetheless, he knew he had to comply with Lin Tianhu's orders. Returning to the office, he was greeted by a noxious stench that filled the air. Damn it, Ho Chunlei pinched his nose. Open the windows. What kind of nonsense is this? Soon, the windows were flung open, allowing fresh air to sweep in and dissipate the foul odor considerably. Although Lin Tianhu had instructed him to wait patiently, Ho Chunlei could only wave his hand to signal his armed subordinates to withdraw, lest they be seen by Lin Tianhu upon his arrival. I have notified Master Hu. He will be here shortly. If you have any last words, Now is the time to speak. Ho Chunlei coldly regarded Chen Ping and his companions, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing that Lin Tianhu was on his way, the nerves of Cui Ziyuan and his cohorts were once again set on edge. The previously tense silence erupted into cries of desperation. Who is Lin Tianhu? In all of Hangzhou, even a 3-year-old child knows him as a ruthless killer. Brother Ho, it was all Chen Ping's doing. We had no part in this. Please let us go. Cui Ziyuan once again fell to his knees before Ho Chunlei, with the others following suit, bowing repeatedly in pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, Chen Ping stood firm, grasping Sun Xiaoming with one hand and Wang Hanheng with the other, refusing to bow before them. Regardless of Sun Xiaoming's grievances against him, he could not disregard the kindness of Sun Fuhai toward his family. Noticing Chen Ping's defiance, Ho Chunlei initially contemplated hurling insults, but the recollection of Lin Tianhu's admonition silenced him. Humph, when Master Hu arrives, you will see what's in store for you. We shall see then if you maintain your bravado, Ho Chunlei thought to himself. The wait felt interminable, with Cui Ziyuan and his companions kneeling in agony, their knees throbbing. Yet none dared to rise, remaining in anticipation. After 20 long minutes, the office door was suddenly thrust open, and Lin Tianhu rushed in with urgency. Master Hu. Ho Chunlei quickly approached him. Cui Ziyuan and the others, hearing of Lin Tianhu's arrival, lifted their heads, only to be met with a sight that nearly caused them to faint. Few had ever encountered Lin Tianhu, and now, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from him filled them with dread. Lin Tianhu paid no heed to Ho Chunlei. His gaze was fixed directly upon Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping cast a discreet glance towards Lin Tianhu, who did not step forward to acknowledge him. With Wang Hanhai and Sun Xiaoming present, if they were to discover Chen Ping's association with Lin Tianhu, it would undoubtedly reach the ears of Chen Ping's parents. Lin Tianhu observed the kneeling Cui Ziyuan and the others, then turned with a frosty demeanor and struck Ho Chunlei violently across the face. Did I not instruct you to remain patient? He admonished. Stunned by the slap, Ho Chunlei was momentarily dazed, while Lin Tianhu crouched down to assist Cui Ziyuan to his feet. My supervision has been lacking. I ask for your understanding, Lin Tianhu continued, directing his gaze at Ho Chunlei. What transpired today? Ho Chunlei, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted the events in detail. Upon learning that it was Boss Qian who had instigated the incident, Lin Tianhu's expression hardened as he glanced at the cowering Boss Qian still on the ground. Master Hu. Boss Qian began, feeling the chill of Lin Tianhu's piercing gaze, but Lin Tianhu interrupted him, issuing a command. Break his limbs and throw him out. He shall never set foot in the dynasty again. Ignoring Boss Qian's pleas for explanation, Lin Tianhu directed his men to carry out the order. The anguished cries of Boss Qian caused Cui Ziyuan and the others to cower in fear, paralyzed by Lin Tianhu's brutal demeanor. Esteemed guests, today my subordinates have failed in their duties. All your expenses are on the house. Please return and enjoy your time. I shall send over a few bottles of fine wine, Lin Tianhu declared with a smile. The abrupt shift in his demeanor left Cui Ziyuan and the others bewildered, uncertain of Lin Tianhu's true intentions. Stunned into silence, none dared to move. Then we shall express our gratitude for your kindness. Master Hu. Chen Ping finally spoke up, breaking the silence. It is only right. Today's events stem from my lack of oversight, Lin Tianhu replied, his tone obsequious. Chen Ping took hold of the still shocked Wang Hanhai and Sun Xiaoming, leading them out of the office and back into the private room. Observing this, Cui Ziyuan and the others trudged back like soulless beings. Master Hu, these individuals are. Before Ho Chunlei could finish, Lin Tianhu struck him again across the face. Do you know who Chen Ping is? Lin Tianhu coldly inquired after the blow. Ho Chunlei shook his head. I do not know. He is our master, our supreme leader. Lin Tianhu's words sent a shockwave through Ho Chunlei's expression. As Lin Tianhu's right-hand man, Ho Chunlei was aware that the gathering of Righteousness Hall was under the auspices of the Heavenly Dragon Hall, and he had been informed of the master's arrival. Yet, he never anticipated that the master would be this seemingly inconspicuous Chen Ping. Then, was it he who defeated Feng Sihai? Ho Chunlei asked, astonished. What do you think? Lin Tianhu replied coolly, fixing Ho Chunlei with a piercing gaze. If you value your life, offer your prayers and gratitude. Quickly arrange for a few more bottles of fine wine to be sent, and ensure you deliver them personally. But remember, the master wishes to keep his identity concealed. I understand, Master Hu. Ho Chunlei trembled as he turned to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Upon returning to the private room, Chen Ping and his companions were met with an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the obsequious figure they had just witnessed was Lin Tianhu, the notorious underground emperor of Hongqiang. Suddenly, Cui Ziyuan slapped himself hard, the sharp pain causing him to grimace. This is real, not a dream. How can this be possible? He could scarcely believe that what had just transpired was indeed true. Others around him wore similarly bewildered expressions, their gazes clouded with confusion. Chen Ping, do you know Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming asked incredulously, staring at him. Chen Ping had exhibited no hint of fear earlier, even confronting Lin Tianhu's associates. Yet, upon Lin Tianhu's arrival, he remained utterly unperturbed. Sun Xiaoming's question drew the attention of everyone in the room. If Chen Ping truly knew Lin Tianhu, what fate awaited them? Especially since they had just humiliated him? I do not know him, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. Sun Xiaoming was puzzled. If you don't know him, then why was Lin Tianhu so courteous to us? I know. He must be acquainted with Manager Cui. Did you not see how he helped Manager Cui up when he entered? Someone exclaimed loudly. Indeed, he must know Manager Cui. I also noticed that Lin Tianhu smiled at him. They were eager to shift the credit to Cui Ziyuan, primarily to ingratiate themselves with him, as they understood that salvaging Cui Ziyuan's dignity was crucial for their own well-being after having insulted Chen Ping. Cui Ziyuan, what is going on? Do you know Lin Tianhu or not? Sun Xiaoming was utterly flummoxed. If Cui Ziyuan truly knew Lin Tianhu, he would not have been so terrified as to kneel and even wet himself. That was clearly not an act. Yet, if he did not know him, why would Lin Tianhu assist in recovering the family debts? Moreover, Lin Tianhu had personally helped Cui Ziyuan up and had apologized repeatedly. What on earth was happening? Sun Xiaoming was not alone in her confusion. The others were equally baffled. Their attempts to credit Cui Ziyuan were merely a means of currying favor. Seeing their expressions, Cui Ziyuan's eyes darted as he declared, to be honest, I have never met Lin Tianhu. However, I have a friend who is quite familiar with him. They often dine together. Perhaps my friend mentioned me to Lin Tianhu or showed him my photograph, which may explain why Lin Tianhu recognized me immediately upon our encounter. Cui Ziyuan could only provide this explanation, as he struggled to rationalize his earlier actions. Once he articulated this, the crowd suddenly appeared enlightened. However, despite the resolution of the situation, no one felt inclined to continue their revelry, for they had all been thoroughly frightened and with their trousers dampened. It was hardly conducive to enjoyment. Just as Cui Ziyuan was preparing to leave with his companions, the door of the private room was suddenly thrust open by Ho Chunlei and his entourage. Upon seeing Ho Chunlei, Cui Ziyuan's expression shifted in fear, prompting the others to retreat hastily. Observing their reaction, Ho Chunlei quickly offered an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion in failing to ascertain the situation. I have come to extend my apologies, bringing with me 2 bottles of Louis XIII for all to sample. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Ho Chunlei's demeanor was one of servility, his eyes furtively glancing towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping, having already noticed Ho Chunlei's covert gaze, subtly gestured for him to leave. As Ho Chunlei exited, the atmosphere within the private room erupted with excitement. My goodness, Louis XIII. This is a prestigious wine, reputed to cost around 100,000 yuan per bottle. I never dreamed I would have the opportunity to taste such an exquisite vintage. The attendees reveled in their good fortune, attributing their privilege to Manager Cui. Otherwise, how could we possibly savor a wine worth 10,000 yuan a sip? They gathered around the Louis XIII, their eyes nearly bulging with desire. For as members of the salaried class, such an opportunity might elude them for a lifetime. Cui Ziyuan's eyes also glistened with emotion. Although he earned several thousand yuan monthly, the thought of indulging in 100,000 yuan bottle felt excessively lavish. Yet, he knew he must not appear overly eager, for that would diminish his stature. Why are you all gathered here like this? It's merely Louis XIII. There's no need for such commotion, Cui Ziyuan declared, feigning nonchalance. I often drink this kind of wine with my friend, including our my Martin and the like. I've had them all. His bravado relied on the existence of an imaginary friend, as his current means did not afford him the luxury of frequently enjoying Louis XIII. Manager Cui, what kind of business is your friend in? He must be quite wealthy. He even knows Lin Tianhu. Someone inquired. Cui Ziyuan stammered, struggling to fabricate a response. My friend is in import-export trade and frequently travels abroad. A glimmer of inspiration struck him, allowing him to elaborate. Thus, It seems that meeting my friend would not be an easy task, given his frequent international travels. The crowd, upon hearing this, began to extol Cui Ziyuan, elevating him to almost mythical status. As the Louis XIII was uncorked, Cui Ziyuan poured himself a modest glass, deliberately omitting Chen Ping from the gesture. Chen Ping had just given him a pointed glare, startling him. He had yet to settle the score with Chen Ping, and he certainly would not offer him a sip of wine worth a fortune. Chen Ping, unperturbed, observed the group of men who were practically giddy with excitement over the wine, nearly laughing aloud at their antics. Han Han, it's getting late. We should head back, he advised Wang Han Han. She glanced at the time and nodded in agreement. As Chen Ping followed Wang Han Han out, Cui Ziyuan paid them little mind, considering Chen Ping to be somewhat superfluous in the gathering. Xiaoming, do not stay out too late, or Uncle Sun will become worried, Chen Ping advised as he prepared to leave. Sun Xiaoming's face immediately displayed displeasure as she retorted, Who are you to tell me? Are you my father, my mother, or my elder? I will play as late as I wish. It's none of your business. Cui Ziyuan, you should take care of your own girlfriend instead of meddling in mine, Chen Ping shot back, having already reminded Sun Xiaoming. Chen Ping chose not to pursue the matter further. After returning home with Wang Huanhuan, they found Wang Chongfeng waiting in the community courtyard. Upon seeing Wang Huanhuan return with Chen Ping, she smiled and said, Huanhuan, you went out with your brother Chen Ping without telling me, making me worry for nothing. Aunt Wang, it was I who invited Huanhuan to a colleague gathering. Tomorrow, I will take her for an interview at our company. Chen Ping quickly explained to Wang Chongfeng. You need not explain anything to me. I trust you completely with Huanhuan. Even if you two choose to stay out overnight, Wang Chongfeng remarked with a knowing glance at Chen Ping. This left Chen Ping feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wang Chongfeng was quite bold with her words. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Huanhuan blushed and hurriedly pulled her mother away. As they walked a few steps, Huanhuan glanced back at Chen Ping, and after today's events, her affection for him had undoubtedly deepened. The following morning, Chen Ping accompanied Wang Huanhuan to the company. However, upon arrival, not a single employee was present even after the designated start time. They waited for more than half an hour before employees began to trickle in, each appearing bleary-eyed, clearly having stayed out too late the previous night. Cui Ziyuan did not arrive until after 10, yawning as he settled into his office and brewed himself a cup of tea. What time is it? Is this how you conduct yourself at work? Chen Ping questioned as he entered the office, addressing Cui Ziyuan. Given that this company belonged to Su Yuqi, it felt personal to Chen Ping, and he was displeased with the tardiness of the staff. Cui Ziyuan paused in surprise, then erupted in anger. Chen Ping, who do you think you are? Do not forget that I am the manager here. You have no right to dictate my actions. Just then, Sun Xiaoming and Wang Huanhuan walked in. What is going on? Why are you shouting so early in the morning? Cui Ziyuan smirked. This Chen Ping is overstepping his bounds by trying to reprimand me for being late. It's quite laughable. Chen Ping, your task today is to present 1/3 of your Team S accounts. If you cannot manage that, you will be working overtime tonight, he declared, leveraging his authority to put Chen Ping in his place. Chen Ping merely smiled coldly and turned to leave. He was determined not only to collect 1/3 of the debts, but to recover all that was owed to him, as he had no intention of allowing anyone to owe him money. Chen Ping stepped outside, while Sun Xiaoming instructed Cui Ziyuan to facilitate Wang Henin's onboarding process, even assigning her to her own team. It was evident that Sun Xiaoming held a fondness for Wang Henin's. In truth, Sun Xiaoming was not inherently malevolent. She merely possessed a touch of the spoiled rich girl attitude, occasionally looking down on others. Nevertheless, her demeanor towards Wang Henin suggested that she was not devoid of kindness. After completing Wang Henin's onboarding, Cui Ziyuan leaned back in his office chair and succumbed to sleep, having played until the early hours of the morning. Returning home to wash his soiled trousers, and eventually retiring to bed quite late. Just as Cui Ziyuan drifted into slumber, the company president, Xing Jun, entered the room. Upon noticing Cui Ziyuan asleep, Xing Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Did he not note a knock before entering the office? The sound of the door opening stirred Cui Ziyuan from his sleep, and with his eyes still shut, he grumbled irritably. In the sales department, he reigned supreme, fearing nothing. After uttering his words, Cui Ziyuan opened his eyes only to find Xing Jun staring at him, causing him to tumble from his chair in shock. President Xing. What brings you here? Cui Ziyuan stammered, panic evident on his face, as Xing Jun seldom visited the sales department, leaving him bewildered by the sudden appearance. Xing Jun merely shot Cui Ziyuan a glare without reprimanding him. Instead, gazing out the office window at the employees working below, his attention fixating solely on Chen Ping. At that moment, Wang Henins approached Chen Ping, standing close and appearing quite familiar with him. Xing Jun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Manager Cui, who is that young lady?" Cui Ziyuan quickly glanced over, realizing Xing Jun referred to Wang Henins, and promptly replied, "President Xing, this is Chen Ping's girlfriend, Wang Henins, who just joined today." "Chen Ping's girlfriend?" Xing Jun exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the expression on Xing Jun's face startled Cui Ziyuan, who nodded slowly. "Yes, she is indeed his girlfriend." Soon, a cold smirk spread across Xing Jun's face. "Find an opportunity to secretly capture some intimate photographs of them, but ensure it is discreet, then send them to me. Understood?" Cui Ziyuan nodded in agreement. With that, Xing Jun left, leaving Cui Ziyuan in a state of confusion, pondering when Xing Jun had developed such peculiar interests. "Brother Chen, our team currently has the largest outstanding debt from this boss Ming, nearing 1 million, which has remained unpaid for 2 years. Several sales personnel have attempted to collect, but none have succeeded. I've even heard some were thrown out," Zhang Tongjian remarked while seated at his workstation, pointing at a batch of overdue payments on his computer screen. Chen Ping glanced at the time and nodded. "Then let's take action against him. We should go collect the debt now. It won't interfere with lunch." "Just the two of us?" Zhang Tongjian asked in astonishment. "Of course. Otherwise, how many people should we bring?" Chen Ping replied, slightly taken aback. "Brother Chen, I'm afraid it's quite daunting," Zhang Tongjian said, his face displaying concern. "I've heard that Boss Ming has a background in the underworld. And although he has since turned over a new leaf and established a company, he still has plenty of people under his command. Just the two of us could end up in trouble. Many salespeople have been beaten, and I even heard of a female salesperson who ended up pregnant after a visit. Are you frightened?" Chen Ping gazed intently at Zhang Tongjian and earnestly inquired. Zhang Tongjian, at a loss for words, felt a surge of fear. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such clients? This is the nature of our work. If one is afraid, perhaps they should reconsider their profession. "You can never know whether you will succeed unless you dare to try," Chen Ping asserted, promptly printing out the information regarding Boss Ming and striding towards the exit. "Brother Chen." Upon observing Chen Ping's departure, Wang Hanhai hurried after him. Aware that Cui Ziyuan had assigned a task to Chen Ping, she surmised that he was off to collect debts and thus resolved to assist him. Given Chen Ping's impulsive temperament, she feared he might provoke a confrontation. "Are you going to collect the debt?" Wang Hanhai queried as she caught up with him. "Yes," Chen Ping nodded affirmatively. Wang Hanhai took a glance at the document in Chen Ping's hand. They stood close together, creating an intimate and somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. Inside the office, Cui Ziyuan, witnessing the scene, hastily pulled out his phone to discreetly capture a few photographs, which he sent to Xing Jun. "Brother Chen, this might turn into a debt account. It hasn't been repaid in 2 years and has already been pursued multiple times," Wang Hanhai remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she reviewed the information. "This is the largest sum. No matter how difficult, we must attempt to recover it." Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. "All right, I will accompany you." Wang Hanhai affirmed with a nod. "I can manage on my own. There's no need for you to come along," Chen Ping insisted, waving his hand dismissively. "Your temperament is too hasty. It's better if I accompany you. After all, we women have certain advantages when it comes to collecting debts," Wang Hanhai asserted. Pulling Chen Ping's arm and leading him outside, Cui Ziyuan, observing this, seized the opportunity to snap a few more photos, sending them once again to Xing Jun. As Chen Ping exited the company with Wang Hanhai, Zhang Tongjian dashed out as well, calling after him, "Brother Chen, we are a team. I can't let you take risks alone. If it comes to it, I'll take a beating too. I'm going with you." Zhang Tongjian had come to a resolution and pursued Chen Ping. Upon seeing Zhang Tongjian's determination to join him, Chen Ping felt a sense of relief and patted Zhang Tongjian on the shoulder. "Rest assured, with me around, you won't be in harm's way." Zhang Tongjian offered a resigned smile. He had steeled himself to follow Chen Ping, motivated simply by the desire to preserve his job as teammates. He feared that if Chen Ping went alone, management would find out and dismiss him. Soon, Chen Ping and his companions arrived at Boss Ming's company, guided by the address on the document. The establishment was modest, merely 2 stories high, with a sign at the entrance that appeared quite worn. "Surely this company hasn't gone under, has it? Are there still people inside?" Wang Hanhai expressed her concern, eyeing the dilapidated sign. If the business had collapsed and the people had fled, this debt would indeed become irretrievable. Let us go inside and see, Chen Ping declared, leading the way. Upon entering the company, they were immediately struck by a cacophony of raucous voices and a haze of smoke that made it difficult to breathe. In the lobby, several tattooed men sat bare-chested, smoking and playing cards, their eyes bloodshot. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Tongjian instantly regretted his decision and gently tugged at Chen Ping's sleeve. Brother Chen, perhaps we should come back another day? Wang Hanhui's expression was decidedly grim. This place hardly resembled a legitimate company, but rather a den of brigands. Since we are here, we ought to meet the boss before departing, Chen Ping remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, someone noticed the three of them and approached, inquiring, "What brings you three here?" "We are from Sinew Daily Chemical Company, seeking Mr. Meng," Chen Ping replied with a calm demeanor. "Here to collect debts?" The man immediately grasped their intent, his brow furrowing slightly. "Meng is not in. You'd best leave quickly, don't disturb our game." With that, he turned to return to his cards. However, after taking only a few steps, a flamboyantly dressed young woman descended from the second floor, her heavy makeup stripping her of any youthful innocence. "Liangzi," Meng asked that they be allowed upstairs. She instructed the man who had blocked Chen Ping and his companions. The man nodded. "You may proceed." Without a backward glance, he resumed his game, while the girl cast a brief glance at Wang Hanhui before saying, "Follow me." Chen Ping and the others ascended the stairs, while Zhang Tongjian trembled with fear, nearly losing his footing. In an office on the second floor, Mr. Meng lounged with a cigar in his mouth, feet propped on the desk, humming a leisurely tune. Scattered across the floor were numerous tissues, and the air was thick with a foul stench, revealing the debauchery that had just transpired. Soon, the girl ushered Chen Ping and his companions into the office. Mr. Meng, cigar still in hand, fixed his gaze intently on Wang Hanhui. "From Sinew Daily Chemical, are you?" Mr. Meng inquired with a casual air. "Yes," Chen Ping confirmed with a nod. "I have long prepared the funds you are owed." As he spoke, Mr. Meng signaled, and the girl who had brought them in promptly opened a nearby safe. Inside, neatly arranged were stacks of cash, certainly exceeding 1 million. The sudden generosity of Mr. Meng exhilarated Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanhui. They had not anticipated such an ease in their dealings. Contrary to the reports that described him as a debtor who refused to pay, he seemed quite willing to settle the debt. Only Chen Ping wore a slight smile, aware that Mr. Meng's apparent readiness to part with the money was likely a facade. As the cash was revealed, Mr. Meng lowered his feet from the desk, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he regarded Wang Hanhui. "I prefer not to conduct business with men. If you desire the funds, leave the woman behind. And you two can go. I assure you, I will repay your debt." Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhui instinctively recoiled behind Chen Ping. Witnessing her fright, Mr. Meng burst into laughter. "Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Whoever comes to collect must be paid," Chen Ping stated coldly. "Principle?" Mr. Meng regarded Chen Ping as if he were a fool. "Are you new here? Has no one informed you of the consequences of seeking debts from me?" "They have, but I do not believe it. Hence my visit to test the waters," Chen Ping replied with a nod. "Over the years, I have encountered many individuals, but none have exhibited such audacity as you. Since you wish to test your mettle, I shall oblige." With that, Boss Meng swung a fist towards Chen Ping's nose. Wang Hanhang, positioned behind Chen Ping, grew anxious at the sight of Boss Meng's aggression and tugged at Chen Ping, attempting to pull him away to avoid the impending strike. Meanwhile, Zhang Tongjian hurriedly took a couple of steps back, fearful of being caught in the fray. However, Wang Hanhang was unable to move Chen Ping. He regarded Boss Meng with a cold smile. Just as Boss Meng's fist approached Chen Ping, he swiftly reacted, seizing Boss Meng's fist, followed by a cacophony of cracking bones. Boss Meng felt as though his hand were caught in a vice, and an intense pain surged through him, eliciting a cry of anguish. The girl who had accompanied Chen Ping and the others upon their arrival, upon witnessing this, immediately turned to flee, evidently to summon reinforcements. "Tongjian, you and Hanhang go fetch the money. Not a penny more or less than what is owed to us," Chen Ping commanded while maintaining his grip on Boss Meng. Zhang Tongjian, paralyzed with fear, dared not move, while Wang Hanhang, glancing at Chen Ping, hurried toward the safe to retrieve the funds. Soon, over 1 million was packed into a single bag. With urgency, Wang Hanhang called out to Chen Ping, "Brother Chen, we have the money, let us leave." No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony of footsteps echoed, as 7 or 8 tattooed men rushed upstairs, effectively blocking the exit. "Release Meng, you little brat. To lay a hand on him is to court death." shouted Liangzi, seeing Chen Ping overpowering Boss Meng. Clear a path for your men, Chen Ping retorted, disregarding Liangzi's threats while exerting more pressure, resulting in another series of bone-cracking sounds from Boss Meng. At that moment, drenched in sweat and filled with fury, Boss Meng had no choice but to bellow, "Everyone, step aside." A path soon opened, and Chen Ping instructed Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanheng, "You too. Take the money back to the company." "Brother Chen, aren't you coming with us?" Wang Hanheng inquired, perplexed. "You go ahead. I will follow shortly," Chen Ping assured her. Wang Hanheng gazed at him with concern, but Zhang Tongjian pulled her along, insisting, "We must leave quickly. Staying here will only complicate matters for Brother Chen." As they dashed out of the company, Wang Hanheng handed the money to Zhang Tongjian, instructing him to return to the company, while she lingered across the street, anxious until she could see Chen Ping emerge. After their departure, Chen Ping released Boss Meng. The newly liberated Boss Meng, seething with rage, declared, "You brat. I will make it my mission to end you today." Yet, Chen Ping paid him no mind. Instead, he glanced at the large cigar on the desk, picked one up, and inhaled gently, savoring its aroma. "Such exquisite cigars, what a waste," he remarked before lighting one, taking a leisurely puff and exhaling a cloud of smoke. His expression one of sheer enjoyment. Witnessing Chen Ping's nonchalance and apparent delight only served to infuriate everyone present. "Young man, you have harmed Brother Meng, and today I shall take your life," Liangzi declared, launching a powerful punch toward Chen Ping. The force of his blow was substantial, accompanied by a slight whoosh through the air, clearly indicating that Liangzi was a seasoned fighter. Yet, in the face of Liangzi's fierce assault, Chen Ping maintained an air of indifference, taking another drag from his cigarette before exhaling the smoke directly at his approaching adversary. In an instant, Liangzi, who had been moving with remarkable speed, seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force as he halted mid-motion, his fist mere centimeters from Chen Ping's face. The onlookers watched in disbelief, and amidst their astonishment, Chen Ping swiftly kicked out, sending Liangzi hurtling across the office, his considerable bulk crashing heavily to the ground outside. The expression on Boss Meng's face turned grave as he rushed to assess the situation, fully aware that Liangzi was his most formidable fighter, having trained in Sanzhou for over a decade. Upon reaching Liangzi's side, Boss Meng was struck dumb by the sight before him. Liangzi's chest was caved in, blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes wide open and unblinking, lying motionless on the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. "Kill him. I want him dead." Boss Meng seethed with fury, never having been so humiliated. He vowed to dismember Chen Ping for this affront. Following his command, the remaining men surged toward Chen Ping, convinced that even the most skilled of fighters could not withstand their collective might in such a confined space. "Seeking death, are we?" Chen Ping scoffed. Then, like a whirlwind, he plunged into the throng. His speed was astonishing. The attackers barely caught a glimpse of him before they were felled one by one. The office floor soon littered with moaning bodies. Though Chen Ping had no intention of taking their lives, many sustained severe injuries, with broken limbs and considerable pain. In that moment, Boss Meng was left dumbfounded, while the girl beside him turned pale, her complexion resembling that of a ghost. He could scarcely comprehend that, despite his overwhelming numbers, they could not overpower even a seemingly frail individual. "Who do you owe money to?" "It cannot be anyone but me, for I detest those who owe me," Chen Ping remarked coldly as he approached Boss Meng. "Who are you?" "I owe money to Sinew Daily Chemicals." "Are you not an employee there?" Boss Meng stammered, panic evident in his voice. "Indeed, I am. Sinew Daily Chemicals is the company of Su Yusher, the eldest daughter of the Su family, and Su Yusher is my woman. Thus, you are, by extension, indebted to me," Chen Ping replied with a playful smirk. "Your woman?" Boss Meng's confusion was palpable, but soon terror filled his eyes as his pupils dilated. "Why, you are that person," he stuttered, his mouth agape, ultimately rendered speechless by sheer fear. Though Boss Meng had some experience in the underworld, his status had not granted him access to the lavish banquet hosted by Gu Wentian. Yet he was well aware of the rumors surrounding Chen Ping, never once contemplating their implications. Defeating the formidable Feng Sihai, and earning the respect of both Gu Wentian and Lin Tianhu, is none other than the seemingly inconspicuous young man before them. Boss Meng could hardly believe it. Yet he was compelled to accept the truth. Thud. Unable to withstand the overwhelming realization, Boss Meng fell to his knees before Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, I was blind to your true worth. I implore you, spare my life," he begged, bowing fervently in supplication. If Chen Ping were merely Su Yuqi's boyfriend, Boss Meng would not have been so fearful. After all, one who dared to owe the Su family money would not be intimidated by them. Despite the Su family status as the wealthiest in Hongcheng, they were merely a commercial family, and those who operated in the underworld were not easily cowed. However, Chen Ping was not just Su Yuqi's acknowledged partner. He was also a distinguished guest of Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian, figures far beyond Boss Meng's reach. Observing Boss Meng's desperate demeanor, Chen Ping let out a cold laugh and simply walked past him. Once outside, Boss Meng collapsed onto the ground, a puddle forming beneath him. As Chen Ping stepped onto the street, preparing to hail a taxi back to the company, he suddenly noticed Wang Hanhang sprinting towards him from across the road. "Brother Chen," Wang Hanhang exclaimed, her excitement evident as she rushed toward him. Chen Ping was deeply touched to see that she had remained, waiting for him. However, as Wang Hanhang crossed the street, a speeding car barreled toward her. Seeing the vehicle, she froze in shock, her mind going blank. The driver, spotting her in the road, slammed on the brakes, the screeching sound and the smoke from the tires creating an atmosphere charged with tension. In that instant, Chen Ping summoned his energy and dashed forward, positioning himself before Wang Hanhang and bracing himself against the oncoming car. The vehicle came to a halt, while Wang Hanhang stood dazed, terror filling her eyes. "Hanhang, it's all right now," Chen Ping reassured her, gently guiding her to the side of the road. "Are you blind? How can you walk like that?" The driver shouted angrily, visibly shaken from the near collision. After Chen Ping led Wang Hanhang away, the driver stepped out to inspect his car. Upon noticing the deep imprints of hands on the front, he was struck with fear and hastily sped away. "Hanhang, why didn't you return to the company?" Chen Ping inquired with concern. By this time, Wang Hanhang had regained her composure and was bewildered as to why she had escaped the accident. Quickly, she responded, "I was worried about you, so I waited outside." "Brother Chen, are you all right?" She scrutinized him with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Those thugs only bully the weak. Let us head back," Chen Ping said, hailing a taxi as they made their way back to the company. Meanwhile, in the sales department, a group of salespeople gathered, quietly discussing amongst themselves. Chen Ping is truly audacious. He actually dared to confront Boss Meng for the debt. Doesn't he know that those who previously attempted to collect were left battered and bruised? Indeed, how could Wang Hanhai have followed along? That Boss Meng is quite lecherous. He cannot resist the allure of beautiful girls. The last time our company sought payment, that female salesperson left shortly after, and it is rumored she became pregnant afterward, presumably by Boss Meng. Let us wait and see. I anticipate that Chen Ping will return with a bruised visage. The group whispered among themselves, while Sun Xiaoming furrowed her brow with concern for Wang Hanhai. She did not fret for Chen Ping. Even if he were severely beaten, she would not be troubled. However, for a young girl like Wang Hanhai, who has yet to experience the world, it would be a tragedy if she were to fall victim to that Boss Meng. Sun Xiaoming now regretted not stopping Wang Hanhai from accompanying Chen Ping. "Why are you all loitering about, gossiping instead of working? Do you wish to have your wages docked?" At that moment, Chui Ziyuan emerged from the office, bellowing at the group of salespeople. They hurriedly returned to their stations, and one salesperson addressed Chui Ziyuan, "Manager Chui, Chen Ping has gone to collect the debt from Boss Meng." Upon hearing this, Chui Ziyuan paused momentarily before a smirk of schadenfreude crossed his face. This fellow is so eager to prove himself that he is willing to risk everything. If he manages to retrieve the money, I shall drink the toilet water dry. No sooner had Chui Ziyuan spoken than Zhang Tongjian, drenched in sweat, returned, clutching a black plastic bag. Upon seeing Zhang Tongjian, Sun Xiaoming quickly inquired, "Tongjian, where is Hanhai?" Zhang Tongjian gulped down an entire bottle of water from the table, finally catching his breath and recounting the events in detail. When the others learned that the bag contained the recovered 1 million in debts, astonishment washed over their faces. Chui Ziyuan, in a frenzy, tore open the bag, and crisp bills cascaded onto the floor. At that moment, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated Chen Ping would actually reclaim the funds. Just moments ago, he had boasted that if Chen Ping succeeded, he would drink the toilet water. How ironic. Wang Hanhai is far too infatuated. "I cannot fathom what is so special about Chen Ping," remarked Wang Lanlan, perplexed by Wang Hanhai's decision to wait for Chen Ping. Sun Xiaoming, too, felt a pang of concern for Wang Hanhai, while no one cared about Chen Ping's fate. Just as they lamented Wang Hanhai's situation, Chen Ping returned alongside her. To the group's astonishment, Chen Ping appeared unscathed. "Chen Ping, you weren't harmed?" Chui Ziyuan asked, bewildered. It is only natural to repay debts. Why would they strike me? If anything, I would be the one to strike them, Chen Ping replied coolly with a smile. Sun Xiaoming approached Wang Hanhai. Hanhai, are you all right? You look pale. Please do not accompany him again. Sister Ming, I am fine. Wang Hanhai smiled reassuringly. Chen Ping, if you are so adept at collecting debts, then from now on, you shall be solely responsible for all company debts, Cui Ziyuan declared, entrusting the entire sales department's outstanding debts to Chen Ping. Chen Ping did not decline. Even if Cui Ziyuan had not assigned them to him, he would have pursued them all, as they were rightfully his. Seeing that Chen Ping did not refuse, Cui Ziyuan was somewhat surprised, but internally he was elated. If he could recover these debts, his commission as a sales manager would undoubtedly be substantial. At noon, in a Western restaurant near Sinew Daily Chemical Company, Xingjun eagerly awaited someone at a window-side table. Soon, Su Yuqi entered the restaurant with her bag slung over her shoulder. Upon noticing her, Xingjun promptly stood and waved. Yuqi, over here. Su Yuqi approached with an air of indifference and sat down opposite him. What do you want? Yuqi, I just feel like it's been ages since we last met, so I wanted to invite you to dinner, Xingjun said with a sycophantic grin. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Su Yuqi replied, rising from her seat. There is something. Xingjun swiftly intercepted her. Yuqi, you know how I feel about you. I have never liked another girl all these years. Can you not? Before he could finish, Su Yuqi interrupted decisively. Xingjun, I hope you understand your position. You are merely a manager employed by my family, and I can replace you at any time. You should focus on your work and cease any romantic pursuits regarding me. Her expression was frosty, and her tone icy, causing Xingjun's countenance to shift slightly. Are you implying that I am unworthy of you? He inquired. What do you think? Su Yuqi retorted. Xingjun suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, I am unworthy of you. My status is humble, but why would you prefer a convict over me? Am I truly inferior to that felon? His agitation escalated, his tone growing more intense. Seeing his reaction, Su Yuqi frowned. Who I choose to associate with is none of your concern, and you have no right to question me. Do you know who Chen Ping is? He is not only a convict, but also a womanizer. He already has a girlfriend. Are you aware of that? You've been deceived, Xingjun asserted, pulling out his phone to show Su Yuqi pictures of Chen Ping with Wang Hanhan. As Su Yuqi examined the photos, her expression grew increasingly grim, her brows knitting together in turmoil. Observing her reaction, Xingjun felt a surge of satisfaction and seized the moment. This girl, Wang Hanhan, is Chen Ping's girlfriend. They have known each other since childhood, growing up together. They both work at Sinew Company, and Chen Ping even secured this job for her. Su Yuqi remained silent, silently scrutinizing the images of the two individuals. Yuqi, my feelings for you are genuine. I would never deceive you. What does Chen Ping have? What makes him superior to me? Xingjun continued to lay bare his heart. Suddenly, with a sharp slap, Su Yuqi struck Xingjun. The blow left him stunned, his face a canvas of disbelief as he stared at her, bewildered by her reaction. Xingjun, how dare you secretly photograph Chen Ping? Do you think this will make me accept you? You are gravely mistaken. I firmly believe that Chen Ping would never deceive me. There is no need for you to present those photographs in your attempt to persuade me. Are you not curious about how Chen Ping surpasses you? Allow me to enlighten you. You are not even worthy of his little finger. With that, Su Yuqi shouldered her bag and rose to depart. Xingjun, caressing his bruised face, felt a chilling and sinister glimmer in his eyes. Su Yuqi, you have forced my hand, he growled through clenched teeth. As Su Yuqi exited the Western restaurant, her brow furrowed once more. Though she professed her trust in Chen Ping and feigned indifference, witnessing his intimacy with Wang Hanhang had her on the verge of explosion. Women are inherently possessive creatures. How could she remain unfazed while observing her man, so close with another woman? Pulling out her phone, Su Yuqi dialed Chen Ping's number. She had refrained from contacting him during her recent search for medicinal herbs, only to discover that he was clandestinely involved with another woman. At that moment, Chen Ping was having lunch with Wang Hanhang and Sun Xiaoming, forced to dine at a nearby eatery due to the briefness of their break. Upon receiving Su Yuqi's call, he swiftly excused himself to answer. Where are you? Su Yuqi inquired bluntly. I am at home, Chen Ping replied, not wishing for her to know that he was working at her company. Moreover, he intended to leave once he gathered the herbs and procured the spiritual brush to cure his mother's eyesight. His focus needed to shift to cultivation, otherwise, as the 15th of July approached, he would be unprepared for the journey to Wuming Island. At home. Fine, stay there. Suyuchi snapped, abruptly hanging up. Chen Ping was left bewildered, returning to his meal in confusion. Shortly after returning to work in the afternoon, while Chen Ping was organizing the accounts payable to send to Lin Tianhu for resolution, a sudden commotion erupted in the sales department, drawing the attention of many towards the office, with whispers circulating amongst them. Intrigued, Chen Ping turned to Sun Xiaoming and inquired, "What is happening?" Casting a glance at him, Sun Xiaoming coldly responded, "Get back to work. President Su just arrived. It's been a while since she last visited. We don't know what her purpose is this time, as she is currently in the office. Be cautious, don't offend President Su, or you might drag me down with you." President Su? Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. Is Suyuchi here? At his words, all eyes shifted towards him, with Sun Xiaoming widening her gaze in alarm. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You shouldn't utter her name so casually. Don't involve me in your misfortune. The others instinctively distanced themselves from Chen Ping, apprehensive that one careless remark might provoke Suyuchi and ensnare them all in her wrath. Chen Ping, it's time to return to work. Stop your nonsensical talk. Wang Hanheng pulled Chen Ping back to his workstation. Meanwhile, in the office of Cui Ziyuan, who had indulged in a bit of wine during lunch and was now resting his eyes, the sound of the door creaking open did not compel him to open his eyes. At this hour, he was certain that no one but the sales department would dare to intrude. The only person bold enough to enter without knocking was Sun Xiaoming. Others would surely face reprimand for such audacity. Xiaoming, you arrived just in time. Come here and give my head a little rub. It aches. Cui Ziyuan said with his eyes still shut. Suyuchi, observing Cui Ziyuan's demeanor, replied with a touch of frost in her tone. Are you requesting me to massage your head? Startled, Cui Ziyuan opened his eyes abruptly. Upon seeing Suyuchi standing before him with a chilling expression, his countenance transformed instantly. With a thud, he hastily stood up, but in his fluster, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled to Suyuchi. Bowing deeply, Director Su, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, would you have turned this place into a club? Suyuchi replied coldly. And no, I wouldn't dare. Please forgive me. Director Su, Cui Ziyuan stammered, shaking his head vigorously, nearly on the verge of kneeling. Suyuchi, choosing not to elaborate further, moved toward the desk. Sensing her intent, Cui Ziyuan hurriedly pulled out a chair for her. After she sat down, Suyuchi instructed, go summon Chen Ping. Chen Ping. Cui Ziyuan was taken aback, puzzled as to how Suyuchi knew of Chen Ping and what purpose she had in summoning him. What's the matter? Did you not hear me? Suyuchi's brow furrowed. Oh, I will go immediately, Cui Ziyuan exclaimed, rushing out in haste. Upon seeing Cui Ziyuan exit, the personnel from the sales department quickly dispersed, returning to their stations and feigning busyness, though their eyes remained glued to him, eager to decipher Suyuchi's sudden visit. Cui Ziyuan approached Chen Ping's workstation and said, Chen Ping, Director Su is looking for you. When you go in, do refrain from speaking out of turn. Chen Ping stood and made his way toward the office, fully aware that Suyuchi's presence was indeed intended for him, thus feeling little surprise. What business could Director Su have with Chen Ping? How peculiar. Does she know him? Could it be related to the debt owed by Boss Ming that Chen Ping is pursuing? Surely, Director Su wouldn't be aware of that yet. As Manager Cui has yet to report it, the crowd murmured amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued regarding Suyuchi's motives. Hanheng, do you think that Chen Ping knows Director Su? Why else would she seek him out? Sun Xiaoming inquired of Wang Hanheng, given her long-standing acquaintance with Chen Ping, hoping she might possess some insight. However, Wang Hanheng shook her head. I am unsure, but Chen Ping has only recently been released from prison. It seems unlikely that he would be familiar with someone of Director Su's stature. Sun Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully, realizing that after 3 years of incarceration, it was indeed improbable for Chen Ping to have any connection with the esteemed Su family. I hope this fellow doesn't speak recklessly in front of Chairman Su, otherwise, it could spell trouble for all of us. Sun Xiaoming expressed her concerns. For some reason, she always felt that Chen Ping was unreliable. Chen Ge won't say anything foolish, Wang Hanhan assured her, displaying confidence in Chen Ping. At that moment, in the office, Chen Ping awkwardly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon seeing Suyuchi seated in a chair, he broke into a grin. Did you not say you were at home? Suyuchi asked with a stern expression. Oh, I am at home. I now consider the company my home, Chen Ping replied with a playful glint in his eyes. Who is Wang Hanhan? Suyuchi asked directly. I said she's my sister. Do you believe me? Chen Ping countered, looking at Suyuchi. Su Yuqi scoffed. Do you think I'd believe that? Chen Ping offered an awkward smile and recounted the truth about his relationship with Wang Hanhach. We are merely longtime neighbors, not in the way you might think. After hearing Chen Ping's explanation, Su Yuqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. In truth, she had a great deal of trust in Chen Ping. She just wanted to hear it from him directly. What did you imagine our relationship to be? Whatever love means to you, that is your business. Su Yuqi rolled her eyes, though inwardly, she was quite pleased. Noticing that Su Yuqi was no longer upset, Chen Ping inquired, how did you know I was here? And how do you know about Wang Hanhach? He was curious about how Su Yuqi had discovered his employment at the company. After all, as an ordinary employee, it was unlikely that information would reach the chairman. If it did, she would be overwhelmed. Don't worry about that. Su Yuqi stood up. If you wish to work, just tell me, and I'll give you the position of general manager. Why bother being a salesperson when you don't even need the money? I have no desire to be a general manager. I lack the time to manage. I only come to work to appease my parents. Otherwise, they worry about me. I have many other matters to attend to and cannot remain at the company for long. Chen Ping quickly waved his hands, not wanting to be tethered to the office. By the way, why aren't your parents living in the Panlong Bay Villa? Isn't the environment quite pleasant there? Su Yuqi recalled Chen Ping's parents' insistence on leaving the villa and asked in confusion. I'm not sure. Chen Ping shook his head, still uncertain about why his parents were so adamant about leaving Panlong Bay, especially since they had mentioned certain things to him. However, I have a feeling someone must have said something to my parents, compelling them to leave. As soon as Chen Ping finished speaking, Su Yuqi understood. I see now. It must be that Xing Jun fellow. He has gone too far. He thinks this will make me notice him. He is truly insidious. Xing Jun. Chen Ping was taken aback. You mean that general manager? Now, it clicked for Chen Ping why Xing Jun had unexpectedly appeared during his interview and insisted on keeping him. It turned out he had known about Chen Ping all along and was aware of his relationship with Su Yuqi. Yes, that's him. He has pursued me for years, but I have no interest in him. When mentioning Xing Jun, Su Yuqi's eyes were filled with disdain. She continued, perhaps I could explain things to uncle and aunt when I have some time. After all, the environment at Panlong Bay is quite pleasant and suitable for retirement. But then again, my parents are doing well now, enjoying conversations with some old neighbors. We can discuss it later. Chen Ping decided to postpone the conversation. Su Yuqi nodded, shouldering her bag and preparing to leave. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and said, if anyone bullies you, don't hesitate to tell me. If it comes to that, I will have to expel Xing Jun. Do you think someone could bully me? Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. Su Yuqi chuckled and left, while Chen Ping had already dealt with Feng Sihai. With such prowess, no one in the company could possibly intimidate him. After Su Yuqi's departure, Cui Ziyuan rushed back to the office and confronted Chen Ping. Chen Ping, what did Su Dong discuss with you just now? Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Cui Ziyuan and replied, I do not wish to disclose that. With that, he left the office, leaving Cui Ziyuan seething with anger. You, Chen Ping, don't think that just because you can collect debts, you can disregard me, your manager. I will make you regret this. Cui Ziyuan shouted. Upon exiting the office, Chen Ping was immediately surrounded by a group of people eager to learn what Su Yuqi had said to him, but he paid them no mind. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Ping organized the outstanding bills and sent them to Lin Tianhu, instructing him to collect the debts. As the workday neared its end, Xing Jun unexpectedly visited the sales department, causing the staff, who were preparing to leave, to feel tense, fearing he would impose overtime. Mr. Xing. Cui Ziyuan rushed to greet him. Xing Jun scanned the sales team before fixing his gaze on Chen Ping for a moment, then addressed Cui Ziyuan, Manager Cui. Your sales department has performed well recently. Therefore, after work, I will treat everyone to dinner. All of you must attend. Not a single person can be absent. The venue will be at Xinazhuang. With that, Xing Jun turned and departed, leaving Cui Ziyuan standing there in shock. Ziyuan, did I hear that correctly? Mr. Xing is treating us all to dinner? And he said our sales department has performed well? Sun Xiaoming hurried over to inquire. Cui Ziyuan nodded in confusion. What has gotten into Mr. Xing today? Has he taken some wrong medicine? It was well known that Xing Jun had never treated the entire sales department before. And given the previous issues surrounding debts, Cui Ziyuan had often been reprimanded in meetings. This sudden shift left him bewildered. Manager Cui, Mr. Xing inviting us all to dinner is excellent news. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry and inform everyone. Wang Lanlan exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Cui Ziyuan quickly gathered himself and began notifying everyone, eager to ensure that no one left the company before the end of their shift, as Xing Jun had specifically instructed that not a single person from the sales department could be absent. Ladies and gentlemen, just now, General Xing came over to commend our sales department and has graciously invited all members for a dinner at Xianzhuang. Attendance is mandatory, no absentees allowed. As soon as Chui Ziyuan's words fell, a chorus of excited shrieks erupted from everyone in the sales department. Incredible! Xianzhuang is the finest restaurant in Hongqing, rivaling even the illustrious Fortune Hotel. What has come over General Xing today? Is he in a benevolent mood? I must quickly prepare myself. I cannot allow General Xing to be disappointed. In an instant, the sales team began their preparations, especially the young ladies who rushed to the restroom to beautify themselves. Ziyuan, you must perform well this time. If you win General Xing's favor, perhaps you could be promoted to manager in the procurement department. That would be quite a lucrative position. Sun Xiaoming reminded Chui Ziyuan. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Soon, I shall purchase a residence in Panlong Bay for our future home. Chui Ziyuan nodded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming's face lit up with a radiant smile. However, upon learning of General Xing's unexpected invitation for dinner, Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this gathering was likely aimed at him. Nevertheless, no matter what schemes General Xing might employ, Chen Ping remained unperturbed. Soon, the sales team was ready and exited the company, making their way to Xianzhuang. All of them had driven to work, except for Chen Ping and Wang Hanhai, who opted for a taxi. Hanhai, get in, Sun Xiaoming beckoned as she drove. Wang Hanhai entered the car and smiled at Sun Xiaoming. Thank you, Sister Xiaoming. No need for pleasantries, just buckle up, Sun Xiaoming replied, pressing the accelerator. Oh dear, Sister Xiaoming, Brother Chen hasn't gotten in yet. Wang Hanhai thought Sun Xiaoming was waiting for Chen Ping, only to realize she drove off without him. I want to take him. What if he dirties my car? There are plenty of others behind him. Sun Xiaoming exclaimed disdainfully. Wang Hanhai fell silent, realizing that with so many others driving, it didn't matter who Chen Ping rode with. However, after Sun Xiaoming left, those who followed also drove past Chen Ping without stopping to offer him a ride. Zhang Tongjian, in his second-hand cherry, initially intended to stop and pick up Chen Ping, but was urged on by Chui Ziyuan, who incessantly honked his horn. Zhang Tongjian, seeing this, could only glance helplessly at Chen Ping before driving away. When Chui Ziyuan's car passed Chen Ping, it came to a halt, and he rolled down the window, looking at Chen Ping with mockery. Chen Ping, just look at your social standing. How is it that no one is offering you a ride? Chen Ping merely smiled coldly, saying nothing. Noticing Chen Ping's silence, Chui Ziyuan grew more arrogant. Just take a taxi. You can keep the receipt and ask me for reimbursement tomorrow. Observing Chui Ziyuan's smug demeanor, Chen Ping scoffed. No need for reimbursement. I might just catch up with you all ahead. Huh, unless you fly there. How could you possibly reach before me? With a disdainful smile, Chui Ziyuan pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward at an astonishing speed. He had no intention of engaging in further trivialities with Chen Ping. Observing Chui Ziyuan's departure, Chen Ping focused the spiritual energy within his dantian into his feet. While he was not yet capable of flight, utilizing the swift steps technique would undoubtedly render him faster than any automobile. However, just as Chen Ping prepared to dash away, a Bentley abruptly halted in front of him, and Lin Tianhu emerged from the vehicle. Surprised by Lin Tianhu's unexpected arrival, Chen Ping inquired, Lin Tianhu, do you require my assistance? Master, I merely notified those debtors, and they were so frightened that they rushed to repay their debts. Unfortunately, your company's finance department had already closed for the day, and they were unable to process the payments, so they entrusted the funds to me for you, Lin Tianhu explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping chuckled, realizing that Lin Tianhu had made a special trip for this matter. No rush. You can transfer the funds directly to the company tomorrow. Master, where are you headed? May I offer you a ride? Lin Tianhu asked. I'm off to Xiana Manor for a meal. It would be convenient if you could take me there, Chen Ping replied, grateful to avoid the journey on foot, especially given the current scarcity of spiritual energy, which made cultivating even a modicum of power a challenge. Xiana Manor for a meal? Lin Tianhu paused. Master, that establishment is under the influence of the Red Dragon Gang. Given your previous altercation with Feng Sihai, you should exercise caution against potential retaliation. Unperturbed by the revelation that Xianhe Manor was affiliated with the Red Dragon Gang, Chen Ping calmly responded, it is merely a meal. Nothing untoward will occur. If they truly wish to retaliate, It is the Red Dragon gang that should be concerned. Lin Tianhu pondered this and concurred. With Chen Ping's prowess, even Feng Sihai was no match for him, rendering the lesser members of the gang insignificant. After opening the car door and inviting Chen Ping inside, Lin Tianhu accelerated towards Xian'an Manor. Meanwhile, on the road, Cui Ziyuan hummed a tune, reveling in the satisfaction of witnessing Chen Ping's predicament. Suddenly, a vehicle zipped past him at an alarming speed. Who the hell is driving like that? In such a hurry to meet their demise? Cui Ziyuan exclaimed, only to fall silent upon realizing it was a Bentley. He quickly shut his mouth, understanding that anyone capable of driving a Bentley in Hong City was far from ordinary. Provoking such an individual could lead to dire consequences. As Chen Ping and Lin Tianhu made their way to Xian'an Manor, within a lavish office at the manor, a middle-aged man with a beard sat behind a desk. A scar adorned the corner of his eye, and he was meticulously trimming a cigar. Behind him stood 4 imposing figures, each broad-shouldered and stern-faced. This middle-aged man was Liao Feixiong, the manager of Xian'an Manor and a prominent member of the Red Dragon gang, signifying his considerable standing in Feng Sihai's esteem. Before Liao Feixiong, Xing Jun, the general manager of Sinyu Rihua, sat with an air of unease. Beside him lay a leather suitcase, and he felt increasingly tense as he surveyed the individuals before him. After trimming his cigar, Liao Feixiong took a deep puff and spoke. What brings you to me? Brother Xiong, I wish to request your assistance in eliminating someone, Xing Jun replied. You are aware of my rules, correct? Liao Feixiong inquired nonchalantly. Of course I understand. Here is 1 million, every penny accounted for. The person I wish to deal with is merely an ordinary individual, not a public figure. Thus there should be no repercussions. Xing Jun asserted, opening the suitcase to reveal a bounty of crisp banknotes. Noticing the substantial sum, Liao Feixiong's lips curled into a slight smirk. I see. Provide me with the details of this individual, and within 3 days, he shall be no more. Brother Xiong, I've arranged for him to dine at Xianhezhuang shortly. I hope you can find an excuse to take care of him then. I fear that any suspicion may fall upon me otherwise, Xing Jun expressed. Anxious about the potential fallout should Chen Ping's disappearance raise questions for Su Yuqi. You want me to commit murder at Xianhezhuang? Liao Feixiong's brow furrowed slightly. You do realize that such actions could significantly impact my business. Brother Xiong, upon completion of this task, I can offer you an additional 500,000. I implore you to assist me, Xing Jun pleaded earnestly. Very well, for the sake of the money, I shall oblige you this once, Liao Feixiong conceded with a nod. When you dine, I will send someone over. Thank you, Brother Xiong. Xing Jun expressed his gratitude repeatedly before exiting the office. Once outside, a glint of coldness flickered in Xing Jun's eyes as he smirked. Once Chen Ping is dead, let us see if Yuqi will continue to reject me. At the entrance of Xianhezhuang, Lin Tianhu parked the car and opened the door for Chen Ping. Master, I will wait here for you. If anything arises, I can address it immediately, Lin Tianhu informed him. Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively. No need, you may return. Lin Tianhu nodded and drove away. Just as he departed, a red BMW approached, driven by Sun Xiaoming, with Wang Hanhai accompanying her. Sun Xiaoming had left earlier than the others, arriving ahead of time. Chen Ping, did you just step out of that Bentley? Sun Xiaoming asked, her surprise evident. Upon reaching Chen Ping, she could hardly believe her eyes. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Brother Chen, you rode in a Bentley? Had I known, I would have joined you. I've never had the chance to ride in one, Wang Hanhai exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. However, she quickly sensed the awkwardness of her words and turned apologetically to Sun Xiaoming. Sister Ming, I didn't mean it that way. Riding in your car is wonderful as well. It's fine. Sun Xiaoming reassured her, understanding that Wang Hanhai meant no harm. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Ping, puzzled as to how he had arrived in a Bentley. Chen Ping, whose Bentley are you driving? Sun Xiaoming continued to inquire. It belongs to a friend. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. You have friends who can afford a Bentley? This revelation left Sun Xiaoming somewhat unsettled. A Bentley typically costs several million. In a small city like Hangzhou, few can actually afford such an extravagant vehicle. Before Chen Ping could respond, Cui Ziyuan and his companions arrived, parking 7 or 8 cars in the lot. Upon witnessing the grandeur of Xianhe Villa, they were all taken aback. Zhang Tongjian, move your dilapidated vehicle elsewhere. Don't embarrass us here, Cui Ziyuan shouted at the newly arrived Zhang Tongjian. With no other option, Zhang Tongjian reluctantly drove away, while Cui Ziyuan and the others feigned indifference as they walked towards Xianhe Villa. As they approached the entrance, they spotted Sun Xiaoming and Chen Ping, which astonished everyone. Chen Ping, you? Chui Ziyuan gazed at Chen Ping incredulously, unable to fathom that Chen Ping had arrived before him. I told you I would get here faster. Chen Ping smirked at Chui Ziyuan's reaction. The others were equally astonished. Did you fly here? Did you take a shortcut? How could you arrive so quickly? They queried, bewildered. Brother Chen Ping arrived in a Bentley, Wang Hanhai proudly proclaimed on his behalf. Upon hearing that Chen Ping had come in a Bentley, disbelief swept over the group. Chui Ziyuan scoffed, as if he could afford a Bentley. He probably doesn't even know what one looks like. He must have taken a taxi and cut through to show off. Brother Chen Ping truly came in a Bentley. Both Xiaoming and I witnessed it, Wang Hanhai insisted, trying to quell their skepticism. Meanwhile, Chen Ping remained composed, saying nothing. It was not his prerogative to explain himself to those who chose not to believe him. As Wang Hanhai mentioned that Sun Xiaoming had seen it too, all eyes turned towards her. Chui Ziyuan asked, Xiaoming, is it true? Chen Ping really arrived in a Bentley? Sun Xiaoming nodded. I saw him get out of the Bentley. With Sun Xiaoming's affirmation, the group had no choice but to believe it. Chui Ziyuan recalled the moment earlier when a Bentley had overtaken him on the road. Chen Ping, did you really hire a Bentley just to show off and arrive before me? That must have cost quite a bit. Is it worth it? Chui Ziyuan remarked disdainfully. His expression conveyed that regardless of Chen Ping's arrival in a Bentley, he still looked down upon him. That Bentley is not a hired car. It belongs to a friend of brother Chen Ping. Wang Hanhai fervently defended him, unwilling to see Chen Ping belittled. Humph. Does he really have friends who can afford a Bentley? Don't be so naive. Who besides you would believe him? Chui Ziyuan retorted coldly, then turned to the group and asked, do you believe it? Doubtful. Fish seek fish and shrimp seek shrimp. How could Chen Ping, in his impoverished guise, possibly have friends who buy Bentleys? Is he merely posturing? Who cannot boast? I could claim that a friend of mine has purchased a private jet. Would that be deemed an unsuccessful display of arrogance? They ought to consider their own worth before claiming friendships with Bentley owners. The crowd derided Chen Ping with disdain. Even Sun Xiaoming found it hard to believe that the individual driving the Bentley was indeed a friend of Chen Ping. Yet Wang Hanhang remained steadfast in her belief in him. Observing Chen Ping's silence, Chui Ziyuan, brimming with excitement, declared, let us enter swiftly. President Xing awaits us. I must emphasize, anyone who dares to upset President Xing today shall face my wrath. The group nodded in agreement, for they dared not provoke Chui Ziyuan. Let alone Xing Jun. Chui Ziyuan led the group to the private room mentioned by Xing Jun, where they paused outside to adjust their attire and take deep breaths, attempting to compose themselves before entering. However, as the others prepared, Chen Ping abruptly thrust open the door and stepped inside, inciting immediate ire from Chui Ziyuan. When the group followed in after him, they found that Xing Jun was not present in the room, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Ping, are you out of your mind? How could you just barge in like that? Thankfully, President Xing isn't here. Otherwise, he would certainly be angered. Chui Ziyuan shouted furiously at Chen Ping. The others joined in their condemnation of Chen Ping, fearing that his actions would implicate them as well. Observing the disdain on Chui Ziyuan and the others' faces, Chen Ping scoffed. What? Should I not enter without first prostrating myself at the door? The Qing dynasty has been gone for how many years? Are your ancestors all mere servants? Chen Ping's words instantly transformed the expressions of the crowd into one of profound discomfort, while Chui Ziyuan's face reddened with rage. What are you so boastful about, Chen Ping? If you truly possess such prowess, then do not work, do not be a subordinate. Why pretend here? One word from me could send you packing. Chui Ziyuan bellowed. The others echoed their hostility towards Chen Ping, demanding that Chui Ziyuan expel him. Even Sun Xiaoming wore a displeased expression as she glared at Chen Ping, finding his ungrateful demeanor intolerable. Only Wang Hanhang defended Chen Ping, saying, Brother Chen Ping, didn't he mean it that way? Please don't be angry, Manager Chui. Wang Hanhang feared for Chen Ping's job, knowing how difficult it was to secure such a favorable position with excellent benefits. You lack the capability to dismiss me, Chen Ping retorted disdainfully at Chui Ziyuan. He was certain that Xing Jun would not consent to Chui Ziyuan's dismissal of him. Since Xing Jun had chosen to retain him in the company, he would not easily be cast aside. What did you say? I am the sales department manager. I hold the authority over the entire department. I can certainly dismiss a mere employee like you. Even if you were kept by President Xing, what difference does it make? I still have the power to terminate you. I am the supreme authority in the sales department. Chui Ziyuan yelled in a fit of frustration at Chen Ping. But just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open, and Xing Jun strode in. Upon seeing Xing Jun, Chui Ziyuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that his previous words were utterly audacious, even disregarding Xing Jun himself. With a trembling body, Chui Ziyuan hurriedly pulled out the chair for Xing Jun, saying, "General Xing, please take a seat." Xing Jun slowly settled into the chair, then slightly tilted his head to look at Chui Ziyuan, inquiring, "Manager Chui, did I hear you say that you are the highest authority in the sales department?" Chui Ziyuan's mind instantly went blank. He quickly clarified, "General Xing, I was merely speaking in jest. Who doesn't know that you hold the highest position in the company? Chen Ping, however, lacks decorum and has provoked me, so I merely intended to give him a lesson. Just know who holds the power." A faint smile graced Xing Jun's lips as he waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, please take a seat." With Xing Jun's permission, the others dared to sit down. While Chen Ping directly took a seat beside Xing Jun, understanding Chen Jun's intentions, he decided to engage with him, eager to uncover his methods. Seeing Chen Ping sit next to Xing Jun, Chui Ziyuan immediately shouted, "Chen Ping, do you understand your place? That seat is not meant for you." It was a rare opportunity to sit beside Xing Jun, and everyone wished to cultivate a closer relationship with him. The audacity of Chen Ping to take that seat left Chui Ziyuan feeling quite displeased. The others also glared at Chen Ping in anger. As a newcomer in the sales department, he had no right to dine beside the general manager. Even they, seasoned employees, might not have the chance to sit there. Clearly, those seats were reserved for Chui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming. Is there a qualification for where one can sit? Does the stool have a sign that says I cannot occupy it? Chen Ping replied coldly. Chen Ping, are you genuinely ignorant or just pretending? I see you are deliberately trying to ingratiate yourself with General Xing, aren't you? You are merely a newcomer in sales. What schemes are you trying to employ? That seat is reserved for Manager Chui. Wang Lanlan angrily reproached Chen Ping. The crowd vocally chastised Chen Ping, accusing him of trying to curry favor with the general manager. Such a prime position should not be granted to someone like him when seasoned employees were left out. The collective discontent simmered, leading to their accusations against Chen Ping. Chen Ping scanned the room, his expression dripping with disdain. Do not project your thoughts onto me. I do not care whom you wish to flatter. But I will sit wherever I please, and you cannot dictate my actions. He plopped down beside Xing Jun and, with a faint smile, remarked, General Xing, I hope my presence here does not diminish your esteemed status. Chen Ping's gaze held a hint of provocation. He would not tolerate Xing Jun's petty games. The audacity of Chen Ping's tone in addressing Xing Jun left Chui Ziyuan and the others in shock. Even Wang Hanhang felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her spine. Chen Ping, how dare you speak to General Xing in that manner? With your standing, do you really think you can compare yourself to him? Have some self-respect. Do not assume that just because General Xing is approachable, you can take liberties. Get out of here now. The crowd thundered, admonishing Chen Ping loudly. Chui Ziyuan, drenched in cold sweat and wearing a tense expression, explained to Xing Jun, General Xing. This kid has some issues. Please do not take offense. Upon hearing the collective criticism and rebukes directed at Chen Ping, Xing Jun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, No matter, let him remain seated. Turning to Chen Ping, he added with a hint of depth in his gaze, It is natural for the young to have tempers, yet a temperament that is too rigid is prone to breaking. Thank you for the reminder, General Xing. I am a person who prefers to bend rather than break, Chen Ping responded, a knowing smile gracing his face. Xing Jun merely chuckled in response, choosing to say nothing further, for soon he would ascertain whether Chen Ping would indeed bend. Having claimed a seat, Chui Ziyuan had no choice but to sit to Xing Jun's left, while Sun Xiaoming settled closely beside Chui Ziyuan. Her eyes glared at Chen Ping with disdain. Had it not been for him, that seat would have been hers. If she could manage to please Xing Jun today, perhaps Chui Ziyuan could be promoted to the procurement department, and she herself might ascend to the position of sales manager. Regret consumed Sun Xiaoming for having introduced Chen Ping to the company. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have staunchly refused to bring him in, as it only brought her trouble. Chen Ping, without General Xing, would you have even entered this company? Would you be dining here? Let me tell you, with your caliber, you can forget about ever earning a meal at Xiana Zhuang. Chui Ziyuan scoffed derisively at Chen Ping. It was the perfect moment to demonstrate loyalty to Xing Jun, and Chui Ziyuan was not one to squander such an opportunity. However, as soon as Chui Ziyuan's words fell, he was met with a resounding slap. The unexpected strike left everyone in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Cui Ziyuan. Even he, with his eyes bulging, could hardly believe that Chen Ping had the audacity to strike him. Xing Jun, seated in the middle, frowned slightly. Chen Ping had dared to strike Cui Ziyuan in his presence, showing utter disregard for him. This slap serves merely as a lesson. I spare you out of respect for Uncle's son. Should you dare disrespect me again, I will not hesitate to sever your head, Chen Ping coldly warned, his gaze towards Cui Ziyuan brimming with lethal intent. That single glance sent shivers down Cui Ziyuan's spine, rendering him as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. Chen Ping, are you out of your mind? Why did you hit Ziyuan? Sun Xiaoming shouted angrily at Chen Ping, her disbelief evident. You dare to strike Manager Cui? It seems you no longer wish to keep your job. The others chimed in, clamoring in support of Cui Ziyuan, eager to curry favor with him. Chen Ping, you ought to kneel and apologize to Manager Cui. Perhaps he will forgive you and allow you to stay. Otherwise you shall surely be dismissed. Wang Lanlan admonished, pointing a finger at Chen Ping. Expelled? Murmured Wang Hanhai, gazing at Chen Ping, bewildered by his unexpected aggression towards Cui Ziyuan. Chen Ping's lips curled slightly in a smirk. With him, he lacks the authority to dismiss me. Here stands the esteemed Manager Xing. How can a mere sales department manager presume to speak? Cui Ziyuan, momentarily stunned, erupted in a furious roar. Chen Ping, I curse your ancestors. I will annihilate you. Despite his fear, he felt compelled to display an air of invincibility. Otherwise, his status as the sales department manager would be undermined in the eyes of the employees. Slap. Just as Cui Ziyuan finished his tirade and prepared to charge at Chen Ping, a swift slap from Chen Ping struck him down. Chen Ping's speed was such that Cui Ziyuan had no time to evade. Yet, while delivering the blow, Chen Ping's gaze remained locked onto Xing Jun, brimming with a defiant challenge. However, Xing Jun remained immobile, his expression a tempestuous shadow. After receiving 2 consecutive slaps, Cui Ziyuan was on the brink of insanity. He seethed at Chen Ping, I slap. The moment Cui Ziyuan opened his mouth, another slap from Chen Ping silenced him. Chen Ping, slap. I slap. By the end, every time Cui Ziyuan attempted to speak, Chen Ping would deliver another slap, transforming his visage into a swollen mess. Fear seized Cui Ziyuan as he gazed at Chen Ping, now too terrified to utter a word. The onlookers were equally horrified, no one daring to speak further. Even Wang Lanlan trembled in her seat, her lips quivering, too intimidated to utter a single word, fearing she might be next. All eyes turned to Xing Jun, the company's general manager. Such public displays of violence against a department manager were undoubtedly disgraceful. Everyone was eager to witness how Xing Jun would address the situation. However, to their astonishment, Xing Jun, with a darkened visage, remained silent, enveloping the room in a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. Serve the dishes, and let us refrain from idle chatter. Xing Jun finally spoke after several moments of silence. His sudden words perplexed everyone. They could not comprehend why, despite the chaos, he would allow Chen Ping to remain for the meal. Surely he should have been dismissed on the spot. Was there truly some connection between Chen Ping and Xing Jun? Unlikely. The manner in which Chen Ping had spoken to Xing Jun clearly indicated they were not friends. Everyone was bewildered, utterly at a loss as to where Chen Ping found the audacity to strike Cui Ziyuan while Xing Jun remained indifferent. Sun Xiaoming busily tended to Cui Ziyuan's swollen cheek, her eyes blazing with fury directed at Chen Ping. Soon, several servers entered, bearing exquisite dishes, each one a culinary delight enticing enough to stir anyone's appetite. As the sumptuous spread was unveiled, the crowd's attention finally shifted away from Chen Ping, their mouths watering in anticipation. Chen Ping picked up his chopsticks and was the first to take a bite. Although the onlookers were eager to voice their thoughts, no one dared to speak up. After all, Xing Jun had yet to utter a word. What could they possibly say? Let us all dine together. Without restraint, Xing Jun proclaimed, prompting the group to indulge heartily, as they had never experienced such luxurious fare before. Wang Hanhui gazed at the delectable dishes before her, her eyes ablaze with desire. Yet she managed to restrain herself, unlike the others who scrambled with reckless abandon. However, this restraint came at a cost, as the dishes she yearned for were snatched away in the blink of an eye. Chen Ping, noticing Wang Hanhui's slight embarrassment, took it upon himself to serve her, saying, Hanhui, indulge yourself, it costs nothing, and you might as well enjoy it. Before long, Wang Hanhui's bowl was filled to the brim by Chen Ping's generous hand. Observing Chen Ping's behavior, Xing Jun displayed a hint of disdain, pondering why Su Yuqi would be attracted to someone like him. Throughout the meal, Xing Jun refrained from eating, frequently glancing at his watch as though he were awaiting something significant. "Brother Chun, I need to go to the restroom," Wang Hanhui announced, rising to leave the private room. After a few minutes, she returned, her expression anxious and pale, settling beside Chen Ping once more. "Hanhui, what is the matter?" Chen Ping inquired. "And nothing," Wang Hanhui quickly shook her head. However, just as she spoke, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and 4 burly men stormed in. "Hey, little girl, you bumped into me and just ran off without an apology?" One of the men said, directing his words at Wang Hanhui. "I didn't mean to." "I'm sorry," she stammered, rising in fear to apologize to the imposing figures. The unexpected intrusion startled everyone present, except for Xing Jun, who wore a barely perceptible smile. The individuals he was waiting for had finally arrived. These 4 men were the same ones associated with Liao Feixiong, whom Xing Jun had encountered earlier. "Is saying sorry enough? You bumped into my brother. At the very least, you should offer him a drink," the man said with a lewd grin. "Then I'll toast to you," Wang Hanhui replied, unafraid of drinking and confident in her tolerance. After pouring 2 glasses, she presented one to the man. As he accepted the glass, he deliberately brushed against her hand, causing her to gasp and drop the glass, spilling its contents all over him. "Damn it, you dare to douse me with wine?" The man, furious, prepared to retaliate. Chen Ping swiftly stepped in front of Wang Hanhui, coldly confronting the man. "I apologize on her behalf." The man glanced at Xing Jun, who was signaling him frantically, and in that moment, he understood that Chen Ping was the target of their intentions. "What do you think you are? You can't speak for her," the man snarled, seizing Chen Ping by the collar, intending to drag him out of the room. Now that they recognized their target, they could take him to a secluded spot to deal with him. Killing him here would attract too much attention. However, Chen Ping grasped the man's wrist firmly and twisted it slightly, forcing him to release his grip in pain. "I detest it when others grab my collar. Consider this a warning," Chen Ping stated calmly. The man, surprised by the sudden turn of events and the reddening of his wrist, exchanged glances with Xing Jun, who was equally astonished. Yet, the more assertive Chen Ping became, the closer he edged toward peril. "Young man, do you aspire to stand out? If you possess the courage, come outside." A burly man addressed Chen Ping. "Certainly," Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Wang Hanhang, witnessing Chen Ping's intent to follow the men outside, hurriedly grasped his arm. "Rest assured, I shall return swiftly," Chen Ping responded with a slight smile, striding towards the exit. As Chen Ping followed the group of men outside, Wang Hanhang anxiously attempted to chase after him, only to be restrained by Sun Xiaoming. "Hanhang, what are you doing? These individuals are quite dangerous. If Chen Ping dares to go out, he must have some confidence," Sun Xiaoming urged, secretly wishing for Chen Ping to meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Xing Jun, observing Chen Ping being led away, wore an even broader grin as he gestured to the pale-faced crowd. "Everyone, please continue." With his words, the group resumed their seats, and the atmosphere became lively once more. "That Chen Ping fellow deserves to be beaten to a pulp," Cui Ji Yuan remarked with venom, still nursing the pain in his face and harboring deep resentment towards Chen Ping. The others echoed his sentiments, displaying little concern for Chen Ping's safety, while only Wang Hanhang remained anxious. After the gathering resumed its joviality, Chen Ping had followed the 4 burly men to the backyard. Noticing the dwindling crowd, the 4 men encircled him. Observing their menacing demeanor, Chen Ping smirked slightly. "With such palpable killing intent, are you truly intent on ending my life? Kid, someone has placed a bounty on your head. Do not blame us. It's merely bad luck for you. I'll make it quick to spare you from suffering." One of the men, whose wrist Chen Ping had previously pinched, replied. As the words left his lips, the 4 men brandished their daggers, their eyes glinting with malice as they focused on Chen Ping. "I am on the brink of death. Might you enlighten me as to who wishes to take my life?" Chen Ping inquired, casting a glance at the gleaming daggers in their hands. "That's classified information." One man shook his head firmly. "Since you refuse to disclose it, I shall inquire with your boss," Chen Ping declared, turning towards the manager's office upstairs. The 4 men were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Chen Ping would exhibit such fearlessness and even disdain. Seeking death, they muttered, and simultaneously lunged at him, their daggers aimed at Chen Ping. Without even glancing at them, Chen Ping flicked his wrist lightly, and the men felt as if their wrists had been struck by a powerful force, causing their daggers to clatter to the ground. Stunned, the four men stared in disbelief as Chen Ping walked into the building and ascended the stairs. They had failed to react, barely noticing his movements, yet their daggers lay abandoned, and each wrist bore a crimson mark. Only after Chen Ping vanished from sight did the four men snap back to reality, hastily pursuing him. Meanwhile, in the manager's office, Liao Feixiong gazed out the window, a cigar in one hand, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Originally, the underground forces of Hongcheng were divided into two factions, the Gathering Hall and the Red Dragon Gang, both of comparable strength, while the minor gangs could be disregarded. However, not long ago, the leader of the Red Dragon Gang, Feng Sihai, was injured, and all affairs of the gang were entrusted to Liao Feixiong. Currently, he refrains from taking any rash actions without Feng Sihai's oversight. Should Lin Tianhu decide to make a move, the Red Dragon Gang would indeed struggle to defend itself. Particularly, Liao Feixiong was deeply shaken by the sight of Chen Ping injuring Feng Sihai, leaving him perplexed as to where Lin Tianhu had found such a formidable ally. Meanwhile, Feng Sihai sought out his master, Yi Fengchun, and once he arrived, the strength of the Red Dragon Gang and the Gathering Hall would once again stand on equal footing. Suddenly, as Liao Feixiong gazed out the window, contemplating the future of the Red Dragon Gang, a loud crash echoed through the office as the door was violently kicked open. Fuming, Liao Feixiong turned without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of curses. Who dares enter my office without knocking? Yet, as he spun around, his words faltered, replaced by a look of sheer terror. Before him stood none other than Chen Ping, the very individual who had incapacitated Feng Sihai. Chen Ping, unfamiliar with Liao Feixiong, inquired, "Are you the manager of the Shina Manor?" Liao Feixiong, sensing that Chen Ping did not recognize him, quickly nodded, "Yes, I am the manager. What brings you here?" "I heard from your subordinate that someone has placed a bounty on my life. I came to inquire who wishes to see me dead," Chen Ping stated, pulling up a chair and seating himself with an air of authority. "A bounty on your life?" Liao Feixiong's brow knitted slightly, but soon his eyes widened in realization, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He recalled a conversation with Xing Jun regarding a contract to kill someone. Could it be a mere coincidence that the target was none other than this formidable man standing before him? Just as Liao Feixiong grappled with how to respond, four burly men rushed into the room. "Brother Xiong, this kid possesses considerable strength. The four of us were no match for him, and he managed to escape," one of the men reported urgently. Liao Feixiong nearly collapsed at this revelation, realizing that the target of Xing Jun's contract was indeed Chen Ping. Regret washed over him. Had he known it was Chen Ping, he would not have dared to entertain any sum, let alone 1,000,000. If Feng Sihai, so powerful, could be dealt with so easily, what chance did he stand? "Mr. Chen, I truly did not recognize you. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to act even with 100 times my usual courage." Liao Feixiong, realizing the gravity of his situation, could only apologize to Chen Ping, recognizing that under these circumstances, he had little choice but to bow his head. "You know me?" Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. With an awkward smile, Liao Feixiong replied, "I had the honor of seeing Mr. Chen at the ancient banquet. Our leader was indeed harmed by you. Since you are aware that I injured Feng Sihai, why have you not sought revenge against me? Why treat me with such courtesy?" Chen Ping queried. Chen Ping was quite perplexed. The Gathering Hall and the Red Dragon Gang had always been at odds. Given that he had just injured Feng Sihai, one would expect the members of the Red Dragon Gang to bear him a grudge. Yet, the man before him, Liao Feixiong, treated him with utmost courtesy and spoke with great respect. "Mr. Chen, you jest. With your prowess, unless I wish to court death, how could I dare seek vengeance against you?" Liao Feixiong stated candidly. Chen Ping chuckled, surprised by Liao Feixiong's honesty. A true man can be both flexible and resolute. This could be deemed a trait of a formidable leader. "Now, may I inquire who wishes to place a bounty on my head?" Chen Ping asked. "It's Xing Jun. He offered me 1,000,000 to act against you," Liao Feixiong revealed, not daring to conceal the truth, knowing that he would not sacrifice his life for the sake of any code. Chen Ping smirked coldly. He had long suspected Xing Jun's involvement. Upon exiting the office, Liao Feixiong then realized he was drenched in sweat. "Brother Xiong, has the leader truly been injured by this fellow? He looks far too young," a burly man, astonished, inquired after Chen Ping's departure. Liao Feixiong, with a grim expression, commanded, "Inform everyone that until the leader returns, No one is to provoke this calamity. Nodding in understanding, men promptly left to relay the message. Meanwhile, in the private room, Xing Jun and his companions were thoroughly enjoying their revelry. Upon seeing Chen Ping being escorted away, Xing Jun was elated, as was Cui Ziyuan. With a general manager and a departmental manager both pleased, how could the others possibly remain discontent? After a hearty meal, Xing Jun stood and waved his hand. That will be all for today. We have work tomorrow. I hope the sales department continues to excel. Having indulged in drink, his cheeks were flushed with merriment. With Xing Jun having declared the gathering over, no one dared to linger, and they began to rise in preparation to leave. Isn't Brother Chen still absent? Should we not wait for him? Wang Hanhai, anxious, questioned as everyone prepared to depart. Did you not hear Mr. Xing's words? He instructed us to rest and be ready for work tomorrow. Are you disinclined to heed Mr. Xing? Cui Ziyuan retorted sharply. Wang Hanhai appeared tense. She dared not defy Xing Jun, yet her concern for Chen Ping's safety loomed large. Hanhai, don't fret over Chen Ping. Perhaps he has already slipped away unnoticed. Let us return, Sun Xiaoming advised her. Reluctantly, Wang Hanhai decided to head back, hoping to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, a smirk played at the corner of Xing Jun's mouth as he thought to himself, Chen Ping would never return. However, just as everyone was about to leave, the door to the private room swung open, and Chen Ping strode in. Chen Ping, the sight of him startled everyone. They had presumed he had been thoroughly incapacitated outside. Even more astonished was Xing Jun, who had arranged for Chen Ping's removal. How could he possibly have reappeared? Brother Chen, Wang Hanhai exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. How did you return? Xing Jun asked incredulously. Chen Ping, with a cold smile, replied, the matter has been resolved. Of course, I would return. Does General Manager Xing not wish for my presence? Xing Jun observed the playful glimmer in Chen Ping's eyes and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a slight tremor pass through his body. He quickly composed himself and remarked, what hopes do I have? You've returned, so what of it? Chen Ping, your timing is rather ill-fated. We've already feasted. If you wish to dine, there are remnants left that you may consume, otherwise, it would be a shame for them to go to waste. Cui Ziyuan cast a scornful glance at Chen Ping, prompting laughter from the others. Their mirth laced with derision directed at Chen Ping. What's wrong? Has your tongue ceased to pain you? Chen Ping retorted with a cold smirk aimed at Cui Ziyuan. Cui Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recoiling and shielding his face with his hands. Ziyuan, ignore him. We should take our leave, Sun Xiaoming urged. Apprehensive that Chen Ping might strike again, and she tugged Cui Ziyuan away. One by one, the others vacated the private room, leaving only Chen Ping and Wang Hanhan behind. Brother Chen Ping, if you are hungry, shall we venture to a seafood stall instead of consuming their leftovers? Wang Hanhan suggested earnestly. You haven't had your fill either? Chen Ping asked, surprised by her response. I was worried about you when you were taken away. Wang Hanhan confessed, lowering her gaze. Her concern for Chen Ping's safety had led her to eat sparingly. Seeing her in such a state, Chen Ping felt a pang of guilt and smiled softly. Let us go, then, to the seafood stall. With that, Chen Ping led Wang Hanhan out. Outside Xianhe Zhuang, Cui Ziyuan respectfully opened the car door for Xing Jun, saying, Mr. Xing, please, step inside. Xing Jun placed one foot inside, but then withdrew, stating, you all go ahead. I must attend to a matter. He intended to inquire with Liao Feixiong about the situation. Should it remain unresolved, he would demand his money back. Mr. Xing, if there is any issue, I can assist you, Chen Ping interjected, stepping out with Wang Hanhan, wearing a faint smile. Chen Ping, who do you think you are? You believe you can handle Mr. Xing's affairs? Cui Ziyuan scoffed, then turned back to Xing Jun with deference. Mr. Xing, if there is anything, I am at your service. It's a personal matter. You may proceed, Xing Jun replied, casting a brief glance at Chen Ping before re-entering Xianhe Zhuang. Chen Ping, didn't you arrive in a Bentley? If that is the case, shouldn't you have one waiting to take you now? I have yet to see a Bentley. Could you have your friend bring it forth for me to admire? Wang Lanlan taunted Chen Ping with a mocking expression. Indeed, I too wish to see the Bentley. I am curious to know what Chen Ping's so-called friend looks like. Just don't arrive in a Bentley and leave on a small electric scooter. The crowd joined in the ridicule directed at Chen Ping. Why should I show you? Chen Ping retorted with a cold smile. You are merely boasting. You have no friend with a Bentley. The cost of pretense is far too low these days. If it were a crime, you would have been apprehended long ago. Even if it's not illegal, you've been caught before. Don't you remember that Chen Ping has just emerged from prison? The group chimed in, their comments aimed at belittling Chen Ping, fully intending to curry favor with Cui Zhiyuan. I know that Chen Ping, upon his release, was directly humiliated with such a capability. What audacity does he have to boast before us? Cui Zhiyuan, upon hearing the words of the crowd, felt an immediate surge of arrogance, momentarily forgetting the recent sting on his face, and began to mock Chen Ping. Chen Ping's expression suddenly turned cold, and he swiftly raised his hand. Sensing Chen Ping's impending action, Cui Zhiyuan's fear set in, causing him to hurriedly shield his face with both hands and retreat behind Sun Xiaoming. Chen Ping, what are you doing? If you dare to strike again, I will not let this go. Sun Xiaoming glared at Chen Ping. Enough, Brother Chun, Wang Hanheng urged, tightly gripping Chen Ping's arm. Observing Sun Xiaoming's demeanor, Chen Ping ultimately lowered his hand. He thought it unwise to create a rift with her, knowing that if matters escalated, both Sun Fuhai and his own parents would inevitably worry. As Chen Ping relaxed his stance, Cui Zhiyuan straightened his back once more, though he dared not utter another word. At that moment, a Bentley sped into view, coming to a smooth halt before the gathering. Everyone stood momentarily astonished at the sight of the luxurious vehicle. Chen Ping was equally taken aback, realizing that Lin Tianhu had indeed been waiting for him. Upon seeing the Bentley, Wang Hanheng exclaimed joyfully, "This is the one." Brother Chen arrived in this car. Once the Bentley came to a stop, a young man in a suit emerged and approached Chen Ping with great respect, saying, "Mr. Chen, please get in." Chen Ping smiled subtly, surprised that Lin Tianhu had sent someone to retrieve him, clearly aware of his reluctance for others to discover their connection, given Lin Tianhu's rather dubious reputation in Hanqing. "Hanheng, let us get in the car and head for some street food," Chen Ping said softly to Wang Hanheng. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, thrilled at the prospect of riding in a Bentley for the first time. Once inside the car, Chen Ping deliberately rolled down the window, casting a smirk at the crowd as he declared, "I shall take my leave now." Soon, the Bentley sped away, leaving Cui Zhiyuan and the others standing in stunned silence. "Damn, that guy really rode in a Bentley. How impressive," they murmured in disbelief. "Humph, impressive? It's merely a rented Bentley." Cui Zhiyuan spat derisively before climbing into his own vehicle and driving off. The crowd soon dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, in the office of Xinhe Zhuang, Xing Jun, with a frown of anger, confronted Liao Feixiong. "Brother Xiong, I have always heard that the Red Dragon Gang has strict rules and never fails to uphold their promises. How is it that Chen Ping is still alive today unharmed?" Xing Jun demanded. In response to Xing Jun's inquiry, Liao Feixiong slowly rose and, upon stepping closer, delivered a resounding slap across Xing Jun's face, sending him crashing to the ground. As Xing Jun fell, four burly men brandishing daggers pressed them against his throat, instilling a palpable fear within him. "You nearly got me killed, and you dare come here to seek vengeance? If it weren't for the million you owe me, I would have tossed you into the river to feed the fish." Liao Feixiong bellowed in fury. In that moment, Xing Jun was nearly rendered speechless, perplexed by Liao Feixiong's sudden outburst of fury directed at him. "Brother Xiong, I would never dare to harm you, but since the matter has not been resolved, you must provide me with that 1 million. "You cannot." Before Xing Jun could finish his sentence, a burly man pressed a dagger firmly against his neck, causing blood to seep forth instantly. "How dare you speak to Brother Xiong in such a manner? Are you unaware of our rules? Once the money is in hand, it is impossible to part with it." The man bellowed with a menacing expression. This frightened Xing Jun considerably, feeling the cold steel of the dagger against his throat. He ceased his protest and refrained from demanding any payment. "Get lost. If I hear even a whisper of today's events from anyone else, I will take your life." Liao Feixiong threatened ominously. Despite their business not being entirely legitimate, they still valued their reputation. If word got out, who would trust them to handle matters in the future? Had it not been for dealing with Chen Ping this time, Liao Feixiong would not have resorted to such measures. Tossed aside, Xing Jun appeared utterly despondent. His hard-earned million was gone, and he had achieved nothing against Chen Ping, not even inflicting a wound. The sense of loss weighed heavily upon him. "Ah!" he exclaimed as he exited Xinhe village, venting his frustrations with a powerful shout. Yuhua Street was renowned as a bustling food avenue in Hanqing. During the day, it was nearly deserted, but at night, it transformed into a vibrant hub, lined with stalls offering delectable street food. Chen Ping accompanied Wang Hanheng to a bustling stall, where they settled in and ordered their favorite dishes, patiently awaiting their arrival amidst the lively crowd. "Brother Chen, that Bentley was so comfortable. Was it really your friend S?" Wang Hanhang inquired excitedly. "Of course, why would I deceive you? The one driving was my friend's chauffeur," Chen Ping replied, not entirely untruthfully, as Lin Tianhu, although his subordinate, could also be considered a friend. "What business is your friend involved in?" "They must be quite wealthy," Wang Hanhang asked, intrigued by the nature of Chen Ping's friend's enterprise. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps something in trade? He is still single, though a bit older. Otherwise, I would introduce him to you," Chen Ping mused, contemplating that if Lin Tianhu were younger, he might indeed consider such an introduction. "I wouldn't want that. If I were to find someone, I'd prefer someone like you, Brother Chen," Wang Hanhang declared, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at him. Upon noticing her intense gaze, Chen Ping quickly turned his face away, unable to meet her eyes. The dishes arrived just then, providing a welcome distraction for Chen Ping, who was at a loss for how to respond to Wang Hanhang's overt affections. Her feelings were unmistakably clear to anyone observing. "All right, let us ensure we don't leave until we're completely inebriated tonight," Wang Hanhang said with a cheerful nod. Chen Ping ordered 2 cases of beer, aware that Wang Hanhang's capacity for alcohol would allow him to consume at least 1 case by himself. 2 individuals engaged in conversation over drinks, reminiscing about their childhood. Back then, they were merely teenagers. Chen Ping had moved to Hongqing from the countryside with his parents, while Wang Hanhang's family had always resided there. Their former neighborhood was once quite decent, but with the rapid economic development, towering skyscrapers sprang up in a matter of years, rendering Chen Ping's neighborhood dilapidated and outdated. "Chen Ping, I remember when I was bullied as a child, it was you who stood up for me. I felt an immense sense of security hiding behind you," Wang Hanhang reminisced, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Chen Ping merely smiled, choosing not to respond. "Chen Ping, I recall the time you even retrieved bird eggs for me, risking a chase from Uncle Chen, and you shared your milk candies with me," Wang Hanhang continued, her memories of Chen Ping's kindness flooding back. At that moment, a girl with bright blonde hair, dressed in a fitted skirt and high heels, approached their table. "Hanhang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here at this food stall," the girl said, tapping Wang Hanhang on the shoulder. Wang Hanhang looked up, immediately rising to greet her. "Wu Yifan, I thought you had gone abroad. When did you return?" Wu Yifan chuckled awkwardly. "Abroad? I've been here all along. I only told my parents that to avoid their questions." "And what are you doing now?" Wang Hanhang inquired, eyeing Wu Yifan curiously. After a brief silence, Wu Yifan replied sheepishly, "I work in public relations." Upon seeing Wu Yifan, Chen Ping instantly surmised her profession, suspecting it to be of a dubious nature. Wang Hanhang, observing Wu Yifan's demeanor, seemed to share the same realization and fell silent, unsure of how to proceed. "Who is this? Your boyfriend?" Wu Yifan asked, attempting to ease the tension as she turned to Chen Ping. "No, this is my brother, Chen Ping," Wang Hanhang quickly clarified, her cheeks flushing. Chen Ping stood and extended his hand towards Wu Yifan. "Hello, I am Chen Ping." "Hello, I am Wu Yifan. I am a classmate and roommate of Hanhang," Wu Yifan replied, shaking his hand. Noting Wang Hanhang's expression, Wu Yifan discerned that the girl harbored feelings for Chen Ping, though the relationship had yet to be openly acknowledged. Chen Ping invited Wu Yifan to join them for a meal, and she graciously accepted. "Hanhang, there's a class reunion tomorrow. Are you going?" Wu Yifan inquired once seated. "A class reunion? Who is organizing it?" Wang Hanhang asked, surprised, as they had graduated 2 or 3 years prior without any reunions. "What's wrong? No one informed you?" Wu Yifan was taken aback. Wang Hanhang shook her head. Wu Yifan sighed. "No wonder you weren't notified. It's being organized by Zhang Miao, and she's currently dating Lung Bing." At the mention of Lung Bing, Wang Hanhang's body tensed, and her face began to reflect anger. Noticing her reaction, Chen Ping turned to Wu Yifan and asked, "Who is Lung Bing?" Wu Yifan did not respond directly to Chen Ping. Instead, she glanced at Wang Hanhai, and only after receiving her permission did she speak. "Lung Bing is my former boyfriend," Wang Hanhai interjected. "Is he the one who swindled you out of money?" Chen Ping inquired, aware that Wang Hanhai became a dancer due to being deceived by her ex-boyfriend, who had coerced her into borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates. Wang Hanhai nodded in acknowledgement. "Hanhai, did that Lung Bing deceive you?" Wu Yifan, unaware of the situation, expressed her surprise. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's face contorted with anger. "I've always suspected that scoundrel was up to no good. And what about Zhang Miao? We used to share a dorm, and she constantly undermined you during our school days." Now she's with that Lung Bing, clearly conspiring against you. It would serve that scoundrel right if he faced retribution from Zhang Miao. That was in the past. I no longer wish to have any association with Lung Bing. I want to attend the class reunion, and please do not mention having seen me, Wang Hanhai declared, not wanting Lung Bing to know that he was the reason for her absence. If you have decided not to attend, then I shall follow suit. It's rather pointless. These reunions are merely opportunities for those who have fared well to flaunt their success, Wang Hanhai continued, disinclined to go, and Wu Yifan shared her sentiment. Hanhai, why not seize such an opportunity? It would be a chance for that scoundrel to see just how well you are doing now, Chen Ping urged Wang Hanhai. Chen Ping? Wang Hanhai looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intent. Tomorrow, I will accompany you. It's a perfect excuse to enjoy a meal. Chen Ping replied with a subtle smile. Wang Hanhai was taken aback, but quickly broke into a joyful smile. Hanhai, your boyfriend is right. Tomorrow we shall go. And let that scoundrel see how well you are thriving. Wu Yifan encouraged Wang Hanhai, who nodded without further explanation. However, just as Chen Ping, Wang Hanhai, and Wu Yifan were drinking and chatting, a portly man adorned with gold chains approached them and, without a word, slapped Wu Yifan across the face. Damn it! I paid to have you come out. You were meant to drink with me, not socialize with others. I wondered why it took so long to find you. The rotund man cursed. Seeing this, Wu Yifan quickly stood up, adopting a subservient demeanor. Fat brother, I ran into a friend and was chatting for a moment. I will join you immediately. At that moment, Wang Hanhai, witnessing Wu Yifan being struck, rose angrily and stated, What kind of person are you to resort to violence? Just because you spent some money, does that mean you own her? Having worked as a dancer, Wang Hanhai understood the mindset of such individuals, who believed that spending money granted them ownership over others. The portly man, taken aback by Wang Hanhai's audacity, coldly retorted, You have some nerve speaking to me like that. Little girl, you seem quite attractive. How about you spend the night with me? Just as the two of you are together, I shall indulge in a delightful escapade. The rotund man with prominent features declared, intending to lay hands on Wang Hanhai, completely disregarding Chen Ping seated nearby. Fat bro, this is a friend of mine. She is rather naive. I will attend to you tonight, ensuring your utmost comfort. Wu Yifan hurriedly intervened, attempting to deter the rotund man. At this moment, Wu Yifan was unperturbed by the knowledge that Wang Hanhai and Chen Ping might discover the nature of her activities. Get lost. I only desire a double delight. If you obstruct me again, I swear I'll make you regret it, the rotund man retorted, shoving Wu Yifan aside. Seeing this, Wang Hanhai quickly supported Wu Yifan, glaring fiercely at the man. She understood that those who appeared intimidating often took advantage of fear. Thus, she resolved to show no trepidation. The little girl possesses some courage, the rotund man remarked, grinning as he reached out towards Wang Hanhai. Suddenly, as the man lunged for Wang Hanhai, Chen Ping, who had been sitting quietly, sprang into action, smashing a beer bottle against the man's head. Blood instantly streamed down the man's face, causing him to clutch his head in agony and crouch down. Wu Yifan, horrified by Chen Ping's assault on the rotund man, turned pale. Fat bro, are you alright? She anxiously inquired, rushing to assist him. Get away from me. The rotund man bellowed, shoving Wu Yifan aside, before glaring at Chen Ping. You dare strike me? You must be out of your mind. I will make sure you regret this. Seeing that the man still had the audacity to threaten him, Chen Ping swiftly grabbed another bottle, causing the rotund man to flee in terror, shouting, You wait here. I will summon my people. Before long, the rotund man had retreated, while Chen Ping nonchalantly turned to Wang Hanhai and Wu Yifan. Sit down. Let us continue our meal. Continue what? We must leave at once. Do you know who that man is? He owns this street, and he has dozens of henchmen. How could you possibly confront him? This is going to be trouble, Wu Yifan exclaimed, her face etched with anxiety, resembling a restless ant on a hot pan, utterly devoid of appetite. Do not worry, we shall keep eating. There is no need to fear him, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Noticing Chen Ping's unwavering composure, Wu Yifan curiously turned to Wang Hanhai and asked, Hanhai, what does your boyfriend do? Does he have a significant background? Given Chen Ping's lack of fear upon learning the man's identity, Wu Yifan assumed he must possess some connections. As an ordinary person would have been frightened. We work together. We've been neighbors since childhood. There is no special background, Wang Hanhai replied with a slight frown. Impossible. How could he not be afraid if he truly has no connections? Wu Yifan doubted, believing that an ordinary person would have been terrified upon hearing about the man's identity. There is hardly any background to speak of. Chen Ping is merely someone who has served time in prison and has just been released. In Wang Henin's view, Chen Ping's imprisonment could be considered a form of background, as individuals with such a history often evoke a sense of trepidation among ordinary people. It is no wonder that he seems to have made some acquaintances during his time inside. However, this fat brother is not merely a petty thug who controls a street. He is affiliated with the Red Dragon Gang. Thus, I advise you to take Henin's and leave, Wu Yifan urged Chen Ping. The Red Dragon Gang? Upon hearing this, Chen Ping felt intrigued. It seemed coincidental that he kept encountering members of this gang today. Are you afraid? He taunted. The Red Dragon Gang is the most formidable faction in Hongqing. The riffraff you associate with cannot possibly offer you protection. It would be prudent to leave with Henin's now. I shall see if I can persuade fat brother. At worst, I demand payment tonight. Wu Yifan intended to plead on behalf of the corpulent man. Afraid? Chen Ping laughed. It is the members of the Red Dragon Gang who should fear me. They would turn tail and flee upon seeing me. Fear you? Wu Yifan scrutinized Chen Ping, her tone turning acerbic. I am not jesting. If you wish to put on airs, do so at your own expense. But do not drag Henin's down with you. As she spoke, she grasped Wang Henin's hand. Henin's, we are leaving. Let him stay here and pretend. Just look at the kind of boyfriend you have chosen. Initially, when Chen Ping suggested that Wang Henin's attend their class reunion, Wu Yifan held him in some regard. But now she was devoid of any admiration. To her, Chen Ping was merely a pretentious individual. Henin's, Chen Ping is not the person you think he is. Wang Henin's protested, reluctant to depart, yet she was forcefully pulled away by Wu Yifan. Henin's, don't be foolish. You do not navigate this world, and you are unaware of the Red Dragon Gang's might. In all of Hongqing, there is no one who is not afraid of them. Chen Ping has merely spent a few years in prison. He truly does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Wu Yifan held on to Wang Henin's firmly. Just as they were struggling, a group of individuals suddenly surrounded them, led by the very man with the rotund visage, whose head was now bandaged. Upon seeing the approaching gang, Wu Yifan's face drained of color, and she released Wang Henin's, feeling at a loss. Wang Henin's, observing the intimidating crowd, felt frightened as well. Only Chen Ping remained composed, seated calmly. You've got some nerve, kid, not to run away. Today, I shall show you just how formidable I am. The rotund man declared, bending down to pick up a bottle and brandishing it towards Chen Ping. Fat brother. Wu Yifan rushed forward to intervene, blocking the man. Please, fat brother, let this go. He has already expressed regret. Once I mentioned your status, he was terrified. For my sake, spare him this time. I will accompany you for a few nights for free and ensure he pays a sum to atone for his actions. Initially, the rotund man seemed intent on pursuing his vendetta, but upon hearing the prospect of compensation, he retracted the bottle and inquired of Wu Yifan, how much can he offer? My head is not something just anyone can strike. Wu Yifan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how much Chen Ping was willing to offer. She turned to him and inquired, Fat brother has asked you, how much do you intend to pay to resolve this matter? I must inform you that had it not been for fat brother's consideration of my face, even if you offered money, he would still make you suffer. Wu Yifan attempted to intimidate Chen Ping, hoping that he would increase his offer to drive the man away and spare her from further distress. Seeing Wu Yifan flatter him, the burly man finally displayed a smile. Is this amount acceptable? Chen Ping slowly extended a single finger. You think a mere 10,000 yuan will suffice to dismiss me? The burly man's expression darkened. Chen Ping, what are you thinking? You want to strike fat brother and only offer 10,000? That's an insult. Wu Yifan scolded Chen Ping, desperately signaling him to offer more. I did not say 10,000. Chen Ping shook his head. 100,000 is not excessive. The burly man retorted. At this moment, Wu Yifan felt conflicted. 100,000 was indeed a substantial amount, but given Chen Ping's recent release from prison, he likely had little money. Fat brother, look at him. I believe 100,000 is his limit. He has just been released from jail and probably has very little on him. Wu Yifan pleaded on Chen Ping's behalf. Just released from prison? The burly man was taken aback. No wonder he is so bold. Regardless of his finances, it is impossible for me to be satisfied with just 100,000. Seeing the man's refusal, Wu Yifan turned to Chen Ping once more, saying, Please, offer more. If necessary, I can lend you some. But I must emphasize that this money is on behalf of Han Han. I am not suggesting 100,000 either, Chen Ping reiterated, shaking his head. Wu Yifan was left speechless, while the burly man's face lit up with excitement. although he feigned indifference. Are you suggesting 1 million? If you can offer 1 million, I will not hold it against you. Considering you have also been incarcerated, I might allow you to associate with me. I am referring to a single yuan, Chen Ping stated, pulling a coin from his pocket and tossing it lightly in the air. The burly man, incensed at Chen Ping's mockery, shouted, "You dare to play me for a fool? Today, I will make you pay dearly." Wu Yifan was equally furious. "Chen Ping, what is the meaning of this? I advocated for you, and you repay my efforts with a mere 1 yuan? I shall no longer concern myself with you." Enraged by Chen Ping's response, Wu Yifan stepped aside, while the burly man seized a chair and hurled it at Chen Ping. This time, with a dozen men in tow. He was no longer intimidated by Chen Ping and clearly intended to inflict serious harm. However, just as the burly man swung the chair at Chen Ping unexpectedly flicked the coin in his hand. The coin soared through the air like a bullet, striking the man's wrist with tremendous force. A sharp pain coursed through him, causing him to drop the chair and clutch his wrist, which was now gushing blood. "Kill him! Make sure to kill him!" bellowed the rotund man, his face flushed with fury. The crowd he had brought with him, a dozen strong, quickly brandished their weapons and charged towards Chen Ping. "Chen Ping!" Wang Hanheng cried out in alarm, instinctively wanting to rush to his defense, only to be held back firmly by Wu Yifan. At that moment, her intervention was crucial. Had she advanced, it would have been an act of folly, jeopardizing her own life. Amidst the chaos, Chen Ping remained seated, unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Instead, he reached for a bowl of peanuts on the table, suddenly hurling a handful towards the approaching assailants. The attackers met this unexpected projectile with derision. Who would flinch at peanuts? Yet, they soon found their assumptions gravely mistaken. The peanuts struck them with a force akin to bullets, sending them reeling as they collapsed to the ground, each one marked by gaping wounds from which blood poured forth. The rotund man stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features, as he beheld his wailing subordinates. "What is happening?" he pondered, swallowing hard. No one answered, for Wu Yifan, too, was in shock, unable to comprehend Chen Ping's extraordinary prowess. Instinctively, she turned to Wang Hanheng, eager for an explanation, yet found her friend equally confounded by Chen Ping's astonishing display of strength, capable of incapacitating a dozen men with mere peanuts. "Are you still intent on killing me?" Chen Ping inquired, his expression serene as he regarded the rotund man. The man's throat bobbed as he struggled to articulate a response, but the calmness in Chen Ping's gaze rendered him speechless. After a prolonged silence, the man finally emerged from his stupor, taking deep breaths to steady himself before asserting, "Young man, you indeed possess some skill. But do you know who I am? I am a member of the Red Dragon Gang, and this street belongs to us. By attacking me, you have declared war on the entire Red Dragon Gang. And what of it? If you have the ability, then by all means, show it," Chen Ping retorted with a cold smile. The rotund man's face flushed with rage as he retrieved his phone, dialing a number with determination. While the identity of the person on the other end remained a mystery, it was clear he was summoning reinforcements. Moments later, as he hung up, a triumphant smirk crossed his face. "You're finished, kid. Brother Xiong is coming personally. Even with 100 lives, you won't leave here alive." He had called Liao Feixiong, for with Feng Sihai's departure from the Red Dragon Gang, all matters had been entrusted to Liao Feixiong, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance. Upon hearing the name Brother Xiong, Chen Ping could not help but smile. He had just exited Liao Feixiong's office and was surprised to encounter him again so soon. "Well then, I am eager to see how this Brother Xiong intends to bring about my demise," Chen Ping remarked with a look of disdain on his face. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan, upon hearing the name, turned pale and hurriedly exchanged a glance with Wang Hanhai. She then leaned in to whisper urgently into Wang Hanhai's ear, "Hanhai, you must persuade Chen Ping to leave. He shouldn't let his newfound bravado blind him to danger. I tell you, Brother Xiong is the right-hand man of Feng Sihai, the leader of the Red Dragon Gang. He is formidable and ruthless. If he truly arrives, Chen Ping's life will be in jeopardy." Wang Hanhai, alarmed by this revelation, nodded slightly before approaching Chen Ping and softly urged, "Brother Chen, let us leave, it is getting late." She refrained from fully disclosing Brother Xiong's prowess, knowing that Chen Ping's ego had swelled immensely, and such warnings would likely only entrench his stubbornness further. Chen Ping glanced at Wu Yifan and then at Wang Hanhai, saying, "Hanhai, you and Wu Yifan should head back. I will return home shortly." Wang Hanhai, feeling anxious that Chen Ping refused to leave, finally said earnestly, "Brother Chen, Wu Yifan just mentioned that Brother Xiong is quite powerful. We should not provoke him. Not to worry, I am not afraid. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Wu Yifan, exasperated by his obstinacy, raised her voice in admonition. Do not let your confidence lead you to believe you are invincible. Brother Xiong is the left-hand man of the Red Dragon Gang leader, and even 2 or 3 of you would likely fail against him. Do you still dare to stay? What is there to fear? Chen Ping retorted nonchalantly. Frustrated, Wu Yifan could only exclaim, You will drive me to despair. She then seized Wang Hanhai's arm, pulling her away with determination. Hanhai, we must go? It is not worth accompanying him to his doom. Provoking the Red Dragon Gang means he likely will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Reluctantly, Wang Hanhai allowed herself to be dragged away by Wu Yifan. The rotund man, although he wished to prevent their departure, dared not speak up, fearing another onslaught from Chen Ping, especially with Liao Feixiong yet to arrive. Just as Wu Yifan and Wang Hanhai had left, several vehicles sped into view, halting in front of the food stall. The stall owner, terrified, retreated inside. While the onlookers dispersed in haste, only the bold remained at a distance, watching with trepidation. They were well aware of Liao Feixiong's notorious reputation and knew better than to provoke such a figure, as it could very well cost them their lives. Seeing the commotion, the rotund man hurriedly approached and respectfully opened the door of the first car. Liao Feixiong emerged, cigar in hand, exuding an air of authority that left the onlookers envious. As Brother Xiong spotted Liao Feixiong, the rotund man quickly called out, his face etched with an expression of deep grievance. Fatty, look at yourself. You are bringing shame to the Red Dragon Gang. Liao Feixiong remarked, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the scene. Where are the troublemakers? Brother Xiong. They are seated right over there. The man pointed towards Chen Ping. Liao Feixiong followed the direction of his finger and, upon seeing that it was Chen Ping seated there, his body trembled slightly, causing the cigar in his mouth to fall to the ground. Observing Liao Feixiong's uncharacteristic behavior, the stout man with a round face appeared bewildered and hurriedly picked up the cigar, saying, Brother Xiong, this guy is all alone, but he possesses some skills. My subordinates were defeated by him. Liao Feixiong was infuriated. He wanted to reprimand this rotund fellow. Chen Ping, possessing not just a modicum of skill but extraordinary prowess, had even bested Feng Sihai with a single kick. Who in Hong City could possibly rival Chen Ping? Brother Xiong. Chen Ping now turned his gaze towards Liao Feixiong, a playful expression gracing his face. What a coincidence, we meet again. Upon hearing this, Liao Feixiong quickly donned a smile and approached, saying, Mr. Chen, you jest. It is my lack of discipline. The stout man was left in utter shock, staring blankly at the obsequious Liao Feixiong, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Your subordinates are quite formidable. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not escape here tonight. Chen Ping remarked with a slight smirk. How could that be? With Mr. Chen's capabilities, who in Hong City could possibly obstruct you? Liao Feixiong chuckled awkwardly, then turned to the stout man, commanding, Rotund fellow, come here. The stout man, still perplexed, slowly walked over. And you still haven't knelt down to apologize to Mr. Chen. Liao Feixiong harshly kicked the man. Thud. The stout man immediately knelt before Chen Ping. Enough with the theatrics. I won't take action against you until your leader retrieves his master, unless you foolishly provoke me. Chen Ping declared. He understood that Liao Feixiong was merely putting on a show for his benefit, as he would never genuinely respect him. Having injured Feng Sihai, this grudge was now tied to the Red Dragon Gang, and Liao Feixiong could not be expected to hold him in high regard. After saying this, Chen Ping stood and departed. Liao Feixiong watched Chen Ping's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Brother Xiong, who is this person? The stout man stood up. Confusion etched on his face as he followed Liao Feixiong's inquiry. Smack! Liao Feixiong delivered a resounding slap across the stout man's face. I tell you from now on, keep your distance from him. He is the one who injured our leader. If you survive today, consider it a blessing. With that, Liao Feixiong left with his men. All that remained was the stout man, standing in place, terror-stricken. In the community, Wang Henins anxiously awaited Chen Ping at the entrance, while Wu Yifan had dropped her off and departed. Henins, why haven't you gone home? Who are you waiting for? Wang Chongfeng asked upon seeing her return. Mom, you should head home first. I'm waiting for Brother Chen Ping. Wang Henins replied, a hint of urgency in her tone. What happened to Chen Ping? Didn't you come back together? Upon noticing Wang Henins' anxious demeanor, Wang Chongfeng quickly inquired. Wang Henins paused, unsure of how to explain to her mother. Henins, where is Chen Ping? Didn't he come back with you? At that moment, Tang Hongying and Chen Baohua also arrived. Upon seeing Tang Hongying and Chen Baohua, Wang Hanhang, concerned for their feelings, hastily remarked, Brother Chen Ping has some matters to attend to and may return a bit later. This child, one wonders what keeps him occupied. It is already after work. How much could there possibly be to do? Tang Hongying muttered under her breath. Aunt Chen, you both should head back. I will wait here for Brother Chen Ping. Wang Hanhang urged, wishing for Tang Hongying to accompany Chen Baohua, as the timing of Chen Ping's return remained uncertain. I intended to surprise you. But it seems this child is taking his sweet time, Tang Hongying sighed. Surprise? Wang Hanhang was taken aback. Observing her reaction, Wang Chongfeng quickly clarified. Your Uncle Chen noticed that both you and Brother Chen Ping were working, and since commuting by bus is inconvenient, he bought a car for you to use for your commutes. He hoped to surprise Brother Chen Ping, but alas, he is yet to return. Aunt Wang, your contribution is also included in this car. It is a gift from both our families for the two children, Tang Hongying promptly added. Oh, come now. I merely contributed a few thousand. The majority was covered by you. Wang Chongfeng chuckled. This vehicle is meant for their convenience. Once they find stable work, they can purchase their own. We are getting older and can only assist up to this point, interjected Chen Baohua. Indeed, in the days to come, it will be up to the two of them. Wang Chongfeng nodded in agreement. Listening to their conversation, Wang Hanhang felt her cheeks flush. It appeared that the elders from both families had long since accepted her relationship with Chen Ping. In her heart, she held no objections. For during her time spent with Chen Ping, she had gradually found herself developing feelings for him. Yet, she remained uncertain about Chen Ping's sentiments, unable to decipher his thoughts. What are you all discussing so late at the entrance? Just then, Chen Ping approached with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Chen Ping. Upon his arrival, Wang Hanhang rushed towards him, anxiously assessing whether he had sustained any injuries. Seeing Wang Hanhang's concern for Chen Ping, both Wang Chongfeng and Chen Baohua exchanged amused glances. Only Tang Hongying sighed. How wonderful it would be if I could witness the two children get married. Chen Ping, hearing this, initially wished to clarify that he regarded Wang Hanhang merely as a sister. However, the fervent gaze of both families left him at a loss for words. Mother, do not worry. I will find a way to restore your eyesight, Chen Ping said softly, refraining from further explanation. I have grown accustomed to it. Do not concern yourself with me. You both focus on your work, and in the future, when you have the means, purchase a home for your marriage and a car. Your father and I likely won't be able to help you much beyond that, Tang Hongying expressed with a hint of guilt. After all, Chen Ping was not yet married, and as parents, they felt they were unable to offer any assistance, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Hongying, do not feel this way. As long as the two children are happy, that is all that matters. My family desires nothing, Wang Chongfeng reassured her, patting Tang Hongying's shoulder. Listening to this, Chen Ping felt a wave of conflicting emotions. He truly did not know how to respond. Chen Ping, Uncle Chen has bought you a car. Tomorrow, we can drive to work, Wang Hanhang said to Chen Ping, hoping to interrupt the elder's conversation. After all, she and Chen Ping had yet to establish their relationship, and it felt premature to discuss marriage. Chen Ping, your father has been running around all day to buy you this car. Although it may not be the best, it is certainly more comfortable than taking the bus, Wang Chongfeng added. As the group descended the stairs, Chen Ping and Wang Hanhang spotted a silver Chang'an sedan parked in the lot below. It was clear that it was not a new vehicle. Chen Ping, this is a second-hand Chang'an. Though it has been pre-owned, its mileage is low, and it's in good condition. I managed to purchase it for just over 40,000. Don't blame your father for not being capable, Chen Baohua said apologetically as he walked alongside Chen Ping. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Ping's eyes instantly glistened with emotion. Dad, this car is perfectly fine. I can earn my own money now. You don't need to worry anymore. As long as I can see you going to work with peace of mind, I will be relieved. Just work hard, and everything will come in due time. Chen Baohua nodded, offering encouragement to his son. Initially, Chen Ping had planned to find an excuse to skip work, believing that it would impede his cultivation. However, now he dared not entertain such thoughts and resolved to maintain his parents' spirits by going to work for the time being. The following day, as Chen Ping drove the second-hand Chang'an to the office, he was predictably met with ridicule from a group of colleagues, though he remained unfazed. Wang Hanhang, too, disregarded the remarks, feeling elated at the thought of sitting in the passenger seat, commuting to and from work with Chen Ping each day. Chen Ping, you must present all the accounts today. Otherwise, you can pack your things and leave, Chui Ziyuan commanded shortly after Chen Ping arrived at work. He was still seething from the events of the previous night, where Chen Ping had publicly humiliated him. Chen Ping cast a cold glance at Chui Ziyuan, but chose to ignore him. Wang Hanhang, however, became anxious. Manager Chui, with so many accounts, how can Chen Ping possibly manage to gather them all in one day? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? She defended Chen Ping. What? Do you wish to join him in collecting the accounts? If that's the case, you can be assigned to his team. If you fail to complete the task today, you can all consider your jobs terminated. Chui Ziyuan responded coldly to Wang Hanhang's challenge. Manager Chui, I choose to transfer teams, Zhang Tongjian interjected quickly. Having discerned that Chui Ziyuan was targeting Chen Ping, he felt that aligning himself with Chen Ping, especially after the disrespect shown to Xing Jun, would only lead to misfortune. Very well, let Wang Hanhang transfer to your team, Chui Ziyuan agreed. This time, Sun Xiaoming remained silent, refraining from defending Wang Hanhang. For she too was displeased with Chen Ping's actions against Chui Ziyuan, especially considering his audacity to offend Xing Jun, an act that could only be deemed reckless. Chui Ziyuan returned to the office, while Zhang Tongjian, like one fleeing from a plague, hurriedly cleared his desk and departed. Observing Zhang's demeanor, Chen Ping let out a cold chuckle. Initially, he had thought Zhang was a promising young man, contemplating his future prominence within the company. For Chen Ping held the power to elevate anyone he chose, and Su Yuqi would take no notice. However, now Chen Ping's sentiments had shifted. Perhaps this is the essence of the corporate world, where self-preservation prevails in the face of conflicting interests. Brother Chen, what should we do? Wang Hanhan looked at Chen Ping with a sense of helplessness. They had secured such a good job, bringing joy to their parents. Yet if they were to be dismissed, how could they explain that to their families? Do not worry, the accounts will soon be credited to the company's account. Chen Ping reassured Wang Hanhan. Yet, despite his consolation, she remained skeptical. How could those indebted companies possibly repay their debts voluntarily, unless their owners were utterly irrational? Huan, why put yourself through this? If this situation ends poorly, you might be dismissed as well. With your qualifications, finding a suitable partner should not be difficult. If you part ways with Chen Ping, I could find you a wealthy heir, Wang Lanlan interjected, leaning towards Wang Hanhan. Wang Hanhan remained silent, merely shaking her head. Even if she faced termination, she would not part with Chen Ping. Seeing this, Wang Lanlan could only offer a resigned smile. Sun Xiaoming had initially planned to offer her own words of encouragement to Wang Hanhan, but observing the situation, she felt it unnecessary. She understood that today marked the last working day for both Chen Ping and Wang Hanhan. To be dismissed after merely 2 days of employment was likely a first for the company. Indeed, I have never encountered such audacity in an employee. Daring even to confront the manager. He deserves it. Who does he think he is? If he truly possessed talent, he wouldn't be working here. The others in the sales department murmured about Chen Ping. Amidst the discussions, the finance department arrived in a flurry. Xiao Sun, what brings you to our sales department? Is there another discrepancy with the accounts? Upon noticing the finance personnel, Sun Xiaoming approached with inquiry. Xiaoming, your sales department is remarkable. As soon as the day began, all outstanding debts were transferred to the company account. No company owes us anything now. Who in your department is responsible for this? It's incredible. Finance Xiao Sun exclaimed excitedly. What? All debts have been settled? Sun Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. The other members of the sales department also rose, gazing at Finance Xiao Sun in disbelief. Xiao Sun, you must be mistaken. All those debts have truly been repaid. Wang Lanlan questioned, equally incredulous. Why would I deceive you? Did you not know? These debts have always been pursued by your sales department. Who do you think collected them? Finance Xiao Sun inquired curiously, glancing between Sun Xiaoming and Wang Lanlan. Oh, of course we know. It was undoubtedly our manager who handled the collections. Sun Xiaoming suddenly realized and replied hastily. Such fortuitous events, undoubtedly, should be attributed to Chui Ziyuan. Perhaps this time, he might even be promoted to the position of purchasing department manager. Manager Chui is truly capable. Xiao Sun smiled faintly, saying, I won't chat with you any longer. I need to go and reconcile the accounts with Manager Chui. As Xiao Sun entered Chui Ziyuan's office, the sales department erupted in a frenzy. Who is so impressive that all accounts need to be reconciled? Incredible. Many of these accounts date back several years and are notoriously difficult to retrieve. Could it be that Chen Ping is behind this? Observing his confident demeanor today, it seems he is aware that the debts will be collected. Oh, pleased with his demeanor. Can he really retrieve all these accounts? Hasn't it always been that companies voluntarily repay their debts? What does that have to do with him? Speaking of which, Chen Ping is quite fortunate. It appears he won't be dismissed today. The members of the sales department gathered to discuss. Brother Chen Ping, this is fantastic. We won't be fired. Wang Hanhai exclaimed excitedly to Chen Ping. Didn't I tell you not to worry? Chen Ping replied with a subtle smile. How did you know the debts would be returned today? Wang Hanhai asked, looking at Chen Ping with curiosity. It's a secret. Chen Ping chuckled, choosing not to disclose anything to Wang Hanhai just yet. Some matters he preferred to keep to himself, although he would eventually confide in her. While the sales department was abuzz with speculation, Cui Ziyuan emerged from the office with Xiao Sun from the finance department. Upon seeing Cui Ziyuan, everyone fell silent. Cui Ziyuan cast a cold glance toward Chen Ping before departing. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager, Xing Jun sat behind his desk with a sullen expression. A band-aid was affixed to his neck, a remnant of the previous night's injury, and faint handprints were still visible on his face. A knock echoed at the door. Come in, he said coldly. General Manager Xing, you summoned me? Cui Ziyuan entered and respectfully inquired. However, as soon as he spoke, he froze. For he noticed several faint red marks on Xing Jun's face, clearly the result of slaps. Seeing Cui Ziyuan staring at him, Xing Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Is it pleasing to the eye? Cui Ziyuan, startled, quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. Did you delegate the sales department's accounts to Chen Ping? Xing Jun asked. Cui Ziyuan, unsure of Xing Jun's intent, merely nodded. Yes, I only intended for him to face some obstacles, to temper his enthusiasm. But I never expected that today those companies with outstanding debts would actually return the funds. Xing Jun smirked coldly, knowing precisely why those debts were suddenly repaid. It was undoubtedly due to Su Yuqi's intervention. Without her assistance, even Chen Ping, with all his abilities, would not have achieved such results. Yet, within the company, only Xing Jun was aware of the connection between Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. From now on, let Chen Ping handle all contracts with Tianmei Daily Chemicals, Xing Jun instructed. Perusing some cooperation materials before Cui Ziyuan. Tianmei. Cui Ziyuan was taken aback. Mr. Xing, Tianmei is a significant client, and the Xiao family has been closely monitoring this account. Sending Chen Ping to negotiate could potentially alienate Tianmei, making them perceive a lack of sincerity on our part. Cui Ziyuan was puzzled as to why Xing Jun would assign such a crucial client to Chen Ping, considering the exorbitant commissions that sales representatives could earn from such contracts. What? Are you questioning my decision? Xing Jun's eyes narrowed slightly in irritation. I wouldn't dare. I will follow your arrangements, Mr. Xing. Cui Ziyuan would never defy Xing Jun, especially since he was his superior. After Cui Ziyuan left, Xing Jun slowly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Young Master Xiao, everything is arranged. I will send Chen Ping to negotiate the contract with Tianmei. A boisterous laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Well done. Collaborate with me closely. Whatever the Su family can offer you, I shall double it. With that, the call ended. Xing Jun was speaking to Xiao Lei. Fully aware of the past grievances between Chen Ping and Xiao Lei, as well as the fact that Chen Ping's girlfriend had been taken from him by Xiao Lei. In Hongcheng, the Xiao and Su families were evenly matched and served as rivals. The Xiao family had previously offered Xing Jun a lucrative position, but he had declined, having harbored feelings for Su Yuqi and wanting to be with her. However, after the failed assassination attempt on Chen Ping last night, which resulted in him receiving a slap in the face, Xing Jun's anger intensified, prompting him to reach out to Xiao Lei. The decision to send Chen Ping to negotiate with Tianmei was Xiao Lei's idea, intended to humiliate Chen Ping. How could a mere sales representative like Chen Ping possibly secure such a major client? Xiao Lei would ultimately intervene to thoroughly disgrace him. In a hospital room in Hongcheng, Xiao Lei was still recuperating from his injuries. Brother Lei, it's amusing to see you so pleased. Why are you targeting that Chen Ping? He is nothing more than an ant to you. Without Su Yuqi's protection, he is insignificant, Geng Shanshan remarked, sharing in Xiao Lei's delight as she observed him on the hospital bed. He broke my arm, so I certainly intend to play with him. I will make him suffer slowly. Xiao Lei smirked, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Brother Lei, Chen Ping is quite capable. You may not be able to defeat him. Moreover, the Lin Tianhu you've recruited is unreliable. If you wish to deal with Chen Ping, I suggest finding a few more experts, Geng Shanshan advised. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to contact the Red Dragon Gang. In all of Hongcheng, Lin Tianhu is not the only force to reckon with. The Red Dragon Gang is equally formidable, more than enough to handle someone like Chen Ping, Xiaolei acknowledged. Aware of his limitations against Chen Ping and the ineffectiveness of Lin Tianhu, prompting him to seek assistance from the Red Dragon Gang. Although the Xiao family wielded considerable power in Hongcheng, they were primarily a business family and lacked familiarity with such gang influences, requiring a middleman for introductions. Brother Lei, I want to be present during the contract negotiations as well. I want to see Chen Ping's pathetic demeanor. After being so arrogant, bolstered by Su Yuqi's backing, I am eager to see if he can maintain that bravado now. Geng Shanshan seethed at the memory of her previous humiliation at Chen Ping's hands. No problem. Just watch him under my foot, Xiaolei said with a triumphant smile. In the sales department, Cui Ziyuan was perplexed as to why Xing Jun assigned such a crucial client to Chen Ping, yet he could not defy Xing Jun's orders. Chen Ping, you are fortunate. All the overdue payments have suddenly been received. However, as a competent salesperson, one must not only chase payments but also negotiate contracts. Therefore, you must learn to engage in contract discussions, and according to the regulations, you stop with the nonsense and get straight to the point. Chen Ping impatiently interrupted Cui Ziyuan. Only Chen Ping would dare to speak to Cui Ziyuan in such a manner. Hearing Chen Ping's words, Cui Ziyuan's face turned crimson with rage, nearly spitting blood. Yet, he refrained from dismissing Chen Ping without cause, as he was uncertain of Xing Jun's intentions. The company has decided to send you to negotiate a partnership with Tianmei Daily Chemicals. You must understand that Tianmei is one of the largest cosmetic enterprises in Hongqing. If you can secure this deal, the commission will be beyond your imagination. However, if you mess it up, enough with the chatter, just give me the materials. Chen Ping said with evident irritation, recognizing that Cui Ziyuan's lengthy discourse stemmed from envy and a desire to embarrass him. Cui Ziyuan's expression turned cold as he tossed the materials to Chen Ping. This time I will find a way to expel you for your arrogance, he thought bitterly. Cui Ziyuan, what do you mean by this? I've been negotiating with Tianmei all along. Do you have any idea how long I've been pursuing this? Why have you suddenly given it to him? At this moment, Sun Xiaoming was exasperated and shouted at Cui Ziyuan. Everyone knew Tianmei was a significant client, and securing the deal would lead to a substantial commission. Initially, Cui Ziyuan had assigned Tianmei to Sun Xiaoming, given their relationship, and no one in the sales department dared to protest. Moreover, Cui Ziyuan had accompanied Sun Xiaoming numerous times for this client, and she had been diligently working on it. Thus, when the client was abruptly given to Chen Ping, how could Sun Xiaoming not be furious? Cui Ziyuan pulled Sun Xiaoming aside and said, "Calm down. I will explain everything later." Turning to Chen Ping, he continued, "This client is one of our company's most important accounts, so you must act swiftly. Set a time for when you can finalize the negotiations." "Tomorrow," Chen Ping replied, initially intending to say the afternoon, but realizing he needed to inform Lin Tianhu beforehand. He opted for the following day instead. Tomorrow? Cui Ziyuan was taken aback. The entire sales department was stunned, each person staring incredulously at Chen Ping. "Chen Ping, have you lost your mind? This is Tianmei Daily Chemicals, and you claim you can finalize the contract by tomorrow?" Wang Lanlan scoffed, her face filled with disdain. "Chen Ping, could you stop boasting? Do you know how long I have been working on this client? 3 months. I couldn't close the deal in 3 months. And you think you can do it in 1 day?" Sun Xiaoming glared at Chen Ping, her anger palpable. His claim was nothing short of an insult to her efforts. Upon observing Chen Ping's demeanor, Cui Ziyuan let out a cold laugh. "Chen Ping, you said it yourself. If you cannot secure the deal, you might as well leave. Our sales department has no room for braggarts." "No problem." Chen Ping readily acquiesced. This delighted Cui Ziyuan, who was well aware that Chen Ping could not possibly finalize the contract by tomorrow. If it were that simple, he wouldn't have spent 3 months accompanying Sun Xiaoming. Furthermore, with the major client Tianmei under the scrutiny of the Xiao family, securing the deal would not be a mere walk in the park. Cui Ziyuan pulled Sun Xiaoming into the office to elaborate, while the other members of the sales department cast disdainful glances at Chen Ping before dispersing. Chen Ping, instead of reviewing the materials, forwarded them to Lin Tianhu. Meanwhile, Wang Hanheng grew increasingly anxious, dedicating the entire day to studying Tianmei's documentation. "Hanheng, you have a class reunion tonight. It's almost time to leave work. You should prepare instead of poring over those materials," Chen Ping urged, noticing Wang Hanheng's palpable distress as she obsessively examined the Tianmei files. "Brother Chen, dealing with Tianmei's daily necessities is exceedingly challenging. Their general manager is notoriously unyielding. What will we bring to the negotiation tomorrow? Wang Hanhang lamented, her mind far from the anticipated reunion. If the contract were not secured, Chen Ping would face dismissal, and she couldn't bear the thought of remaining if he were to leave. Do you not trust me? Chen Ping asked, gazing into Wang Hanhang's eyes. If I say it can be done, then it surely will be. Have faith. Wang Hanhang, reassured by the conviction in Chen Ping's gaze, ultimately nodded in agreement. I believe you. Chen Ping smiled gently, affectionately patting Wang Hanhang's head, his eyes reflecting the fondness of an older brother towards his younger sister. Once work concluded, Wang Hanhang received a call from Wu Yifan, urging her to hurry as many classmates had already arrived. Upon inquiring about the venue, she discovered the reunion was being held at the opulent Fortune Hotel. This revelation caused Wang Hanhang to hesitate. Such a lavish setting would undoubtedly entail considerable expenses, which she deemed excessive. However, after some persuasion from Chen Ping, she consented to attend. The two set off in their second-hand Chang'an, heading straight for the hotel. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Fortune Hotel, they spotted Wu Yifan anxiously waiting. When Wu Yifan laid eyes on Chen Ping, she was momentarily taken aback. She had thought that after offending the Qilong gang the previous night, he would surely have been beaten to a pulp. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed. Did you not get beaten last night? Wu Yifan inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Did I not mention it? The Qilong gang is afraid of me. Why would they dare lay a finger on me? Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Keep dreaming. Wu Yifan rolled her eyes, unconvinced by Chen Ping's bravado. How could such a formidable gang be intimidated by him? Surely, he must have resorted to some means to placate them, perhaps with money. Believe what you wish. Chen Ping offered no further explanation. You drove that Chang'an to the reunion? If you had no better car, a taxi would be a superior choice. Just look at the parking lot. Does it have any vehicles that resemble that heap? Wu Yifan scolded Chen Ping with an expression of displeasure. At that moment, Chen Ping had encouraged Wang Hanhai to attend the class reunion, and Wu Yifan had presumed that Chen Ping would find a way for Wang Hanhai to shine at the gathering. However, arriving in a dilapidated Chang'an vehicle was bound to elicit laughter from others. What was wrong with Chang'an? Chen Ping remained unfazed, championing domestic brands. Wang Hanhai quickly chimed in, expressing her fondness for the car, asserting that it was far more comfortable than taking the bus. Let us hurry inside, she urged, with Wang Hanhai's endorsement. Wu Yifan ceased her reprimand, and the three of them entered the hotel together. Inside an opulent private room, a lively gathering of over a dozen individuals, both men and women, was already in full swing, filled with laughter and chatter. Among them, a striking man with a side-part hairstyle and a gold watch on his wrist drew particular attention. Almost everyone gravitated towards him, engaging in conversation and flattery. This man was Lung Bing, Wang Hanhai's ex-boyfriend. Though he was not of the same graduating class, he attended the reunion as the boyfriend of Zhang Miao. Xiao Miao, you are truly fortunate to have found such a remarkable boyfriend. You know, Brother Bing was quite the heartthrob back in school. One person exclaimed. Indeed, when I first entered the school, Brother Bing was already a dominant presence. I even had a secret crush on him. Another added. Just look at that watch he's wearing. It must be worth over 100,000. Now, that is the mark of a successful individual. Someone else remarked. Brother Bing runs his own company now. He's incredibly impressive. The crowd continued to extol Lung Bing and Zhang Miao, causing both to bask in the praise. Just making a living, nothing more. This watch isn't even that valuable. It was brought back from Switzerland by a friend and only costs around 300,000. Lung Bing feigned modesty, yet his tone suggested a hint of ostentation. In truth, it was clear to everyone that he was boasting. But who would dare to voice that at such a moment? Thus, they allowed Lung Bing to revel in his moment of self-aggrandizement. My goodness, 300,000? For just one watch, I'd have to toil for a decade. Someone exclaimed. Comparing ourselves to others is futile, we cannot measure up. Brother Bing is undeniably handsome and affluent. Such a man is truly exceptional. Another added. Xiao Miao, when did you and Brother Bing part ways? I'd like to reserve a spot for myself. Even being his girlfriend for just a day would be a dream come true, a group of friends teased, prompting laughter from Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. The feeling of being envied and admired was exhilarating. I remember when Brother Bing was with Wang Hanhai. What led to their breakup? Suddenly inquired a long-haired girl in a dress. This girl, Wang Yutian, was also a dorm mate of Wang Hanhai and was privy to some of the details regarding Wang Hanhai's relationship with Lung Bing. Her question instantly silenced the room, rendering the atmosphere awkward. After all, Wang Hanhai and Zhang Miao were roommates, and Zhang Miao had essentially taken Wang Hanhai's boyfriend, making the situation rather uneasy. Upon witnessing the scene, Lung Bing's expression suddenly turned melancholic as he feigned reluctance and said, "It is a long story. This is a matter I least wish to discuss. I have invested so many emotions in Wang Han, yet she remains insatiable. Apart from her penchant for spending money, she revels in the nightlife, ultimately descending to the role of a bar dancer. I simply cannot endure it any longer." His heartfelt lament stirred sympathy among the onlookers, who gazed at him with compassion. It seemed that Lung Bing was quite familiar with Wang Han, even aware of her choice to become a dancer. What kind of person is Wang Han? It was astonishing that, during their school days, her true nature escaped notice. Who would have thought she would become a bar dancer? The saying "you can know a person's appearance, but not their heart" rang true. She appeared quite innocent, yet revealed herself to be such a woman. It was truly pitiful for Binggu, a man of such virtue, to have been so kind to Wang Han, who failed to cherish him. I heard that Wang Han would also be attending the reunion. I wonder what audacity she possesses. Binggu, they consoled him. That kind of person is not worth your sorrow. Now that you are with Miao Miao, you make a splendid couple. The crowd began to scorn Wang Han while offering comfort to Lung Bing. With tears glistening in his eyes, he nodded slightly. Fortunately, I have now met Miao Miao, providing solace for my wounded heart. One cannot deny that Lung Bing's performance was masterful, effortlessly drawing the crowd to his side, all of whom began to criticize Wang Han. At that moment, unbeknownst to Wang Han, who had yet to arrive, she had already become the target of collective disdain. Sighing, Wang Yutian remarked, "No wonder she has resorted to dating a convict." As soon as her words fell, the room erupted in disbelief, each person staring at her in astonishment. "Wang Yutian, from whom did you hear this? Is it credible?" Zhang Ming hastily inquired. "I heard it from Wu Yifan. We spoke over the phone last night, and she mentioned that Wang Han has taken up with a convict recently released from prison. I was surprised at the time, but considering she has now become a bar dancer, it seems fitting for her to be with a convict," Wang Yutian replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miao burst into laughter, plotting to humiliate Wang Han if she were to arrive with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Lung Bing, upon learning of Wang Han's new companion, couldn't help but smirk slightly. At that moment, Wu Yifan and Wang Han entered, followed closely by Chen Ping. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see," Wu Yifan greeted the group as she stepped in. "Hello," Wang Han echoed with a smile, but when her gaze fell upon Lung Bing, she averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. Wang Han feared that she might lose her composure and confront Lung Bing, for he had caused her considerable distress. Yet, this was a reunion, and she did not wish to ruin it. Observing her averted gaze only solidified the crowd's belief in Lung Bing's account. It was evident that Wang Han had wronged him, hence her behavior. Wu Yifan greeted Wang Han and noticed that everyone was looking at her with peculiar expressions, leaving both of them somewhat bewildered. "Wang Han, I never imagined you were this kind of person. How dare you even attend the reunion? I truly misjudged you," said Wang Yutian, her voice tinged with indignation. This left Wang Han utterly perplexed, as she could not comprehend what Wang Yutian was implying. "Wang Yutian, what has Han done to you? After so many years apart as classmates, why would you speak to her in such a manner upon meeting?" Wu Yifan interjected, confronting Wang Yutian. Just as Wang Yutian was about to respond, Lung Bing stood up, declaring, "Let us not dwell on the past. We are here to enjoy drinks and rekindle old friendships today, so let us keep the atmosphere pleasant." With Lung Bing's words, Wang Yutian fell silent. Confused, Wu Yifan pulled Wang Han to a seat, while Chen Ping unceremoniously sat down beside her. Upon seeing Chen Ping, the others scrutinized him with a mix of amusement and disdain. "Han, who is this man? It seems a bit inappropriate to bring an outsider to our class reunion," Zhang Miao inquired, intentionally probing to see how Wang Han would respond. Wang Han glanced at Chen Ping, opening her mouth but unsure how to introduce him. If she claimed Chen Ping was her boyfriend, they had not yet established that relationship, and if she referred to him as a friend, it felt unsuitable for the occasion. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Ping, Han's boyfriend," he introduced himself with ease, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Wang Han's expression brightened as she nodded towards Zhang Miao, affirming, "This is my boyfriend." Zhang Miao scrutinized Chen Ping with an air of condescension, asking, "What does your boyfriend do?" "We both work as sales representatives at the same company," Wang Han replied candidly. "Ah, a sales representative? The commission must be substantial. I've heard they make quite a bit nowadays, Zhang Miao continued, seemingly intent on uncovering every detail about Chen Ping. I'm not quite sure. We've only just started working a few days ago, Wang Hanheng responded, her expression neutral as she sought to dismiss Zhang Miao. Yet, the more she tried to ignore her, the more Zhang Miao persisted, pressing further, what did your boyfriend do before becoming a sales representative? Zhang Miao aimed to force Wang Hanheng to divulge the fact that Chen Ping had been incarcerated, seeking to embarrass her. This time, Wang Hanheng fell silent, uncertain how to respond, as Chen Ping had only recently been released from prison, and she could hardly disclose such information without inviting ridicule from the group. Not to mention, it would be humiliating for Chen Ping. There's no need to feel shy. We're all old classmates here. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. If your boyfriend is struggling with his job, we could help him find another. But we should first understand his background, Zhang Miao stated, though it was clear her intentions were not to assist Chen Ping in finding employment, but rather to humiliate Wang Hanheng. Zhang Miao, are you checking the household registrations? Inquiring about everything. Hurry and serve the dishes for dinner, Wu Yifan hurriedly said to Zhang Miao, attempting to spare Wang Henin's embarrassment. However, Zhang Miao was relentless, gazing at the visibly troubled Wang Henin's, and provocatively asked, Henin's, is your boyfriend's previous employment a secret? Is there something you cannot disclose? Perhaps something like having served time in prison? Zhang Miao's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, Wang Henin's was taken aback. She had never disclosed this matter to anyone, so how could Zhang Miao possibly know? At that moment, Wang Henin's turned to Wu Yifan, as she was the only one privy to Chen Ping's incarceration the previous night. Wu Yifan, equally astonished, shifted her gaze to Wang Yutian, her eyes brimming with fury. Wang Yutian, did you spread this information indiscreetly? Last night, Wu Yifan had confided in Wang Yutian, and now Zhang Miao was also aware of it, clearly indicating that it was Wang Yutian who had divulged it. Wu Yifan, this isn't spreading rumors. I merely stated the facts, Wang Yutian retorted, readily admitting her part, which infuriated Wu Yifan while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread. Wang Yutian was also aware of Wu Yifan's past as an escort, and if this were to be revealed, Wu Yifan would have no face to show the world. Fearing that Wang Yutian might retaliate and expose her past, Wu Yifan fell silent. Henins, your boyfriend's imprisonment is not something to be ashamed of. Why not just share it? We harbor no prejudice against him. Your current status as his partner is quite fitting, a dancer and a convict, a match made in heaven. Zhang Miao's words incited laughter among the crowd, their derision unmistakably evident in their gazes. Wang Henin's face flushed with anger. She regretted attending this reunion, fully aware that she would be subjected to ridicule. In light of the current situation, she felt she could not bear to stay any longer. She attempted to rise and leave, but Chen Ping firmly grasped her arm. Henins, we haven't even eaten yet. Why leave now? Let us finish our meal first. Indeed, it was merely a jest. Why take offense? Look at how generous your boyfriend is. This is the rich hotel. Without this reunion, you might never have the chance to dine here again. If you're concerned about covering your share, feel free to tell me. I can cover it for you. 10 or 80,000 is trivial for me, Zhang Miao sneered at Wang Henin's. With Zhang Miao's remarks, Wang Henin's felt trapped. Leaving now would imply she was afraid of spending money. No need, we can manage this amount, Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Very well. Since you have the means, I shall not worry then. I truly feared that someone might attempt to dine and dash after the meal, which would be utterly humiliating, Zhang Miao remarked, then turned to Lung Bing and said, Brother Bing, didn't you say you had reserved the banquet in advance? Let them serve the dishes. Absolutely. Lung Bing smiled faintly and said, this time I have booked a banquet costing 58,800, excluding beverages, which I have brought myself in the form of matai. With over 10 of us, the cost per person is negligible. I will have them serve the dishes now. After making a phone call, the door to the private room swung open, and a series of exquisite dishes were presented. However, as they gazed at the lavish spread before them, none wore expressions of joy. After all, many were fresh in their careers, with little to no savings. The thought of spending tens of thousands on this meal made them uneasy, as they simply could not afford it. Noticing the expressions of his companions, Lung Bing's lips curled slightly upwards. Although this meal isn't overly expensive, I understand many of you are not financially comfortable at the moment. If you call me Brother Bing and toast to me, I shall cover your expenses. His gaze shifted toward Wang Hanheng and Chen Ping, clearly targeting them with his proposition. Brother Bing is impressive. Allow me to toast you first. As soon as the words were spoken, someone raised their glass in salute to Lung Bing. Soon, others followed suit, all eager to flatter him with toasts, leaving only Wang Hanhang, Chen Ping, and Wu Yifan at the table. Yifan, aren't you going to toast Brother Bing? Wang Yutian inquired. I can afford it. Even if it's 10 to 18,000. Wu Yifan's intention was clear. She preferred to pay her share than toast Lung Bing. Why act like a wealthy person? How many times must you sleep with someone to earn that amount? I'm only looking out for you, and yet you remain ungrateful. Wang Yutian rolled her eyes. This remark fell like a thunderclap, causing a stir among the group as all eyes turned toward Wu Yifan. Her face turned pale, feeling the weight of their gazes, as if she wished to burrow into a mouse hole. Wang Yutian, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you want me to take you down? Wu Yifan stood abruptly, clutching a bottle of liquor. Wang Yutian, mind your words. Are you not aware of your own actions? Wang Yutian refused to back down. Fuming, Wu Yifan trembled as she wielded the bottle, ready to hurl it at Wang Yutian. Regret washed over her. She had considered Wang Yutian a sister, only to be betrayed. At that moment, Zhang Miao stood up, snatching the bottle from Wu Yifan's grip. With a cold glare, he shouted, "What are you two making a fuss about? This gathering is organized by me. If you continue to disrupt it, you both can leave." Zhang Miao, feeling empowered by his relationship with Lung Bing, took on the role of authority. After his outburst, Wang Yutian fell silent, while tears brimmed in Wu Yifan's eyes as she sat back down, seething. Yet, the gazes directed at Wu Yifan were tinged with a certain fervor, especially from the male classmates. After all, Wu Yifan was quite attractive, and now they thought they might only need to spend a few hundred to share a night with her. Following this incident, Wu Yifan kept her head down, uttering not a single word. Come, let us all dine together. You rarely have the opportunity to savor such exquisite delicacies. Zhang Miao addressed the crowd, ignoring Wu Yifan. The others began to eat heartily, paying no attention to Wu Yifan, who remained silent, comforted only by Wang Hanhai. As the clinking of cups filled the air, Chen Ping focused solely on his meal, indifferent to the bustling company around him. Cold Ice, observing Chen Ping, raised his glass with a smirk and remarked, "Brother Chen Ping, why do you only feast on food and not partake in the wine? Are you hoping to consume your share, lest you overindulge?" Ha ha. His words sparked a collective laughter from the group. Chen Ping, wiping his mouth with a napkin, replied with an air of calm, "This wine is rather inferior. I find it unpalatable." The room fell silent at his assertion, for this wine was Maotai, worth thousands per bottle. How could he claim it was unsatisfactory? Cold Ice scoffed. "If you cannot appreciate Maotai, what do you wish to drink? This wine costs you nothing. Should you choose another, you would still pay your dues. It matters not the cost. It is merely that I cough when consuming such poor quality wine," Chen Ping stated nonchalantly. "Please, spare us your bravado. I have yet to meet anyone who coughs from mediocre wine. A mere labor reform inmate. What pretense is this? You likely have never even tasted Maotai." I could no longer contain my irritation, as the others erupted in indignation at Chen Ping's comments. Zhang Miao chuckled derisively and turned to Wang Hanhai, saying, "Hanhai, look at the peculiar boyfriend you've chosen. Not only is he impoverished, but he also pretends to be affluent." Wang Hanhai remained silent, puzzled by Chen Ping's behavior that day. "Brother Chen Ping, if I am not mistaken, you arrived in a Chang'an, correct? The cost of these few bottles of wine could likely purchase you a vehicle. What pretense is this?" Cold Ice inquired mockingly. Only then did the crowd notice the key to a Chang'an automobile dangling from Chen Ping's waist. "I merely support domestic products. I simply do not fancy driving a Bentley," Chen Ping replied with indifference. In truth, he could drive Lin Tianhu's Bentley at will. The entire gathering hall was his domain, making the ownership of a mere car trivial. Cold Ice, having just taken a sip of water, spewed it forth upon hearing Chen Ping's words. "Ha ha ha, in all my years, I have never encountered such nonchalance and boasting. You are indeed a remarkable character. Do you truly own a Bentley? I doubt you've even seen one." His laughter was contagious, prompting others to join in, some even shedding tears from mirth. "In comparison to you, I may be lacking. I have yet to witness anyone so unfazed while deceiving a woman for money, all while pretending to host a lavish meal." Chen Ping retorted coldly. Cold Ice's laughter faded, replaced by a grim expression. "What are you insinuating? I fail to comprehend." He narrowed his eyes and glared at Chen Ping. "What I say is clear to you. Whether or not you deceive others for money, you know better than I." Chen Ping matched Cold Ice's gaze with unwavering determination. The moment the gazes of the two individuals collided, The atmosphere within the private room instantly grew tense. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Miao shouted at Chen Ping. Brother Bing's watch costs several $100,000. How could he possibly defraud anyone? In Zhang Miao's eyes, Lung Bing was the epitome of a talented and wealthy man. Someone of such affluence could not possibly engage in deceit. Indeed, Brother Bing's watch is likely beyond your entire fortune. Cease your baseless accusations. Wang Yutian added, directing her words toward Chen Ping. Clearly, no one believed Chen Ping. They all trusted that Lung Bing would never resort to trickery. Is it merely a counterfeit watch that merits such boasting? Chen Ping scoffed coldly. From the moment he entered, he had discerned that Lung Bing's watch was a fake. All he needed was to subtly channel his spiritual energy to confirm his suspicion. Fake. All eyes turned toward Lung Bing, including Wang Hanhua, who had been comforting Wu Yifan, now involuntarily glancing at the golden timepiece on Lung Bing's wrist. A flicker of panic crossed Lung Bing's eyes, quickly followed by a furious retort. You speak absurdities. This gold watch was imported from Switzerland. Have you ever seen a gold watch to so readily declare it counterfeit? Chen Ping, even if you harbor jealousy toward Brother Bing, what gives you the right to claim his watch is fake? It's merely a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Brother Bing is wealthy. Why would he wear a counterfeit? He drives a Mercedes worth over $1 million. Do you dare to suggest that too is fake? Zhang Miao challenged Chen Ping. Brother Bing's status is such that he could never wear a counterfeit. I've heard about his wealth since school. How could he possibly don a fake watch? It's pitiful to lament the misfortunes of others while begrudgingly accusing them of falsehoods simply because you lack what they possess. What kind of mindset is that? After Zhang Miao's inquiries, others began to voice their disapproval of Chen Ping as well. Wang Yutian glared at him. You haven't even examined the gold watch and already deem it fake. It's evident you are envious. Are you unable to bear the thought that your girlfriend's former boyfriend surpasses you? I merely spoke the truth, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Huh, Wang Yutian spat. You are simply envious. If you have the capability, present your evidence. Chen Ping, we have only just met today. What is the meaning of your incessant targeting of me? Seeing so many rallying to his defense, Lung Bing's expression turned cold. If I do not receive an explanation regarding this matter, I shall ensure you exit sideways. Do you believe me? Very well, Chen Ping replied with a cold smirk. You know best whether the watch is genuine. Since you have chosen to humiliate yourself, do not blame me. Rising from his seat, Chen Ping declared, hand over the watch. I shall provide proof. And how do you intend to prove it? Lung Bing retreated slightly, refusing to relinquish the watch, his voice tinged with caution. This watch is worth several $100,000. Can you afford to replace it if you damage it? Lung Bing was unwilling to part with the watch, for he himself was aware that it was a counterfeit, merely attempting to project the persona of a wealthy individual. It's quite simple. Just let it fall to the ground, and the truth shall reveal itself, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Once the gold watch is shattered, its authenticity can be immediately discerned. The watch's movement is crafted from solid gold, making it impossible for a counterfeit to replicate it flawlessly. You wish to shatter my watch? Cold Ice exclaimed, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Chen Ping, this watch is worth hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to compensate if you break it? Cold Ice was determined not to let Chen Ping damage it, for if he did, the truth would be revealed. Indeed. Can you afford it? Would you dare to throw a watch worth hundreds of thousands on the ground? What kind of identification method is that? If you lack the ability, refrain from boasting. I thought you truly understood how to discern authenticity. The onlookers directed their scorn and ridicule toward Chen Ping. With a slight smile, Chen Ping replied, there are ways to identify it without breaking it. You must understand, gold differs from other metals. Simply weighing the watch and comparing it against the official specifications will suffice. No matter how well a counterfeit is made, it cannot replicate the weight, as the weight of gold is inherently distinct from that of other materials. Upon hearing this, the crowd considered it a valid method, one that wouldn't damage the watch. You say to weigh it, but can you really? A flicker of panic crossed Cold Ice's eyes. He knew he wouldn't dare weigh it, for he understood that the weight could not be faked. Chen Ping, you envy Ice Brother and claim his watch is fake. What will you do if it turns out to be genuine? You cannot simply assert it and expect Ice Brother to heed your words. Zhang Miao questioned Chen Ping. If this watch is authentic, I shall pay for this meal myself. Chen Ping declared confidently. He was entirely convinced that the watch was counterfeit. The crowd turned their gaze toward Cold Ice, urging, Ice Brother, let him weigh it. If he is so confident, let him be disillusioned, and we can enjoy a free meal. At that moment, Cold Ice began to sweat, feeling a sense of panic. He never anticipated that Chen Ping would cling to his watch so resolutely. The watch required precise weighing instruments, which they did not possess at the moment. How can we weigh it? Are we to simply gauge it by hand? Cold Ice questioned. Very well, since you are correct that we lack weighing instruments. Would you dare to let me have a look at the watch? I only need to see it for a moment, Chen Ping replied with a smile. What do you intend to do? Are you going to smash it? Cold Ice asked warily. No, I would never cause it harm. Should it sustain any damage? Regardless of whether your watch is real or not, I will compensate you at its genuine value. Chen Ping shook his head. He had no intention of breaking Cold Ice's watch. His earlier remark about identifying it through damage was merely a jest to provoke Cold Ice. I will merely have a look. Knowing that refusing to show Chen Ping would not quell his persistence, Cold Ice reluctantly removed the watch and handed it to Chen Ping. He added, with so many witnesses present, if you break it, you must compensate me at the original price. Cold Ice was confident that if Chen Ping did not break it, and without weighing it, he would be unable to discern the watch's authenticity. As it was a high-quality imitation, it would take an expert to identify the truth with just a glance. He did not believe Chen Ping could do so. After receiving Cold Ice's gold watch, Chen Ping toyed with it for a moment before returning it. Is this all? Lung Bing took back his watch, looking at Chen Ping with a puzzled expression. You can discern its authenticity with just a glance? Indeed, a mere glance suffices, Chen Ping affirmed with a nod. Lung Bing scoffed, what a charade, and proceeded to put the watch back on. Just as the crowd awaited Chen Ping to present his evidence, Zhang Miao suddenly exclaimed, Binggu, quickly look at your watch. Startled, Lung Bing turned to his watch and was instantly rendered speechless. The students around him exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes drawn to the golden timepiece. To their astonishment, the watch had lost its previous luster, now appearing a dull reddish-brown, with patches of discoloration evident. Clearly, this watch was a counterfeit. Genuine gold would never tarnish in such a manner. The onlookers regarded Lung Bing with strange expressions, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. This imitation is atrocious. I've lost all my gold dust, Chen Ping remarked, wiping his mouth with a tissue, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Lung Bing's countenance darkened, revealing his vexation. Meanwhile, Zhang Miao stood in shock, unsure of what to say. The once haughty and proud Lung Bing now felt the heat of embarrassment, unable to meet the gaze of those around him. Binggu, could it be that you were deceived by a friend? How could you return from Switzerland with a fake watch? Someone ventured to inquire. This remark jolted Lung Bing, and a glimmer of realization crossed his face. It must be that scoundrel who tricked me. I spent hundreds of thousands, only to receive a counterfeit. I shall confront him and ensure he pays for this deceit. With that, Lung Bing forcefully hurled the fake watch to the ground, shattering it into pieces. However, some onlookers no longer viewed him with trust. It was evident that he had been flaunting a counterfeit watch. These fraudsters are despicable. It's just a $30,000 watch. Binggu would never resort to such deception, especially when he drives a car worth over $1 million. Zhang Miao defended Lung Bing, standing by his side. Seizing the moment, Lung Bing placed his car keys on the table to assert his status. But how do we know that car isn't rented? Chen Ping interjected with a mocking laugh. Many shared this sentiment. If Lung Bing's watch was a fake, could his Mercedes also be a rental? After all, renting a car for a day wouldn't cost much. That's absurd. There's no way it's rented. I've seen Binggu driving that car for quite some time. It's not a recent acquisition. Zhang Miao retorted angrily at Chen Ping. If it's rented, just show us the vehicle registration, and we'll know for certain, Chen Ping replied. As long as the registration bears Lung Bing's name, the truth will be revealed. Zhang Miao turned to Lung Bing, seemingly urging him to fetch the registration to silence Chen Ping. Hastily, Lung Bing said, fetching it from the car would be too cumbersome. You merely wish to ascertain my credibility, don't you? I'll order a new watch online right now. I feel quite uncomfortable without one. With a casual demeanor, Lung Bing ordered a watch worth over 200,000 online in front of the crowd. After successfully completing the payment, he awaited its delivery. At that moment, the admiration in the eyes of the onlookers returned, and they all believed that Lung Bing truly possessed the means, dismissing the rumors of counterfeit watches as mere deception. Lung Bing let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his opulent persona had been preserved. Chen Ping observed Lung Bing with a faint smile. Online purchases could be returned, and after tonight, Lung Bing could easily return the watch without incurring any loss. However, Chen Ping refrained from revealing this, as he wished to continue to toy with Lung Bing. The incident regarding the gold watch was merely a minor interlude, not affecting Lung Bing's status in the eyes of the crowd. With a provocative glint in his eyes, Lung Bing looked at Chen Ping, aware that Chen Ping sought to make him appear foolish. Yet, not only had he avoided embarrassment, but the crowd's respect for him had only intensified. You just claimed you don't lack for money and that you're not accustomed to drinking Matai. What would you prefer to drink? The luxurious hotel offers an extensive selection, though it depends on your ability to pay. Lung Bing nearly fell into Chen Ping's trap, but now he was determined to retaliate. How about some brandy? He suggested, while Chen Ping, with a cold smirk and a challenging gaze, replied, Do you dare to drink it? I fear you might have spent all your money on that watch and be unable to settle the bill later. Taken aback, Lung Bing had anticipated Chen Ping would choose such an expensive drink, knowing that even the cheapest bottle of brandy started at 200,000. The others looked at Chen Ping in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Wang Hanhang, Chen Ping's companion, gently tugged at his sleeve, aware of the high price of brandy from her time in bars. Even if they pooled their money, it would still be considerable. Seeing Wang Hanhang's expression, Lung Bing burst into laughter, convinced that Chen Ping was merely posturing, trying to intimidate him with the mention of such an extravagant drink. Brandy sounds delightful. I've had it a few times. If you wish to indulge, let us order a few bottles, Lung Bing offered, passing the choice to Chen Ping. Eager to see if he would dare to express his desire, all eyes turned to Chen Ping, filled with mockery, convinced that he would not dare to make such a request, and that he was essentially digging his own grave. Very well, Chen Ping nodded. Waiter, bring us 5 bottles of brandy. Without giving Lung Bing a chance to refuse, he called out directly to the staff. The room gasped at Chen Ping's audacity to order 5 bottles in one breath, and Lung Bing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to intervene. However, he quickly realized that Chen Ping was likely trying to provoke him. Even if 5 bottles were ordered, if they remained unopened, there would be no cost incurred. Relieved by this realization, Lung Bing felt fortunate to have avoided falling for Chen Ping's ploy. 5 is insufficient. Let us make it 10 bottles, he remarked playfully, eyeing Chen Ping with intrigue. Since Chen Ping wished to play this game, so would he. After all, they could simply return the bottles later if they remained unopened. I must confess, I have never indulged in such extravagance. Yet, Ice Brother is audacious enough to order 10 bottles. Truly, he embodies the essence of opulence. And then there's Chen Ping, pretending to be someone important, when in reality, he is but a former convict, clad in garments worth no more than 200. He boasts of drinking brandy. How laughable. When a pretender encounters true wealth, it often culminates in a spectacle such as this. Let us observe how Chen Ping navigates this predicament. The onlookers regarded Chen Ping with a mix of curiosity and anticipation, eager to witness the resolution of his situation. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhang was rendered speechless. 10 bottles of brandy equated to 2 million. Even if she and Chen Ping were to split the cost, it would still amount to nearly 200,000, a staggering sum for a single meal. If her parents were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be furious. Chen Ping, perhaps we should reconsider, she urged nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. Seeing her distress, Lung Bing chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he addressed Chen Ping. My friend, you still have time to reconsider. Given your current state, I doubt you could even muster 20,000, let alone afford brandy. What a fantasy. Regret? What is there to regret? Chen Ping replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It's merely a few bottles of brandy. I've had my share before. If you wish to back out, feel free to summon the waiter. Huh, what a jest. How could I possibly regret this? A couple of million means little to me, he declared confidently, though internally, Lung Bing cursed Chen Ping, eager to see how long he could maintain this fade. Once the wine arrived, it was certain that Chen Ping's bravado would falter. Before long, the waiter presented 10 bottles of brandy, and the eyes of the onlookers widened with envy. None had ever encountered such expensive libations. Sir, shall I uncork these? The waiter inquired, turning to Lung Bing. Taken aback, Lung Bing glanced at Chen Ping, asking, Shall we open them? Once uncorked, there is no turning back. He was pressuring Chen Ping into submission, fully aware that the latter was merely posturing and would likely refuse to have the bottles opened. Lung Bing himself was hesitant, for he could not afford such a lavish feast. With a cold smile, Chen Ping addressed the waiter, Please, open all the bottles. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied. And with a resounding pop, the first bottle was uncorked. In that moment, Lung Bing was left astounded. He had not anticipated that Chen Ping would indeed allow the waiter to proceed. Pop. Another bottle opened, and with each uncorking, It felt as though a heavy hammer struck Lung Bing's heart, causing him considerable distress. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Chen Ping. This is the Rich Hotel, a property of the Su family. Do not think you can escape the bill. That is simply impossible, he warned, hoping to compel Chen Ping to stop the waiter from proceeding. I have no intention of fleeing the bill. Are you suddenly concerned about the cost? If that is the case, you may instruct the waiter to cease opening the bottles, Chen Ping retorted, a mocking smile gracing his face as he regarded Lung Bing. How could I possibly feel remorse over money? My monthly allowance surpasses what you earn in an entire year. At such a moment, how could Lung Bing possibly intervene? That would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. Those 10 bottles of brandy are precisely what he desired. Yet, as the 10 bottles were uncorked, Lung Bing's heart ached with every passing moment. Nevertheless, the allure of the drink was undeniable. Chen Ping seized a bottle of brandy, poured himself a generous glass, and downed it in one gulp. Observing Chen Ping's manner of drinking, Lung Bing cast a disdainful glance before addressing the others. Let us all partake. We must not allow one person to consume it all, as if they've never seen alcohol before. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly reached for the bottles to pour themselves a drink. Even Wang Yutian and Zhang Miao, who typically abstained, poured themselves a substantial glass. Fully aware that each bottle was worth hundreds of thousands, this rare opportunity to indulge might never come again. Wang Hanhui refrained from drinking, instead offering solace to Wu Yifan, who seemed profoundly affected by the recent setback, remaining silent with her head resting on the table. Lung Bing, witnessing the others imbibing, felt a quiet relief. He had long since devised a plan. When the time came to settle the bill, he had no intention of footing the entire cost. He could cover the meal, but for the consumed alcohol, he would ensure everyone contributed. He refused to be the sole bearer of the over 1 million expenses. However, the others remained oblivious to Lung Bing's intentions, showering him with compliments. If it weren't for Brother Bing today, I doubt I would ever have the chance to savor such fine liquor. Indeed, Brother Bing was remarkable, a meal costing over 1 million without batting an eye. Some individuals, lacking self-awareness, still aspired to compare themselves to Brother Bing, oblivious to their own worth. Chen Ping, undeterred by their mockery, understood that soon enough, these same individuals would find themselves in tears. In no time, the 10 bottles of brandy were consumed, and the crowd was pleasantly satiated, with a few already feeling lightheaded. The drinks have been enjoyed, and the meal has satisfied. Let us take our leave, Chen Ping suggested to Wang Hanhui. Nodding in agreement, she helped Wu Yifan to her feet, and they exited the private room. Observing this, Lung Bing hurriedly followed, eager to see how Chen Ping would settle the bill, hoping he wouldn't evade his financial responsibilities. How much did we spend in total? Lung Bing inquired at the front desk. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 2,100,000, the cashier promptly replied. Nodding, Lung Bing calculated on his phone and turned to Chen Ping. There are 14 of us, making each person's share 15,000. For you three, your portion is a mere 45,000. 45,000, not a significant amount, Chen Ping replied with a calm smile. Chen Ping, even now you feign nonchalance. 45,000 is hardly a trivial sum. Why don't you produce it? Zhang Yao sneered. I doubt selling him would even fetch 45,000. He truly believes he is a big spender. Wang Yutian added, mocking Chen Ping. The rest of the group eagerly awaited to see how Chen Ping would conjure the 45,000. After all, a typical worker might take a decade to save such an amount. At that moment, Wang Hanhui looked at Chen Ping with a face full of anxiety. She had no money on her, and where could she possibly obtain the 450,000? Meanwhile, Wu Yifan, who had been silent with her head down, slowly lifted her gaze and said, I still have 200,000. I can contribute. After all, I was the one who insisted on inviting Wang Hanhui, and I cannot let Chen Ping bear the cost alone. Furthermore, she was aware that Chen Ping had just recently been released from prison and hailed from a family that was not particularly affluent. Thus, 450,000 might as well be astronomical for him. Wu Yifan, why pretend to be a wealthy lady? Do you even comprehend how many times you would need to sell something for that 200,000? Perhaps you should pity yourself first. Zhang Yao, noticing Wu Yifan's willingness to offer money, immediately scoffed. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan's face flushed red with indignation. Soon after, she suddenly felt darkness encroach upon her vision and fainted from anger. Yifan, Yifan, Wang Hanhui exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support Wu Yifan. Chen Ping gently placed his hand on Wu Yifan's wrist, understanding that her fainting was merely a result of her anger and that she would recover shortly. He then addressed Wang Hanhui, saying, "Hanhui, please take her home. I will handle this matter. Brother Chen, what about the money? Do not worry about it. I have a solution. Just hurry and take her back," Chen Ping said with unwavering determination. Wang Hanhui glanced at Chen Ping and then at the unconscious Wu Yifan, ultimately deciding to escort Wu Yifan away. "Chen Ping, are you letting them leave early with the intention of shirking responsibility?" Lung Bing inquired pointedly. "Shirk responsibility? I have no debt to begin with. Where would the responsibility come from?" Chen Ping replied with a serene smile. "You still owe for the 450,000 you spent on the meal. How can you claim there is no debt? Do you think the hotel will let you leave without paying?" Lung Bing retorted with a scoff. "I never have to pay for meals wherever I dine. How can there be a debt? Perhaps you are mistaken?" Chen Ping raised an eyebrow in response. "Do not play dumb here. So many people are watching. And with all the hotel staff present, do you intend to dine and dash? Just because you have recently been released from prison does not mean you can act arrogantly. This is the property of the Su family, and if you think you can get away with dining without paying, you are gravely mistaken." Lung Bing assumed Chen Ping was leveraging his status as an ex-convict to avoid payment. "I do not intend to dine and dash. You can inquire with the hotel if I need to pay for my meal," Chen Ping replied with a smile. Confused, Lung Bing turned to the front desk and asked, "What will you do about this guy who wants to dine and dash without paying?" "Hello, sir. Mr. Chen does not need to pay for his meal here," the receptionist replied courteously. Those words struck Lung Bing like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even the others present were astonished, unable to fathom why Chen Ping could dine without incurring any charges. Why does he not have to pay?" Lung Bing asked incredulously. "I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Your total expenditure of 2,100,000 minus Mr. Chen's 450,000 leaves a remaining balance of 1,650,000. Will that be charged to a card or transferred?" The receptionist spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. At that moment, Lung Bing stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the true identity of Chen Ping, who could dine at a luxury hotel without incurring any expense. Zhang Miao and Wang Yutian also regarded Chen Ping with astonishment, eager to unravel the mystery surrounding him. To swindle a woman out of money is no trivial feat. The exorbitant bill of 165,000 must be settled. Chen Ping remarked with a mocking smile directed at Lung Bing, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. As Lung Bing felt the weight of Chen Ping's gaze, realization struck him. "Are you really trying to deceive me?" Chen Ping, who could indulge in expensive drinks without financial concern, reveled in the irony that Lung Bing, oblivious to the situation, had foolishly attempted to compete with him. It was indeed a trap set for him, and Chen Ping unabashedly acknowledged it, having intended to ensnare Lung Bing from the outset. "Sir, please settle your bill," the receptionist urged Lung Bing. By this point, Lung Bing was trembling with frustration. He lacked the funds to cover such a substantial amount. Yet, if he were to solicit contributions from those around him, the carefully crafted facade of his persona would crumble. Reluctantly, he produced his card, stating, "I'll pay with my card." The receptionist took the card, only to return it promptly, stating, "Your card has insufficient balance." Feigning disbelief, Lung Bing exclaimed, "That cannot be. I was expecting a 200,000 payment today. Surely it hasn't failed to arrive." All eyes turned toward Lung Bing, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, fearing that he might indeed be unable to pay, which would compel them to contribute. This was a sum exceeding 100,000. Who among them possessed such wealth? "What shall we do, Bingo?" Zhang Miao asked, visibly anxious. "Let us pool our resources. Since my payment has not arrived, I will reimburse you all once it does," Lung Bing suggested to the group. "Yes, let us all chip in. Bing Ji's payment is delayed, and he will repay us later," Zhang Miao echoed in support. Upon hearing this, the group collectively gasped, for their worst fears had materialized. "I only have 1,000 on me. I have no money either. I haven't yet settled my Huabei. I do have 10,000, but that is far from sufficient." No one could muster even a fraction of the required sum, leaving them woefully short of the 100,000 mark. Meanwhile, Chen Ping settled comfortably onto a sofa in the lobby, where a fruit platter had been prepared for him. He leisurely enjoyed the fruit while observing the frantic expressions of Lung Bing and the others. "If you lack the means to pay, you shall not be permitted to leave this establishment," the receptionist stated with a frosty demeanor, promptly reaching for the intercom. "Security. Attention, we have patrons attempting to dine and dash. Her words sent a jolt of fear through Lung Bing and his companions. This was the luxurious rich hotel, and to attempt to evade payment here was akin to courting disaster. In moments, a dozen security personnel, armed and imposing, arrived to encircle the group. These individuals were wholly unaccustomed to such intimidation and were paralyzed with fear. All eyes turned to Lung Bing, for he was their only hope in this dire situation. Cold Ice stared at the security guards, eyeing him menacingly, clearly frightened, his face paling. "Brother Bing, didn't you arrive in a Mercedes? You should leave your car here," they urged. "Yes, just park your car here. Once the payment arrives, you can settle the bill." They insisted, "We truly have no money. Unlike you, Brother Bing, a big boss for whom 100,000 is nothing." The crowd offered suggestions while simultaneously flattering Cold Ice. At that moment, Cold Ice's expression was one of embarrassment. Finally, with a hint of resignation, he replied, "My car is rented. I cannot leave it here." The moment those words left his lips, everyone was taken aback, including Zhang Miao, who looked at Cold Ice incredulously. Just moments ago, Chen Ping had claimed Cold Ice's car was rented, and no one had believed him. Now, they were faced with undeniable proof. Panic ensued among the crowd. If Cold Ice were merely a pretender of wealth, then they would ultimately be the ones to bear the financial burden. "Since you cannot produce the funds, do not blame us for being impolite," the front desk attendant declared, observing their inability to pay. "Take these individuals to the back and let the manager handle them. Do not allow them to disrupt our business." A dozen security guards moved forward, weapons in hand, ready to escort the group to the back. This sight sent a wave of terror through them. Cold Ice, in a rush, exclaimed, "I will pay, but only my own share. Please let me go." At this point, he was no longer concerned with appearances. The crowd was left dumbfounded as Cold Ice disregarded them. Zhang Miao quickly grasped his hand, pleading, "Brother Bing, you must help me with the money. Get away. I do not have that much money." Cold Ice forcefully shook off her grip, his mind solely focused on escaping. He feared that if he were taken to the back, he might endure a beating. Zhang Miao was momentarily stunned, looking at Cold Ice in disbelief. She had not expected him to be this kind of person. "You must settle all debts before leaving. If you only pay for yourself, you cannot go." The front desk refused Cold Ice's plea. Upon hearing this, Cold Ice was left speechless. It seemed that without producing over 100,000, none of them would be permitted to leave. What a pretentious act without money. Turns out he is a phony rich man. How unfortunate. How could one even think of enjoying brandy without funds? The crowd, filled with indignation, cursed Cold Ice and Zhang Miao, lamenting that if not for the two of them, the situation would not have escalated to this point. "Chen Ping, please. I implore you to intercede on my behalf, so I may leave. I will settle the payment later," Wang Yutian said, approaching Chen Ping with a tone of humility after noticing his apologetic demeanor. Regardless of Chen Ping's status, he clearly had the influence to secure a free pass at the luxury hotel. If she wanted to leave, it appeared her only option was to appeal to him. The others quickly gathered around Chen Ping. "Just say a kind word for us. After all, we are all classmates of Henin. We were wronged, deceived by Cold Ice and that despicable Zhang Miao. Cold Ice is nothing but a hypocritical charlatan. It is evident that he truly deceived Henin for money, which explains her decision to part ways with him. Chen Ping, I beg you, please help us." The crowd pleaded, their desperation palpable. Chen Ping rose to his feet and surveyed the crowd before a smirk graced his lips. "Do you truly believe yourselves worthy to be classmates of Henin? It is a grave misfortune for her to have peers such as you. I could utter a single word to set you free, yet I choose not to. This outcome is merely you're just deserts." His words ignited a burning shame upon the faces of those present, each of them overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Take them all away." The receptionist commanded the security personnel upon witnessing the scene. "No, please. I don't want to go. Help! Help!" The cries of despair erupted as the realization dawned that they were to be taken away. Panic ensued, with some individuals trembling in fear to the point of losing control. "Do not lay a finger on me. I am quite familiar with your boss's daughter. Should you dare to touch me, I assure you, I will have you dismissed." Cold Bing shouted with urgency. Upon hearing Cold Bing's declaration, the security guards halted their actions, and the receptionist found herself momentarily at a loss. Relieved that she had instilled fear in her adversaries, Cold Bing puffed up with arrogance and declared, "We are well acquainted with the esteemed Miss Suyuchi. I intended to refrain from involving her over this trivial matter, but should you dare to touch me, a mere phone call will have you all dismissed. Now, if you kindly allow me to leave, I shall consider this incident as if it never transpired." At this juncture, the receptionist cast a wary glance towards Chen Ping, well aware of his connection with Su Yuqi. The truth of Cold Bing's claim about her familiarity with Su Yuqi remained uncertain. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, preparing to question Cold Bing, when suddenly a voice pierced through the tension. "You know the eldest daughter of the Su family?" A girl slowly entered through the doorway, and upon closer inspection, Chen Ping realized it was none other than Su Yuqi herself. Cold Bing, glancing at the newly arrived Su Yuqi, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am quite familiar with your esteemed Miss Su. We often dine together." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqi erupted into a fit of laughter, and Chen Ping could not help but join in. It turned out that Cold Bing had been spinning tales, and Chen Ping had nearly believed her. The remaining staff members of the hotel also found amusement in the scene, as Su Yuqi stood right before them. And yet Cold Bing had the audacity to claim familiarity with her. "Fool, do you even comprehend who stands before you?" Chen Ping asked, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Cold Bing. The moment those words fell from his lips, Cold Bing felt a chill run down her spine, sensing the impending doom. As anticipated, Chen Ping continued, "Before you stands the eldest daughter of the Su family. Do you recognize her?" The surrounding staff could no longer contain their laughter, while Cold Bing felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. "What brings you to the hotel at this hour?" Chen Ping inquired, disregarding Cold Bing's evident embarrassment and turning his attention to Su Yuqi. "What do you think I am here for? I heard you were at the hotel and came to see you. You seem to be enjoying life with such lovely company." Su Yuqi retorted, her tone laced with jealousy. As the crowd observed the interaction between Su Yuqi and Chen Ping, they were left utterly astonished, particularly Lung Bing, who gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the hotel had waived Chen Ping's bill. Chen Ping smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Are you feeling jealous? Don't flatter yourself. Jealousy is the least of my concerns." Su Yuqi shot him a glance of disdain before continuing, "My father often mentions you. He wishes to invite you over for dinner. I've been rather busy lately, perhaps in a couple of days." Chen Ping replied, surprisingly declining the invitation. All the male onlookers regarded Chen Ping with a mix of envy and resentment. The daughter of the Su family had invited him for a meal, and he had the audacity to refuse? If any of them had been in his position, they would have eagerly accepted, regardless of the circumstances. Such an opportunity, and yet, Chen Ping had turned it down. What could possibly be more important? "Tomorrow, I could appoint you as the chairman of the company, and you wouldn't be so busy," Su Yuqi said, her displeasure evident at Chen Ping's rejection. "No, I certainly don't have time to manage your company," he replied, waving his hands dismissively. The audience was once again struck by the weight of his words, particularly Lung Bing and the others who had dined with him earlier, who had initially looked down upon Chen Ping, now appeared like mere clowns in his presence. "You must go tomorrow. My father mentioned that Gu Wentian requested your presence." As there might be matters to discuss, Su Yuqi asserted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing that Gu Wentian was involved, possibly regarding the matter of the spirit pen, Chen Ping nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall come by tomorrow afternoon." "Now that's more like it." Su Yuqi smiled faintly before casting a glance at Lung Bing and the others. As her gaze fell upon them, they all lowered their heads in Su Yuqi's presence. They felt as insignificant as ants. Lock them all up. If the funds are not sufficient, not a single one is allowed to leave. The security soon rounded up Lung Bing and his companions, herding them to the back. Many began to regret their earlier actions, pondering that had they not mocked Wang Hanhui from the outset, perhaps their fate would have been different. After all, they bore no animosity toward her, their predicament stemming solely from the influence of Lung Bing and Zhang Miao. Yet, where in this world could one purchase a remedy for regret? Their lamentations were futile now, and with emotions boiling over, they directed their frustrations towards Lung Bing and Zhang Miao, launching an assault against them. On the other side, Chen Ping was initially offered a ride home by Su Yuqi, but he declined. Her luxurious vehicle would draw too much attention in their neighborhood. Watching Chen Ping drive away in his modest Chang'an car, Su Yuqi sighed in resignation. Upon returning home, Chen Ping called Wang Hanhui to assure her of his safety. While she stayed at Wu Yifun's residence, concerned that Yifun might be feeling despondent, so she chose to comfort her. As he observed his parents peacefully asleep, Chen Ping settled cross-legged in his room, activating his meditation technique to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. As the heart concentration technique swiftly operated, The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards Chen Ping's room. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here was far too scant to be compared with that of Panlong Bei. After an entire night of cultivation, Chen Ping's strength had not noticeably increased. He merely sensed a slight enrichment of spiritual power within his dantian. It appeared that he must cultivate at Panlong Bei, for here the spiritual energy offered no hope of a breakthrough for an eternity. Feeling dissatisfied with the meager results of his overnight efforts, Chen Ping recognized that this mode of cultivation was unsustainable. Meanwhile, at the sales department of Sinyu Rihua Company, Cui Yuan was gathering everyone for the morning meeting, but Chen Ping had yet to arrive. What has happened to Chen Ping? Why is he still absent? Cui Yuan inquired, directing his question towards Wang Huan, the only one privy to the reason for Chen Ping's tardiness. However, Wang Huan appeared equally anxious. Perplexed by Chen Ping's absence, she worried that something might have transpired the previous night, prompting him to refrain from informing her. Brother Chen should be here any moment now, Wang Huan asserted, while retrieving her phone to call and check on him. Make a note of it. Chen Ping is late for work. A fine of 500 yuan. After just a few days in the company, and he is already tardy, Cui Yuan remarked coldly. Now that he had a handle on Chen Ping's indiscretion, Cui Yuan certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Could it be that Chen Ping boasted yesterday about securing the Tianmei Rihua contract, and now he is too frightened to show up? Wang Lanlan scoffed loudly. Quite possible. Cui Yuan nodded in agreement. The others joined in, mocking Chen Ping for his absence, suggesting that he was too intimidated to return after his grandstanding the previous day. After all, the contract with Tianmei Company was notoriously difficult to secure. Even Cui Yuan had accompanied son, Xiaoming numerous times without success. Impossible. Brother Chen will definitely come, Wang Huan retorted passionately, steadfast in her belief that he would not shy away due to the Tianmei Rihua affair. It's already quite late. I believe he is simply too scared to show up, Wang Lanlan sneered. Chen Ping, with his lofty ambitions, has no skills beyond boasting. Son Xiaoming chimed in, already harboring an intense dislike for Chen Ping. Wang Huan, filled with anxiety, dialed Chen Ping's number. Just as the call connected, a sound echoed through the office. Chen Ping had walked in. He had been so engrossed in his cultivation the previous night that he had awoken far too late in the morning. Brother Chen, you finally made it. I was beginning to worry something had happened. Wang Huan rushed to greet him. What could possibly happen? I simply stayed up too late last night and overslept. Chen Ping replied with a slight smile. Chen Ping, you are at work now. You must have a sense of time. You are already 10 minutes late, which incurs a fine of 500 yuan according to company policy, Cui Yuan declared loudly. Chen Ping had only been working for a few days, and it was likely that he had not yet earned 500 in wages. The fine for being late was indeed substantial. Manager Cui, 500 for a single tardiness seems rather excessive, especially since this is Chen Ping's first infraction. Surely he deserves a chance. Wang Hanhong pleaded on Chen Ping's behalf. Rules are rules. There is no room for sentiment. Cui Yuan replied with a cold smile. Fine it is, I couldn't care less, Chen Ping responded nonchalantly. His indifference only served to infuriate Cui Yuan further, prompting him to say, Chen Ping, do you remember what you said yesterday? If you cannot procure the contract from Tianmei Daily Chemicals today, you might as well pack your bags. Not a problem, Chen Ping declared, taking a seat at his workstation without acknowledging Cui Yuan further. Cui Yuan, nearly exasperated by Chen Ping's demeanor, found some solace in the thought that Chen Ping would soon be leaving. Brother Chen Ping, yesterday Wu Yifan mentioned that we have a classmate working at Tianmei, who is now apparently an office director. I will reach out to him. Perhaps the chances will improve, Wang Hanhong suggested as she accompanied Chen Ping. You need not concern yourself with this. I can handle it, Chen Ping replied, not wishing for Wang Hanhong to fret over the matter. He had already entrusted it to Lin Tianhu, and he suspected that arrangements were well underway. Wang Hanhong, however, doubted Chen Ping's capability to secure the contract and believed he was simply trying to alleviate her worries. Choosing not to press the issue further, she quietly took out her phone and discreetly called her classmate. Before long, Wang Hanhong departed with her bag, not involving Chen Ping, as she intended to establish connections before bringing him into the fray, believing it would facilitate matters. Hailing a taxi, Wang Hanhong arrived at the foot of the Tianmei Company building, a towering edifice among the bustling streets of Hongqing. In the daily chemicals industry, Tianmei was certainly a prominent enterprise. As she approached the entrance, a security guard promptly blocked her path. What is your purpose here? He inquired. Good sir, I am here to see Director Li Jian, Wang Hanhong responded courteously. Our company has regulations. You must have someone come to escort you inside, the guard insisted. Realizing her predicament, Wang Hanhong retrieved her phone and called her classmate, Li Jian. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back with gel and glasses perched on his nose, emerged. Li Jian. Wang Hanhong waved. Li Jian approached quickly, and upon seeing him, the guard immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, exclaiming, Director Li, this is my classmate. Ensure she is not obstructed should she return to our company, Li Jian admonished the guard, displaying an air of authority reminiscent of a high-ranking official. Yes, the guard nodded repeatedly. Hanhong, come inside with me, Li Jian beckoned, leading her into the company. Ugh, what a piece of work, the guard muttered under his breath, watching Li Jian's retreating figure. Li Jian, you seem to be doing quite well for yourself, Wang Hanhong remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Mediocre, indeed, yet Li Jian smiled faintly. Upon entering the office, he poured a cup of coffee for Wang Hanhui. Wang Hanhui surveyed the opulent decor of the office, her gaze tinged with envy. They were classmates, yet here he was, having ascended to the position of director, while she had merely just secured a job. Did no one inform you about the reunion last night? Wang Hanhui inquired as she accepted the coffee. After all, they were classmates residing in the same city, and it was rather odd that Li Jian had not been notified, especially considering his current success. I was informed, but I did not attend. I have many matters to attend to and little time to spare. I heard that Lung Bing was there as well, Li Jian replied, a hint of disdain evident in his eyes. It was clear he held a low opinion of these so-called classmates, which was why he had chosen to forego the reunion. Upon hearing Li Jian mention Lung Bing, an awkward expression flickered across Wang Hanhui's face. Back in school, Li Jian had pursued her, yet she had been drawn to the renowned Lung Bing, thus rejecting Li Jian's advances. From that moment, Li Jian had regarded Lung Bing as a rival, striving diligently. And after graduating with distinction, he secured a position at Tianmei Company, swiftly rising to the role of office director. Lung Bing is also here. He is now Zhang Miao's boyfriend, Wang Hanhui explained. She felt compelled to clarify, hoping to assuage any lingering feelings Li Jian may have harbored about their past. After all, she required his assistance now. You two have parted ways? Li Jian inquired coolly. Yes, Wang Hanhui nodded. Yet Lung Bing is handsome and wealthy. Why did you break up? Wasn't it his charm and affluence that attracted you? A note of mockery crept into Li Jian's tone. Wang Hanhui was at a loss for words. Yet she could discern the glee in Li Jian's voice. Observing her discomfort, Li Jian's smile widened, and he continued, What brings you to seek me? I am currently employed in sales at Sinew Company and hope to establish a collaboration with Tianmei. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Wang Hanhui implored. Upon hearing her request, Li Jian erupted into laughter. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of contracts we handle at Tianmei? Each deal is worth at least several million. You, a mere sales representative, wish to collaborate with us? Surely, you jest. I am aware that negotiating with Tianmei is a formidable task. That is precisely why I have come to you. As a director at Tianmei, you must have your connections. I hope you can lend a hand, and I assure you, I will not forget your kindness once the deal is secured, Wang Hanhui insisted earnestly. She was determined to secure the contract to prevent Chen Ping from being dismissed, as he would undoubtedly face expulsion at the hands of Cui Zhiyuan otherwise. With a hearty laugh that bordered on madness, Li Jian reveled in her desperation, causing a flicker of fear to dance in Wang Hanhui's eyes. Wang Hanhui, are you truly begging me now? Do you recall how you responded when I pursued you back in the day? At that moment, your eyes were filled with nothing but cold disdain. In your view, I was worth even less than a pile of dog waste. Yet now you come to me, seeking my assistance. Li Jian vented the pent-up anger that had brewed within him for years. I can tell you candidly that my collaboration with Tianmei hinges on but a single word. Our manager heeds my counsel. But why should I extend my help to you? Wang Hanhui appeared visibly embarrassed. In school, she had indeed looked down upon Li Jian, treating him with indifference. Who would have thought that she would find herself in need of his favor now? Were it not for Chen Ping, she would have preferred to vanish entirely. She would never have approached Li Jian. I was in the wrong. I was blind to your worth, Wang Hanhui reflected, lowering her head and relentlessly belittling herself. If it meant securing the contract, she would not hesitate to kneel before him. Witnessing Wang Hanhui's subservient demeanor, Li Jian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had summoned her to the office precisely for this moment, to express his emotions. Wang Hanhui, I shall not make things difficult for you, considering our shared past as classmates and the fact that I once held affections for you. All I require is your promise to spend a night with me, and I shall promptly take you to meet the manager to sign the contract." Li Jian's gaze shimmered with lewd intentions, his lips curling into a smirk. Upon hearing his proposition, Wang Hanhai was rendered utterly speechless. She could hardly fathom such a request from him. "Li Jian, are you even human?" Her eyes blazed with fury. "If you refuse, then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave," Li Jian replied coldly with a smile. Wang Hanhai longed to slam the door behind her, yet thoughts of Chen Ping anchored her in place. "Li Jian, could you possibly make a different request? I would bow before you, or even serve as your steed if need be," Wang Hanhai pleaded, gazing at him with desperation. "I have but this one demand. Should you decline, our negotiations are at an end. I shall grant you 10 minutes to consider. Once that time elapses, your willingness to accompany me will be moot," Li Jian stated before striding out of the office, leaving Wang Hanhai in a state of shock. Upon exiting, he encountered a man and a woman approaching. The man had his arm bandaged. These two were Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, who had also come to discuss a collaboration. The negotiations with Tianmei had progressed significantly for the Xiao family, effectively securing their partnership, and many mid-level managers at Tianmei had reaped benefits from the Xiao clan. Seeing Xiao Lei in person, Li Jian rushed over with a fawning expression. "Young Master Xiao, I am surprised to see you here in person." Although Xiao Lei, as a scion of the Xiao family, had no need to appear himself, he had made the effort to come, nursing his injury, solely to humiliate Chen Ping. "Has the Heart Rain Company arrived?" Xiao Lei inquired of Li Jian. "Yes, they are in my office." Li Jian nodded affirmatively. "They have arrived?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Lei's eyes. "Take me to see them immediately. I hope it is a young man." "No, it is a girl. She is a classmate seeking my assistance," Li Jian replied, puzzled. Upon hearing that it was a girl, Xiao Lei froze momentarily, his brow furrowing. "That cannot be right. Why hasn't Chen Ping come? Is he truly afraid? Chen Ping, that fellow. Could he possibly realize that he lacks the ability to negotiate a partnership and is too embarrassed to show up?" Geng Shanshan also found herself puzzled. "It's unlikely. Unless this fellow had resigned. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare disregard Xing Jun's words," Xiao Lei remarked with a shake of his head. Li Jian listened to their conversation, utterly bewildered. The Xiao family and the Su family had always been rivals. Why was Xiao Lei suddenly expressing concern for the Su family today? Mr. Xiao, indeed. "Only one girl from the Sinew Company came. She is my classmate, and I have left her in the office," Li Jian confirmed once more. "Director Li, your old classmate comes to plead. You wouldn't go easy on her, would you?" Xiao Lei inquired, casting a glance at Li Jian. No. How could that be? Tianmei must certainly collaborate with the Xiao family. Since I have accepted the Xiao family's funds, I am obliged to serve them." Li Jian hastily waved his hands in denial. "That's good to hear. You shall reap your rewards in due time." Xiao Lei nodded in approval. Though Xiao Lei felt a tinge of disappointment that Chen Ping was absent, securing the partnership with Tianmei was still a positive outcome. However, just as Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan were about to ascend to the rooftop general manager's office to discuss the collaboration, Chen Ping's figure unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. Unfortunately, he was halted by security, not permitted to enter. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Xiao Lei's eyes lit up with mockery as he sauntered over. Geng Shanshan, adopting an arrogant demeanor, linked her arm with Xiao Lei, her gaze filled with disdain. "Ah, isn't this Chen Ping? I heard you've become a salesman now and got dumped by the young lady from the Su family. You even moved out of your villa." Xiao Lei taunted, a smirk adorning his face. Chen Ping looked at Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, feeling somewhat taken aback. Although he was aware that the Xiao family had been negotiating with Tianmei, he anticipated it would be Xiao Lei waiting for him. Yet, noticing the bandage on Xiao Lei's arm and Geng Shanshan accompanying him, Chen Ping quickly deduced that today's so-called negotiation was likely aimed at humiliating him. Xiao Lei must have been informed in advance of his arrival, ready to subject him to ridicule. The Su family and the Xiao family were indeed rivals, and now Xiao Lei had somehow learned of his visit to discuss collaboration. Clearly, someone within the company had tipped off Xiao Lei. In a flash, a name crossed Chen Ping's mind, Xing Jun. With that thought, a slight smile crept upon Chen Ping's lips. "So, is your arm feeling better? Do you want me to help you with your bones again?" Xiao Lei, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled, well aware of Chen Ping's capabilities. "Chen Ping, without that wretched Su Yuqi shielding you, who do you think you are to speak to Brother Lei like that?" Geng Shanshan scolded him. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flickering within them. Is your mouth unbrushed? It reeks. With that, Chen Ping abruptly advanced and delivered a resounding slap to Geng Shanshan's face. Before anyone could react, her cheek had already turned red and swollen. Li Jian, witnessing Chen Ping's audacity to strike Geng Shanshan, stood frozen in disbelief. Who among us is unaware that Geng Shanshan is the girlfriend of Xiao Lei? Chen Ping, this seemingly unassuming fellow, dared to lay hands on the girlfriend of the illustrious young master Xiao, clearly showing a disregard for his own life. You audacious wretch! How dare you act so brazenly at the entrance of our company? Li Jian bellowed. Security, apprehend this scoundrel. Swiftly, 2 security guards surged toward Chen Ping. Li Jian, oblivious to the fact that after Chen Ping struck Geng Shanshan, Xiao Lei remained silent, was just a mere company director daring to instigate violence against Chen Ping. With a deft sidestep, Chen Ping evaded the grasp of the 2 guards and turned to Li Jian, stating, I have come from Sinew Company to discuss a collaboration. Humph. Our Tianmei Company does not engage in dealings with uncouth individuals. Besides, we have already resolved to partner with the Xiao family, so you might as well leave. Li Jian retorted coldly. Chen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Are you the general manager of Tianmei Company? I am not the manager, I am the office director. However, my word on matters of collaboration is final. Now, be gone, Li Jian replied icily. Chen Ping, you think your mere martial prowess makes you invincible? With Su Yuqi absent, let me show you the consequences of your actions. Xiao Lei spat with a glint of malice in his eyes. Chen Ping's public assault on Geng Shanshan was tantamount to a slap on Xiao Lei's face, leaving him humiliated. Do not simply eliminate him, let him suffer. And it would be best to dispose of his blind parents as well. Geng Shanshan seethed, her fury palpable after being struck. Upon hearing Geng Shanshan mention his parents, Chen Ping's expression darkened ominously, his aura of menace enveloping her in an instant. Geng Shanshan felt a chill run through her, instinctively retreating 2 steps to hide behind Xiao Lei. Sensing Chen Ping's murderous intent, Xiao Lei was too frightened to utter a word. Meanwhile, Li Jian roared, Security. Throw him out. Remove him at once. Soon, 5 or 6 guards encircled Chen Ping. You, a mere office director, dare to assert authority over the company? Chen Ping declared, striding confidently into the company's interior. As several guards lunged at him, at the same time, in the office on the top floor of Tianmei Company, General Manager Gao Ren paced anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet. He was exceedingly nervous. Ever since receiving notification from Lin Tianhu that Chen Ping was coming to discuss a collaboration, Gao Ren's heart had been restless. Having attended the banquet hosted by Gu Wentian, he had witnessed firsthand the respect Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian showed toward Chen Ping, particularly when Chen Ping single-handedly resolved the matter with Feng Sihai, leaving a profound impression on Gao Ren. Everyone present had sought to curry favor with Chen Ping, and Gao Ren was no exception. However, due to his humble position, he had yet to find an opportunity to engage with Chen Ping. Now, upon learning that Chen Ping would personally discuss collaboration, Gao Ren was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that a misstep in his hospitality might offend Chen Ping. Nevertheless, this was a chance to forge a connection with him, and Gao Ren was determined to seize it. Xiao Li, has the representative from Sinew Company not yet arrived? Gao Ren glanced at the time and inquired of his secretary. I am uncertain. I shall descend to investigate immediately. The secretary replied promptly. Remember, when the representatives from Sinew Company arrive, be sure to bring them up. Gao Ren instructed his secretary. Understood. The secretary hurriedly made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the lobby, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, several security personnel surrounding an individual prepared to act. Halt! What are you doing? Creating such a commotion at the company entrance. What is the meaning of this? Secretary Li approached angrily. Upon seeing Secretary Li, Li Jian waved his hands, signaling the security to disperse, and then plastered a conciliatory smile on his face. Secretary Li, this person has been causing a disturbance and even resorted to violence, which is why I called the security. Violence. Secretary Li glanced at Chen Ping and directed his words to Li Jian. If he is causing trouble, then expel him immediately. We have visitors arriving shortly to discuss a partnership. We cannot have them witness this debacle. Yes, I will have him removed at once. Li Jian nodded repeatedly, gesturing once more to the security personnel, who then closed in again. Secretary Li Xiao Lei offered a slight smile and a nod of acknowledgement to Secretary Li. To secure a partnership with Tianmei, it is essential that all the decision-makers within the company are appropriately managed. Secretary Li, noticing Xiao Lei, merely nodded in response before turning to Li Jian and asking, "Have the representatives from Sinew Company not yet arrived? Once they do, be sure to notify President Gao immediately." Upon finishing her statement, Li Jian appeared momentarily taken aback, then pointed at Chen Ping, exclaiming, "He is the one." Secretary Li's expression changed instantly. This morning, Gao Ren had been anxious about this matter, something she had observed closely. Although she did not know the significance of the visitor from Sinew Company, it was evident from Gao Ren's demeanor that this individual must not be offended. Now, hearing Li Jian claim that the person they were about to expel was actually sent by Sinew Company, Secretary Li's heart sank. "Leave. All of you disperse," Secretary Li exclaimed, rushing forward to reprimand the security personnel. Then, with a beaming smile, she turned to Chen Ping, saying, "Sir, I am President Gao's secretary. He is awaiting you in his office. Please follow me." Chen Ping nodded slightly and followed Secretary Li upstairs. As he passed by Xiao Lei, a faint smirk graced his lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Watching Chen Ping's retreating figure, Li Jian and Xiao Lei were momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. "Director Li, did you not inform me that the collaboration between Tianmei and our Xiao family was already a done deal? Why then is Gao Ren summoning Chen Ping?" Xiao Lei challenged Li Jian. "Indeed, I had previously discussed this with President Gao, who had agreed to partner with the Xiao family." "I am as bewildered as you are," Li Jian replied, equally perplexed. "I shall ascend to see for myself. If Tianmei's representatives have taken our Xiao family's money and dare refuse to collaborate with us, I will ensure they regret it," Xiao Lei declared, leading Geng Shanshan upstairs. Unimpeded by anyone, Li Jian stood in place, his face etched with panic. He had received the most financial support from the Xiao family and had exerted the greatest effort. If the collaboration indeed bypassed them, his situation would be dire. Contemplating this, Li Jian stealthily followed suit. Although, as the office director, he lacked the qualifications to partake in discussions about the collaboration, eavesdropping from outside the door was still within his reach. At that moment, in the rooftop office, when Secretary Li ushered Chen Ping into the office, Gao Ren's reaction was reminiscent of an ardent fan encountering their idol. "Mr. Chen, it is truly you. I am exceedingly delighted. Please, take a seat." Gao Ren enthusiastically pulled out his office chair for Chen Ping to sit upon. Gao Ren's fervor left Chen Ping somewhat taken aback. Even with prior notice from Lin Tianhu, such a display was unexpected. "Mr. Gao, you know me?" Chen Ping inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Of course I recognize you. At the ancient banquet, I was present, and I vividly recall your formidable presence. That Feng Sihai, despite his arrogance, was ultimately subdued by you." Gao Ren's recollection of that banquet stirred a wave of excitement within him. At that time, Feng Sihai had come with the Red Dragon Gang, instilling fear in all the businessmen present, who were unaccustomed to violence. However, when Chen Ping intervened and quelled Feng Sihai, their respect for him deepened significantly. Upon hearing Gao Ren reminisce about the banquet, Chen Ping smiled faintly, finally comprehending the source of Gao Ren's enthusiasm. With such knowledge, there was no need to trouble Lin Tianhu for introductions. He could simply attend on his own accord. "I am merely a salesperson here to discuss collaboration with you, Mr. Gao. There is no need to revisit past events," Chen Ping humbly stated. I understand. Gao Ren nodded vigorously before turning to his secretary. "Xiao Li, is the contract you drafted ready?" "It is prepared," Secretary Li promptly responded, presenting the ready contract. "Mr. Chen, please take a look. If you find any discrepancies, we can amend them." Gao Ren handed the contract to Chen Ping, who, without glancing at it, replied, "There is no need to review it. I trust Mr. Gao." "Then let us proceed to sign," Gao Ren said eagerly, producing a pen for Chen Ping. Just as Chen Ping was about to affix his signature, however, Xiao Lei burst in with Geng Shanshan in tow. "Young Master Xiao?" Gao Ren's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of Xiao Lei. Although Xiao Lei had rudely intruded, Gao Ren dared not voice his objections, for the Xiao family's influence far surpassed that of his Tianmei company. While Tianmei had made considerable strides in daily chemicals, the Xiao family operated as a comprehensive conglomerate, engaged in numerous industries. "Mr. Gao, I have come to discuss collaboration. I recall our two families had been negotiating quite favorably. Why, then, have you suddenly signed a contract with another party?" Xiao Lei's countenance was decidedly frosty. "Young Master Xiao, we have made this decision after thorough consideration, ultimately signing with Sinew Company," As we are all business people who prioritize profit, Gao Ren explained with a smile. Utter nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. You, a mere sales representative from Sinew Company, have the audacity to sign a contract with them? Have you received some form of benefit? Remember, I represent the Xiao family, and I have extended you considerable courtesy. Do not be ungrateful. Xiao Lei was enraged. Initially, he had come to mock Chen Ping, yet fate had turned him into a laughingstock. If Chen Ping were to secure the contract, where would his dignity reside? Upon hearing Xiao Lei's words, Gao Ren's smile vanished instantly. Young Master Xiao, I implore you to choose your words with care. Tianmei Company is mine. I shall sign with whomever I please. No matter how powerful the Xiao family is, it is not for you to dictate the affairs of my company. Gao Ren replied coldly, no longer masking his disdain. Xiao Lei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gao Ren would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Are you truly addressing me in this way? He retorted, his brow furrowing and his complexion darkening. Do you not believe that within a month, I could force your company out of Hong City? Humph. Gao Ren scoffed contemptuously. I have nothing to fear. Realizing that his threats bore no fruit, Xiao Lei found himself at an impasse. At that moment, Li Jian, who had been eavesdropping outside, rushed in, panic evident on his face. Mr. Gao, considering our company as production and sales activities, I believe continuing our partnership with the Xiao family is the best course of action to maximize our benefits. Li Jian had received favors from the Xiao family. If the contract fell through, he would be compelled to return the money, and Xiao Lei might very well expose him. Since when did you concern yourself with contracts? Li Jian? Remember, you are merely the office director. This is hardly within your purview. Gao Ren admonished him loudly. Li Jian, taken aback, fell silent, obediently standing to the side. Your fervent recommendation for collaboration with the Xiao family. Have you received compensation from them? Chen Ping inquired pointedly. How dare you? Do not slander me. I have received no money. I merely believe your character reflects poorly on your company. Li Jian shot back angrily. Gao Ren gaped in shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was acutely aware of Chen Ping's formidable reputation. He could hardly believe that Li Jian would dare insult him. Was this not akin to inviting disaster? How dare you speak to Mr. Chen in such a manner? Kneel before him, Gao Ren bellowed, delivering a sharp kick to Li Jian. Li Jian, bewildered, looked at Gao Ren in disbelief. Mr. Gao, he is merely a sales representative. What are you doing? Silence. I command you to kneel. Are you deaf? Gao Ren kicked Li Jian once more, his curses flowing freely as terror gripped his heart. He understood all too well that should Chen Ping become incensed, even Lin Tianhu or Gu Wentian, not to mention the Su family, could easily obliterate his company. Struck on the calf, Li Jian fell to his knees with a thud. Mr. Chen, it seems my lack of discipline has offended you. I shall dismiss him immediately, and I will also investigate whether he has accepted any bribes. Gao Ren, drenched in cold sweat, followed Chen Ping in apology. Gao Ren, have you lost your mind? This Chen Ping is merely a labor reform criminal, and yet you grovel before him. How embarrassing for a man of your stature as the head of such a large company, Xiao Lei exclaimed, his heart burning with indignation upon witnessing Gao Ren's reverence towards Chen Ping, followed by a sneer. Gao Ren cast a cold glance at Xiao Lei, but chose not to explain. If Xiao Lei remains unaware of Chen Ping's prowess, then let him continue his antics. However, Gao Ren was confident that the Xiao family would not be able to sustain their bravado for much longer. The Xiao family held significant power, yet they lacked the qualifications to oppose Lin Tianhu, Gu Wentian, and the Su family. Mr. Gao, let us proceed with the contract. I prefer not to be interrupted. Chen Ping remarked calmly. Understood. Gao Ren nodded and promptly instructed Secretary Li, see our guests out, and if anyone refuses to leave, summon security immediately. Secretary Li nodded and addressed Xiao Lei, young Master Xiao, please. Xiao Lei glared at Gao Ren in anger, yet he realized that remaining would only deepen his humiliation. He took Yang Shanshan by the hand and made his way towards the exit. However, just as they reached the door, he turned back and declared, Gao Ren, you will regret this. I have countless ways to make you pay. After Xiao Lei and Yang Shanshan departed, Gao Ren turned to the prostrate Li Jian and said, you too must leave. We shall settle accounts later. Li Jian, trembling with fear, hurriedly exited. Back in his office, Li Jian was seething with rage. Upon noticing Wang Hanhui still present, he cast a wicked glance her way. What have you decided? He demanded. I assure you, if you agree to my terms, I can guarantee a contract with your company. Li Jian was already aware that the contract was with Sinew Company, hence his bold assurance. Wang Hanhui, could you possibly reconsider your request? She asked, her expression troubled. Reconsider? Do you have any idea of the contract's worth? If you secure it, the commission alone could afford you a luxury apartment. Such significant benefits. Surely one night with you would not be unreasonable? I could easily hire 100 women if I wished. Li Jian sneered. Wang Hanhui's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, and Li Jian, observing her demeanor, felt a surge of desire. Wishing he could act upon it, if not for their office setting. I agree, but we must sign the contract first. Wang Hanhui replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding her head. Of course, the contract must be signed first, Li Jian smirked, continuing, I will arrange a room for you tonight. Just await my call, and do remember to dress attractively. Wang Hanhui turned to leave, unable to endure any more of the conversation. However, as she stepped out of Li Jian's office, she spotted Chen Ping descending the stairs. Chen Ping was surprised to see Wang Hanhang arrive so swiftly. Hanhang, what brings you here? He asked, momentarily taken aback. He had previously stated that Wang Hanhang need not come, yet she had stealthily made her way here. I came to seek help from my classmate. It makes for easier discussions, Wang Hanhang replied, glancing at the contract in Chen Ping's hand with astonishment. Chen Ping, have you already signed the contract? Indeed, it is already signed, Chen Ping responded, handing the contract to Wang Hanhang. Upon examining it, her brows furrowed in concern. She had just agreed to terms with Li Jian. How could Chen Ping have finalized the contract so swiftly? Mr. Chen, who is this? Gao Ren inquired, observing Wang Hanhang with a puzzled expression. He was well aware of Chen Ping's relationship with Su Yuqi, having witnessed their flirtation at the banquet, unreserved in front of others. This is my sister, Chen Ping smiled slightly. Hanhang, this is Mr. Gao, the president of Tianmei. We have just signed a contract. Hello, Mr. Gao. I am Wang Hanhang. She quickly extended her hand to shake Gao Ren's. Ms. Wang, I heard your classmate also works at our company? Gao Ren asked her. Yes, his name is Li Jian. The office director, Wang Hanhang nodded. Is it him? Chen Ping's brow furrowed. Chen Ping, do you know him? Wang Hanhang inquired, puzzled by Chen Ping's reaction. Li Jian was just vehemently opposing our collaboration with Tianmei. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhang was instantly infuriated. It dawned on her that Li Jian had been deceiving her all along. The thought of having foolishly agreed to his terms made her seethe with rage. Just then, Li Jian emerged from the office. Upon seeing Wang Hanhang with Chen Ping and Gao Ren, he sensed the situation had turned dire and bolted for the exit. Li Jian, you scoundrel! You deceived me! Wang Hanhang shouted, chasing after him. Chen Ping, realizing the unfolding drama, swiftly pursued and seized Li Jian. Wang Hanhang, in a fit of fury, grabbed Li Jian's hair. Li Jian, didn't you claim that the collaboration with Tianmei was your call? How dare you attempt to coerce me with this contract? You truly are inhuman. Wang Hanhang was genuinely enraged, relentlessly striking at Li Jian, who dared not evade her wrath and could only endure her tempestuous onslaught. At that moment, Chen Ping emanated an aura of menace. How could Li Jian dare to threaten Wang Hanhang? Had he not intervened to sign the contract, Li Jian would have succeeded in his vile scheme. After a while, Wang Hanhang, exhausted from her exertions, looked at Chen Ping with tear-filled eyes. Chen Ping, I didn't want you to get expelled, which is why I agreed to this scoundrel's demands. Hanhang, I understand. It's all right, Chen Ping gently reassured her, before casting a frosty glare at Li Jian. Feeling the chill of Chen Ping's menacing presence, Li Jian trembled slightly. I was mistaken. It was merely a joke. We are old classmates. How could I possibly do something so despicable? Li Jian fervently apologized, yet at this juncture, his contrition was rendered futile. Today, I have no desire to kill, Chen Ping declared, gripping Li Jian's arm. A tremendous surge of spiritual power emanated from Chen Ping's being, shattering Li Jian's entire arm. Ah! Li Jian cried out in excruciating pain. At that moment, his arm, devoid of flesh, was reduced to splinters of bone, leaving no possibility for reattachment. Brother Chen, Wang Hanhang exclaimed, hastily pulling Chen Ping away. She feared that Chen Ping, in his fervor, might indeed take Li Jian's life, which would be a criminal act, and she could not bear to see him imprisoned. Observing Wang Hanhang's worried expression, Chen Ping refrained from further violence and turned to Gao Ren, stating, Mr. Gao, this is your subordinate. You may handle it as you see fit. Gao Ren trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Chen Ping departed with Wang Hanhang, confident that Gao Run would find a way to deal with Li Jian. Upon their return to the sales department with the contract, an overwhelming astonishment engulfed the entire team. Each member scrutinized the contract, confirming its authenticity. They gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to how he had secured a contract with Tianmei Corporation in such a brief span. Cui Zhiyuan clutched the contract, his hands trembling slightly, for he alone grasped its significance. As the manager of the sales department, this contract could yield immense benefits for him. Although he harbored disdain for Chen Ping and longed to dismiss him, he could not deny the substantial gains that this contract brought him. While he felt elated, Cui Zhiyuan strove to conceal his joy, adopting a facade of indifference as he remarked, Chen Ping, your ability to secure this contract is also due to the countless efforts made by Sun Xiaoming and myself. Do not become overly complacent. While you have escaped dismissal this time, it does not guarantee your success in future evaluations. After delivering this admonition, Cui Zhiyuan stowed the contract and hurried towards the general manager's office, recognizing the gravity of this development for the company. Zhiyuan, Sun Xiaoming called out as she pursued him upon his exit from the sales department. Upon seeing her, Cui Zhiyuan stopped. Tell me, how much commission do you think we can earn from this contract? Sun Xiaoming inquired, although she was aware it would yield a considerable sum. She was uncertain of the exact figure. Cui Zhiyuan grinned. Haven't you always coveted a property in Panlong Bay? Tomorrow, I shall take you to view some houses. Choose a layout you adore. This contract will bring us a continuous influx of wealth, and acquiring a home will be well within reach. Sun Xiaoming, upon hearing this, nearly leaped with joy, her face alight with excitement. Really? It seems Chen Ping is not entirely worthless after all. Humph. I believe he merely capitalized on the groundwork we laid. Cui Zhiyuan scoffed, dismissing any credit due to Chen Ping. Indeed, had we not established connections beforehand, how could he have so effortlessly signed the contract? Sun Xiaoming nodded in agreement. All right, I will submit the contract to Mr. Xing. He is sure to reward me, and I might even be transferred to the procurement department. After Cui Zhiyuan finished speaking, he joyfully took the contract to the general manager's office. Overcome with excitement, he entered without knocking. At that moment, Xing Jun was on the phone and, startled by the sudden intrusion, promptly hung up. Upon seeing Cui Zhiyuan, Xing Jun's expression darkened significantly. Realizing he had made a blunder, Cui Zhiyuan trembled in fear and held up the contract, saying, General Xing, we have signed the contract with Tianmei. Given the significance of the contract, he hoped this news might alleviate Xing Jun's anger. However, Cui Zhiyuan's assumption was misguided. As soon as his words fell, Xing Jun erupted in fury, shouting, Get out! Leave this instant! He then hurled a teacup violently at Cui Zhiyuan. The cup shattered with a loud crash, prompting Cui Zhiyuan to flee in haste. Xing Jun, teeth clenched and breathing heavily, was clearly infuriated. He had already learned of Chen Ping's successful signing of the Tianmei contract and initially intended to subject Chen Ping to humiliation. To his surprise, it was Xiao Lei who faced the disgrace. The recent call was from Xiao Lei, who had berated Xing Jun, and now, feeling the pressure of betrayal from the Su family, he had no choice but to reach out to Xiao Lei. The leverage Xiao Lei held over him meant that even in the face of insults, he could only swallow his pride. Zhiyuan, what did General Xing say? Did he mention any commission? Sun Xiaoming eagerly inquired upon Cui Zhiyuan's return. Commission? He was furious today, berating me quite thoroughly. Cui Zhiyuan replied with displeasure as he returned to the office. Sun Xiaoming quickly followed, attempting to comfort him. As noon approached, Chen Ping tidied up, preparing to visit the Su family, having promised Su Yuqi to join Su Wenzong for lunch. Brother Chen Ping, we signed such a significant contract today. We should celebrate together. I know a fantastic Western restaurant nearby. Wang Hanhan cheerfully suggested to Chen Ping. Taken aback, Chen Ping awkwardly replied, I have some matters to attend to at noon. You go ahead and enjoy yourself. We can celebrate tonight. Seeing his response, Wang Hanhan felt a pang of disappointment. All right then, she conceded. Watching Chen Ping's silhouette as he exited the company, she sensed an unbridgeable gap between them, feeling unable to penetrate the depths of his heart. As Chen Ping left the office, he intended to drive his own Chang'an, but noticed Su Yuqi waiting in a red luxury car, incessantly honking the horn. Realizing she had come to pick him up, he reluctantly put away his car keys and approached her vehicle. You're so free that you came to fetch me personally? Chen Ping said with a faint smile as he got into the car. I feared you might stand me up. Gu Lao has already arrived. It would be quite embarrassing for me if you didn't come, Su Yuqi replied, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhan stood at a window above, witnessing Chen Ping getting into a red luxury car driven by a woman. However, due to the distance, she could not discern the woman's features, and her heart tightened with anxiety. Chen Ping, is it because of this woman that you refused to dine with me? Wang Hanhua murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At the Su family's villa, Su Wenzong was seated in the living room, engaged in casual conversation over tea with Gu Wentian. In the past, despite being the wealthiest man in Hangzhou, Su Wenzong never had the opportunity to share such moments with Gu Wentian. However, his status had changed. He was now recognized as Chen Ping's father-in-law, a title far more formidable than that of the richest man in Hangzhou. Before long, Su Yuqi arrived accompanied by Chen Ping. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Gu Wentian rose hastily. Mr. Chen, there is no need for such formality, Gu. You seem quite vigorous these days. Chen Ping replied with a faint smile. Much of that is thanks to you, Mr. Chen. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have been drained dry by that vengeful dragon. Gu Wentian acknowledged, fully aware that his improved health was due to Chen Ping's intervention. Had it not been for Chen Ping, he would have long succumbed to his sedentary lifestyle. Your constitution is remarkable in its own right, Chen Ping remarked with a chuckle. Chen Ping, I heard from Yuqi that you've begun working at Sinew Daily Chemicals? Su Wenzong inquired. Yes, I have taken on the role of a salesman. Chen Ping nodded. Why put yourself through this? When I asked if you enjoyed business, you said you did not. Now you are starting as a mere salesman. Surely, you are not intending to begin from the ground up? Su Wenzong questioned. Chen Ping shook his head, uncertain how to articulate his reasoning. During the interview, he had been unaware that the company belonged to the Su family, and he had no intention of remaining in employment for long. His primary goal was merely to stabilize his parents for the time being. Noticing Chen Ping's silence, Su Wenzong continued, I have already arranged for someone to handle the matter. When work resumes on Monday, I will transfer Yuqi's chairmanship to you. After all, Yuqi hasn't set foot in the company for months, relying solely on Xing Jun for management, which I find unsettling. Chen Ping was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Mr. Su, I cannot accept this. I genuinely lack the time to manage a company. My role as a salesman is merely to ensure my parents are stable. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. He did not wish to be encumbered by mundane affairs. He needed to dedicate time to his cultivation, or he would be unable to ascend to Wuming Island on the 15th of July. Do not be so modest. This decision is final. It is not as though you are required to be at the company every day. You can focus on your own matters. Su Wenzong assumed that Chen Ping was simply being polite and insisted firmly that he accept the position. Seeing the determination in Su Wenzong's demeanor, Chen Ping chose not to argue further. With the meal prepared, the group began to eat while conversing. Gu, did you summon me regarding the matter of the spirit pen? Chen Ping had agreed to join for dinner based on Su Yuqi's mention of Gu Wentian needing to discuss something with him. With a somewhat awkward expression, Gu Wentian replied, Mr. Chen, I have already spoken with Daoist Bu Su. He is on his way back and should arrive within a few days. Thank you for your efforts, Gu. Chen Ping said, feeling an urgent desire to restore his mother's sight. This is no trouble at all. I have a request for your assistance, Mr. Chen, Gu Wentian stated. In ancient times, one could speak freely, and I, Chen Ping, would never decline any request that I could fulfill. Mr. Chen, I am aware of your formidable and mysterious powers. An old friend of mine, after visiting a grave with his wife, found her in a state of madness, seeking help from various doctors with no success. I thought perhaps Mr. Chen could provide a remedy. Since witnessing Chen Ping summon the vengeful dragon from the dragon throne, Gu Wentian had been utterly in awe of him. The madness that befell my friend's wife after their visit to the cemetery is likely due to a spirit's affliction. It is not a grave issue, Chen Ping stated calmly. If Mr. Chen can cure her, I shall inform my friend to bring his wife to meet you immediately. Gu Wentian said, his excitement palpable as he reached for his phone. Chen Ping raised a hand to halt him, saying, No need to rush, Gu. Such matters are best addressed at night. Please provide me with the address, and I will visit personally after work. I am truly grateful for your assistance, Mr. Chen. Gu Wentian expressed repeatedly. It is but a small favor. I seek your help in finding a spiritual pen, which is equally troublesome for you. Chen Ping replied with a smile. Mutual assistance should not require formality. Otherwise, the food will grow cold, Su Wenzong interjected, wondering how long the two would continue their polite exchange. After dinner, Su Yuqi drove Chen Ping back to the company. I will pick you up tonight to accompany you. I have never encountered a case of possession before, Su Yuqi said, her excitement evident. Aren't you afraid? Chen Ping asked playfully, observing her enthusiasm. What is there to fear? You will be there, right? I know that those skilled in medicine can summon spirits and calm souls. Some frightened children are soothed with mere incantations. Without the need for injections or medications, Su Yuqi replied nonchalantly. Chen Ping smiled, but chose not to comment further, knowing that once Su Yuqi faced the situation, she might be terrified. After he exited the car, Su Yuqi drove away. Meanwhile, Wang Hanhong lingered by the window, waiting for Chen Ping's return, eager to discover the identity of the girl he had been with. However, once again, she only caught a glimpse of Chen Ping descending from the vehicle, a smile adorning his face. Upon returning to the sales department, Chen Ping noticed that Wang Hanhong appeared somewhat troubled. Hanhong, what is the matter? He inquired. Nothing, she replied, avoiding his gaze, forcing a faint smile before departing. Chen Ping did not dwell on it, settling into his workstation to resume his tasks. In the afternoon, the headquarters of the Su Group issued a document that was placed directly on General Manager Xing Jun's desk. As he read its contents, Xing Jun's expression darkened, twisting into a scowl. The document detailed personnel adjustments, announcing that Chen Ping would assume the role of chairman of Sinew Daily Chemicals, effective next Monday. This meant that Chen Ping would become Xing Jun's superior. Why? Why? Xing Jun roared, his voice filled with rage as he tore the document to shreds. Mr. Xing, what is the matter? The secretary rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Get out. Just get out. Xing Jun bellowed at the secretary, chasing her away with his tirade. At that moment, Xing Jun seemed to be engulfed by madness, his eyes tinged with crimson. Chen Ping, this is all because of you. I will kill you. Xing Jun ground his teeth in fury. A distinguished scholar, having spent so many years in the Su family, had been bested by a mere inmate. His pride was wounded, and his psyche twisted in turmoil. After a prolonged period, Xing Jun's emotions gradually simmered down. He gazed at the documents he had torn to shreds and slowly opened his drawer. Inside lay a handgun, starkly visible. Contemplating the weapon before him, he appeared to grapple with a formidable decision. He delicately lifted the gun, caressing its cold surface, having already resolved within. Chui Ziyuan, summon Chen Ping to my office. Xing Jun instructed, picking up the internal phone. Chui Ziyuan, who had been fuming in his office, was taken aback upon receiving the call. Why does Mr. Xing want Chen Ping? Asked Sun Xiaoming. How would I know? Chui Ziyuan frowned, sensing an ominous turn of events. Could it be that Mr. Xing is giving that commission to Chen Ping? I have long suspected a connection between them. Otherwise, why would such a lucrative opportunity be handed to him? Enough with the chatter. I'm already stressed. Chui Ziyuan shot a glare at Sun Xiaoming and exited his office. Approaching Chen Ping's workstation, he said, Chen Ping, Mr. Xing wants to see you in his office. It's likely concerning the contract. You know how to handle it. If it weren't for me and Xiaoming smoothing things over beforehand, would you have signed that contract so easily? Chen Ping glanced at Chui Ziyuan, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he let out a cold chuckle. Without uttering a word, he stood up and departed. Observing Chen Ping's demeanor, Chui Ziyuan was fuming. What a piece of work. If it weren't for Xiaoming's introduction, would you even be here? Dare to oppose me, and I will ensure you regret it. Upon arriving at Xing Jun's office, Chen Ping found the secretary attempting to report, but he boldly pushed the door open, leaving her no chance to intervene. Mr. Xing, he barged in. The secretary exclaimed, flustered as she hurried to explain. Xing Jun waved his hand at the secretary, saying, You may leave. No one is allowed in without my permission. The secretary nodded and exited, closing the door behind her. Have a seat. Xing Jun gestured to the chair before him. Chen Ping, unceremonious, took a seat directly across from him. The two men regarded each other silently for a full minute, neither speaking. What do you want? Please be quick. I'm busy. Chen Ping finally broke the silence. Chen Ping, I have investigated your background. You are nothing more than an ordinary person, and you have even been imprisoned. What makes you worthy of Su Yuqi's affection? What gives you the right to be the chairman of the company? Why? Xing Jun fixed his gaze intently upon Chen Ping, unable to fathom why. Despite being an outstanding student who had studied abroad, Su Yuqi favored Chen Ping over him. If Chen Ping were a wealthy scion or a privileged offspring of an official, Xing Jun might have felt somewhat at ease. Yet, Chen Ping was merely an ordinary individual, one who had even served time in prison. Despite this, Su Yuqi chose to admire Chen Ping rather than him, leaving Xing Jun utterly perplexed. Why should there be any reason to love someone? Yuqi simply likes me. What can you do about it? Chen Ping remarked with a slight smirk, his tone laden with amusement. The expression and demeanor of Chen Ping ignited a spark within Xing Jun, who, having initially managed to calm himself, suddenly erupted with rage. Chen Ping, I want you to leave Hongqing immediately and never return, or I will ensure you live to regret it. Xing Jun's body trembled slightly, his eyes wide as he shouted fiercely at Chen Ping. Regret? Chen Ping scoffed. I have never known regret, and someone like you has no standing to command me. Nor can you intimidate me. I shall demonstrate whether I have the authority to command you, Xing Jun declared, suddenly drawing a pistol from his drawer and aiming it directly at Chen Ping. This was the first time he had ever pointed a gun at someone, and his hands shook violently. Seeing Xing Jun brandish the weapon, the smirk on Chen Ping's face became more pronounced. Witnessing Chen Ping's utter lack of fear, Xing Jun bellowed. I can and will pull the trigger. One squeeze, and you will spill blood on the spot. Then go ahead and shoot. Your hands tremble so much. I doubt you can hit your mark. Let me come a little closer, so you can aim better. Chen Ping provocatively inched closer to Xing Jun, deliberately positioning himself nearer to the gun. Xing Jun's face flushed with rage at Chen Ping's reaction. Chen Ping, I truly will shoot. Leave Hongqing now, and I might spare your life, or I will kill you. His face was flushed with anger, having never taken a life before. He had never fired a gun at anyone. This weapon was one he had assembled himself from parts he had purchased, a hobby he had indulged in while abroad. However, upon returning to his homeland, where gun control was stringent, he had discreetly assembled a firearm. Though he had a penchant for firearms, he had never shot at a person, let alone killed someone. Now, despite his efforts to maintain composure, his hands shook uncontrollably. Observing Xing Jun's state, Chen Ping smiled coldly. With hands like yours, you wouldn't dare kill even a chicken, let alone a person. Do not push me. I truly will pull the trigger. Xing Jun was drenched in sweat, fully committed to his decision, yet anxiety gripped him at that final moment. Put down the gun, and perhaps I can spare your life. If you pull that trigger, the one who will surely die is you. Chen Ping's expression turned icy. What are you bragging about? I could shoot you right now and simply flee the country. Who could stop me? Xing Jun did not believe Chen Ping's words. With the gun in his possession, he felt he held absolute power. If you do not believe, then go ahead and shoot. Chen Ping suddenly raised his voice, startling Xing Jun. However, this abrupt fright caused Xing Jun to inadvertently pull the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, a spark erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet spiraled forth from the chamber. This unexpected event utterly startled Xing Jun, who had not mentally prepared himself. It was a trigger pulled in sheer panic. With a swift motion, Chen Ping grasped the bullet midair, his hand enveloped in a mystical aura, rendering the bullet harmless. Slowly opening his hand, the yellow-orange bullet became visible. To catch a bullet with bare hands? This left Xing Jun dumbfounded, causing his pistol to clatter to the ground. I warned you, if you pull the trigger, it will be you who meets your demise. Chen Ping declared, an aura of terrifying killing intent radiating from him. The oppressive energy enveloped Xing Jun, sending a shiver down his spine, as if he had plunged into the depths of hell. No, this cannot be. How is it possible for you to catch a bullet? Panic-stricken, Xing Jun shook his head fervently, unable to fathom the reality before him, struggling to comprehend an occurrence that transcended his understanding. As an ordinary man, not even a martial artist, he was oblivious to the mystical arts of martial cultivation. There is nothing impossible. If you doubt it, you may try firing again. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, the cold glint within causing Xing Jun to tumble from his chair, no longer daring to pull the trigger. Xing Jun lacked the courage even to retrieve his fallen weapon. Catching a bullet with bare hands? Though he found it hard to believe, this undeniable truth stood before him. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Xing Jun. He began to understand why a seemingly ordinary man, who had previously been imprisoned, could win the affection of Su Yuqi. Could a person capable of catching bullets truly be ordinary? Xing Jun recognized that Chen Ping must possess another identity, one that he could never unravel. His thoughts drifted back to the incident at Xina Manor, where Liao Feixiong had not dared to harm Chen Ping, instead berating himself. It now became clear that Liao Feixiong had also been wary of Chen Ping's true identity. He had been foolish to think himself superior, boasting of being a Ritter Ni, believing himself to be 100 times better than Chen Ping. Yet now, he realized the shallowness of his arrogance. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Xing Jun pleaded, terrified and trembling, afraid of death. He had not intended to shoot. It was merely a reflex born of anxiety, even if he had mentally prepared himself. When faced with the reality of taking a life, he found himself paralyzed with fear. Observing Xing Jun's demeanor, Chen Ping lost interest in killing him. Casually discarding the bullet onto the ground, he coldly remarked, "From this day forth, leave Hongcheng and do not let me see you again." With that, Chen Ping turned and exited the office. As the door swung open, the secretary, standing at the threshold, was left astounded upon glimpsing Xing Jun kneeling on the floor. Chen Ping cast a glance at the secretary, startling her, yet he uttered not a word, nor did he close the door, allowing the secretary to witness Xing Jun kneeling on the ground. "Get out, leave!" Xing Jun bellowed at the secretary, who, in a fright, hurriedly fled, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that her sighting of Xing Jun's disgraceful state might cost her job. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Xing Jun gradually picked up his gun and ammunition, glanced around his office, and then departed. From that day forth, Xing Jun never reappeared in the company or in Hong City. Chen Ping, did General Xing summon you to discuss the commission? What did he say to you? Upon Chen Ping's return to the sales department, Cui Ziyuan swiftly inquired. Though he held little fondness for engaging with Chen Ping, the matter of commissions compelled him to seek out Chen Ping. "Nothing of significance," Chen Ping replied, casting a cold look at Cui Ziyuan. "Chen Ping, it seems you wish to monopolize the commission, do you not? Let me remind you. Company policy dictates that any contract signed by members of the sales department allocates a portion of the commission to the manager. Moreover, we have been pursuing Tianmei Company for several months. You essentially lucked into this contract. Don't presume yourself to be exceptional. Had it not been for my introduction, would you have even entered the company?" Sun Xiaoming interjected, her voice laced with indignation. "I have no interest in such meager commission, if there is any. I will not take a single cent," Chen Ping responded, glancing at Sun Xiaoming before speaking indifferently. "Chen Ping, you have stated this, and everyone has heard you. If you forego the commission, do not come to regret it," Cui Ziyuan exclaimed hastily, anxious that Chen Ping might reconsider. "I shall not regret it," Chen Ping replied with a cold smile. Cui Ziyuan was elated. If Chen Ping did not claim the commission, it would all belong to him. And purchasing a property in Panlong Bay would surely become feasible. The other members of the sales department gaped in disbelief at Chen Ping, their expressions reflecting their amusement at what they perceived as his folly. Such a substantial contract surely promised a sizable commission, yet Chen Ping casually dismissed it. "Hannah, you are in the same team as Chen Ping. If he relinquishes his commission, you must certainly claim yours. Do not follow his foolishness," Wang Lanlan whispered to Wang Hannah. Drawing closer, Wang Hannah glanced toward Chen Ping in the distance before shaking her head in refusal. "I do not want it either. This contract was not signed by me." She harbored no desire for any commission. As for why Chen Ping chose to forego the commission, she did not wish to inquire. Perhaps it was due to having found a wealthy girlfriend, rendering such a sum insignificant to him. Both of them must be unwell. They seemed to have an aversion to money, Wang Lanlan muttered as she walked away.